Chapter 1 Licking Dog System. Chen Yuan. Let's break up. Lin Shudong looked at the unkempt, clean-cut man in front of her with a cocktail head full of disdain. Why, Shu Tong, is there anything I did wrong? You say it, I'll definitely change it if you say it. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. His expression flustered and became anxious. Lin Shudong was the goddess of his heart, and he had fallen for her at first sight since his freshman year. In order to obtain the goddess's heart, Chen Yuan had been a licking dog for 3 years. For 3 years, he often delivered breakfast downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Hush and ask for warmth, no matter what, just because the other wanted an Apple phone. Chen Yuan part-time delivery for 4 months, just to win the goddess a smile. I don't know if his efforts touched the heavens. A month ago, Lin Shudong finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Chen Yuan, my ex-boyfriend came to me. I still love him in my heart, not you. Thank you very much for your dedication to me all these years, but I really don't like you. The reason why I agreed to be your girlfriend is only because you touched me when I needed comfort the most, but touching is not love. Break up. But Shu Tong, Huang Kai-jun, he is a scum. He got you pregnant and not responsible. Why are you so obsessed? Is it because he is rich? Please don't insult my boyfriend. You can't even compare to him. You're just a hangdog. Do you know what my girlfriends think of me this month? I feel disgraced even walking out with you. Get lost. You. Chen Yuan's face was pale, and his heart was like a knife. After 3 years of giving, he didn't expect to get discussed in return. This was the first woman he had truly fallen in love with. In order to please the other party, he didn't even mind that during these 3 years, Lin Shudong had long been flirting with other boys, willing to be a spare tire. It didn't matter if he gave silently and took over. He felt that true love shouldn't mind each other's past. However, the true heart in exchange for the other side of the contempt and humiliation. Why the world is so unfair? Why is the world so unfair? Always let the real pure and good people be insulted and hurt? Why is the world so unfair? Why does it always let the truly pure and good people be insulted and hurt? Is it possible that a dog licking in the end really has nothing to lose? Shu Tong, don't go. Please don't break up with me. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll change whatever you say. Get lost. You will only make me feel sick. Lin Shudong fiercely shook off Chen Yuan's hand. Very quickly, she got into a red Maserati by the road and sailed away. Lin Shudong, you will regret this. Chen Yuan roared with a bloodshot gaze. Che, another hangdog incompetent rage. Ha, isn't this the ultimate king of liquors in our school? Chen Yuan? I heard that in order to pick up a girl, he works part-time all year round, eating steamed buns and salted vegetables every day just to buy cosmetic clothes and bags for someone else. That's awesome too. Is this girl you're talking about Lin Shudong? I have heard that Lin Shudong was not particularly famous on the class flower level, but hard to be licked out of the fame of this kid. Huang Kai-jun also heard about this thing, only decided to go out to soak Lin Shudong. Thought it was difficult to soak. Who knows, 3 days on the take. Oh, at the main entrance of the school, a group of melon-eating students were pointing their fingers, no matter male or female. Looking at Chen Yuan's eyes, all of them carried a color of contempt. Chen Yuan did not care about these people, because in these 3 years, he had gotten used to being thick-skinned. Nor did he know when he had no self-respect and was as humble as a dog. Ding! Strongest dog licking system, detecting the appearance of a suitable host. System binding in progress, binding complete. System. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. He had read quite a few novels, and many of the novel protagonists had systems on their side, and he hadn't expected that this kind of absurdity would happen to him. In the next second, a virtual interface popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Chen Yuan. Dog licking amount degree, 90. 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, personal wealth, 230 huaxia coins, strengthening points, 0. Dog licking amount degree? What is this? Does it refer to the money I can spend? Just as Chen Yuan was puzzled in his mind, a black card inexplicably appeared in his hand. This black card looked extraordinary. The host guessed correctly. Dog licking gold means the money that the host can spend. A system beep suddenly sounded in his head. The damn thing is $90 million billion? How much money is the richest man in the country? How much money does the richest man in the world have? Together, they were afraid that it was even less than 1/10,000th of this, right? Chen Yuan was confused, completely and utterly confused. Remind the host that the dog-licking gold is not the host's private property. It can only be used as a dog-licking action to spend. Whenever the host kneels down to lick a goddess, all consumption generated during the period will be borne by the system. But personal consumption is not within the scope of the system's responsibility. For example, buying a house. buying a car, eating alone, entertaining alone, anything that doesn't involve the licking action of the dog's consumption of everything, the system won't be responsible for it. Chen Yuan's entire being was bad when he heard this explanation from the system. He had originally thought that he would be able to immediately pretend to be a lickspittle and turn the tables against all odds. Who knew that he would still have to be a lickspittle? Empty of countless funds, he could only pay for others. He was still a pauper. A pauper with a fortune of $90 trillion. Tip: as long as the host succeeds in reversing his fortune and makes a goddess turn into the host's licking dog, and performs an identity conversion, all the licking dog gold spent by the host on that target will be converted into 0.1% of the reward to the host's private account, becoming the host's personal property. Hearing this, Chen Yuan counted on understanding. As long as you go crazy to lick goddesses, go crazy to buy them things, go crazy to spend money, spend $1 million and reverse will earn 100,000, spend 10 million and reverse will earn 1 million. Anyway, not afraid of you spending money, just afraid that you don't spend enough. As long as you continue to be a licking dog, you will soon realize financial freedom and walk to the peak of your life. In a short while, Chen Yuan followed the instructions of the system and tied the licking dog gold black card to his cell phone payment account. Coming to the school supermarket, Chen Yuan bought some snacks, plus a few bottles of canned beer. When he paid with the account bound to the black card, scanning the payment page, but how can not open? I say that whoever, can you hurry up? Paying for something is also dilly-dallying. Can't you see that there are still people lining up behind you? Behind Chen Yuan, a girl who was in line and dressed very beautifully and dazzlingly, somewhat impatiently urged, "Beauty, can you add a WeChat? Your account I settled." Chen Yuan didn't get angry, but instead said tentatively, of course. He wasn't testing whether this sultry girl would give him WeChat. Rather, he was testing whether being a lickspittle was really a way to use lickspittle gold. After all, with his usual character, he was really embarrassed to hit on a beautiful woman. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Operation Dog Licking is on. Name, Su Lele. Age, 21 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Face value, 9 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, -50 points. Binding dog licking relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reverse attack is successful. The identity is converted, and the other party will become the host's dog licking. Reward 10% of spending dog licking gold when the reversal is completed. Reward reinforcement points, 5 points. Reinforcement points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physique, spirit, strength, agility, etc. This is going to go against the grain. Chapter 002, I'm such a cheap bastard. Success against the odds could actually have so many benefits? Chen Yuan was stunned. For a moment, he looked at Su Lele as if he was looking at a huge piece of fat meat. Su Lele, favorability -1. Su Lele, good feeling -1. The favorability on Su Lele's head dropped another 2 points. It was originally -50, but now it had become -52. This kind of negative favorability was actually already a disgust, and the degree of disgust was not low. What are you looking at? A beggar? What big money are you pretending to be? Just you dare to look for me for WeChat? Also do not take a piss to look at their own what virtue? Su Lele despised a glance at Chen Yuan. Slippers, pants plus t-shirt, topped with a hen's nest head. Appearance is quite clean, but the body is thin, like a net-addicted teenager, which is a damn free image of a hangman. The whole body added up, afraid of $200 or less than. Who is she? Su Lele, Lake University College of Art ranked 3rd in the hospital flower. The pursuit of her boys can be lined up from the front door of the school to the back street. Among them, there is no lack of schoolboys who are both good in character and studies, as well as rich second generation. She didn't bother with this kind of poor beep. Beauty, don't be too busy to reject first. Adding a WeChat won't be any less of a piece of meat. As long as you agree, I'll cover your whole day's consumption today, Chen Yuan said with inexplicable confidence. He found that as long as there was money in the card, he really didn't panic at all, and his waist was a little straighter. Ha, isn't this the licking dog that was downstairs in the girls' dormitory all day, delivering breakfast to Lin Shudong? He actually dared to ask Su Lele for WeChat? ********. This kid couldn't have been hit by something, right? He actually dared to say that he'd pack Su Lele's consumption for a day. He's afraid that he doesn't know how horrible girls are when it comes to spending money. And to find who want a WeChat not good. Actually found on Su Lele. This is our school famous gold digging girl. Su Lele is not only a gold digger. She also often wanders between all kinds of rich second generation, countless spare tires. The means of playing with feelings can be more than a level higher than Lin Shudong. This licking dog even Lin Shudong cannot get rid of. Meet Su Lele. I am afraid that they will be eaten without bones left. A few students seemed to recognize Chen Yuan and Su Lele, and they were all talking at once. Are you sure? Su Lele asked with a cold smile. I'm sure, Chen Yuan replied in a bland tone. Well then, today I want to treat all the students present to snacks and drinks, so you'll settle the bill for me. Chen Yuan didn't make a sound. He just picked up his cell phone and started scanning the code. Alipay arrival $50,000. Everyone, feel free to eat and drink whatever you want. Classmate Su Lele is treating us today. Don't be polite, haha. The moment the electronic voice of $50,000 arriving at the cashier rang out, the entire room was dumbfounded. It seemed that no one had expected that Chen Yuan would actually really take out a huge sum of $50,000 to treat everyone to whatever they wanted to eat and drink because of Su Lele's words. Of course, if the person who took out this money was a rich second generation, perhaps everyone wouldn't be too shocked. But the key was Chen Yuan, Huda University's notorious lickspittle. A licking dog spends $50,000 to pretend to be a pussy, just to ask Su Lele a WeChat. This Nima is not a brain disease? The key is that even if you pretend to be a pussy, people probably won't have a good feeling about you. The grade of this force is really a bit low. At this time, Su Lele was also a bit surprised. In front of her, this guy with a chicken nest head, how do you look at it? It doesn't look like he can come up with $50,000 but the way he didn't care. It seemed like $50,000 was really nothing to him. Now, can I add your WeChat? What's the rush? Today's activities have just begun. Follow me. 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan, Su Lele and the two of them arrived at the Cheetah Commercial Plaza. Let's go. I've recently taken a fancy to a model Gucci bag. I don't think you'd mind sending me one, Su Lele asked with a smile. Don't mind, Chen Yuan replied with the same smile. With such a good opportunity to swipe money, how could he possibly turn it down? Having just walked into the Gucci boutique, Chen Yuan did not expect to run into an acquaintance. Brother Jun Kai, do you think this bag looks good on my back? Lin Shudong was carrying a new Gucci bag and looked back and forth in the mirror a dozen times. Good looking is good looking. But Shu Tong, recently my dad has imposed economic sanctions on me, thinking that I'm used to spending money lavishly, only giving me less than $100,000 a month for living expenses. My life is quite strained. Why don't we go shopping elsewhere first? Don't worry, I'll definitely buy it for you next time, Huang Jun Kai casually promised. Although he said with conviction in his mouth, he had no intention of buying it in his heart. He wasn't one of those beggars who saved his own money and spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy designer bags and fruit cell phones for girls, with this money to package themselves. Does not smell good? Rich second generation people set up. Girls pour to you to spend money they are willing, but people really like it. Shu Tong, I really don't want my girlfriend to be a person who looks at material things. I hope she likes me as a person itself, not some other things. Do you understand what I mean? Huang Jun Kai suddenly sank his face and said in a grave tone, Alright, I just don't want it. I'm not the kind of woman who looks at material things. Lin Shudong looked at Huang Jun Kai with a pleasing face, somewhat reluctantly removing the bag. She had just finished saying these words. The duo, Su Lele and Chen Yuan, walked into the Gucci boutique one after another. Four eyes met. Lin Shudong froze for a moment. Chen Yuan, why are you following me? I haven't even seen someone as deadbeat as you. I've said I don't like you. You really make me feel sick like this. Lin Shutong's words fell. Chen Yuan instantly burned with anger. Mud people still have 3 points of fire. You Lin Shudong is not a little too much? 3 years of dedication. I held you on the tip of my heart, and yet you treat me like a dog. Just because I like you, you can trample on my dignity? Thinking back to the past, all kinds of everything, he really felt very unworthy. I didn't follow you. I accompanied Su Lele to buy a bag. Since we're separated, I don't need you to interfere with what I do. Chen Yuan replied with a hardened tone. From this moment onwards, he no longer wanted to have anything to do with Lin Shudong. But just at this moment, a system beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! Operation Lickdog is on. Name, Lin Shudong. Age, 21 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 7, 8 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, -10 points. Bind the second licking dog relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reverse attack is successful. The identity is converted, and the other party will become the host's licking dog. Reward 10% spending dog licking gold for the completion of the reversal. Reward reinforcement points, 20 points. Reinforcement points can reinforce the host's physical attributes, including physique, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Chen Yuan completely did not expect that meeting Lin Shudong again would actually rebind the dog-licking relationship. Could it be that deep in my heart, I still wish to be able to buck Lin Shudong? I'm such a cheap bastard. However, The reinforcement points rewarded for bucking Lin Shudong were actually as high as 20 points, 4 times higher than Su Lele. This was enough to show Lin Shutong's unusual status in Chen Yuan's heart. Chapter 003, Your boyfriend is too generous. But seeing the minus 10 points of favorability on Lin Shutong's head, Chen Yuan felt his heart go cold. A person has liked you for 3 years, even if it's a stranger, you carry a few points of goodwill, right? However, Lin Shudong had no favoritism towards him at all, and even loathed him. In these 3 years, she really treated Chen Yuan as a long-term meal ticket, and never had a single bit of liking. Chen Yuan, I've already chosen the bag. Go check out. Right at this moment, Su Lele, who had already chosen her bag, walked over. Justifiably, she went to let Chen Yuan settle the bill. As a senior licking dog, when a beautiful woman asked you to go to the checkout, there should never be any hesitation. At this point, Chen Yuan was quite qualified. Okay. Chen Yuan took out his black card and walked to the counter. Sir, your girlfriend really has a good eye. She's looking at this season's newest model, but it's priced at 32,800 renminbi. No problem. Swipe your card. When the card was swiped successfully, Lin Shudong was filled with question marks. The bag that favored this one was the one she had just looked at. Huang Junkai, a rich second-generation man, hadn't even bothered to buy it for her. But Chen Yuan, this licking dog, had actually bought it without blinking an eye. What's the situation? When did this kid become so rich? At this time, Chen Yuan saw that Su Lele and Lin Shutong's favorability on top of their heads actually started to rise at the same time. Su Lele, favorability plus 20. Su Lele, favorability plus 20. Su Lele, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 5. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 5. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 5. Just by buying a bag, Su Lele's favorability on top of her head unexpectedly rose from the original negative 52, directly to 8 points of favorability. 8 points of favorability. Representing Su Lele for Chen Yuan is no longer hate, and even a little bit of favorability, but also cannot talk about how much like. Lin Shudong had also risen from the original negative 10 points of favorability to 5 points. This was all the magical effect brought about by the banknote ability. Let's go. Let's see what else you want to buy. I'll buy you anything you want today. Chen Yuan collected the black card in a flat tone. That appearance looked surprisingly handsome, even wearing slippers and pants with a t-shirt, topped with a chicken nest head. At this time there are a few points of unusual temperament. Carrying the latest Gucci bag, Su Lele's mood is a little excited, especially when she saw a woman who also liked this bag. She didn't buy it, and she bought it herself. It was even more jumpy. Su Lele, good feeling plus 10. Hubby, you're so nice. Ghostly, Su Lele unexpectedly took Chen Yuan's arm and said, Hubby, you're so nice. This woman was very smart. She clearly saw the unusual relationship between Chen Yuan and Lin Shudong, and by taking Chen Yuan's arm at this moment and saying intimate words, she had given Chen Yuan a great deal of face. As the saying goes, taking someone's hand is soft, eating someone's mouth is soft. Since he had received a gift from someone, he naturally couldn't drop the ball for them. Looking at the shy Su Lele, Lin Shudong was inexplicably a little jealous in her heart. In her impression, Chen Yuan had always been her licking dog, who came when she was happy and waved away when she was unhappy. No matter how this man treated himself, he would always stay by her side and be a loyal licking dog. But now, this licking dog actually stopped licking himself and went to lick someone else. This felt like one's own personal item, being snatched away by someone else. This thing I cannot like, but by other women snatched away. My heart is not happy, especially or a face value figure is not inferior to her woman. The heart becomes even more unbalanced. Brother Jun Kai, look, Shudong, I still have some things to do tonight. Let's not go shopping first. But, there's nothing but, be obedient. Huang Junkai pulled Lin Shudong out of the Gucci boutique. On the surface, Huang Junkai drove a luxury car, wore Versace casual clothes, and moved his family to give him more than $100,000 of living expenses every month. But in fact, this was all just his own packaging. His luxury car is rented. A line is also frugal to come up with. He never spend money on girls, although the family environment is not bad, but also definitely not rich. At most a well-off. He daily in the circle of friends sends some luxury car handsome photo. In fact, nothing to pay. But this is the way. Hard to let him catch a lot of high scores girl. It can only be said that in today's society, deep love always fails to stay. Only a setup wins the hearts of the people. Xiaoli's sister. Recently I am more and more unable to understand. You say that those who wear a human-like rich second generation, a time to buy gifts for their girlfriends, always a variety of excuses. A variety of excuses. But in favor of those who wear the ground floor goods of the boys, tens of thousands of dollars to brush up. Really do not blink. Is it that this year, the real rich people like to pretend to be poor? So the store manager has taught you, usually do not wear tinted glasses to see people. This people sometimes lack of what they like to pretend what. No money like to pretend to have money. Rich like to pretend to have no money. We treat the same can. Looks like I have to be careful when looking for a boyfriend in the future. I mustn't be cheated by those fake rich second generation. Several female sales clerks were talking. Su Lele also gave Chen Yuan a somewhat puzzled look. Could it be that this guy used to be pretending, and his real identity was actually a rich second generation? There was also this guy who invited all the students to eat and drink at the school supermarket, bought Gucci bags, and swiped his card with a calmness and composure that really didn't look like he was pretending. If this didn't have a certain amount of substance, he would definitely be a bit nervous about spending such a large amount of money, but Chen Yuan really didn't. A wealthy family, definitely a wealthy family. When this thought came up, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan suddenly rose. Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He hadn't done anything yet, but just walked out of the Gucci store with Su Lele, and the favorability on the other parties had actually increased by another 30 points. Now Su Lele's favorability has risen to 48 points. 48 points of favorability, which represents Su Lele has some like him. Could it be that bags can cure all diseases? As long as you buy a woman a designer bag, she will like you. This is too amazing, right? At this rate, it is estimated that within a few days, Su Lele's favorability towards him will rise to 95 points, but the money spent today is too little, less than $100,000 in total. No, he had to spend more money to make it work, or else the bonus would be too small when the reverse rebate came around. Not long after, Chen Yuan pulled Su Lele to the Chanel clothing store. He picked out 2 pieces of clothing on the rack, just these 2. Su Lele frowned as she looked at the clothes in Chen Yuan's hands. But, I don't really like either of these 2. They feel a bit old-fashioned. What I'm saying is that I don't want these 2 pieces. The rest are all wrapped up. This gentleman, are you telling the truth? Do you see me looking like I'm joking? Brush card. Miss, your boyfriend is also too generous. The waitress respectfully received the black card with a face of envy and jealousy. Chanel's clothing, a casual piece of clothing inside, was tens of thousands of dollars. And although there weren't many clothes inside the store, if they were all wrapped up, it would have to be at least a few $1,000,000. This is not a general generosity. Chapter 004, Humble without a trace of dignity. It's not good. I can't wear so many clothes. Why don't we just pick 2? Su Lele said with some excitement and some hesitation. How can this be? Since I said it's all-inclusive, it has to be all-inclusive. Chen Yuan was now in a dominant position. Then his tone of saying one thing, surprisingly made Su Lele somewhat inexplicably touched. He felt that this boy with a chicken nest head, surprisingly also had a domineering air, gradually overlapping with the image of Prince Charming in her mind. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, good sense plus 5. But so many clothes, I can't put them in the house I rented outside the school. It doesn't matter if you can't fit. Why don't I buy you a room? When these words came out, Su Lele was really completely confused. Is buying a house something that can be said casually? Although the price of housing in Seoul is not as good as the magic city of Yinjing, it is definitely not low. The city center's housing prices are generally more than 30,000 per square meter. The school district housing, some of the prices in the commercial street, and even soared to more than 50,000. Even in remote places, it is still 20,000 per square meter. A house of more than 100 square meters, 2 or 3 million is normal. 5 or 6 million is not outrageous. Su Lele did worship gold, and she never hid the fact that she worshipped gold. But Chen Yuan's approach really shocked her. Su Lele, favorability minus 5. The favorability, which had already risen to 63 points, actually decreased by another 5 points. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the matter of buying a house should have scared Su Lele. Sometimes inexplicably being too nice to someone, especially when that person wasn't particularly familiar, could really backfire. It seems that the matter of swiping money can't be too hasty. It's better to take a step-by-step approach. Or, don't need it. The things you bought me today are already enough. In fact, I didn't mean to spend so much of your money. I just want to straighten you out. I want to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a bad mood today, and I didn't mean to squeeze you when I was at the school supermarket. I understand. Everyone is in a bad mood sometimes, but I'm happy now. And also, I'll just pick a few pieces of clothes. There's really no need to buy so many. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded. Waiter, do you have membership cards here? Yes, sir. Alright, give me a membership card. I want to charge $1 million. In the future, when this young lady comes to your store, just recommend the latest models directly to her. Okay, sir. The female clerk originally thought that this big business was gone. Who knew that there would be another village in the darkness? Several female sales clerks looked at Chen Yuan with a hint of a different expression. The way this boy swiped his card was really handsome. Although he didn't dress up much, dressed casually, and didn't even wash his head, there was really a different temperament on his body, which ordinary people don't have. Indeed, if he changes his clothes, gets a haircut and shaves his beard, he's definitely a male god level. Looking at the temperament on his body, he should come from an unusual family, without the overbearingness of some thugs. Instead, he has the connotation of a son of a worldly family. Why don't I have such a good boyfriend? Some of the melon-eating girls coming and going in the store were all casting jealous gazes towards Su Lele at this moment. Chen Yuan listened to these people's arguments. He was quite speechless. How the hell did I not know that I have this kind of temperament? And the connotation of a son of a worldly family? You guys can really lick. Card you take good. I see you still lack a watch. Downstairs is not a famous watch store? I see that the Patek Philippe is quite good. No, really no. You bought me so many things. I don't know how to thank you. Then why don't you give your body in return? Hate it, you bad egg. Su Lele, favorability +5. Su Lele, favorability +5. Holy, this kind of blatant molestation can actually increase favorability? Chen Yuan was almost shocked. It seemed that honest people were not single without reason. For Su Lele, he wasn't afraid of a man having thoughts about her. He was afraid that you didn't have thoughts about her. Casually receiving a gift worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from someone, if you don't give anything, is going to make people feel uneasy. Chen Yuan made this request in a joking tone, which on the contrary would make Su Lele would feel much more at ease. Of course, she wouldn't let Chen Yuan get it so quickly. The tactic of wanting to capture the enemy. She had long since played it to perfection. However, the problem was that Chen Yuan really hadn't had any thoughts in that regard, and he was just casually getting high. For him, it was simply impossible to coax a girl into bed within a few days, especially if the girl was pretty. However, what Chen Yuan didn't know was that such a girl was far more proactive in front of a true tycoon than he had imagined. Brother Yuan, you keep buying things for me. Why don't you buy anything yourself? No money. Chen Yuan spread his hands and told the truth. He was truly broke. He couldn't spend a single cent of the dog-licking gold on himself. Brother Yuan, you can really joke around. Next, the two of them went to the men's clothing store, and Su Lele actually took the initiative to spend money to buy 2 sets of men's clothing for Chen Yuan, plus a pair of shoes, and then went to the barber store downstairs, looking for Mr. Tony to design a hairstyle. This trip cost almost $2,000 to $3,000. Obviously, Su Lele's mindset had changed when she realized that Chen Yuan might be a magnate. She was a woman with high emotional intelligence, wanting to play a rich kaiju into the palm of her hand. It was also very necessary to pay a small investment when necessary. A lot of taking and no giving at all. This man will certainly not be able to continue to be passionate about you for a long time. The only way to catch a big fish is to put in a long line. If necessary, give the man to spend some money, send some small gifts, say some good words. It is enough to catch a man dead. Men are so shallow. Not to mention, Su Lele's approach really touched Chen Yuan's heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he had received a gift from a girl, although he had just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on Su Lele. But this several hundred thousand belonged to the dog-licking gold, not his own money, and it didn't hurt at all to spend it. And the $3,000 Su Lele spent on him was real money of his own. At this time, a figure flashed through Chen Yuan's mind once again. It was Lin Shudong. He remembered that when he first met Lin Shudong during his freshman year's military training, this girl's attitude towards him wasn't so bad. She even showed some good feelings. After the two added contact information, Lin Shudong returned messages quite quickly and acted very positively. Once Chen Yuan had a cold and fever, Lin Shudong actually took the initiative to buy him medicine. This sudden concern, so Chen Yuan instantly fell for it. He thought that love had come. After that sick incident, Chen Yuan began to launch a fervent pursuit of Lin Shudong. But no matter how Chen Yuan pursued, Lin Shudong just didn't agree or refuse. Whenever Chen Yuan was disheartened and wanted to give up, Lin Shudong again began to take the initiative to respond to him, showing that you are only a little bit short of chasing me. But chasing girls simply do not have a progress bar. You never know a little bit worse. In the end, how much worse? In this way, when Chen Yuan pay more and more, it has been unable to recover. 3 years of emotional commitment. Is it possible to put it down just by saying so? He was not touched by Lin Shudong in the end, but by himself. Just like this, Chen Yuan completely and utterly turned into a licking dog. Humble without an ounce of dignity. Chapter 005, Still have to keep licking. The feeling of Su Lele buying him clothes and shoes nowadays. How similar is it to the feeling of Lin Shudong buying him medicine back then? First give you a little bit of sweetness, then want to catch you, like flying a kite. If you take a step forward, I'll take a step back. If you take a step back, I'll take a step forward. After a long time, You will become my licking dog. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This familiar operation. This familiar routine. Too scary. I just want to brush some licking dog gold, but I don't really want to be your licking dog. Can you spare me? Chen Yuan was getting a haircut when he suddenly came to his senses. He decided that he would never casually invest in a relationship again. It was fine to spend money. It was fine to date. It was fine to buy things. And it was fine to engage in ambiguity. But it just wasn't possible to talk about feelings. It had to be said. Mr. Tony's haircutting skills were quite impressive. When Chen Yuan's chicken nest head changed into the most popular hipster hairstyle, a slippers pants plus body shirt, also changed into Su Lele carefully selected boutique clothing, the whole person's feeling suddenly different. Chen Yuan's looks were not ugly. He was just usually too lazy to clean up. His hardware conditions were actually quite good. Now after the change of clothes was completed, he was so handsome that he was not inferior to a certain tone of net red fresh meat. Su Lele almost looked dumbfounded. The contrast between before and after was just too great. It felt like it wasn't even the same person. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele, good feeling plus 5. Without realizing it, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan had risen to 83 points. A favorability of 83 points was already quite high. This kind of favorability was enough to make a girl take the initiative to chase after you. At this moment in Su Lele's heart, Chen Yuan was really a treasure boy. He was not great when he first met him, but the more he came into contact with him and the more he got to know him, the more he would realize that there were countless flashpoints in him. First of all, Chen Yuan is rich and low profile, university 3 years down, froze to pretend like an ordinary person. Secondly, Chen Yuan is very infatuation, very dedicated, like a girl, can silently pay for her for 3 years, as a rich second generation, actually can put down the stature, every morning to run to the girl's dormitory downstairs to send breakfast, which is also too gentle, too considerate. Finally, this guy is actually very handsome, with a little bit of organization. It was much more handsome than even that Huang Junkai, and much more durable. Thinking of Lin Shudong in the Gucci boutique before, obviously liked that bag, but her boyfriend just didn't buy it for her like that, and also all sorts of grandiose reasons. She suddenly felt that this girl wasn't blinded by her dog's eyes. Obviously the best have been obtained by her, but picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon. Why don't we go for a meal? Without realizing it, the time had already reached 9 p.m. Chen Yuan hadn't eaten yet. If he didn't eat with Su Lele, he wouldn't be able to use the dog-licking gold. The money in his own card only totaled just over $200. This was if he didn't take advantage of the dog-licking gold to eat a wave of meals. He would really have to eat dirt. Fine. Su Lele readily agreed. Out of the Chanda Plaza, the two of them arrived at an upscale restaurant. The meal was quite enjoyable. Su Lele didn't mind when Chen Yuan wolfed it down. It was handsome any way you looked at it anyway. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yuan and Su Lele ended today's date. The two exchanged contact information with each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did you go today, old four? And got such a handsome outfit? Roommate Joe Haekwon squeezed his eyebrows and asked. Went on a date. A date with who? Lin Shudong? I think old for you really enough. Lin Shudong obviously take you as a tool person. Long-term meal ticket. Why do you want to die to her? She has something to find you. Nothing to chat with other men flirtation. You and this woman segment is not at all a level. Or let go before it's too late. It's not Lin Shudong. The one I'm dating today is Su Lele. Who? Su Lele? Don't brag about it. One of the 3 major flowers of the art academy. She's got a high heart. She can date you? Old four? You recently more and more floating. I think you still don't hang on a tree. Chasing girls do not necessarily have to find beautiful. Find a similar on the line. The main thing is that you deserve to be on the line. Dormitory boss Chao Zhanyan bitterly admonished. Ding. At this time, Chen Yuan's cell phone rang. He thought it was a message from Su Lele. Opening it, he didn't expect it to be from Lin Shudong. Chen Yuan, are you asleep? I didn't mean to say that kind of thing to you today. Don't be angry, okay? I just don't want Jun Kai to misunderstand. That's why I purposely said some harsh words. In fact, I'm having a hard time too. Can you forgive me? Again? Seeing this message, Chen Yuan was almost so angry that he dropped his cell phone. It was this kind of hot and cold attitude that had reduced Chen Yuan to a licking dog all these years. If it was in the past, Chen Yuan would definitely continue to be angry. Lin Shudong would continue to coax, and it wouldn't take 2 days for Chen Yuan to be coaxed into a daze and continue to be a licking dog. He had always been held to death by the other party, but now, still had to continue licking. There was no way. The system had already bound the licking dog relationship. It was impossible not to lick. It's okay, I forgive you. As long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything. Editing the message, Chen Yuan casually sent it. Goddess Dormitory 503. Seeing the message Chen Yuan sent over, Lin Shudong froze for a moment. In fact, what she did today, she herself felt was a bit excessive, and originally thought that this time, it would take at least a few days before Chen Yuan would be able to let his anger subside. Who knew that the other party had directly forgiven him? Could it be gas? Of course, she didn't even care if Chen Yuan was angry or not. She just wanted to know where Chen Yuan got that money from. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I also have my difficulties. My mother is sick and hospitalized. She needs $50,000 for medical expenses. I had no choice but to beg Huang Junkai. If I didn't treat you like that in front of him, he wouldn't have lent me the money. I'm really sorry. Ding dong, Chen Yuan, transfer 50,000 renminbi. Click to confirm receipt. Seeing this transfer message, Lin Shudong was confused. In fact, she hadn't thought of actually trying to cheat Chen Yuan out of $50,000. She just subconsciously told a lie to fulfill another lie. But who knew that Chen Yuan had directly transferred the money without saying a word? This was $50,000, not $50. Then she thought that Huang Junkai, whom she loved with all her heart, didn't even bother to buy her a bag. Chapter 006 Lin Shutong's Inner Shakeup. Chen Yuan, where did you get so much money? Lin Shudong hurriedly sent a message and asked. Oh, my house was demolished and I lost a dozen sweets. Chen Yuan casually found an excuse. So that's how it is. But even if it was demolished, you can't spend it lavishly. Shudong, for you, I'm willing to do anything. Chen Yuan forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and sent out a dog-licking message. Today's Lin Shudong was really a complete green tea in his opinion. If you don't like it, why tease others? Until someone else makes up their mind to pursue you, you start making all kinds of excuses again. Do you simply enjoy the feeling of being pursued? You're a big man. Chen Yuan, don't be like this. I'm really embarrassed. This time, Chen Yuan didn't bother replying to Lin Shutong's message. Instead, he turned his head and chatted with Su Lele. Beauty Lele, how about treating you to dinner tomorrow? Tomorrow I have an appointment with my bestie to get my nails done, eh? Forget it then. Sorry. As a girl whose favorability towards Chen Yuan was as high as 84 points, she was actually willing to go out on a date with Chen Yuan in her heart. But as a girl, it was necessary to be reserved sometimes. Otherwise, men were too easy to get and would always not cherish them too much. Moreover, the time she and Chen Yuan had known each other was really too short, and she didn't want to push the relationship forward too quickly. Of course, Chen Yuan wasn't really impatient for a date. He just wanted to take the opportunity to spend licking dog gold and have a few big meals. Since you're not willing to do it, then wouldn't it be fine for me to lick someone else? Anyway, who to lick is not licking, as long as the dog licking gold flower goes out. That said, Chen Yuan did not reply to Lin Shutong's message. Lin Shudong was holding her cell phone and was fuming. She was thinking about the $50,000 transfer that Chen Yuan sent her. Should she collect it or not? In fact, her mother was not sick at all. This $50,000 would essentially be a fraud if she collected it. To say that usually receives some small favors also, even if the amount of $50,000 really take it, will not be able to explain. And she just today and Chen Yuan proposed to break up. If she really received, will not appear to eat too ugly. At this time, Lin Shutong's best friend, Sun Rui, came over. Shudong, who's so generous, actually sent you a $50,000 transfer red envelope. Is it Huang Junkai? It's not Huang Junkai, it's Chen Yuan. Little Rui, what do you think I should do? Lin Shudong glanced at Sun Rui, looking very troubled. Chen Yuan, does this hangman have so much money? Actually able to transfer $50,000 to you? Sun Rui said with some surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Today I proposed to break up with him. Then when I went shopping with Junkai, I happened to meet him again. At that time he was with that art college's Su Lele. Somehow I had some bad feelings in my heart, and it was a bag that I was interested in that Junkai didn't buy it for me. Instead it was Chen Yuan that bought it for Su Lele. At that time, I was almost pissed off. Lin Shudong complained. Listening to you, it seems like you're still a bit reluctant to let go of this Chen Yuan. But can he be compared to Huang Junkai? Whether it's looks and family history, there's no comparison. Right, and your first time was given to Huang Junkai, but I feel that Junkai is a little dishonest. His cell phone never gave me to see, and also did not buy me any gifts. Is more romantic, very good at coaxing me to be happy. The last time I want to look at his cell phone, he was angry, actually want to break up with me. I cannot afford to agree to Chen Yuan's confession, but through this series of events, I found that Chen Yuan is still better for me, and Chen Yuan's family has been demolished and relocated, and has been divided into a dozen suites. Demolished and relocated. I said, I didn't realize that this Chen Yuan is actually a potential stock. Sun Rui began to feel a bit envious and jealous. She thought that her face value and figure were only a little bit lower than Lin Shutong's. But why couldn't she meet such a good thing? Especially Chen Yuan, who was infatuated enough, dedicated enough, and had more than a dozen sets of real estate. How do you look at it? It's more reliable than Huang Junkai. Shu Tong, I suggest that you It's better not to be too busy to make a decision first. Continue to observe. Since Chen Yuan has transferred money to you, you should receive it first. If he looks for you to ask for it, the big deal is to return it to him. But I suggest that you don't treat him like you did in the past. At least leave a way out. As for Huang Junkai, I think that you're too obedient in front of him, and it will be easy to lose out. I know. Lin Shudong nodded. At this time, Lin Shudong sent a message to Huang Junkai. Brother Junkai, my mother is sick and hospitalized. Can you lend me some money? Sick and hospitalized. Is it serious? You should have told me earlier. Junkai, I know you're the best to me. I have $500 here. I don't know if it's enough. Not enough, I'll go borrow some more. Like this. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to the hospital to see your mother. By the way, buy some nutrients. Huang Junkai's surface reveals concern, but when analyzed in detail, it was obvious that he was doubting her. Lin Shutong's heart was suddenly very cold. $500. I'm only worth $500 in your eyes? She had never let Chen Yuan touch her body, and even then, with a casual word from her, Chen Yuan had transferred $50,000 to her, never hesitating for a second. But she had given Huang Junkai everything, even aborted for him, and the other party dismissed her with a sentence of $500, and even wondered if she was lying. Although she did lie, the purpose was also just a test, but this was not the answer she wanted. The most outrageous thing was that after Huang Junkai sent this message, he didn't even transfer $500 to her. It was just lip service. For the first time, Lin Shudong felt, was she really wrong? The words were split into two. Boys' Dormitory 205. Chen Yuan took a shower. He lay on his bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so he simply opened the Shark Live app, casually clicked on a few female anchors in the face value area. I also don't know if I can spend dog-licking gold when I give a reward to a female anchor. Holding the idea of giving it a try, Chen Yuan began to click on recharge. Unexpectedly, the recharge was successful. Now Chen Yuan was excited. It was too difficult to spend money in reality. Licking a beautiful woman and accompanying her to go shopping was exhausting, but licking a female anchor on the internet, that was different. Spending tens of millions of dollars a night, that's nothing. It's very efficient. And it's also possible to change different beauty anchor women to brush gifts and be a licking dog. One could cast a wide net and focus on catching. Ding! System tip. Only if the host chooses a girl with a face value of more than 6 points or more, meeting the minimum standard of a goddess, and can get a bonus rebate after the reversal. The female anchor has a beauty bodyguard, and the network face value is seriously inconsistent with the real face value, and needs to be determined by the host himself. Alright, Chen Yuan casually browsed through a dozen or so female hosts, and he found that at least a third of them had a face value that was over the top. Of course, this was after turning on the beauty filter. There were even several female anchors whose face value exceeded 8 points, and there was also one that scored 9 points. Only what the other party actually looked like in reality, Chen Yuan did not know. For example, one of the bigger dancing anchors, Mi, had millions of fans, and after turning on the beauty filter, her face value should be between 8, 5 and 9 points. I've heard that she's also done vegan live broadcasts. It is estimated that the looks in reality is also over the top. The point is that she has a great body, and almost called Shark's #1 dancer, has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. This kind of highly popular big anchor, licking up is definitely right. Chapter 007, Shocked, wildly brushing 5,000 rounds of superfire. Only the only drawback was that it was hard to get a date in reality. It was even harder to want to turn it back. After all, people are also rich people who earn millions of dollars a month. There are a whole lot of tycoons who like her, and if you simply want to use money, you won't necessarily be able to smash out more than 95 favorability. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Who cares? Just brush it and be done with it. As for whether or not it can be reversed, let's talk about it later. Mimi Air, can you be my girlfriend? I want to second your list one. Chen Yuan casually sent out a pop-up, then started charging. Ha 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 ha. A level 3 trumpet comes to make its presence felt. If you can really second list one, I'll eat live. A 56th level Duke House manager mocked with reckless abandon. I remember Xiaomi Air's total list one. A total of more than 9 million brushes, right? Her weekly list of one has brushed more than 20,000. Brother day. Not to mention the total list. You can second weekly list I'm upside down diarrhea. Mr. Dragon, you're cheating again. The price of has gone up. I'm cracking. At the moment when the pop-up screen was floating, suddenly, a golden rocket shot up into the sky. The entire live broadcast room was covered by dazzling special effects. Wow! Thank you brother, Lonely as Cigarette, for the super rocket. Did you think this was the end? This was only the beginning of the blow-up. With the first super rocket shot out, it was followed by the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. In just a few moments, Chen Yuan had sent out a full 100 rounds. Even if Mimir was a million popularity anchor, she rarely encountered such a situation. Unless it was a platform anchor playing a match during which the guild bigwigs brushed a large amount of gifts for you. It was rare for someone to be so generous with their money on a normal live broadcast, but the money brushed by the guild is to be returned in full. The real tycoon, not so much. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is really God's rich. Mr. Long, hit the face. Told you to look down on the third level trumpets? Still don't hurry to call your father. Mr. Dragon, don't forget to call me when you eat. I'm talking about the overall list, not the weekly list. It's still early to eat. The Duke Room manager with the ID name of Chief Dragon 001 seems to be a bit unconvinced. 100 Ultra Flames worth $200,000 was actually nothing to a truly rich person. He could afford to drive a Duke, and taking out 200,000 wasn't a big problem for him. It was just that he rarely swiped so many at once. But was 100 super rockets the limit for Chen Yuan? Joke. This was merely an appetizer. Since he wanted to pretend to be a pussy, he definitely had to pretend to be a big one. Next, the entire Shark Live platform. On the public screens of all the anchors' live rooms, there was an endless rain of rockets. This floating is damn whole half an hour. The super rocket rain never stopped. Loneliness a cigarette. Send anchor Millet Child super rocket heavy multiplication x 4987. Lonely a cigarette. To anchor Millet Child super rocket heavy multiplication x 4988. Lonely a cigarette. To anchor Millet Children super rocket heavy multiplication x 4989. Asterisk 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 ah. This ing how many hair superfire. Half an hour has not stopped. A British Union League anchor. The game is not playing. Ran to Millet Children's live room to spectate. Terror like this. Millet Children's live room heat. Break through 2 billion. Goddamn 2 billion. Heat are fake. And not real people. Awesome ah. Too damn awesome. Smoke total from the third level trumpet. Half an hour brush to 120 full level. But also seconds the total list of 1 inch. At this time, as the live broadcast anchor Millet Child has been completely and utterly confused. To say that she live broadcast for 2 years, has seen a lot of Tycoon, but she had never seen such a trenchless big brother. Nima did not say anything. Directly sent 5,000 super rockets. Instantaneous seconds total ranking first. This is also too exaggerated. The key was that she didn't recognize this person at all. Nowadays, in her top 10 list, the top 3 are all swiped for her by the guild. In fact, she couldn't get a penny of this money. But this big brother, whose ID was Lonely Smoke, was a complete stranger. 5,000 super rockets. That's $10 million. Split in half with the platform. Can also net $5 million. A day income of $5 million. It is outrageous. Thank you for the 5,000 super rockets sent by Brother Lonely. Lonely brother, what dance do you want to see? Lonely brother, are you there? Do you want to add a WeChat? I'll chat with you privately in the background later. Little Mir asked several times. No one responded at all. Chen Yuan had already fallen asleep. Today's shopping is really tired of a batch. And then send rockets to send a sore hand. Damn, point more than half an hour of the screen. Hands are almost broken. So much so that Millet sent him a private message in the background and he didn't even notice. Chen Yuan was asleep, but all the anchors on the Shark Live platform had collectively exploded. The ID, Lonely a Cigarette, became instantly famous in the hearts of almost all the anchors, especially those female anchors. Remembering those Tycoon ID accounts was almost a required course of study. Countless live broadcast audiences also memorized this name in the first time. The main reason was that this mysterious tycoon had given too much of an impression. It almost caused a sensational effect. A word of 5,000 hairs of super fire start, saying a second to rank 1. It was a second to rank 1. The point was, this wasn't during a match, indicating that this god Trench, most likely a passerby, wasn't a guild fake god Trench, was a real big brother. This Nima would be terrifying. For a while, in addition to me near sending private messages to Chen Yuan, there were many other female anchors that quietly sent private messages to Chen Yuan as well. In addition to some advertisements, roadies who were begging for packages and the like, also approached Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's ID account somehow gained tens of thousands of fans. There were some bloggers that felt that this was a hot topic, so they wrote a microblogging article and also sent screenshots of rocket rain photos. The article was titled Shocking. Shark Live broadcast shocked the most atmospheric god Trench in history. Half an hour wildly brush 5,000 super rockets. The female anchor live room heat soared to 2 billion. After this piece of microblogging was sent out, accidentally, it went on the hot search. Night. Electricity flashed and thunder roared. Thunderstorms fell. Early the next morning, the air was exceptionally fresh. Chen Yuan also didn't log into his live broadcast account. He picked up his books and was ready to go to the elective open class. In fact, the open class can be taken or not. If it was any other open class, there would definitely be a lot of people who would skip the class. But today, Monday, some different. The first beauty of the College of Arts and Letters of the University of Hubei is also the second-ranked school flower Zhao Yuqi. Every Monday, will normally go to the open class, so there were fewer people skipping classes, especially those boys. Normally at this time, all of them were lazy, even too lazy to get up, but today at this time, all of them get up half an hour earlier, and can get as handsome as they can. This is not 205 dormitory 3 guys, the oldest Chao Zhanyan, the oldest 2 Zhou Haiquan, the oldest 3 Xiong Tao, early in the morning actually washed their hair with cold water. Damn, this is rushing to go to the blind date. Hurry up. Fourth, we can see the goddess Zhao Yuqi again today, Zhou Haiquan urged. Yeah, there's only one chance a week to see her. Damn, every time I see her I'm so nervous I can't even speak. Xiong Tao was a little excited as he organized his hair and put hairspray on it. No way. Oldest 3, you guys are still too young, completely unable to do a Taishan collapse in front of you without changing your face. The oldest, Chao Zhanyan, was calm on the surface, but actually panicked on the inside. Chapter 8, An Awkward Batch. Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan naturally recognized her. There were only a handful of people who didn't recognize Zhao Yuqi in the entire College of Literature of Lake University. This was a woman whose excellence was a bit too much. She was not only the vice president of the student council, but also the president of the dance club. She had been the host of several cultural performances. She sang beautifully, and she had also received a grade 10 piano certificate. However, this is not the point. The point is, she is very good looking. In the minds of many boys, she was a girl who was even more beautiful than the popular star Gulina. Before meeting Zhao Yuqi, you may not know what it means to fall in love at first sight, but after meeting her in person, you really can't fool yourself. Not only that, Zhao Yuqi's family history seems to be very unusual, but because of this, there are not many guys in the school who dare to pursue Zhao Yuqi, because you yourself will feel that you don't deserve each other. The aura on Zhao Yuqi was too dazzling. Actually, Chen Yuan was self-aware. When he was chasing after Lin Shudong before, he felt that he was a bit too high up on the ladder. Zhao Yuqi was an existence that he didn't even dare to climb up to. But now, it doesn't seem to matter if he takes a licking. It wasn't like he was spending his own money anyway. Around 8 in the morning, Chen Yuan arrived at the open classroom. Today, Chen Yuan wore the clothes that Su Lele bought for him yesterday. His hairstyle wasn't too messy either. It had to be said that Su Lele's vision was really good, and the clothes she picked out for Chen Yuan were able to perfectly bring out Chen Yuan's temperament. It appeared crisp and clean. Ha, who is this boy? He looks quite handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? I don't recognize it, but it looks a bit familiar. Chen Yuan, my god, he's really Chen Yuan. How come I didn't realize he was so handsome before? Actually, Chen Yuan wasn't ugly in the first place. It's just that his hairstyle was too low before. He didn't dress well, and he ran downstairs to the girls' dormitory every day to kneel and lick Lin Shudong, giving people the impression that he's very hang-doggy. I didn't think that Lin Shudong would change so much after she dumped him. It seems like breakups make people grow. A few girls gathered together and talked, occasionally dropping their gazes on Chen Yuan's seat. At this time, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui walked into the classroom together hand in hand. These two girls were dressed fashionably and youthfully. Lin Shudong, in particular, wore a ponytail, white sneakers, and tight hip-hugging pants that emphasized her exquisite figure to the fullest. She looked youthful and beautiful. When she saw Chen Yuan's first glance, she froze for a full 2 seconds. It seemed like she couldn't believe that this unkempt guy, slightly cleaned up, also looked good. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Lin Shudong, good feeling plus 10. Chen Yuan was a bit speechless. The first time they met again, Lin Shudong's favorability towards him had increased by 30 points. His previous 3 full years of dedication had failed to make Lin Shudong look at him differently, but instead, he had become more and more disgusted. Now he just changed his outfit. He was slightly more handsome, and it increased his favorability by 30 points? Chen Yuan's mind exploded and he kind of wanted to curse. It was true that women were superficial creatures. A few seconds later, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui sat on the seats behind Chen Yuan. If it was in the past, Lin Shudong would definitely not be so close to him. Even during the period when they had established their relationship, Lin Shudong would try her best to keep a distance from Chen Yuan. But now, she actually took the initiative to sit behind him. At this time, a few of the surrounding boys began to talk. Did you guys watch Shark Live yesterday? Yesterday Millet Child's live room. Live heat breaks through 2 billion. There is a tycoon half an hour brush 5,000 hair superfire. Simply explosive. Yesterday did not watch the live broadcast, but this morning saw the microblogging hot search. Simply trenchless. 5,000 rounds of superfire. Isn't that $10 million? So much money can buy a villa. Right. Just like this to the female anchor brushed. Even a hair cannot get. I can only say that poverty limits my imagination. Hee. You think those tycoons are really one by one more money to burn panic? There is no benefit who give you brush so much money. Either PY transaction or guild to create momentum. What's so rare? Listening to the comments of the surrounding students, Chen Yuan froze for a moment. Wasn't the mysterious tycoon that you guys were discussing sitting right next to you? I didn't realize that brushing a rocket could be on the hot search. It seems like it wasn't brushing for nothing. This feeling of being talked about and worshipped was quite refreshing. It made him want to say loudly, I'm showing my cards. I'm the mysterious tycoon you guys are talking about. I'm lonely as cigarette. Ha. I don't know if there would be a suspicion of forced pretense if this was said. At this time, there were 2 more girls that walked in from the classroom door. These 2 girls, one of them was dressed very neutrally, with a short haircut similar to that of a boy, and was about 1.72 meters in height. The other girl, who was 1.68 meters tall, just at the moment she walked into the classroom, the more than 200 students inside the large classroom collectively quieted down, especially the boys. Each and every one of them had their eyes staring straight up. This girl was not only good looking, but also very temperamental. The difference from ordinary girls was very obvious. It was like a white swan had walked into a group of ugly ducklings. Every move attracted attention. Zhao Yuqi is really good looking. It feels like she didn't dress up much either. All beautiful and bubbly. She has good skin, a good body, a good face, and she's also very talented. Such a girl, not to mention the boys. The girls will all like it. But I've heard that Zhao Yuqi has already been bagged Omega. Last time I saw her get into a Rolls Royce with my own eyes. What do you care what kind of car someone got into? Don't talk nonsense about unfounded things. The boys' eyes were expectant. It seemed like they hoped Zhao Yuqi would sit in the seat next to them, even if they couldn't be at the same table. Being closer to the goddess was still good. Right at this expectant moment, a handsome and tall-looking boy suddenly stood up. He walked to Zhao Yuqi in diameter. Chairman Zhao, can I add your WeChat? Holy, Li Jianfeng, this chicken is too bold. Actually asking for someone's contact information in person. Damn, the face skin is still not thick enough. I knew I was on first. For a while, all the melon-eating students present were waiting for Zhao Yuqi's reaction. However, before Zhao Yuqi could speak, the short-haired neutral girl behind him quickly blocked in front of Li Jianfeng. What are you doing? It's like this. My name is Li Jianfeng. I want to apply to join the student council, and it just so happens that classmate Zhao Yuqi is the vice president of the student council, so I wanted to ask. Li Jianfeng explained, if you want to join the student union, go and fill out the application form yourself. Besides, the student union recruits new students every year. You haven't joined the student union for 3 years, and now you've caught the opportunity to find Yuki to ask for a WeChat. Do you actually want to join the student union? Or do you have some other purpose? The short-haired girl, nakedly demolished Jianfeng Li's excuse. For a while, the scene was very awkward. Li Jianfeng stammered, his handsome and sunny face suffocating in red. It was really an awkward batch. Chapter 009, where exactly did I lose? Fortunately I didn't make a move. Otherwise this would be too embarrassing. Xiong Tao had a gloating look on his face. This Wu Xiaofei is simply a devil. I knew that with her by Zhao Yuqi's side. None of the boys who want to hit on her will succeed. It seems that if you want to get close to Zhao Yuqi, you first have to get rid of this Wu Xiaofei. At this time, another crisp and clean boy stood up. Classmate Yuki, I actually want your WeChat too. The entire class was a bit shocked when Chen Yuan said this. They couldn't seem to believe that Chen Yuan actually dared to ask Zhao Yuqi for her contact information as well. This guts are too fat? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Didn't you see that even Jianfeng Li failed and was embarrassed? Do you want to join the student union too? Wu Xiaofei questioned with a look of contempt. No, I'm not interested in the student union. Chen Yuan shook his head. Then why do you want Yuqi's WeChat? Because I want to pick her up. Now even Wu Xiaofei was confused. She seemed to have completely not expected that Chen Yuan would be so direct and bold. This nigga doesn't follow the rules. Ding. Operation Dog Licking is on. Name, Zhao Yuqi. Age, 20 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 7 points. The girl's favorability to the host, 10 points. Binding number 3 dog licking relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, then the reversal is successful, the identity is converted, and the other party will become the host's dog licking. Reward 10% spending dog licking gold for the completion of the reversal. Reward reinforcement points, 25 points. Reinforcement points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physique, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Rewarded skill, master level piano playing. Chen Yuan had not expected this at all. Zhao Yuqi would actually have 10 points of favorability towards him, which was something he had not expected at all beforehand. It had to be said, Zhao Yuqi had seen quite a few boys who wanted to hit on her since she was a child. Among these boys, there were always people who would approach her with various excuses. For her sake, those who joined the student council, those who joined the dance club. In short, all sorts of reasons? All sorts of reasons. However, there were very few people who would be like Chen Yuan, who said bluntly that they wanted to pick her up. It was probably because she was too bright. The vast majority of the boys did not have much confidence in front of her, so naturally, they were not as casual and bold as they were in front of other girls. Why would Chen Yuan have such boldness? Because he doesn't care. Back when he was chasing Lin Shudong, he had already lost his face and dignity. He didn't care about love anymore. Now all the high-value beauties were just money swiping machines in his eyes. As long as you met the criteria for licking dog gold and swiping money, then you would lick it first. Yes, jaw-droppingly, Zhao Yuqi actually nodded her head in a generous manner. It seemed to look at Chen Yuan with a rather admiring look. Actually, adding a contact method was just a matter of adding a contact method. It wasn't a big deal. Zhao Yuqi just somewhat hated the fact that many boys deliberately found some grandiose excuses in order to get close to her. Could it be that if you wanted to chase her, you couldn't do it in a big way? Every girl likes to be chased. Zhao Yuqi is no exception. Only if you chase or not, it is another matter. After adding WeChat, Chen Yuan did not continue to shyly find each other to talk. His purpose for today had already been achieved. Shudong, what's going on with this guy Chen Yuan? He actually wanted to pick up Zhao Yuqi. When did this guy become so bold? Moreover, didn't he transfer $50,000 to you yesterday? Now he's actually looking for Zhao Yuqi for WeChat in front of you. What do you mean? Sun Rui shook Lin Shutong's arm and asked with a puzzled expression. I don't know what he means, but since we've already broken up, I can't care who he wants to chase. Lin Shutong's face was unsightly. It felt as if she had been greenmailed by Chen Yuan. It had only been a short day. Why had the other party changed so much? Before yesterday, this guy was still the most loyal licking dog by her side. But now, this guy actually dared to tease the school's second-ranked flower in front of her, and also succeeded in flirting with it. Did you do it on purpose to show me? Or do you really not care about me anymore? Lin Shudong was angry and furious. Her heart was a bit afflicted. She was suddenly a bit afraid of losing Chen Yuan, and the anxiety and uneasiness in her heart grew worse. If a man, she was able to eat to death, then that man was not attractive to her. From a psychological point of view, this man in front of her is a lower level of creatures. The relationship between the two is simply not equal. How to attract? Women generally say, hope that a man can be obedient to them, but the real obedience of men, they simply do not see. Therefore, an attractive man will never be controlled by women. Chen Yuan's indifferent attitude nowadays, it precisely makes him appear confident and generous, and is full of charm. As the saying goes, the upper limit determines the lower limit. He, Chen Yuan, even dared to pick up the school flower. So you, Lin Shudong, don't seem to be much of a big deal. Lin Shudong, favorability +5. Lin Shudong, favorability +5. Chen Yuan looked back at Lin Shudong. It was discovered that the favorability on top of her head had actually increased by another 10 points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. The reason why he had teased Zhao Yuqi in front of Lin Shudong was that deep down, he actually had a meaning of wanting to take his revenge. Since you, Lin Shudong, can flirt with other boys, why can't I? Chen Yuan, chase after the school beauty? Originally, he thought that this wave of operation would cause Lin Shudong to feel less favorable towards him. Who knew it wouldn't? Her favorability actually went up? What? Didn't you say you don't like philandering men? Didn't you say you hate scummy men? Didn't you say you want a man to be devoted to you? I did everything you said before, but what happened? You dumped me like a dog. Now that I flirted with the schoolgirl in front of you, not only did your feelings for me not go down, they went up? Are you a psychopath? Chen Yuan felt that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of this woman's thinking at all. It was true that licking dogs were bound to die. Old 4, I realized that you're completely different now. You dare to tease Zhao Yuqi too. Awesome. What old 4? Call me fourth brother. Fourth brother. Can you send me Zhao Yuqi's micro signal? Xiong Tao said with a flattering face. Not so good. You want it. Go ask for it yourself. Fourth brother, don't be like this. All are brothers. Have you forgotten that in the beginning? We had one pair of underpants for 2 people to wear. 2 pair of underpants for 4 people to wear. 4 pair of underpants for many people to wear? What kind of friendship did we have? We're friends to the death. Don't. I can't help you with this favor. Even if I give it to you, people won't necessarily add you. Asterisk. You're a guy who sees color and forgets his own righteousness. Without realizing it, the time of the 2 open classes passed. After class ended, Chen Yuan had just walked out of the classroom. Unexpectedly, Su Lei walked over head-on. Today, she was wearing a Chanel dress of the latest popular style, a head of elegant wavy hair, painted with exquisite makeup. Between her hands and feet, she showed off her feminine charm. Originally, after her date with Chen Yuan ended yesterday, she hadn't wanted to advance the relationship too quickly, so last night when Chen Yuan asked her out for dinner, she politely declined. But this morning, after she saw a microblogging hot search, she was completely unsettled inside, because that mysterious tycoon who gave the anchorwoman a wild brush of 10 million soft sister coins, ID name, Lonely a Cigarette, and Chen Yuan's WeChat name, also called Lonely a Cigarette, because yesterday just added friends. She has not had time to change the note, and not only the name is the same, they even have the same avatar. Su Lei suspected that Chen Yuan and the mysterious tycoon on the Weibo hot search were most likely the same person. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? It was common for ID names to be the same, but IDs and avatars all being exactly the same. This was very uncommon. If Chen Yuan really had the strength to give the anchorwoman $10 million, how amazing would the wealth behind him be? It must be at least several billion dollars, right? Not to mention tens of billions were possible. Could this be compared to the average second-generation rich person? It is not possible to say that he is actually a hidden conglomerate son, or plutocratic rich young man. If you miss out on such a hidden young man, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Although she was not 100% sure, but it was always right to test the waters. Thus, Su Lei began to take the initiative. Such a coincidence. MS. Su Lei, does your art academy also have classes here? Chen Yuan greeted in a flat tone. What coincidence. People are here specifically to find you. This is the sketch I drew in the morning. For you. Su Lei held a drawing board and handed it to Chen Yuan. Not to mention, Su Lei's sketching skills really had 2 brushes. The drawing inside was Chen Yuan himself. The lifelike appearance felt similar to a photo. What's the situation? Such a pretty girl is actually here to find Chen Yuan? Isn't this Su Lei from the art academy? She actually took the initiative to give Chen Yuan a gift? She's Su Lei. I heard it's very famous. Holy, that painting is actually of Chen Yuan. Is this a secret expression of affection? I'm cracking up. Why did you let me? A single dog. See this unhealthy picture? It shouldn't be. Where exactly did I lose? In terms of looks, in terms of height, in terms of talent, Chen Yuan is inferior to me in every aspect. And I can rap, and I can also play basketball. So why is Zhao Yuqi willing to add him to WeChat? And why would Su Lei take the initiative to send him gifts? It doesn't make sense. School Grassley Jianfeng was puzzled. Chapter 010, Turning the Other Cheek on the Spot. Shut on. Have you noticed? This guy Chen Yuan seems to be getting more and more popular. First Zhao Yuqi gave him WeChat. Now even Su Lei from the art academy ran over to take the initiative to look for him. When did this guy get so much charisma? Did everyone else know that his family was demolished? Bestie Sun Rui whispered behind her back. Lin Shudong didn't know if she was angry or what. She didn't say a word as she watched Chen Yuan and Su Lei talking and laughing. She also deliberately passed by them. She wanted Chen Yuan to know that she was angry. She wanted Chen Yuan to be like he always was. Whenever he sensed that she was unhappy, he ran his ass over to coax her and please her. This time, it was as if Chen Yuan didn't even see her as a person. Still talking and laughing with Su Lei. Sometimes girls had a very strange psychological cue. The less girls like a boy, the less they see him, thinking that this boy is short and poor. No one else wants him, so naturally I definitely won't want him. But if it is a popular boy, other girls like, then he must have their own charm and talent. I should be more contact to understand this kind of psychological implication, often subconsciously. What you can't get is good. I will grab what the crowd is fighting for. This is why licking dog licking to the end of nothing. One of the reasons why scum tend to mix well. And Chen Yuan now, after suffering an emotional blow, has begun to gradually transform from an honest man to a scum man. In his opinion, scum and dog licking did not seem to be in conflict. He called this licking scum. Your ex-girlfriend, Lin Shudong, seems to be a bit unhappy. Do you want to go coax it? Su Lei said intentionally. From the moment Lin Shudong had just passed by on purpose, she had already begun to be secretly wary. This woman was clearly a green tea, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Now that Chen Yuan was the prey she, Su Lei, had her eye on, She couldn't let Lin Shudong hook her again by saying anything. There's no need. It's been said that it's an ex-girlfriend. It's not appropriate for me to coax her. Chen Yuan spread his hands. He felt that both of these women were not oil-saving lights. If it was his previous self, he really couldn't play with such scummy women. But now, as long as he could keep his heart and not move his true feelings, he would be invincible. Anyway, in my eyes, all of you are just tool people used to swipe money. Thinking this way, Chen Yuan felt that his mind was much clearer. Sure enough, I'm still too young. One painting by Su Lele almost shook my heart. Chen Yuan secretly shook his head in his heart. Brother Xiao Yuan, do you usually like to watch live broadcasts? Walking on the boulevard of the campus, Su Lele sidestepped and started asking, live streaming? Ah, it's not like I watch it often. I just take a look at it once in a while when I'm idle and bored. Oh, then what platform do you usually watch? Shark ah, Pox sound ah, Dragon teeth ah, have seen, but still Shark watch a little more. It's true. Su Lele seemed to be more certain of the idea in her heart. Brother Xiao Yuan, I actually want to be an anchor too. I heard that female anchors nowadays are quite lucrative. That's quite good. Self-reliance. If you start broadcasting one day, let me know. I'll support you. Really? Brother Xiao Yuan, you're so nice. As she said that, Su Lele had already taken Chen Yuan's arm. She was all smiles, and her hot body, coupled with her pretty face, attracted the attention of quite a few passing students. Right at this moment, a big boy who was about 1 meter 8 tall, fair and quiet looking, and looked sunny and handsome, with a face full of anger, walked towards Su Lele and Chen Yuan head on. His gaze was bloodshot, and he looked as if he had been betrayed and deceived. Su Lele, didn't you say you were going to do your nails with your girlfriends today? Why did you lie to me? Who is this man? Wang Yu. It's not your turn to care who I'm with, right? It's not like you're my boyfriend. But, you already promised to watch a movie with me 2 days ago. Why did you go back on your word? Do all of you girls' words not count? Sister Lele, I've been chasing you for half a year. Why are you always like this? Am I just a spare tire in your eyes? Wang Yu had a sad face. His eyes carried tears. A man's tears are not light. It's just that it's not the time to be sad. Don't flatter yourself, Senior Wang Yu. Did I ask you to chase me? Every time you pick up a girl, you only treat someone to a movie? Do you know that movie you are talking about? I've watched it more than 10 times and I'm about to vomit. I really don't want to waste my time with you. Su Lele's words were hard to hear. Even Chen Yuan unconsciously frowned. From this schoolmate, it was as if he saw himself back then. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan violently threw Su Lele's arm away. Little brother Yuan, what are you doing? Su Lele, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Is it fun to play with boys' feelings? A movie can actually be watched more than 10 times. With whom? It's so disappointing to me. Brother Xiao Yuan, listen to my explanation. No need to explain. You think that just because there are many people chasing you, you can be proud and complacent, right? Let me tell you, when a piece of meat stinks, there are more flies. Humph. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. He left in large strides, not listening to any explanation from Su Lele at all. Even the sketch that she had given to Chen Yuan was casually thrown into the trash. By now, Chen Yuan did not care at all about Su Lele's favorability towards him. Anyway, the relief was over. The feeling of pointing at a beautiful woman's nose and cursing her is so damn comfortable. To be a man, you have to have an attitude and principles. Chen Yuan's flip-flopping attitude really dumbfounded a lot of onlookers. That brother can be really powerful. Such a beautiful girl, actually willing to point at someone's nose to scold? I would not be able to curse. Holding in the palm of the hand are afraid to give the melting. What do you know? This is a real man. Women can't be spoiled. Che, what kind of man ah? So no manners, do not know how to feel sorry for girls, deserve to be single for life. A girl frowned. Not long after, Su Lele picked up the sketch inside the trash can. Her eyes were very red, and there were vague flashes of tears. It looked very pitiful. Lele, that man doesn't cherish you at all. It's better if you don't spend any effort on him. I'm the best for you. One you saw such a picture and suddenly became a licking dog again to comfort. Get lost. If it wasn't for you, Chen Yuan, he wouldn't have misunderstood at all. I hate you. Lele, what did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? The more Wang Yu spoke, the sadder he became. He felt that he was not inferior to Chen Yuan at all. In terms of looks, in terms of temperament, in the end where is he inferior to that guy? But why Su Lele just can't see him? At this time, Su Lele's heart only felt incomparable remorse. She has gradually figured out the details of Chen Yuan. This is definitely a man with an unfathomable family background. She had originally wanted to capture and let this man fall in love with her, but who knew that all kinds of means had not yet been used? This man flipped on the spot. The cooked duck had flown away? She suddenly felt very heartbroken and wanted to redeem herself. She had to explain this misunderstanding clearly, otherwise it would be difficult to sleep and eat. Perhaps Su Lele herself didn't even realize that she was now filled with Chen Yuan. Chapter 011, Inexplicably Increasing Powder by 100. 000. Su Lele, Favorability plus 5. Su Lele's current favorability towards the host, 88 points. Seeing the system interface, Su Lele's favorability actually increased by another 5 points, and was already as high as 88 points. Chen Yuan's entire being was once again confused. He originally thought that after this face-to-face flip, Su Lele's favorability towards him would rapidly drop. Who knew that the result was completely unexpected? How could this happen? Could it be that I was really wrong before? Chen Yuan, who felt tasteless, by himself, he returned to his dorm room, idle and bored. He brushed up Jitterbug. Nowadays, the short video live broadcast platform is really hot batch. Most of the young people in their spare leisure time will brush down the short video or something. Jitterbug is one of the hottest software on the short video platform. Chen Yuan opened the same city recommendation and casually swiped a few times. A rather familiar face came into view. In the video, a white girl was playing the piano, although the shooting distance was a bit far, and it felt like it was not a professional camera shot, just a casual shot. But the girl's temperament and looks were really very different from the average netizen. The point was, she actually didn't have a beauty filter on? What kind of confidence is this? Nowadays, the female netroots of Shakin are goddesses with beauty on, and passers-by with beauty off. Some of them are even uglier than passers-by. There are even men who put on makeup and turn on the beauty filter, can be transformed into a secondary Yuan beauty girl. Simply blind your titanium alloy dog eyes. The girl in this video, she not only did not open the beauty filter, and even did not put on makeup, but still pure and moving. She a Chinese dress white, as if the ancient legends out of the fairy. Her skillful piano fingering made her temperament seem very elegant. Isn't this Zhao Yuqi? She actually filmed Pak's tone as well? Holy, there are still a lot of fans. There are only 7 or 8 works. The fans actually broke 1 million. This is the rhythm of fire. But think about it. With Zhao Yuqi's face value talent, it's really no surprise that she can catch fire. After all, the second highest ranked school flower of the University of Hubei was by no means a waste of time. Chen Yuan thought about it and casually clicked to follow. Started browsing through the videos she had shot before. And right at this moment, Zhao Yuqi actually started broadcasting. Perhaps because she had just started broadcasting, there weren't many people in the live room. She and her best friend Wu Xiaofei were chatting. The two seemed to be living inside a very large room, not a school dormitory. Welcome lonely a cigarette, to this live room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, you got this name a bit interesting. Is looking at today's microblogging hot search. How dare you impersonate me, Mr. Smoke? Kid, you're a bit swollen. I remember sharks have a hero ID also called lonely a cigarette. Half an hour to the anchor woman brush 10 million. From the 3rd level of the trumpet straight full level, but also seconds of the total list of 1. Maybe he's the real god himself. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. If he's a god, I'll eat on the air. The name of Zhao Yuqi's Pak's tone number is Chi-Chi Little Cute. The main content of the live broadcast is singing and playing the piano. As time goes by, the number of people in the live broadcast room has changed from a few at the beginning to a few hundred. Gradually began to give her gifts, but most of them are 10 or 20 cents of gifts. And some people will send a few dollars, or dozens of dollars of gifts, in less than half an hour. 5,000 sound waves, or $500, were harvested. Between female anchors, there were often PKs. Soon, Zhao Yuqi was connected by a female anchor. Asterisk 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 it's ping 17. Kiki, I'm going to rebel. It's not that you're not pretty, but 17 is pretty too. And she just has too many fans. Zhao Yuqi was a new anchor after all. There wasn't much comparison with a big-name netizen like Peng 17. The other party's fanbase had already exceeded 30 million, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room was even more than 100,000. Almost one of the hottest few female netroots on the entire platform. Sure enough, the moment the PK bar in the live broadcast room was opened, Zhao Yuqi was suppressed by the opposite side. The opposite side's tycoon sent 5 carnivals in the opening round. Pox in Carnival, the most expensive gift in the rewarding interface. One is worth 3,000 yuan. 5 carnivals in the opening round was 15,000 yuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally the money is charged. Poxine this recharge amount should be changed. A maximum recharge can only be charged 50,000. Recharged 200 times only 10 million. Quite tiring. Chen Yuan was quite speechless. He also hadn't thought that one day he would actually be bothered by the fact that the recharge amounts of the major platforms were too small. Seeing Zhao Yuqi being crushed by Peng 17, Chen Yuan did not hesitate to turn on his frantic gift swiping. Zhao Yuqi was now one of his dog lickers. If he was able to reverse the trend one day, the more he swiped now, the more he would earn at that time. Moreover, the other party himself was at Lake University, close to the water. There was a greater chance than reversing Xiaomier. The next second, a round of carnival gift effects instantly brushed the screen. Thank you, brother Lonely a cigarette, for the carnival gift. Zhao Yuqi thanked with some surprise. She had originally thought that PK was cool this time. Who knew that a new big brother had appeared in the live broadcast room? And this ID, how did it look familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This shouldn't be? Mr. Smoke. I throw really is Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke's true self has descended. Kiki, you're saved. Mr. Smoke is a real god. Next, Lonely Smoke did not disappoint. Starting from shooting the first carnival gift, the next gift brush screen has not stopped. Thank you, Lonely One Smoke, for giving the anchor Kiki's cute carnival heavy multiplication x108. Thank you Lonely a cigarette, to the anchor Kiki little cute carnival heavy multiplication x109. Thank you, Lonely One Smoke, to anchor Kiki's little cute carnival heavy multiplication x999. This moment, all the tycoons in Pang XVII's live room were collectively shocked. Their dozen or so tycoons added together, froze and couldn't brush a single person. This is too damn trenchless? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The opposite guy in the end is Hua. So just? Lonely a cigarette. Ha? Isn't he the mysterious tycoon on the shark platform that's on the hot search? Awesome. Awesome. Shark Brush finished running to the Pox Tone to brush. Money has no place to spend. Nima is also too rich. Can't do it. Can't do it. 17 sister? It's not that people don't give their best, but the opposite big brother is too powerful. You're afraid that you'll be beaten by the little anchor. There was no suspense. Under a wild brush by this guy Chen Yuan, Zhao Yuqi's PK, not only did she beat the famous net Red Peng 17, but she also went to number 1 on the all-platform live hourly list. Inside her live broadcast room, there was a sudden surge of tens of thousands of people. The number of fan followers had also increased by more than 20,000. The most surprising thing was that Zhao Yuqi, the anchor's fans had only gone up by 20,000, and Chen Yuan, this guy's ID, had actually inexplicably gone up by 100,000 fans. However, did you think it was over like this? Chapter 012, The Mysterious Landlord is Actually My Best Friend? Although Zhao Yuji and Pang XVII's PK ended, however, Chen Yuan's gifts did not end. The carnival continued to swipe the screen. It was as if there was no end to it. Keep sending, an average of 1 carnival a second. Send 60 a minute, 600 in 10 minutes, after an hour. Loneliness a cigarette. To the anchor Kiki little cute carnival heavy multiplication x3331. Loneliness a cigarette. Send anchor Kiki little cute carnival heavy multiplication x3332. Loneliness a cigarette. To the anchor Chi-Chi little cute carnival heavy multiplication x3333. At this time, Chen Yuan finally stopped. Zhao Yuqi was already numb. Her entire body was in a daze. She had just started broadcasting not more than a few days ago. When had she ever seen such a scene? Little Fei Fei, pinch me and tell me this I'm not real. Did someone really send me more than 3,000 carnivals? Kiki, you're rich. Holy, this tycoon directly gave you $10 million? Thank you tycoon. Thank you big brother. Thank you Mr. Smoke. It was during Chen Yuan's 1 hour of furiously brushing up on Carnival. The number of viewers in Zhao Yuqi's live broadcast room broke through 300,000 for the first time in history. It was important to know that the number of viewers on the Pox Tone live streaming platform was the truest number of all live streaming platforms. 300,000 online viewer numbers. In Dragon Tooth was 30 million popularity. In Shark was 3 billion heat. For a new anchor, this was not an ordinary exaggeration. Awesome. A new anchor opened broadcast not 2 days. Soundwave harvest 100 million. The number of people online in the live room breaks through 300,000. The Star Open broadcaster not as popular as you. A DJ. I'm not here to see the anchor woman. I'm here to see the tycoon brush money. I'm not here to see the anchor woman. I'm here to see the tycoon brush his money. Mr. Smoke. Next time you brush money, I'm going to be your number 1 lapdog. Mr. Smoke's vision is good. Miss face value is quite durable. I feel that it is not inferior to Ping 17. Mr. Smoke, people are already paying attention to you. Private message about a wave. Chen Yuan looked at the background. Sure enough, there are countless private messages, all 99 plus. There were even quite a few female anchors who had sent him private messages. What shocked Chen Yuan the most was that there was actually Pang 17 in there. This is a big netizen with more than 30 million fans. She was also the goddess of geeks and women, the dream lover in the hearts of countless licking dogs. sweet and lovely appearance, young and old kill, ranked as one of the top 10 superstar goddesses on the Pox Sound platform. Such a highly popular internet star actually sent him a private message. This was something that Chen Yuan had never thought of before at all. He clicked on the background private message. Brother lonely a cigarette. I'm following you. Can you close each other? You're beating people up too much. I'm sorry, beautiful girl. Chen Yuan immediately wrote back. Lonely brother, why don't you add a Weibo? I have something I want to talk to you about. What is it? About the business cooperation on things. I recently set up a new media company. Just missing you such a tycoon to join. There are a lot of young ladies net red. Oh, really? Then I'll think about it. You send the micro signal over. Chen Yuan squinted his eyes. He felt that adding Peng Xvii's WeChat was not a bad thing. The other party was originally a big beauty. It could be a dog-licking object. Moreover, she knew so many netizens, and with a few slight introductions, Chen Yuan felt that he would soon be able to make a name for himself in the netizen circle, and he didn't even need the system to reward him with dog-licking gold. Once he had fame, he could even make money on his own. Of course, a low profile was still a must. He couldn't go as a Netflix star, because according to the system's regulations, the dog-licking object's first favorability towards him couldn't exceed 20 points. Otherwise, the dog-licking relationship could not be bound. Because the initial impression has more than 20 points of goodwill, the girl likes you a little bit in the beginning. You are already not in line with the dog-licking status. Lonely brother, my micro signal is Peng 17. Okay, Chen Yuan decisively started adding. In less than 20 seconds, the other party passed his verification. Brother lonely, is your age display real? You're only 21? Peng 17 sent a message and asked. It's true, in another month, it'll be 22. Chen Yuan typed back. I didn't expect you to be so young. In my impression, those who can have this kind of handiwork are all the bosses of large groups. What's a large group veteran? It's the top 500 in the world. I can buy them all in a minute. Believe it or not? Ha ha, little brother. You're so funny. Peng 17 obviously thought that Chen Yuan was blowing awesome. What was the concept of the world's top 500? This kind of giant group could easily be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And there were even some with a market capitalization of a few $1 trillion. If you can buy it, why don't you go to heaven? Ma Yun wouldn't dare to say such a thing. You are not better than Ma Yun? Before much more contact to understand, Peng 17 felt that this mysterious tycoon was a bit pompous. Not at all like a rich person. She even felt that the person she added wasn't even a godly tycoon himself, so she lazily ignored him. Old 4, why are you back so early? Didn't you go on a date with Su Lele? Xiong Tao asked immediately after returning to his dorm room. This woman Su Lele is not a good person. I scolded her and came back. You don't want to brag about being awesome. It's good that you don't get scolded. Xiong Tao shook his head with a disdainful face. Chen Yuan, who are you chatting with again? Zhou Haiquan looked at Chen Yuan's cell phone and casually asked. Peng 17. What? Who did you say? Peng 17. Ah, just that female netizen from Jain. You can pull back. Why don't you say that you and the President of the United States are chatting? Oh, forget it if you don't believe me. Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain. That said, on the other end, after Zhao Yuji came off the air, she almost immediately followed Chen Yuan's Shake account. She felt that whether it was out of gratitude, out of politeness, or for other purposes, she should thank this mysterious rank 1 big brother in private. And this list 1 big brother still came in from the same city. But the moment she followed Chen Yuan's Pox Tone account, the entire person froze for a moment, because she found that this mysterious ranking 1 big brother, the absolute godly hero on the Weibo hot search, the WeChat account that the other party was bundled with, was actually a friend relationship with her. In other words, the tycoon who swiped $10 million for her was actually someone she knew. How's it going, Kiki? Did you add that mysterious tycoon's WeChat? Let me tell you, this kind of bigot who furiously brushes $10 million at the drop of a hat, the wealth he possesses is absolutely unimaginable. For you to be able to get his support and quickly explode all over the net, it's not even a big problem. I've already added it, Zhao Yuqi said somewhat absent-mindedly. Added it so quickly? No, I found out that the lonely 1 cigarette who just swiped a gift for me, he was originally my WeChat friend, Zhao Yuqi explained. What? Hearing Zhao Yuqi answer like this, Wu Xiaofei instantly surfaced a brain of question marks. Chapter 013 Schoolgirl takes the initiative to invite me to dinner. Your WeChat friend swiped $10 million for you? Who is it? Wu Xiaofei asked with even more curiosity. Chen Yuan, the boy who approached me for WeChat this morning. It's him? He is lonely as cigarette. Wu Xiaofei was shocked. She definitely didn't expect that the boy who still looked a bit green and introverted to be a godly big brother who threw away money on the internet. This contrast was also too big. In fact, just now, Wu Xiaofei's mind thought of a few rich second generation who had once pursued Zhao Yuqi, But the people in here definitely did not include Chen Yuan, because Chen Yuan was a notorious dog licker inside the school. Perhaps Zhao Yuqi did not pay attention to these campus gossip events, but Wu Xiaofei was different. She knew the gossip events inside the campus like the back of her hand. A licking dog like Chen Yuan, this kind of hangdog, would actually be a godly hero who casually rewarded 10 million gifts? Kiki, are you sure it's Chen Yuan, not someone else? What? Looking at your reaction, you knew him before? Zhao Yuqi asked. I can't say I know him, I've heard about him before. This Chen Yuan is a junior in the same faculty and grade as us. He's been chasing a girl before. This girl is Lin Shudong. I heard that he's been chasing her for 3 whole years and hasn't been able to catch up. He's also often sending breakfast downstairs to the girls, confessing his love on average once a month, lighting candles, arranging love hearts, singing love songs, and sending all sorts of small gifts. But Lin Shudong never said yes to him. What Wu Xiaofei didn't realize was, a month ago Chen Yuan had already caught up with Lin Shudong, but Lin Shudong asked him to keep a low profile, no posting friend circles, no showing love, so not many people knew that they had talked about being friends. It can't be. Chen Yuan is so rich, and he doesn't look bad. Such an excellent boy. Why did he chase after 3 years and not get caught up? Zhao Yuqi was even more puzzled in her heart. Lin Shudong she had also seen. Although she had some good looks, she couldn't talk about how unique she was. There were few girls inside the school who were prettier and better than her. Instead, it was Chen Yuan who had such a terrifying family background, able to casually take out $10 million to reward the anchor. Such a huge young man from a powerful family was far from being compared to the average rich second generation. It was very common for rich second generation to drive luxury cars with a few $1,000,000, but for them to take out tens of millions of dollars to reward, there really weren't many. Anyway, no one within the few rich sons that Zhao Yuqi knew had this kind of strength. I understand. The reason why Chen Yuan didn't chase Lin Shudong is because he's been pretending to be poor. This kid, in order to hide his identity, he would usually go to part-time courier delivery. No one inside the school even knows that he's so rich. I've long heard that some of the world's rich sons will have some unique fetishes. They like to seek true love. They don't like that a girl is with them because of the money. So the prince pretends to be the frog, and the godly man pretends to be the hangman. Frogs, godly men pretending to be hangers-on. This guy, Chen Yuan, should be just like that. Wu Xiaofei usually liked to read web novels. Imagination was very rich, so he automatically brainstormed and analyzed. Is it really like this? I think he should be disappointed, so he's not going to continue pretending. Zhao Yuqi also nodded with great approval. She suddenly felt, this boy was really outstanding and considerate. For the girl he liked, he was willing to give so much. A powerful young man, for the sake of true love, willingly did those not-so-decent things and continued for 3 years just to touch the other party. This is also too romantic. People are so strange sometimes. A rich young man to part-time delivery. You will feel that he paid a lot of special things, but an ordinary student delivery, you will feel very normal, and did not pay anything. Ha ha, it's just so true. Zhao Yuqi is an unattainable goddess in the eyes of ordinary students, but at the root of it, she was also just a school student. She also liked boys who were more outstanding than her. Chen Yuan was quite outstanding in her eyes. Fei, how do you think I should thank him? He swiped a gift of 10 million for me, and even the fans in the live room went up by tens of thousands. But I think this gift is too big and a bit too heavy. Zhao Yuqi was a bit jittery in her heart. In my opinion, that guy should be really determined to pick you up, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a generous offer. But Yuki, you must hold on. You can't be taken down casually, Wu Xiaofei suggested. I know. Zhao Yuqi nodded. She then picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Yuan. Classmate Chen Yuan, thank you for swiping my gift. I'm really too embarrassed. Tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m., I'll treat you to dinner, just as a thank you for your great support. What? The school beauty wants to treat me to dinner? After seeing the message sent by Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He truly did not expect that one day Zhao Yuqi would take the initiative to invite him to dinner. This was a popular figure inside the school, the vice president of the student council, the #1 beauty of the College of Arts, and the second school flower of Lake University. This kind of goddess ordinary boys didn't even dare to chase after. At most, it is only a secret crush in the heart. And now, the other party actually wanted to invite him to dinner? Yes, it's my honor to dine with Chairman Zhao. Chen Yuan immediately typed a message back. Let's make a deal then. 6:30, East Gate of the school. See you there. I'll eat you poorly then. Ha ha, feel free to come over. My family owns a restaurant. Feel free to eat. Zhao Yuqi returned the message quite quickly, not minding that Chen Yuan was joking with him. On the surface, Zhao Yuqi gave off the impression of being a pavilion and a lady of the house, but privately, she seemed to be a very lively girl, and talked a lot. As they chatted, Chen Yuan could barely keep up with the other party's pace. Basically, when Chen Yuan returned a message, the other party returned at least 2 or 3. Thinking about how he used to send messages to Lin Shudong. Basically, he had sent more than a dozen messages before the other party returned one, and it was still 2 or 3 hours later. Chen Yuan felt heartbroken. He had always deceived himself that as long as he persistently gave, one day Lin Shudong would see how good he was, but reality hit him in the face again and again. A man who didn't improve himself. No matter how much you do, you're ultimately just a licking dog in her eyes. Lao Si, don't play with your cell phone all the time. Come on, don't you want to start hacking? Missing an assistant, take you to gold. Zhou Haiquan shouted. Come on, what level are you? I still don't know. Played 7 years of alliance, so far still silver. You say you want to take me on gold. I believe you the hell. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Our Aeolians are different from other districts. I'm a silver in one district, and I'm hanging on to the suburban kings. If it wasn't for my teammates being too pitiful, would I still be silver after 7 years? Don't play. Go aside. I still have to chat with the schoolgirl. You just blow it. In a flash, it was 6:30 p.m. the next day. At the entrance of the east gate of Lake University, a girl wearing a mid-length white body shirt, a pair of small white shoes under her feet, and a ponytail had been waiting here for 10 minutes. There were quite a few students coming and going, but this girl's turnaround rate was almost as high as over 90%. Even the girls couldn't help but turn around and look a few more times. The other party's pair of long and slender legs were really eye-catching, although the dress is very simple, but the perfect body to show the most, and more youthful vigor. Not only that, when the boys saw the girl's appearance, they couldn't move their legs even more. Who is this girl? Too damn pretty. Don't you recognize Zhao Yuqi? The vice president of our student council, the president of the dance club, and the top 3 school beauty. So she's Zhao Yuqi. She looks like she's waiting for someone. Chapter 014 Large Turnover Scene. At this time, a red Ferrari 488 suddenly stopped at the school entrance. Wow, it's a Ferrari supercar, a more than $4 million luxury car. There seems to be a handsome man sitting in the car. The way he is driving the Ferrari with one hand. Really handsome. When the Ferrari sports car stopped, only to see a young man who was 1.82 meters in height, probably 25 or 26 years old, come to Zhao Yuki's front in diameter. Yuki, where are you going? Let me give you a ride? No, Senior Zhangbin, I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuqi shook her head, indicating her refusal. Who are you meeting? Let's call them together. It just so happens that I know a private restaurant that tastes great. It's still a bit inconvenient. Zhao Yuqi wasn't swayed by the fact that the other party was driving a luxury car. A $4 million sports car was just a $4 million sports car. Chen Yuan could buy 2 Ferrari 488s with a random gift swipe. Zhang Bin's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to be so difficult to chew on. Ever since he had met Zhao Yuqi at the last birthday party, Zhang Bin had fallen in love with her at first sight. He vowed to chase after this girl, and even made a bet with his brother to take her down within half a month. But now it's been over a week and still no progress. This time, he drove over in a luxury car, not expecting that he would actually be rejected, which was something he had never encountered before. Just at this moment, a clean-cut boy riding a bicycle slowly arrived in front of the duo. Yuji student, am I a bit late? I came over at card time. I didn't expect you to arrive early, Chen Yuan said rather apologetically. He looked at the time on his cell phone. It was just about 6:30. Not a minute more, not a minute less. In the past, when Chen Yuan asked Lin Shudong out, the other party would be at least half an hour late, and he himself would usually be half an hour behind. This way he would have to wait for at least an hour for each date. After many times of waiting with inner anxiety, Chen Yuan also began to learn his lesson. He would tell the other party that he had arrived ahead of time every time and then jam over. This saved a lot of boring waiting time, because today was the first time he went out to eat with Zhao Yuqi, so he didn't play these little tricks. Instead, it was just about 6:30, not a minute more, not a minute less. Mainly he didn't expect that Zhao Yuqi, a girl, the titular school goddess, would actually arrive at the date 10 minutes early. As for this guy in a Ferrari, who seemed to want to dig him up, Senior Zhangbin, we'll leave first, Zhao Yuqi said very politely. Then to the jaw-dropping gazes of the crowd, she sat on the back seat of Chen Yuan's bike. Oh my god, Zhao Yuqi would rather ride a bicycle than a Ferrari. It's like I'm starting to believe in love again, a boy wearing black-framed glasses said with a face full of shock. Love, love, worthy of being our school flower sister, this noble and proud quality. It's just different from those gold-digging girls. Sister Yuqi, from now on, I'm a fan. Damn, isn't the boy who's carrying him Yuki a licking dog? Chen Yuan? Watching Chen Yuan ride his bicycle and leave with Zhao Yuqi, Zhang Bin's face was a shade of iron. If you were to say that he had lost to a rich second generation of the same level, he would have recognized it, but to lose to a bicycle rider. What the hell is this? He was also ignored by the hangman. Humph, a hangdog also wants to play with a high end. You're afraid that you don't know how to die. Zhengbin snorted coldly and drove off with a gloomy face. He wouldn't let go of Zhao Yuqi. He would let that poor student know what reality was. Yuki student, where are we going to eat? Today is your treat. On the bike, Chen Yuan asked with a smile. When he thought of Zhao Yuji getting on his bike in full view of the public and not getting on the Ferrari supercar, he felt doubly honored. It felt like the sun was exceptionally bright today. Who said that girls would rather sit on a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh? Zhao Yuqi is not sitting on his bike? She was still the school flower. Isn't there a trip lobster near the school? The flavor is okay. Let's go eat shrimp, Zhao Yuqi suggested. Okay. Arriving at the lobster restaurant, the environment inside was really good, and the price wasn't too expensive. A meal was basically only about $300 to $500. If 3 or 4 people got together, it would average less than $100 per person when spread out evenly. Ordinary students could afford to eat. That's why the business inside the store was good. Zhao Yuqi seemed to especially like lobster, and ordered the extra spicy kind of flavor. This girl's impression in Chen Yuan's mind seemed to gradually start to become real. It turned out that goddesses also liked heavy flavors. It turned out that fairies also poop. Just when the two were talking and laughing, they started shelling and nibbling on the shrimp. The doorway walked into a pair of handsome men and women. The man was dressed in designer Versace, and the woman was equally youthful and pretty. Only compared to Zhao Yuqi, no matter the temperament, figure, and appearance, they were slightly inferior. Lin Shudong? Chen Yuan really felt a little bad luck. How could he run into this pair of dogs everywhere he went? Last time at the Gucci boutique, and this time at a lobster restaurant. It was like their ghosts were still there. Lin Shudong was also stunned when she saw Chen Yuan. However, when she saw that the person sitting with Chen Yuan was Zhao Yuqi, her entire body was a bit confused. How could Chen Yuan have gotten a date with Zhao Yuqi? It couldn't be possible. This didn't make sense at all. In the past few days, although Lin Shutong's impression of Chen Yuan had changed, the image of him as a dog licker was still deeply rooted. But who would have thought? This licking dog actually even got a date with the #1 beauty in the Faculty of Arts and the second-ranked school beauty of Lake University? Is he that good? Why was it that first Sulele sent him sketches? Zhao Yuqi also came to eat lobster alone with him? Could it be that I really looked at him wrong before and didn't find any unique outstanding qualities in Chen Yuan? Lin Shudong began to doubt herself a little. Not to mention him, Huang Junkai was likewise starting to doubt his life a bit. Zhao Yuqi was a superb girl that even he couldn't tease. How could this licking dog, Chen Yuan, be so virtuous? He was actually able to eat lobster with the schoolgirl? Brother Junkai, why don't we change the restaurant? Lin Shudong tugged on Huang Junkai's sleeve and said in a somewhat mischievous manner. No need to change. This one is quite good. There are still acquaintances there, Huang Junkai said, walking straight towards the empty seat at the table next to Chen Yuan. His hand was on Lin Shutong's waist, wandering back and forth as if he was showing off. However, his gaze was always resting on Zhao Yuqi, clearly eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Huang Junkai, you scum, what are you doing? Suddenly, 4 girls in a corner seat, one of them a very obese-looking shrewish woman, suddenly stood up and stormed out. Wei Shaoqing, why are you here? Huang Junkai stammered, his face turning a large portion white. I should be the one to ask you this, right? Say, who is this next to you? And you, Junior, don't you know he's the one who has a girlfriend? Huang Junkai, you're not a human being. Did I treat you badly? I bought you clothes, shoes, watches, even lent you a car to drive. You actually went behind my back to find a mistress. You inferior dog thing. The obese woman kicked Huang Junkai with incomparable anger. Backhandedly, she gave Lin Shudong a slap. Splat. Lin Shudong was struck dumb. Chapter 015, when it's time to strike, strike. The expression on Huang Junkai's face was as hard as eating. Xiao Chang, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. It's all because this seduced me. I actually don't like her. There's only you in my heart. You must believe me. The crowd's jaw-dropping gazes. Huang Junkai pushed Lin Shudong away and hugged Wei Shaoqing's thigh like a dog. Ha! This guy, dressed like a man. I thought he was a rich man, but I didn't expect him to be a little white boy who kneels to a rich woman. I go. This brother's taste can be really heavy. This kind of tonnage tank can also go down. Awesome. Awesome. Ah. The doctor said I have a bad stomach. In fact, I also want to eat soft rice. For a while, the melon-eating crowd pointed. Lin Shutong's entire being had been confused. She only felt her brain buzzing, completely unable to believe that the tall, handsome and rich boyfriend in her eyes was actually a soft rice eater. Was it really her who seduced you? Well then, I'll give you a chance. Give me 2 slaps on her face and strip off her clothes and I'll forgive you. Otherwise hurry up and hand over the car keys. From now on, we're through. Wei Xiaoqing said aggressively. Snap, snap. Huang Junkai really flipped out. Actually really slapped Lin Shudong twice in public, and it was extremely heavy-handed. Lin Shutong's face was almost swollen. Huang Junkai. You, green tea. A junior who seduces other people's boyfriends. The necklace you're wearing around your neck is all mine. Hurry up and take it off. Facing Wei Xiaoqing strong and domineering, Lin Shudong only felt infinite aggression in her heart. It's not like she knew that Huang Junkai, the scummy guy, had a girlfriend. She was also a victim. Why did everyone think she was a mistress? Not a single person was willing to stand up and say something for her. In the contemptuous gaze of the crowd, Lin Shudong suffered the greatest humiliation of her life. And at that moment, a clean-looking boy suddenly stood up. He didn't have any expression on his face. He just casually picked up a plate of steaming lobster, walked behind Huang Junkai without any haste, and violently snapped a plate up. Pang! There was a loud bang. The plate smashed into smithereens, and the hot lobster poured over Huang Junkai's head. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Wei Xiaoqing questioned. It's this son of a that I hit. Huang Junkai. You're a ing dog. Chen Yuan was unforgiving and didn't seem to intend to let Huang Junkai off the hook. Asterisk 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 you big man. You stinking hanger-on. Dare to hit my old son. I'll get you killed. Huang Junkai quickly reacted after being hit. Face twisted and Chen Yuan twisted together. In terms of fighting, Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai were actually at a bit of a disadvantage. Huang Junkai was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 70 kilograms, while Chen Yuan was only 179 centimeters tall and weighed 63 kilograms. In terms of size and strength, he was inferior to Huang Junkai. And just then, he found that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him suddenly rubbed upwards. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, goodwill plus 20. Originally, Lin Shutong's goodwill towards him had already risen to 35 points. At this moment, her favorability instantly skyrocketed by 60 points. It actually directly reached 95 points of favorability. This was something Chen Yuan did not expect at all. It turns out that the timing of the hero's rescue is well controlled, and can really make a girl's favorability towards you instantly explode, even transformed into your licking dog. When it's time to take action, take action. This is a man should have the attitude. Lin Shudong had long been in tears at this moment. She really did not expect, when she was being recklessly humiliated as a mistress, the person who was truly willing to help her was still Chen Yuan. Only Chen Yuan. This man that she had once looked down on. This man who was once treated like a licking dog and exchanged for him. This man who was driven away by her bad words, when she was in real danger. Only this man was willing to stand up for her. Suddenly, she remembered how Chen Yuan had shushed and cared for her over these 3 years. On the contrary, Huang Junkai spoke well, but in reality, he hadn't paid anything for her. Instead, he had tricked her with flowery words. In the end, even the identity of the second generation of rich people are fake. Ridiculous oneself is obsessed with the heart, bent on wanting to climb the high branch. But in the end he ended up in such a situation. It's in times of danger that one's heart is revealed. Chen Yuan is the one who has been good to her from the beginning to the end. She really regretted it. Obviously, Lin Shudong had overthought things. Chen Yuan's strike this time was not because he couldn't forget her and was still in love with her. He had long wanted to beat up Huang Junkai. He just hadn't been able to find the right opportunity to do so. But today, seeing Huang Junkai's shameless appearance was really disgusting. It was time to settle old grudges and new ones together. Let's not talk about whether or not we can beat him. We must do it. Ding! Detected that the number 2 dog-licking object, Lin Shudong, has successfully exceeded 95 points of favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host on his successful comeback. Ding! Dog-licking object number 2 consumed a total of 50,000 yuan of dog-licking gold, rewarding the host with 5,000 yuan. Ding! Lin Shudong has successfully transformed into the host's dog licker, rewarding 20 reinforcement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Strength, 9. Physique, 9. Spirit, 10. Agility, 9. Sense, 10. Peak adult level value of 10. Status, sub-healthy. Skills, none. Strengthening points, 20. Please ask the host to choose the direction of reinforcement. I choose to strengthen 10 points of strength and 10 points of physique. Looking at the system interface that suddenly popped up in front of him, without hesitation, Chen Yuan chose to add strength and physique. Ding! Strengthening is successful. Host's current strength is 19 points, and current physique is 19 points. The next second, Chen Yuan only felt a wave of warmth surging through his entire body. The original slightly thin body suddenly awakened in explosive strength. Huang Junkai choked Chen Yuan's neck and was about to swing his fist at his face, but all of a sudden, Chen Yuan's arm tightened violently, and not only did he hold his fist in a death grip, but he even lifted his entire body and violently dropped it to the ground. Nimura next door. I'll kill you, dog. Pang. Huang Junkai had just climbed up from the ground when Chen Yuan violently kicked out, surprisingly sending him, a big man of more than 1 meter 8, flying 3 meters away alive. This time, Huang Junkai no longer dared to make a move. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan, this skinny guy, would be so tough in a fight? Huang Junkai was obviously much taller than him, but he was not an opponent at all. In 3 strikes, he was knocked out of the fight. Chen Yuan, thank you. Lin Shudong thanked with tears in her eyes. No need to thank you. I'm not helping you. I've just been looking at him with displeasure for a long time, Chen Yuan said honestly. But Lin Shudong obviously didn't think so. He felt that Chen Yuan still cared about her in his heart. He just couldn't pull the face he had lost in the first place. Xiao Chang, help me to the hospital. I'm going to be killed. Off to the side. You scumbag deserve to be beaten up. Hey handsome, can you add a WeChat? Wei Xiaoqing saw that Huang Junkai was beaten and did not sympathize with him at all. Instead she ran over to Chen Yuan to ask for a WeChat. The way Chen Yuan had struck decisively just now, beating up Huang Junkai, was simply handsome. This was the real man. Chapter 016, we can't go back. The more you look at Huang Junkai, this vain guy, the more disgusting he is. Not only is he a soft eater, he's also a waste of space. It's not enough that he has no skin, but you can't even win a fight? What are you if not a loser? Boss, everything that was smashed in the store today, and the impact it caused on business, it's all on my tab. Zhao Yuqi walked to the front desk and said with a smile to the store's boss's wife. Originally, the boss's wife was planning to call the police to deal with the situation, but since someone was willing to compensate for the damages, there was nothing more to say. Zhao Yuqi looked at Chen Yuan's eyes. It seemed to be getting more and more appreciative. A low-profile, multi-golden godly man. Not only was he handsome, even his hands were so good, and he also had an overwhelming sense of justice. Even though Lin Shudong had wronged him many times, but he didn't hold a grudge against the other party because of it. Instead, he went out to punish the scum. What kind of demeanor? How dashing. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Without realizing it, Zhao Yuqi's goodwill towards Chen Yuan had already reached 40 points. With 40 points of favorability, it was already possible to start establishing an ambiguous relationship. Chen Yuan did not expect that his outburst of violently beating up Huang Junkai would actually cause Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him to rapidly climb. In fact, it was understandable that Lin Shudong's favorability towards him skyrocketed after he helped her out, but Zhao Yuqi was a bystander. She actually increased her favorability by this much as well. This was an unexpected surprise. It seemed like it should be a natural instinct for girls to worship strong men. Almost all women wanted their man to be a man with strength, poise, and commitment. This meal today. Chen Yuan walked to Zhao Yuqi and rubbed the back of his head with an apologetic face. It's okay, I feel like I got to know a different you today. It seems like every time I come into contact with you, I can find a different side of you. Zhao Yuqi blinked her big eyes, carefully sizing up the boy in front of her. This guy really seemed like a treasure boy. What different side? Haven't I always been me? Chen Yuan spread his hands. In fact, before I have never had much of an impression of you, until the last time you approached me for WeChat and spoke quite directly. I felt that you were quite sincere and didn't have so many curves. But who knows? When you turned back and brushed so many gifts in my live broadcasting room and you were so famous online, I realized that you weren't generally rich. And now that you're actually even fighting so awesome, really quite surprising. Zhao Yuqi's big eyes were beaming with stars. Chen Yuan was not even in her consideration at first. But now, Chen Yuan had become a core competitor. Among all the outstanding boys she knew, Chen Yuan could definitely rank in the top 3. Is that so? I've been following you for a long time. I originally thought that our school goddess is a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire. Who knew that you're actually a heavy hitter? Extra spicy plus spicy, eat shrimp without gloves. Actually like to lick fingers? You can't be a steel straight man, actually talking about other girls like that. Nasty. Zhao Yuqi huffed and stomped her foot. It was kinda cute. Lin Shudong watched Zhao Yuqi flirting with Chen Yuan, and her heart felt bad. Although Chen Yuan had just relieved her, but instead of comforting her and pleasing her as he had done in the past, he was chatting more and more energetically with Zhao Yuqi. It was as if he had really forgotten about her as a whole. At this time, Lin Shudong's heart suddenly developed an unprecedented sense of crisis. Regardless of Zhao Yuqi's figure and appearance, she was not inferior to her in every aspect, and could even steadily overpower her. Such a goddess-level character actually showed extraordinary interest in Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had a better person to develop with. Would he still be able to be single-minded towards himself and hold himself in the palm of his hand without fail? It was impossible. Why is it that when I've only just discovered Chen Yuan's goodness and genuinely want to get to know him, like him, and love him, he's going to be teased away by another girl? No, it can't be. It can't be like this. Chen Yuan is mine. Chen Yuan must be mine. No one can snatch it away. People often don't cherish when they get, and when they lose it, they always regret it too late. This was probably Lin Shutong's truest psychological portrayal at the moment. Chen Yuan, can I talk to you? Lin Shutong walked over and interrupted the conversation between Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi. I don't think there's much need for that, but I really have something to say to you. You wouldn't have been so cold to me before. You would have forgiven me for all the wrong things I did in the past. This time, I really know it's wrong. Let's go back to the old days. Okay, you love me, right? Lin Shutong asked with tears in her eyes. Very pitiful. She hoped to get an affirmative answer from Chen Yuan. Go back to the old days? Continue to surround you like a dog? You're happy to return 2 messages, not happy to ignore. We've been together for a month. You don't allow me to send a photo of my friend's circle together. You don't allow me to hold your hand in public. The reason is even afraid of the bad influence of your family knowing about it? I believe you a ghost. I see you are afraid of your spare tire now. One by one all run away, right? 3 years, do you know what I have endured in these 3 years? In order to make you happy, I put in all my efforts. Everything I put in is a joke in your eyes. You just enjoy the process of me pursuing you. You don't even have me in your heart. Lin Shutong, I'm telling you right now, there's no going back. I don't love you anymore. Chen Yuan's last sentence was almost yelled out. He didn't pay any more attention to Lin Shutong. Instead, he turned around, pulled Zhao Yuqi's hand, and left the lobster restaurant. Along the way, Zhao Yuqi was forcefully pulled by Chen Yuan's hand. She did not know what to say, nor did she know if this guy Chen Yuan was intentional or unintentional. Anyway, just now at the lobster restaurant, in front of Lin Shutong, Zhao Yuqi did not resist being held by Chen Yuan's hand. I don't know if it was to give Chen Yuan face, or was it a strange psychological factor at work. Zhao Yuqi just honestly walked a long distance with Chen Yuan holding her hand. Actually, I don't know what to say. It should be very difficult for you in your heart. I've heard the story of you and Lin Shutong. It's just that I've never been able to figure it out. Since you like her so much, why didn't you tell her your identity in a big way? If she knew your real identity, she should have agreed to be with you a long time ago, right? What is my identity? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He was away from an ordinary family. What kind of awesome identity could he have? But soon, he reacted. Zhao Yuqi should have seen that he had swiped tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcast room, and was incomparably generous. So he guessed that his identity was not ordinary. Chapter 017 Lin Shutong's heart is like a knife. In fact, I'm just an ordinary person, and all I want is just a very simple love. But it's just that things don't work out the way I want them to. Chen Yuan said this sincerely. He really was just an ordinary person, and did not have any formidable status. In Zhao Yuqi's opinion, Chen Yuan was too modest. Sure enough, it was just as she had guessed before. Chen Yuan had been hiding his identity because he wanted to obtain a pure love and did not want to link his feelings to material things. But the reality was that a hangman did not deserve love. Fairy tales are just fairy tales after all. You don't have money, can't give girls romance, can't give girls security, can't give girls want all kinds of petty life. What makes people choose you? You pretend to be a hangman to try. It is destined to be a fish, doomed to become a spare tire, become a licking dog, become a jack-in-the-box. The conversation was split into two. After Chen Yuan left the lobster restaurant, Lin Shutong returned to her dorm room alone and lost her mind. She felt that she had really messed up this time. Not only had she been cheated by the scum Huang Junkai, even Chen Yuan seemed to be completely dead to her. If it was before, she didn't care what Chen Yuan thought of her. It was just a licking dog anyway. If it's gone, it's gone. The big deal was to train the next licking dog. Inside Lin Shutong's fish pond, it wasn't just Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai. There were also other fish that were stocked. When necessary, they could always fill in the gaps. Although the conditions of these fishes were just that, but it was better than nothing. There was finally a transition, wasn't there? But this time, she seemed to be really attached to Chen Yuan, especially since the other party was becoming more and more generous. He was becoming more and more dashing. Even the fights were becoming more and more manly. Only then did she realize that she didn't seem to understand Chen Yuan before. There were also Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele, such goddess-level figures in the school, who had all taken the initiative to contact Chen Yuan. It was only then that she felt more and more that Chen Yuan was actually a man of substance. Shutong, you're finally back. I've discovered a heavenly secret. I was going to tell you, but you're out on a date with Huang Junkai today. so I thought it's a bit inconvenient. I'd better wait until you're back. Sun Rui squeezed her eyebrows and said with an excited face. What secret? Lin Shutong's face was expressionless, obviously not very excited. The humiliation and blow she had suffered today was just too heavy. It wasn't something that could be slowed down in a moment. Shu Tong, do you know who Lonely a Cigarette's real identity is? Sun Rui asked. Lonely One Smoke. Is that godly hero that made it to the hot search on Weibo? The one who swiped $10 million for the female anchor? It's not 10 million. It's 20 million. Do you know that, Shu Tong? Last night I casually brushed Jitterbug. Who knew that the most popular anchor on the entire platform was actually Zhao Yuqi? I was shocked for a moment. Then I realized that Zhao Yuqi not only took the hourly list one, and the present Soundwave is as high as 100 million. This tycoon is Lonely a Cigarette. However, this is not the point. The point is that this Lonely a Cigarette, I followed his Pox Tone account, and found that he actually and I is WeChat friend relationship. And this person is Chen Yuan. Oh my god, do you know what I was feeling? I was simply dumbfounded. Chen Yuan, this loser, was actually a godly man who had swiped a huge sum of $20 million on the internet? This guy is hiding too much. I reckon his family's demolition is fake. His real identity should be a super rich second generation, or a conglomerate tycoon. Shut on, you're going to get rich, if you can marry into a rich family in the future. Don't forget your sisters. Sun Rui kept on chattering. She couldn't stop being excited. Lin Shudong was struck by lightning. It felt like she had instantly suffered a 10,000 point blitz. What did you say? Chen Yuan, he's just Lonely a Cigarette? It's true, Shu Tong. At first I couldn't believe my eyes either. But the WeChat account that is bound to the Jitterbug platform can't be wrong. And since Chen Yuan can casually transfer $50,000 to you, I think that even if his family has been demolished, his parents shouldn't have casually given him so much money, right? Then there's only one possibility. Chen Yuan is a rich second-generation man, a super rich man himself. Shu Tong, why don't you dump Huang Jun Kai and get together with Chen Yuan? Get together with Chen Yuan for good, Sun Rui suggested. But it was fine if she didn't say this. As soon as she said this, Lin Shudong felt like her heart had been stabbed alive a few times. It was dripping blood. Stop it. Little Rui, you stop it. You stop it. What's wrong, Shu Tong? Why are you crying? Lin Shutong's heart was like a knife at the moment. She finally understood why Zhao Yuqi would come out to eat alone with Chen Yuan. This was $10 million. Originally, this $10 million should be hers. But why was it cheaper for Zhao Yuqi this? It turned out that the rich and powerful man she had been pursuing before, she had gotten it a long time ago. This rich young man was even broader and more trenchant than she had imagined, and he was also devoted to her. Simply the ideal perfect male god. However, this male god had been pushed away by her own hands. At this moment, she couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps in the face. Empty treasure mountains without realizing it. More than stupid? It was simply stupidity. No, things shouldn't be like this. Chen Yuan is mine. I haven't lost yet. I still have a chance to redeem myself. I shouldn't give up like this. I must get Chen Yuan back again. After a series of blows, Lin Shudong decided to regroup. As the saying goes, when a man chases a woman, there is a mountain between the layers. When a woman chases a man, there is a veil between the layers. Moreover, Chen Yuan had been chasing her for 3 whole years, which in itself was an emotion that was difficult to part with. As long as she turns passive into active, she has a good chance of salvaging the relationship. Old 4, why are you back so late again today? I haven't seen you playing games lately. Where did you run off to dashing around? Roommate Zhou Haiquan asked. Didn't I tell you guys earlier? I went out to eat with Zhao Yuqi, and then I was bored and went shopping. She also bought me a pair of coconut shoes. Chen Yuan pointed to the new shoes under his feet and said with a calm face, Old 4, there should be a degree for blowing awesome. Zhao Yuqi asked you out for dinner and also bought you shoes? The more you ing talk, the more outrageous it gets. Well, you guys don't believe me and I won't explain. Maybe it's not certain that people want to chase me. Asterisk. This chicken really owes a beating. Do you want to him? Asterisk him. Lao Si, take my move of dragon falling 18 palms. Resist the dragon with regret. Monkey stealing peach. The foot of the severed son and grandchild. Chapter 018 accidentally typing an extra 0. Tonight, the moon and stars were sparse. Chen Yuan and his roommates Zhou Haiquan, Xiang Tao, and Xiao Zhanyan were ready to take a bath and go to sleep after some messing around. Inside the restroom, Chen Yuan found that he actually has more 8-pack abs. Originally a thin body, but after taking off the clothes actually fit him strong. The standard wear clothes to appear thin, take off clothes to have meat. The system's reinforcement points are also too useful. This figure, put on ordinary people, At least have to be in the gym for 3 to 5 years to be able to train out, right? Chen Yuan slandered in his heart. The 20 reinforcement points had almost doubled his physical fitness and strength. This was only after he had only rebelled against one Lin Shudong. If he were to attack more goddesses, Chen Yuan doubted that he could possibly turn into Superman in the future. But the dog-licking gold rewarded for this reverse attack is still too little. It's only $5,000. I should have spent more on Lin Shudong. Chen Yuan shook his head with some regret. He had just checked his private account not long ago. There was indeed an extra $5,000. These $5,000 were his own money for Chen Yuan to spend however he wanted. For an ordinary junior college student, it was an ungodly amount of money. No amount of dog-licking gold could be spent on himself. Having money in his private account was the only way to make Chen Yuan's back a little straighter. After washing up, Chen Yuan found a few unread messages on WeChat. He opened them one by one. Zhao Yuqi, good night yo, my punji I did day. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan. I know that what I did may have completely broken your heart, but the fact that you didn't pull the plug on my friendship means that there is still at least a trace of caring for me in your heart. I know that it's useless to say anything right now. I regret it. I regret that I didn't understand until now. Who in the end really treats me well? Chen Yuan, I care about you in my heart. It turns out that I have always cared about you. Please don't leave me. Give me a chance. I will make up for what I once owed you. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan. Can you lend me some money? 3 messages. Chen Yuan read them all carefully. For Zhao Yuqi's message, he replied, good night. Lin Shudong he didn't reply at all. As for Su Lele's message, according to common sense, the person Chen Yuan shouldn't pay any attention to should be Su Lele, because all this woman talks about is money. Last time, Chen Yuan had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on her, but she wasn't satisfied yet, and now she was actually taking the initiative to ask for money? To be honest, Su Lele ate a bit ugly, and this woman's reputation really isn't very good. Not only did she go around hooking up with rich second-generation guys, but inside the school, as long as there were guys who spent money on her, she seemed to come to the rescue. If Lin Shudong was a typical green tea, then Su Lele was a gold-digging slag woman. Not only gold-digging, but also slagging plainly. However, for the current Chen Yuan, his favorite is people like Su Lele. He is not afraid of you worshipping gold. Not afraid of you asking for money. I'm not afraid that you don't want enough. I've got $90 million in dog gold. How much have I spent now? At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to spend it all in 10,000 years. The output must be increased. Chen Yuan decisively returned a message. How much do you want? On the other side, inside a shared room in the Dream Lakeshore neighborhood, looking at the message Chen Yuan returned, a bright light seemed to appear in Su Lele's desperate eyes. In the past 2 days, she was being chased by a loan shark company for debts, and she didn't even dare to go to school. Chen Yuan, my dad lost money doing business and owes loan sharks. Can you help me? Su Lele did not lie to Chen Yuan with this statement. Her dad, Su Tian-ao, was originally in the internet cafe business. There were 17 chain internet cafes in Seoul. The family's assets amounted to tens of millions of dollars. Originally, the business of internet cafes was booming, and the money invested previously could be paid back in less than a year or two. But who knows, a sudden epidemic, resulting in the whole city, and even the country's internet cafes, have suffered an unprecedented blow. All internet cafes were forced to close down, and for as long as half a year. As a result, Su Lele's family went bankrupt. Her girlfriends and friends who played well with her before are now turning away from her. Before she asked Chen Yuan to borrow money, Su Lele has borrowed from almost all of her friends, especially those who have pursued her rich second generation. However, when Su Lele opened her mouth for a huge amount of money, those so-called second-generation rich people immediately cleared their relationship with Su Lele as soon as they heard that they had to borrow so much money. There was even someone who insulted her as a chicken. Of course, it's definitely not right to call people names, but to put it another way, when you open your mouth to find someone to borrow so much money, and your family is still borrowing from the bottomless pit of loan sharks, do you really think that people are all sand sculptures who are stupid and have a lot of money? There is no promise to guarantee, no written agreement, just with your body, beauty. Don't be naive. This society is very realistic. Why spend millions on a woman you can play with for tens of thousands of dollars? Su Lele was a bit apprehensive inside. Although Chen Yuan was rich, he might not be willing to lend her that much money. And last time, because of Wang Yu's sudden appearance, Chen Yuan was averse to her. She did not have a bottom in her heart. Brother Chen Yuan, I want to borrow $500,000. Don't worry, I can sign a pledge with you and will definitely return it to you. Send over your bank card number. Chen Yuan typed back. He didn't have any nonsense. Okay, my bank card number is 6225. Not long after, Su Lele received a bank transfer message. Ding dong, your account with tail number 6987 has arrived with $5 000 yuan. Su Lele looked at the bank SMS alert. She was instantly confused. Brother Chen Yuan, I borrowed $500,000. Why did you give me $5 million? Su Lele hurriedly sent a message to inquire. Oh, accidentally typed an extra zero. Seeing this message, Su Lele cried. She really cried. Brother Chen Yuan, it turns out that you do care about me. Otherwise how would you know that the total amount of loan sharks my family owes is $5 million? So you've inquired about it long ago. Thank you, Brother Chen Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you. I will definitely repay you. All the grievances that Su Lele had suffered in the past 2 days that she had suffered, all of them exploded at this moment. The immense pressure she had endured instantly dissipated. Her family owed a total of $4,800,000 in loan sharks. She was a student. Even if she sold her body, it was impossible for her to come up with so much money in a short period of time. She just held the mood of borrowing as much as she could. She borrowed from all her friends, and those boys who had once said that they would love her, protect her, and be willing to give everything for her. In the end, refused to borrow even a dime, especially those rich second generation. The richer they are, the more they don't give a dime. And Chen Yuan didn't ask for anything. He didn't even say he wanted to sign a loan agreement. He just transferred a huge amount of $5 million to her. This amount was enough to pay off all her family's loan sharks at once. Su Lele was touched. Her inner hard shell was broken and she completely fell. At this moment, Chen Yuan's slightly thin body suddenly seemed incomparably great in Su Lele's memory. She felt that this man possessed an unprecedented sense of security. It was so mesmerizing. As for Su Lele's WeChat, there were a few boys who had lent her all of their 1 month's living expenses, which she seemed to have selectively ignored. Chapter 019 Dumbstruck. Su Lele, favorability +1. Su Lele, favorability +1. Su Lele, favorability +1. After Chen Yuan's $5 million was transferred over, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan started to grow again. Even when they couldn't meet in person, it kept going up. Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan itself had already reached 88 points. At this time, it was steadily rising. Her favorability had already reached 94 points, just a little bit short of breaking through the threshold, successfully reversing him. But on the contrary, when it was just a little bit short, the favorability stopped growing. Holy, can you stop messing with people's minds like that? How close did you come to stopping me? Chen Yuan looked at the system interface, regarding Su Lele's dog licking reverse progress, and almost cursed out loud. Should I continue transferring money? No way. Everything is too much. If he kept transferring money, the other party would most likely treat him as a mere ATM and would not necessarily increase his favorability. Money plus sweet words equals invincibility. Follow this formula. Now the money was there, but the sweet words were not enough. Moreover, Chen Yuan himself was not good at saying sweet words. Of course, Chen Yuan would never confess to Su Lele, because he had a bloody lesson to learn. It was because he had confessed to Lin Shudong too early that he had gotten into an incomparably passive situation. Later he summarized the experience. The most correct way to pick up a girl was to never confess. Directly ask out and be done with it. If you can ask out, it means that the other party has some interest in you and can continue to develop. If you can't get out, then end it before it's too late. Stop the loss in time, so as not to fall deeper and deeper, and finally can't extricate themselves, and become a licking dog. Once the confession, the sense of need is exposed, the girl will subconsciously dodge, even and you will pull away. At this time to chase, the difficulty is hellish. At first, Chen Yuan never intended to really go after Su Lele. He had always treated Su Lele as a tool person to swipe money. So in front of Su Lele, his attitude was very casual and relaxed, and he even deliberately lost his temper in front of her 2 days ago, because he didn't care. In turn, he seemed extraordinarily dashing. After thinking for a while, Chen Yuan started typing. Tell me if you have difficulties in the future. I will help you no matter what. No way. This is too dog licking. I've borrowed $5 million from her. It's not like she's borrowing $5 million from me. Why should I be so pleasing to her? Chen Yuan thought of how he used to curry favor with Lin Shudong, and was instantly nauseated. He hurriedly deleted the message. Retyped, Su Lele, you are not allowed to be ambiguous with other boys in the future. Do you hear me? Still can't. This was a little too strong, making it sound uncomfortable, and I have no intention of developing Su Lele into a girlfriend. Right? Keep deleting. In the end, Chen Yuan simply sent 2 words to Su Lele, good night. That's right. The polite term good night was the most appropriate at this time. Chen Yuan felt that he shouldn't try to guess Su Lele's inner thoughts. Instead, he should make Su Lele unable to figure out his true attitude. This was the only way to be invincible, turning active into passive. This was the highest level of dog licking. Good night, brother Chen Yuan. Su Lele immediately returned. but the favorability still didn't grow. Forget it, let it be. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. It's better to talk about it tomorrow. Chen Yuan sighed. Early in the morning the next day, Phase 2 apartments, downstairs of the boys' dormitory, a girl with a rather decent figure and appearance, carrying an exquisite breakfast in her hand, had been waiting for 10 minutes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This girl is quite decent. She's actually carrying breakfast? I don't know which brother is so powerful that he can actually get a girl to bring him breakfast. I've seen a lot of guys giving breakfast to girls, girls giving breakfast to guys. This is the first time I've seen it. Hey, these days, all the good cabbages are letting the pigs give them away, and I've been single for more than 20 years for being so handsome. Just as a group of boys were pointing their fingers, Chen Yuan went downstairs with his 3 roommates, Xiang Tao, Chao Zhanyan, and Zhou Haiquan. He had just walked out of the boys' dormitory. Lin Shudong, who had been waiting for a long time, trotted to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Let's go to class together. Lin Shudong said curtly. No, you eat it yourself. It's better for us to keep some distance, lest we make others misunderstand. Chen Yuan had a serious face and decisively rejected Lin Shudong. The moment these words came out, several boys who had been following Lin Shudong for a long time almost vomited blood on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this guy? So tuggy? Your sister. Such a decent girl sends him breakfast, and he actually looks disgusted? Not particularly handsome. Not as handsome as me. The girl is not blind, right? Just when the 2 boys wearing glasses had an exasperated look on their faces, another girl with a hot body and super high face value walked over. She glanced at Lin Shudong, her eyes revealing a strong hostility. Brother Chen Yuan, I brought you breakfast. It's still hot. Hurry up and eat. Su Lele whined. That crispy and sticky voice made many geeks' bones almost go soft. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another superb girl sending him breakfast. Where exactly is this guy? He must have a mine in his family. Awesome. This is the great god, actually able to make 2 such decent girls fight over him. This girl pickup level is too high. At this time, the roommates, Zhou Haiquan, Xiang Tao, and Chao Zhanyan, were also almost stunned. Previously, they had always thought that Chen Yuan was blowing smoke in the dormitory, but who would have thought that he was actually this powerful? Lin Shudong and Su Lele actually grabbed to bring him breakfast, and clearly saw each other and didn't flinch. What the hell is this? Chasing after each other backwards? At this time, the atmosphere at the scene was a little weird. 2 girls with good figures and looks, each carrying a breakfast, handed it to Chen Yuan at the same time. It was up to him to choose which one. There were more and more boys coming downstairs, and it had already caused a mob. Isn't this guy licking dog Chen Yuan? When did he become so powerful? It seems like there's nothing wrong with what I'm trying to do. Look, Chen Yuan the licking dog has already succeeded. If I insist on confessing my love to Qin Bingxue, I can't help but say that one day I'll be able to succeed as well. Qin Bingxue, the #1 school beauty of Lake University? You're thinking about farts, aren't you? Bro, you drank a few bottles of snowflakes early in the morning, so you're floating? Lao Si, brothers have not eaten breakfast. You do not eat, let us eat. Xiang Tao saw that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit awkward, so he spoke out to ease the situation. Alright then, let's let you guys eat. Chen Yuan picked up both Su Lele and Lin Shutong's breakfast at the same time, and then turned his hand and stuffed it into Xiang Tao and Zhou Haichuan's hands. This practice made both Su Lele and Lin Shudong a little unhappy, but while they were unhappy, they were relieved instead. At least Chen Yuan had not eaten the opposite woman's breakfast, more or less leaving a bit of face. The atmosphere eased a little, but just at this moment, Zhao Yuqi, the #1 beauty of the College of Arts and Sciences and the school flower, walked over with a packed soy milk, donuts, and rice noodles. With light steps, she slowly walked over to Chen Yuan. This is your breakfast. For a moment, the entire crowd of boys, collectively petrified, were dumbstruck. Chapter 020. Zhao Yuqi is not a light that can't be saved either. How is this possible? How could Zhao Yuqi send breakfast to Chen Yuan? This isn't real. This must be a hallucination. Sister Yuki is the goddess in my heart. How could she do such a thing? No, I don't believe it. What kind of magic did this Chen Yuan cast? Why do Lin Shudong, Su Lele and Zhao Yuji all want to please him? He's not that handsome, is he? And he doesn't have much money. I saw him delivering a courier last week. Most of the boys had a series of question marks floating in their minds right now. The 3 guys, Zhou Haiquan, Xiang Tao, and Chao Zhanyan were also completely confused. The goddess Xiao Yuqi that they had been secretly in love with for 3 years, actually turned around and brought breakfast to Chen Yuan? Is this still their roommate? Are you sure you're Chen Yuan himself? You're not possessed by a lover's saint, are you? How else could you be so powerful? Compared to the other boys, Lin Shudong and Su Lele truly understood why Zhao Yuqi was trying to show her affection for Chen Yuan. Just kidding, he had given her a gift of $10 million. She was giving away a month's worth of breakfast, as long as she could maintain a good relationship with Chen Yuan and get his support. Zhao Yuqi's development in her live broadcasting career would skyrocket. It wouldn't take long for her to become a big internet celebrity. Making $1 million a month would be easy. Just this morning, Zhao Yuqi managed to get on the Weibo hot search. The reason she was on the Weibo hot search was the same as Mimir a few days ago. She was madly brushed with gifts by the mysterious tycoon, Lonely a Cigarette, causing her popularity to explode. In just 2 days, the powder rose by several million. There were also quite a few netizens on the Pox Sound platform who frequently discussed what happened that day. They even specialized in taking screenshots and sending videos. Actually, all of them were on the hotspot. This short video platform is very magical. Sometimes when a person is on fire, it's just so sudden. I don't know what the reason is, but the popularity suddenly exploded. Other netizens also frantically rubbed up against the heat. Zhao Yuqi was rubbed more and more hot. The hotter it got, the more it rubbed off. Just under this magical effect, she already had a tendency to become a big hit. Of course, Zhao Yuqi herself was pretty and had a good temperament. Plus she was multi-talented. Her own conditions were placed there, and Chen Yuan's appearance was just the spark that lit the fuse. Even without Chen Yuan's crazy brush gifts, Zhao Yuqi's development in the live short video industry wouldn't be bad. It just might not have caught fire so quickly. Right, Chen Yuan? I have another gift for you. Yesterday I saw that your cell phone was so old and still using it, so I bought you a new one. See if you like it. After saying that, Zhao Yuqi pulled out a new model cell phone that was still unopened from inside her bag. Holy, this is the latest Apple 12 Pro. It costs over $10,000. Zhao Yuqi gave Chen Yuan a cell phone? What on earth is so virtuous about this doggy that he deserves a goddess to treat him like this? Why? I don't understand where I lost. Goddess, are you blind? What's so great about this Chen Yuan? No, I can't stand it anymore. I want to expose the shameless behavior of this scum of a dog Chen Yuan. Not only does he eat soft rice, but he also has his foot in 3 boats. Let's see you at the campus forum. In the gazes of a group of boys who were indignant, Chen Yuan accepted the new cell phone given to him by Zhao Yuqi without any embarrassment. Apple 12A, more than $10,000. Don't want it for nothing. Chen Yuan nibbled on a bite of donut and drank a mouthful of soybean milk. Cool. The feeling of being given a gift by a goddess is too good. It really confirms the old saying. It's not that beautiful women don't take the initiative, but you've never seen a beautiful woman take the initiative. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. After Chen Yuan accepted the gift, the favorability of Zhao Yuqi's head actually increased by another 5 points to 45 points. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. He did not expect that apart from sending gifts could increase favorability. It turned out that receiving gifts could also increase favorability. As for Zhao Yuqi, he did not eat the exquisite breakfasts that Lin Shudong and Su Lele had successively prepared for Chen Yuan, and even gave their breakfasts directly to his roommate. Instead, Chen Yuan ate several mouthfuls of the soy milk donuts she had casually bought. Even the gift she gave him was accepted with a happy face. This showed that her position in Chen Yuan's mind nowadays was incomparable to Su Lele and Lin Shudong. A cell phone that cost more than $10,000 in the district. Would Chen Yuan not be able to afford it? The reason he was so happy was definitely not because he had received an Apple phone, but rather the person who had given him the phone had made him feel good and thoughtful, which was why he was so happy. What he was looking at was the friendship, the thought. Zhao Yuqi thought so. Obviously, she had misunderstood Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan wasn't that noble and didn't think that much. He was actually very shallow. A cell phone that cost over $10,000 was really a luxury for him. You damn well gave me such an expensive gift. Can I not be excited? Yuki, thank you for the gift. I love it. It's good that you like it. I'll leave first. I've picked up a live event at night. It's about live banding. This is the first time I've picked up an event like this. I hope you'll be able to help me out when the time comes. Speaking of this, Chen Yuan realized why Zhao Yuqi suddenly gave him an Apple phone. It turned out to be because she wanted him to support the event. Thinking about it, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him was still far from high enough to allow her to chase Chen Yuan backwards. Now that she was giving Chen Yuan breakfast and a cell phone, she was ambiguous on the surface. In reality, she merely wanted to utilize Chen Yuan to continue building momentum. This woman was actually very calm. She was not a little girl who would be overwhelmed by love. Today, her sudden appearance not only suppressed Lin Shudong and Su Lele, letting the two women know what to expect, and it would also create an illusion for Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan hadn't seen that the favorability on top of her head was only 45 points, he might have thought that Zhao Yuqi was really in love with him. In reality, the other party hadn't invested any real feelings. She was still testing the waters. It was just a simple case of teasing Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan's head got hot and he went after Zhao Yuqi regardless, then he would end up losing the initiative and turning into a licking dog. Hi! It was really high. This woman is not a light that can be saved either. Chen Yuan suddenly came to his senses. The so-called school flower goddess, in fact, after losing the goddess aura, was just an ordinary woman. At most, she was a bit better looking, that was all. The school flower isn't as noble, as pure, as unearthly as one might think. She is also the same as a human being. The same has 7 emotions and 6 desires. The same will have the normal woman's vanity. Looking at Zhao Yuqi's 45 points of favorability at the top of her head, Chen Yuan's original hot heart seemed to be poured a bucket of cold water. A woman's heart, a needle under the sea. If you just look at her behavior in front of you, you would not be able to tell how much she actually loves you. Don't worry, Chairman Zhao, I'll definitely support the show when the time comes. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he took another bite of the breakfast prepared by Lin Shudong and Su Lele, respectively. Ha, this tastes pretty good too. Come on, I won't eat the rice noodles. Which one of you wants it? After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and handed the rice noodles given to him by Zhao Yuqi to his oldest. Chao Zhanyan, oldest, this is what the other school girl sent you. It's fine, it's just a breakfast. I'll just eat a little bit all the same. Chen Yuan had an indifferent face. It was as if the breakfast sent by the goddess Zhao Yuqi herself wasn't anything special in his eyes. Boss, I actually prefer rice noodles. Why don't you give it to me and forget about it? Xiong Tao immediately said. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* accompanying the emperor. Zhao Yuqi was just about to leave, but when she turned around, she saw that Chen Yuan actually gave the rice noodles she sent over to someone else without a care in the world. There was a sudden pang of discomfort in her heart. For a long time, she had gotten used to boys treating her like a goddess. As long as she showed a little bit, the other person would be touched and even grateful. She thought that Chen Yuan was the same in front of him. Although this boy was rich, he was essentially no different from other men, all equally conquered by her charm. But now, Chen Yuan didn't even look at her differently. In this guy's eyes, she was the same as Lin Shudong and Su Lele. Zhao Yuqi hated this feeling. She turned around and left in large strides, her face clearly a little less than favorable. Chen Yuan, I see that Zhao Yuqi seems to be angry. I say you're this guy too. Someone else is a schoolgirl who brings you breakfast, but you actually give it up to someone else? If I had to I would be angry too. Zhou Haiquan shook his head with a sigh. That's right, I, a straight man of steel, understand the reasoning. How could you not understand it? Even though you're buddy enough to mean it, you can't miss out on lifelong happiness. Chao Jian patted Chen Yuan's shoulder with a serious look on his face. Between the words, there was such a hint of lewdness in how they sounded. Boss, haven't you been crushing on Zhao Yuqi for a long time? Just so willing that your goddess was picked up by this son of a old for? Xiang Tao interjected. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. Do I look like the kind of person who favors his friends over his wife? Boss, are you sure it's not the case that you can't pick up Zhao Yuqi at all? So you deliberately say this kind of words to comfort yourself? All brothers? Can you stop pretending? Asterisk 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 you big man. Can't you give me some face? After Zhao Yuqi left, Lin Shudong and Su Lele also left one after another. Today was the first time the three women had officially exchanged blows. Originally, it was thought that Zhao Yuqi had crushed Su Lele and Lin Shudong, but in the end, it turned out that no one had taken advantage of them. The main thing was the ambiguous attitude of this guy Chen Yuan. It was hard to figure out who he really liked. Since Lin Shudong had learned about Chen Yuan's bottom line last night, she had completely solidified her heart. No matter what Chen Yuan did to her, she vowed to get Chen Yuan back. Since Chen Yuan was able to chase her for 3 years, she could also chase Chen Yuan backwards for 3 years. What she had once lost, she must take back. Perhaps she hadn't noticed that she was already acting more and more like a female licking dog. As for Su Lele, she felt that Chen Yuan had feelings for her. Why else would he casually lend her $5 million? Moreover, there is never a lack of women around rich men. Chen Yuan is so outstanding and rich. It is normal to have some warblers around him, compared to those who have no one to want the hangers on. She would rather go for the man that many girls like. The better a man is liked by women, the better he is. Even Zhao Yuqi likes Chen Yuan, so it's even more impossible for her to give up. Knowing the difficulties in retreating was the sickly moan of the weak. The strong will only rise to the challenge. Coming to the classroom, Chen Yuan spent some time debugging the newly purchased Apple cell phone that Zhao Yuqi had given him. Just now, he boarded WeChat. Suddenly, several messages popped up. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan, let's go watch a movie together at night. I've already bought the tickets. For the 10 o'clock show, let's go eat some snacks after the movie. I've been in a very low mood lately. Keep me company, okay? This message from Lin Shudong was quite revealing. It was enough to make people think. A movie at 10 o'clock in the evening. It's not 12 o'clock when you're done? And then have a midnight snack? At least 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, right? By then the school is closed. What if there's no place to sleep? We'll have to find a hotel room. If a man and a woman are alone in a hotel room, they can't have 2 rooms, right? That's a waste of money. 1 room is a good place to talk. Talk about life, talk about ideals. This routine, why is it so familiar? Chen Yuan, no. I need to study tonight. I'm graduating next year. I'm still preparing for graduate school. Chen Yuan himself didn't believe this excuse. It was just blind barren bull ********. However, he still sent it to Lin Shudong. Lin Shudong, you're going to graduate school. I knew you're a very hard-working boy. If you're going to graduate school, I can accompany you to graduate school. Chen Yuan, I'm just talking casually. I actually don't want to go to the movies. Lin Shudong, that's okay. If you don't want to go today, you can go tomorrow? Lin Shudong, it's okay for the weekend. Lin Shudong, why don't you reply to my messages? Lin Shudong, can you pay attention to me? Lin Shudong sent dozens of messages in a row. Chen Yuan didn't reply at all. It was at this time that she finally realized the frantic state of mind when Chen Yuan sent her dozens of messages and she didn't reply for hours. It was too damn torturous. Zhao Yuqi, my Pengji I Didi, 8 p.m. I won't see you in the live broadcast room. Chen Yuan, okay. After replying to Zhao Yuqi's message, Chen Yuan tapped on Su Leilei's unread message again. Su Leilei, brother Chen Yuan. I'll personally cook at home in the evening. I'm very grateful for your help. Can you please honor me by coming for a meal? Su Leilei, right. I printed out the loan agreement today. Although it's brother Chen Yuan's help, but with a loan of $5 million. No matter what, it's necessary to sign a loan agreement, or else I won't feel solid in my heart. Chen Yuan, you personally cook? Then I have to taste your handiwork. Su Leilei, guaranteed to satisfy brother Chen Yuan. Su Leilei message returned in seconds. Closing the WeChat chat page, Chen Yuan began to download the Shark Live app, Pox Tone app, Dragon Tooth Live app, Penguin Chat Group software, Alipay and other such commonly used software apps. Because it was a new cell phone, a lot of software needed to be re-downloaded. But now in the 5G era, the network speed is very fast. It doesn't take long to download. Chen Yuan was bored and opened the Shark Live app. He originally wanted to watch a live game, but inexplicably looked at the face area, discovered that Mimir was live streaming. He casually clicked in. This time, Chen Yuan is not a third-level small transparent. He is a 120-level full-level big brother. Although he did not open the Emperor, but the row is still there. Asterisk. Mr. Smoke is here. That man, he's here. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke. You are a big man of 120 levels. Don't you consider opening an Emperor? The Emperor is for those small tycoons to fill up the facade. You don't look at who Mr. Smoke is. Do you need to fill up the facade? Lonely brother came. A few days ago people sent you private message, you have not been back. People also said to add your WeChat to come. Xiaomi Air beamed. Wow. Thank you lonely. A cigarette brother opened the Emperor. Chapter 22, Not Giving Face to Chief Smoke? Noble Emperor, $120,000 a month. In fact, there is no use. Just into the live room. There are entry effects. Send pop-ups conspicuous. Look dignified. Female anchors will also look at you. Spend $1,200,000 to open the Noble Emperor. Just to make yourself a little rowdy? This kind of behavior, in Chen Yuan's opinion, is really a bit sandy. I heard that there are still accountants, in order to satisfy their own vanity, actually misappropriated public funds to give the female anchor a reward of several $1 million, which is simply a brainwashed Nima. If you really have money, I won't say anything about you. No money, you still pretend? Finally, you put yourself in jail? You're also great. But Chen Yuan is doing this kind of sand sculpture thing right now. He's just opening an Emperor. It's not his own money anyway. Lick the dog's gold and spend it at will. Did you private message me? Mir? Then I'll go take a look. Chen Yuan finished sending a pop-up. He immediately went to the backstage to look at the private messages. He had a bit too many private messages, and it took him half a day to find Xiaomi's private message. Inside was the WeChat account that Xiaomi had sent him. Chen Yuan copied and pasted, and decisively added her friend on the WeChat account. But it didn't go through. After waiting for several minutes, he ran to the live broadcast again. Xiaomi Air, I added your WeChat. Pass it. Okay Chief Smoke brother. Not long after, the other party passed Chen Yuan's WeChat friend request. Nini Air, can I treat you to dinner? Chen Yuan blatantly typed in the live broadcast and asked. Eat I basically have a fan meeting event once a month. on the Pudong side of the Magic City. Where are you from, brother Smoke Chief? I'm from Seoul. Oh, in fact, it's not far. Take a plane 2 hours to arrive. Smoke Total brother, you want to come to see me? I can't. I don't have time. If it was a fan meeting, there would definitely be more people. And Chen Yuan didn't want to go and make a scene. Either he doesn't go, or he has to meet privately to go. A successful person like Chief Smoke's brother must be a busy man. But next month, the Shark Live Carnival will be held in Seoul, so there will be a chance to meet then as well. Ha, carnival. Mimir, are you implying that Chief Smoke swipes rockets? Every time the carnival, it's all about cutting leaks. Mr. Smoke, all the people are here. Don't you brush your rocket before you go? Wow. Thanks for the super rocket brushed by brother Lonely Smoke. Love you touchy-feely. Since Chen Yuan swiped gifts, naturally, he couldn't just brush one. A super rocket was only just the beginning. In just a few minutes, he had swiped 100 super rockets. Then he slipped away. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue brushing, but the shark fins on his account were finished again. Damn. The recharge amount on all these live platforms is too small. Every time I recharge, I have to recharge many times. If only I could recharge 100 million at a time, how good would it be? Chen Yuan couldn't help but start spitting. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan went online again. This time, he had prepared an incomparably sufficient amount of ammunition. However, this time, he didn't click into Xiaomir's live room. This time, however, he didn't click into Mimir's live room, because he realized that another highly popular female anchor was online. Little Deep, also a dancing anchor, specializing in ancient style dance, modern dance, and Korean dance. She was relatively cute and had an excellent figure. In terms of face value alone, she might be slightly inferior to Xiaomi by a hair, but in terms of talent content, she did better. It was estimated that it was probably about an 8 out of 10 for face value, but the talent was a perfect score. Also has several million fans. Asterisk. Smoke General, you don't go to see Xiaomi. Run Little Deep here? Welcome Mr. Smoke. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke, you just swiped 100 super rockets for Xiaomi. Don't you want to have a little fun here? Mr. Smoke, at least 100 super rockets to start with? Mr. Smoke, what exactly do you do? Can I work for you? Chen Yuan had just arrived at Little Deep's live room, and the pop-up screen started to bring up the tempo. The fans in the female anchor's live room were basically overlapping. A lot of people would look at this anchor for a while, and then go and look at another one. Basically, they were all in a state of flux. Chen Yuan's fame in Shark Live nowadays was greater than that of many anchors. Wow, it's General Smoke coming. Welcome. Little Deep immediately welcomed. In the face of countless pop-ups bringing up the tempo, Chen Yuan didn't say any nonsense. He only sent out one pop-up screen. Little Deep, what's your total ranking? 1. I'll do it for a second. This conspicuous pop-up screen was just sent out. At once, the entire live broadcast room was sensationalized. Asterisk. Chief Smoke has started. He's going to start again. Terror like this. Chief Smoke, be calm. I just looked at it. Little Deep's total list 1 has 18 million. And her list big man is the Dragon Emperor. Smoke, always you want a second Dragon Emperor? Dragon Emperor is already a level 120 big shot. He has several brokerage companies under his own banner. And he is said to be one of the shareholders of Penguin Group. So it's awesome. Mr. Smoke, play is play. Fooling around is fooling around. Don't joke about ranking 1. Just as the live broadcast screen began to frantically brush the screen, a golden rocket, rising from the bottom of the screen, officially opened the smoke of the battle. The first round, the second round, the 100th round, the first 1,000 rounds, the 2,000th round, the 5,000th round. From the first rocket sent by Chen Yuan, that boundless rain of rockets never stopped. This brush was a full 2 hours. That's right, it was 2 hours of non-stop brushing. The heat of Little Deep's live streaming room climbed from 2 million at the beginning to a jaw-dropping 4 billion heat. All the live broadcast audiences, one by one, were dumbfounded. Little Deep opened his mouth wide and didn't move a muscle, as if the entire person was petrified. The entire Shark platform, 80% of the audience, were all attracted to Little Deep's live room. I'm shocked. Smoke Total, you are also too scary. Damn, have brushed more than 10,000 hair superfire? It's too exaggerated. It's too powerful. Are you suffering from cancer, Mr. Smoke? So you want to dissipate your family's wealth? Dad, if you have more money than you can spend, give it to me and I'll be your son. I'll be your son. I'll be your son. Just as Little Deep's live broadcast was frantically swiping the screen, the pop-ups in Xiaomi's live room were a bit sparse. Looking at the boundless rain of rockets on the world's public screen, Xiaomi was very jealous. She began to wonder if she had just said the wrong thing. When Chief Smoke wanted to ask her out for dinner, she didn't agree, but instead politely stated that there was a chance to meet during the fan meeting. This was because the other party had asked inside the live broadcast if she directly agreed that she could meet in private. It would not have a good impact after all. Moreover, she still had so many fans, with the majority of them being husband fans. Naturally, she couldn't promise to be too blatant, but just because she didn't agree, General Smoke turned around and sent more than 10,000 super rockets to Little Deep, and it hasn't stopped now. It's very likely that the one who will be on the hot search tomorrow will be Little Deep. When she thought of this, Xiaomi regretted more and more that she said the wrong thing. Can a godly man like Mr. Smoke be the same as an ordinary fan? If she openly refused, wasn't she not giving face to Mr. Smoke? Chapter 023, Xiao Ruoyu. I'm sorry, I'm going to go to Xiaoshen's live broadcasting room to watch a wave. Go with me, it's too lively over there. Ha, I'm not going to watch Little Deep. I just want to see how many rockets Mr. Smoke can make. I'm so stupid. You traitors, wait for me. Looking at the live broadcast room has gone another dozen or so nobles. Millet wants to cry. Smoke always is really too trenchant. Under the huge impact of more than 10,000 rounds of superfire, the traffic he drove was beyond imagination. People were all more curious. They all liked to watch the fun. If you swipe dozens of rounds, or even hundreds of rockets, maybe it won't be anything, because this situation has been sparse. Shark Live was established for many years, and there is no shortage of these tycoons who can brush a few hundred rounds of rockets, but the ones that could brush more than 10,000 rounds of super rockets at once, there has never been one. Unprecedented. Since Shark Live's inception, no one had ever been able to brush more than 10,000 super rockets at once, and today, Lonely A Cigarette had done it. This sudden absolute trench, in just a few days, has become the leader of the tycoon world. He not only swiped on the Shark platform, but also on the Poxtone platform. Every time he strikes, he is trenchant, and once more than once ruthless, once more than once trench. Just 3 times, he has brushed almost $50 million, $500 million gifts. You can go to be a Shark shareholder. Watching the popularity of the live room is getting less and less. Xiaomi finally made up her mind. She had to apologize to General Smoke. She had to explain the reason why she didn't agree to the invitation in the live studio just now. If such a divine hero was offended, she wouldn't have to eat this bowl of rice. Picking up her cell phone and tapping on WeChat, she began to edit her message. Brother Smoke Chief, I'm sorry today. There were more people in the live room before, so some of the words were inconvenient to answer. In fact, I do have time in these few days, and it just so happens that I also want to go to Seoul for a little bit of traveling. Is it convenient for Brother Smoke Chief to be a guide? Editing the message, Mir immediately sent it over. Chen Yuan, at this time, was still continuing to send rockets. After tapping the screen for 2 hours, his hands were really a bit sore. Luckily, his body had been strengthened, or else he wouldn't have been able to carry it off a bit. Ding dong! Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. It was actually sent by me Mir. Chen Yuan opened it and looked at it, a little confused. What does it mean? Previously asked you to meet and eat, you do not agree. Now actually have the time to fly from the Magic City to Seoul travel? This attitude change is a little bit unexpected. Could it be that he finally understands brother's connotations? That must be it. Chen Yuan nodded with a smile. Forget it, I won't brush today. It's too tiring to keep brushing the rockets, and my cell phone is almost out of battery. It's still an Apple 12. How come the electricity is so unforgiving? When Chen Yuan stopped brushing the rockets, a full 5 minutes passed. It was only then that the water friends on the Shark Live platform finally reacted. It's over. It's finally over. 12,700 Ultra Flames. Holy, a total of 12,700 Ultra Flames were swiped this time. Welcome Dragon Emperor. Asterisk. Dragon Emperor, you're finally back. You're getting your ass kicked. Don't you know that? You've been given a second for your list 1. Before I met Mr. Smoke, I thought I was a tycoon if I swiped 100 rockets. But after I met Mr. Smoke, I think I'd be embarrassed to go out and pretend to be a pussy if I didn't swipe 1,000 Ultra Flames. Little Deep's live room was still bustling with activity, but Chen Yuan had already left silently, without realizing it. The morning class was over. Only then did Chen Yuan realize that he had actually brushed rockets for the whole morning. He didn't listen much to the teacher's lecture. University teachers, other than counselors, other teachers of other classes, basically don't care much about people. If you want to learn sincerely and ask for advice with an open mind, he will naturally teach. If you want to be self-indulgent, no teacher will urge you to study. It's all up to you. Basically, the students sitting in the front row are the ones who love to study and are preparing for graduate school. sitting in the back row of the students, is intended to mix a diploma, as long as the examination does not fail. Mix a 60 pass on the line. Lakes University is considered a class of undergraduate universities, but not among the 985 and 211, compared to Wuhan University, Hua University, Central South University, Polytechnic University, to be worse on a grade. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan's performance in high school is not good, barely in the upper middle level. Originally, this score is not to get a book, but one day, when he learned that his 3-year crush Xiao Ruoyu was going to take the WU exam, he suddenly started to get excited. There are some youth-themed movies. The hero 3 years of high school grades are not good. The last 3 months in order to chase the goddess. Desperate to study. The college entrance examination. All of a sudden rushed to the school's top 10. The story sounds very inspiring. But this kind of bloodshed bridge is actually not common in reality. Chen Yuan is a typical case of failure. He thought he was also the existence of a hanged man. The last 3 months before the college entrance examination. Study hard. Can and Xiao Ruoyu on the same university. Together, they will be admitted to Wuhan University. Even if he couldn't be Xiao Ruoyu's boyfriend, as long as he could be inside a school and silently pay attention to her, Chen Yuan felt that he was already satisfied. He admitted that the 3 months of hard sprinting did have some effect, and his academic performance had improved by a considerable margin. However, it was already quite a bit worse than the WU scoreline, so, he failed. Xiao Ruoyu eventually managed to get into Wu University, which was a top 10 university in China, while Chen Yuan ended up only going to a Lake University. Although it was also a book, it was actually much worse. After attending the university, Chen Yuan chose to go after another girl in order to forget about Xiao Ruoyu, that is, Lin Shudong. At first, he just wanted to forget someone. Who knows that in the end, he fell deeper and deeper, and in turn became Lin Shutong's licking dog. Did he really fall in love with Lin Shudong and completely forget about Xiao Ruoyu? Chen Yuan didn't think so. 3 years of dedication. He is actually not really dead to Lin Shudong. He is just not willing because he has touched himself. Suddenly remembering that young girl figure that was as warm as a spring day, Chen Yuan realized that after so many years had passed, he had never forgotten her. 3 years in high school. Because of his crush on Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan will be the first to jump out of the window and climb into the classroom every morning to wipe her desk and chair. At night under the evening study secretly tailing to send her back, and then go home alone. Often ambush in the road she passed just to see her that slight smile. Inadvertently saw someone else carve her name on the table to fight with that person. Deliberately borrowing her books just to look at her to have a word with her. Staring at her in class. The name Xiao Ruoyu has occupied Chen Yuan's entire youth. She was too good. She was so good that Chen Yuan didn't dare to express his love for her. From the time he entered the university, he knew that his life and Xiao Ruoyu's life would be 2 parallel lines from now on, without any intersection. Chapter 024 added a landlord group. Thinking of Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan shook his head with some emotion. Picking up his cell phone, he sent a message back to Mir. Good. If you want to come to Seoul for a trip, Xiao Mir, I'll definitely be your guide and make sure that you don't miss out on the trip. Then it's a deal. Oh, brother Smoke Chief, just set a time to notify me. This Saturday. What do you think, Mr. Smoke? No problem. Then brother, can you send a photo first? I'm afraid I won't recognize you by then. A photo is not necessary. You'll know what I look like by then. After successfully asking out Mimi Air, Chen Yuan felt a bit unbelievable. He really didn't expect this big anchor to be so easy to ask out, and it even made the other party fly from the magic city to Seoul to look for him. It was true that money could make the devil work. After replying to the WeChat message, Chen Yuan once again opened the Shark Live app. He wanted to see if Little Deep had sent him a private message. This was likewise a highly popular anchor, with a face value that was over the top, a body that was over the top, and a talent that was over the top, and could likewise be used as a dog-licking bonding object. The money has all been swiped. Regardless of whether or not it would succeed against the odds in the end, it was important to at least try a wave, right? What if it worked out in the end? Sure enough, Chen Yuan opened the backstage and quickly found Little Deep's private message. Thank you, Mr. Smoke Chief, for being my top one. Greatly add me on WeChat. In addition to Little Deep's private message, there was another person's private message that caught Chen Yuan's attention. Hello Mr. Smoke. I'm the Dragon Emperor. Make a friend. They are all in the circle. More friends. More roads. I have a WeChat group, which is full of Shark's noble emperors. They are all elites from all walks of life. And in the future, when it comes to business, there is a care for each other. Mr. Smoke, do you appreciate my face? This Dragon Emperor's account level is also level 120. He was definitely a rich man. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Adding a tycoon circle didn't seem to do any harm. He directly sent his WeChat number over. At the same time, He did not forget to add Little Deep's WeChat friend. Not long after, Chen Yuan was pulled into a WeChat group. There weren't many people inside this group, only 30 or so in total. Chen Yuan had just entered the group. The entire group exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chief Smoke. Is it really Chief Smoke himself? Dragon Emperor, you're too powerful. You actually really pulled Chief Smoke into the group. I instantly felt that the entire group's platitude got a boost. In the future, if I say that Mr. Smoke and I know each other, won't that give me face? Ha ha, big brother, take care of me in the future. The people inside this WeChat group were all emperors though, but emperors are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. A big brother like Chen Yuan who swiped tens of millions of gifts in one performance was a top-tier existence even inside the emperor group. Hello everyone, I'm lonely as cigarette. Please take care of all the big brothers. Chen Yuan very politely sent a message. Don't be like that, Mr. Smoke. Who can afford to be a big brother in front of you? Mr. Smoke is polite. Mr. Smoke is polite. Are you in Seoul, Mr. Smoke? I have a villa over there that I want to sell. Are you interested? A groupie named Xingfeng Sulai suddenly asked. Xinghuan, you don't have to be funny. What kind of person is Mr. Smoke? Can he lack this villa of yours? I have no way out. You also know that I am doing hotel business. By the impact of the previous period, the domestic tourism industry, the hotel industry, basically all cool. I have insufficient capital chain, is now operating at a loss, can only sell the villa, first to carry a period of time, waiting for the industry to rebound. You don't say. Now all industries have been hit. Everyone's capital is not very sufficient. Why don't you look for the Blue Emperor? The Blue Emperor this chicken last year at the end of the year to acquire a mask factory. With the robbery of money like, now a batch of fat. But Blue Emperor is not in Seoul. Chen Yuan looked at the message inside the group and narrowed his eyes. There is a villa for sale. Or is it in Seoul? As a groupmate, how could I say that there should be some discounts? Of course, Chen Yuan did not have the money to buy a villa, but he could buy it for others. Lin Shudong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, or any other girl, as long as they are bound to a dog-licking relationship, and the real estate license is written in someone else's name, and the villa is not in his name, they can naturally spend it as dog-lick. King Gold, when the time comes to buy the villa and live by himself, it doesn't matter even if it's not in his name. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan returned a message. Since it's inside a group, it doesn't matter if I help out. You add me as a friend in chat privately. Chen Yuan typed back. Thank you Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke is atmospheric. Obviously, in the impression of these emperors, a godly man of Mr. Smoke's level would definitely not lack 1 or 2 sets of villas. The reason why he was willing to buy Emperor Qing's villa was purely to look at the face of his groupmates and help out. This kind of generous and bold friend is very worth making friends with. As long as a good relationship was established, there would be no shortage of benefits in the future. Ding dong, Xingfeng Su Lai has applied to be your friend. Please ask if you agree to the friend application. Agree. Chen Yuan clicked to pass the other party's friend application. Soon after, the other party's message was sent over. Mr. Smoke, my humble self Hong Yuanqiao. You can just call me Xiao Hong. I do have some tight funds recently. I wonder when you have time to come see the house. I don't have time today, either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Where is your house located? Chen Yuan typed and asked. On this side of the river mouth. This villa was bought by me in 18 years. River View Villa. In fact, the decoration is only a year or so. The area is 980 square feet. Detached 3-story building with garden, parking space, lawn, open-air swimming pool, private movie theater. Speaking of which, Hong Yuanqiao also sent a few photos of the villa. There were indoor photos, as well as outdoor photos. Both the decoration and the design are luxurious batch. From the angle of the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could actually see the beautiful Yangtze River scenery. This lot, this area, this decoration. Chen Yuan was almost shocked. Chen Yuan naturally knew about the Riverview Villa neighborhood. It was one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Seoul. The house price was as high as more than 50,000 per square meter. This villa in Hong Yuanqiao was at least $50 million or more. It was definitely one of the top villas in Seoul. After all, it wasn't a first-tier city, and compared to the prices in Magic City and also Kyoto, it was considered cheap and wouldn't move over $100 million. Well, not bad. This house of yours is okay. Send a location. I'll contact you when I go over tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Smoke. As long as you want to come see the house, I'll have time anytime. Hong Yuanqiao immediately replied. In reality, villas that were worth too much were not good to offer. It might be listed on the internet for half a year, or even a year without selling, and it was far less sellable than an ordinary commercial house. especially with the recent economic downturn. A set of villas worth $50 to $60 million want to sell in a short period of time. It is too difficult. This time, it was really lucky to be able to accidentally get acquainted with General Smoke. Mr. Smoke deserves to be Mr. Smoke. Too trenchant. Buying a villa is like playing. Mr. Smoke gives tens of millions of dollars in rewards to female anchors. Isn't buying a villa just like buying a toy? I'm getting more and more curious about Mr. Smoke's identity. He's not Mr. Ma's trumpet, is he? Egg King. It's not your first day in the group. Don't you understand some of the rules? Don't ask too deep. Dragon Emperor opened his mouth to warn. Chapter 025. Finally I can show my skills. The Emperor group message was closed. The time had already reached 12 noon. Chen Yuan and his roommates Old Chow, Old Zhou, and Old Xiong went to the cafeteria to eat together. Lunch in the school cafeteria was very cheap. A meal was only $7 or $8. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that Mr. Trench Smoke, who had just swiped more than 10,000 ultra flames on the live streaming platform, would actually eat a cafeteria lunch of $7 or $8, and couldn't even bother to order a meat dish. Little Rue, what the hell should I do now? Chen Yuan, he doesn't seem to want to care about me anymore? Lin Shudong clutched her cell phone that hadn't returned any messages for a few hours. Her mind was a little fried. Shu Tong, what's wrong with you lately? Wasn't Chen Yuan always held to death by you in the past? How come you have no self-confidence in front of him after you know he has money? You can't be like this. You have to know that men are all born to be. The more you spoil him, the more he doesn't give a damn about you. You, just deal with him the way you used to. If he ignores you, you can ignore her too, Sun Rue suggested. But, I feel that this method doesn't work anymore. Chen Yuan is now being targeted by several vixens. There's Su Lele from the Art Academy, and Zhao Yuqi from the Student Union. If I still treat him coldly and warmly like before, he might get hooked up by the other two vixens. Lin Shudong shook her head with a bereft expression. Times were different nowadays. In the past, Chen Yuan only chased after her alone. Now there were two competitors, and none of them were inferior to her in terms of body shape and face value. She had even insulted Chen Yuan before and said so many unpleasant words. If it was still like before, Chen Yuan would definitely not continue to please her. In that case, come to think of it, we are not the only ones who know that Chen Yuan is rich, so it seems that we really can't look at him with the same eyes as before. However, Shu Tong, you also have an advantage. You have to know that Chen Yuan didn't give up after chasing you for 3 years in the first place, showing that your position in his mind is different. All men have a first love complex, and you are his first love, which no woman can compare to. So I guess, the reason why Chen Yuan is so indifferent to you, may also want to vent his heart's dissatisfaction. After all, you used to do the same to him. When he has vented enough and his anger subsides, he will probably be able to forgive you. By then your chance will come. Sun Rue, her best friend, conducted a wave of sensible analysis. Lin Shudong felt reasonable as she listened. It was estimated that if she switched her identity with Chen Yuan's, he must also have a temper and want to vent it. Comparing hearts to minds, it would also explain why Chen Yuan didn't reply to her messages. I understand, little Rue. Now if I want to get Chen Yuan back, I first have to make him lose his temper. I won't give up. Go for it, Shu Tong, you'll definitely succeed. Sun Rue held up her small fists to cheer. On the surface she looked like she was supporting her best friend, but inwardly she was very contemptuous. You, Lin Shudong, disliked people in the beginning and treated others as licking dogs. Now that you know that other people are rich, you start to remember how good they are. You want to get back? What kind of daydreaming are you doing? But Lin Shudong doesn't have a chance. Does she have a chance? However, if you go directly to Chen Yuan to chat, you will look a bit green tea. It just so happens that Chen Yuan's roommate Zhou Haiquan is after her. This relationship could be utilized. After lunch, Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, Lao Xiong, the three guys dragged Chen Yuan to the internet cafe to play League. Originally, I didn't want to play, but the anger of the crowd was hard to resist, because there is no class in the afternoon. They are all students, and there is no other recreational activities. In addition to lying down in their dorm rooms to sleep and read novels, it was estimated that the most common activity for college students was to go to an internet cafe to play games. Webmaster, is there a 4-in-a-row machine? Old Chow walked into the internet cafe and started asking. Yes, there are. Recently the business of the internet cafe is not good. There are a lot of online machines. The girl sitting at the cashier's desk replied with a smile, as if she was not bad looking. Su Lele, why are you here? Are you moonlighting as a webmaster at an internet cafe? Looking at the two girls sitting at the cashier's counter, one of them was none other than Su Lele. Chen Yuan asked with a confused look on his face. I'm not a webmaster, This internet cafe is owned by my family, Brother Chen Yuan, don't you know? Su Lele was a bit excited. She didn't expect to actually run into Chen Yuan at an internet cafe. Her family had 17 internet cafes, and due to the impact of the epidemic, business had not recovered yet. There were 6 or 7 employees inside the internet cafe who hadn't been paid for 3 or 4 months, and they have to pay the rent soon. The rent of the internet cafe, at least 1 year. This internet cafe is near the school. The location is very good. The annual rent is as high as 200,000 yuan. Su Lele is here today to pay wages to the staff. By the way, the rent is paid. The $5 million that Chen Yuan had lent her was enough to keep her family's internet cafe running and to pay back the loan. I really didn't realize that your family turned out to be so rich that you actually run an internet cafe, Chen Yuan lamented. This internet cafe had nearly 200 machines, all of which were highly equipped. Together with the decoration and rent, a store opened up, and it was feared that it could not be taken down without $2 million. I remembered the Luo Internet Cafe seems to be a chain bar. There are more than a dozen stores. Could it be that the entire De Luo Internet Cafe is your family? Xiong Tao looked at Su Lele in shock. Yes, but now all the internet cafe business is very bad. Basically are losing money. My family is also almost bankrupt. Su Lele admitted with a big smile. She also glanced at Chen Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. Without Chen Yuan's financial support, her family would have really gone bankrupt. Awesome. Su Lele, you're actually a rich second generation? Zhou Haiquan exclaimed. There were a lot of rumors about you inside the school before, saying that you were a gold-digging girl, but now it seems like it should all be lemonade. Old Chow smiled and glanced at Chen Yuan, as if to say again that you guys' peach blossom luck is a little too good yet. They are right. I was originally a gold-worshipping woman. Don't think that just because we know each other, you guys are exempted from paying the bill. Humph. Of course, Chen Yuan's brother is excluded. He goes online at my home internet cafe. It's always free. Su Lele joked. It was very natural to dissolve an awkward topic, and the key was to make Chen Yuan feel dignified. This emotional intelligence really wasn't low. Holy, Lao Si, or you should just submit to her. Can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. Damn. How come there are no girls chasing me backwards? Could it be that I'm not handsome? Xiong Tao spat with a jealous face. A few roommates were now getting confused. How did this guy Chen Yuan suddenly attract girls? No reason? To say that the most good at picking up girls in the dormitory has always been Xiong Tao. This guy can talk, handsome, funny and humorous. 3 years down the university, has talked about 7 or 8 girls. Of course, the main he is not picky. Slightly a few poise can be, does not necessarily have to find a high score girl. And now the 3 girls chasing after Chen Yuan seem to be all high scores, one more beautiful than the other. It was completely unscientific. Open a 5 consecutive machine. Sun Rue is coming over later. Zhou Haiquan suddenly said. Who? Sun Rue? Isn't she Lin Shuton's roommate? When did you hook up, old Zhou? In fact, I have been chasing her for several months. I feel that her impression of me is still good. Just now I said that a few roommates in our dormitory are going to play a game in the internet cafe. She actually said very sweetly that she can be a secondary for me. Just 5 black. Ha ha. Finally I can show my skills in front of the girls. Zhou Haiquan rubbed his palms together with an excited face. Chapter 026, give me another arrogant try. You what technology? Not to bend the silver? You don't understand. I also thief 6. Wait for me to get up a show 5. Zhou Haiquan waved his hand. He only plays one hero, which is Torso. Although the hero was practiced very skillfully, but often gave himself a wave to death. He liked to go 1-on-2, 1-on-3, and liked extreme counter kill. With his honest character in reality, it can be said that he is a different person. 1 hour later, Sun Rue rode a harrow bike to the internet cafe. She had obviously dressed up today. She wore light makeup, which made her look elegant and not so tacky. What was even more excessive was that she was actually wearing a JK Lowly style uniform. Short skirt, beautiful legs, campus, student, and a small hat. Appears youthful and cute, yet not too sexy. Chen Yuan dormitory, a few roommates. People are looking silly. I go. Why didn't I notice before? Sun Rue so good looking? Old Zhou you can Other girls also carefully dressed up a bit. Sun Rue is a potential stock She used to be a little baby fat. Now after losing weight successfully, this face value body are not lost to Lin Shudong. A few lewd roommates commented. Old Zhou looked a bit formal and almost blushed, but he also felt like a thief at the moment. After all, it was the girl he had asked out. Hey, beautiful girl, add a WeChat. Sun Rue just walked into the internet cafe. A young man with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth who looked like he was flowing stopped her. He opened his mouth and asked for contact information. The other party's gaze was very bold, scanning around Sun Rue's chest and thighs several times. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. Sun Rue shook her head and refused. Beauty don't go Adding a WeChat won't make you lose a piece of meat. I don't want to add. Please get out of the way. Grass. Don't give your face. Dressed like this. It looks like you're out for sale. What kind of innocence do you pretend to have? The flowing youth seemed to refuse to stop, and actually grabbed Sun Rue's arm. Grass. Who the hell do you want to WeChat it? Dog days. You move your hands and feed a little try? Zhou Haiquan violently stood up, a face of violent anger. Their own about out of the girl was molested in front of people. This ing can endure? Zhou Haiquan rushed up and kicked. Grass mud horse. Little than cubs you dare to hit me. The flowing youth just wanted to fight back. He found that behind Zhou Haiquan came 3 more people, obviously a gang. 1 on 4. Can't do it. What's wrong with hitting you? My brother's girl you also dare to tease. You want to find death, right? Xiong Tao roared in color. Okay, you guys are outnumbered. Count yourselves ruthless. The flowing youth threw away his cigarette and walked away as if he had conceded defeat. Che, thought how powerful. Didn't expect to be a wimp. Old Zhou, usually see you honest. Did not expect the critical moment so powerful. Said hands on the hands. Real man. Old Chow. Old bear. One after another praised. Hey, actually it's nothing. This kind of person is just bullying soft and afraid of hard. Zhou Haiquan rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed face. He then glanced at Sun Rue, who knew that Sun Rue's gaze was actually fixed on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, thank you for relieving me just now. And Haiquan, thank you as well. I didn't seem to do anything just now. It seems like I didn't do anything. If you want to thank me, thank old Zhou. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. He hadn't even said a word from start to finish, not to mention making a move. He had simply stood behind Zhou Haiquan and watched. This Sun Rue should thank people who don't thank, shouldn't thank people who want to thank. Is there something wrong with your brain? At this time, Su Lele walked over. Chen Yuan, why don't you guys leave first? That guy looks like a gangster. He won't let it go. Maybe he'll find someone to block you later. Su Lele's words had some truth to them. Chen Yuan thought, it's better to do more than less. If that person really found someone to block them, then they might be the ones to suffer. Chen Yuan just wanted to speak. Zhou Haiquan interrupted him with a somewhat ugly face. Old 4 wanna go, you go first. Today I will not go. A goon. Afraid of him a hare. He really find people to come lousy also not afraid of him. Zhou Haiquan was obviously speaking in anger. He is not a cutie. Zhou Haiquan was clearly able to see that Sun Rue's eyes looking at Chen Yuan were a bit different. Of course, boys are more concerned about face. For Su Lele, a girl, to run over to them and tell them to go away, to admit their weakness, no man would like to hear such words too much. Not to mention the fact that that guy wouldn't necessarily find someone to block them. To be bluffed because of a hypothetical condition would make them look even more of a wimp. Don't worry old Zhou, we are all brothers. We definitely won't leave. We will solve problems together and fight together. Xiong Tao patted Zhou Haichuan's shoulder. Come on, get on the line and start messing around. Sun Rue, you just sit on the old perimeter. Old Chow did not move and made a heart, letting Sun Rue sit next to Zhou Haiquan. Alright then. Sun Rue nodded in agreement with little interest. She actually wanted to sit next to Chen Yuan, but she couldn't show it too obviously. Chen Yuan felt that he was lying somewhat innocently. He understood old Zhou's mood. The girl that he had asked out actually showed an unusual attitude towards another roommate in the dormitory. This Nima was also too solid, but Chen Yuan didn't hook up with Sun Rue either. He didn't even want to pick up Lin Shudong, let alone Sun Rue. Lele, go get us a few bottles of water. It's fine. Chen Yuan touched Su Lele's head, showing that he already had a name for himself, clearly intending to work together with his dormitory roommate. Alright then. Su Lele nodded sheepishly. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan nowadays was as high as 94 points, and this intimate move by Chen Yuan would not only not make her feel annoyed, but would instead make her excited. Right Chen Yuan brother, go to my house at night. I'm going to cook for you personally. Don't forget, delivering water. Su Lele said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, attached to Chen Yuan's ear. Chen Yuan only felt his bones tingle. The blood in his body began to stir restlessly. It always felt a little stuffy. He glanced at Su Lele's hot body, and the gun was a bit overwhelming. Play the game. Humph. Women are scourges. How can a game be fun? After the game started, Chen Yuan was on the upper road. Galen, old Zhou is in the middle of the road. Also, Sun Rue lower road auxiliary wind girl. Originally, the auxiliary wind girl, in the lower road to establish an advantage, is able to go to the middle to help also, the 2 skills with, catch the opposite side of the middle, to establish a greater advantage. But Sun Rue didn't know if she really didn't know how to play, or if it was on purpose. She didn't go to help Aso in the middle, but instead circled half the map and ran to help Chen Yuan in the upper road. Even the ADC didn't care. Sun Rue, you don't need to help on the upper road. I've already killed the opposite side twice. Go help the middle road. It's okay, Chen Yuan. I'll help you push the tower first to build a bigger advantage. But you're eating my experience. Then I'll stand farther away and just watch you eat soldiers and tower money. Sister Rue, why don't you go back to the lower road and help me? I've already been pressurized and can't get out of the tower at all. Xiong Tao couldn't help but open his mouth. It was also too difficult for him. An ADC. In this game, there was an advantage in the early stages. But in the end, he lost. What exactly was the reason for this? Everyone knew in their hearts. Originally, there was still a desire to open the second hand. But just at this time, more than a dozen young men suddenly flocked to the entrance of the internet cafe. This group of people have tattoos, some yellow hair, some round inches, strange shapes, different, but all of them had cigarettes in the corners of their mouths, a look of aggressive to find fault. One of them, a young man, was the hooligan who had been kicked by Zhou Haiquan earlier. Grass, a bunch of little brats, give me a roll out. Weren't you guys arrogant just now? Try being arrogant to me again. Chapter 027, Incomparable Bravery. A violent roar interrupted all the internet addicts playing games in the internet cafe. The atmosphere, oppressive and suffocating. Zhou Haichuan's face was blue. Xiong Tao and Xiao Zhanyan's eyes also flickered a little. Even though they were both young and bloodthirsty, they were after all not delinquent teenagers who often fought. At the moment, there were more than a dozen people on the other side. It was impossible to say that they weren't scared at all. Taozi, Lao Chao, you don't have to care about this matter. Just now I kicked him. The big deal is that he was beaten back. Is not just a beating, can still take a life? At the critical moment, Zhou Haiquan was very righteous and intended to carry things down by himself. During the time Zhou Haiquan was speaking, the group of assholes had already surrounded them. Sun Rui was so scared that she lost her color and shouted, "You hooligans don't come over. If you come over again, I'll call the police. Call your damn police. Take this cell phone away. Your mother's balls. Today I'll you bunch of little brats to death." Huang Bo let out a roar. He violently slapped towards Zhou Haichuan's face. He thought that no one would dare to stop him this time. After all, there were a dozen people standing behind him. This group of students had been scared out of their wits long ago. They didn't dare to fight back at all. It was also impossible to fight back, but things often turned out unexpectedly. When Huang Bo shoveled over with a slap, Zhou Haichuan's fists were clenched to death. He stood there motionless, already prepared to be beaten, but just when this heavy slap was only 10 centimeters away from Zhou Haichuan's cheek, a strong palm grabbed Huang Bo's arm in a death grip, making him unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break free. Mudhorse. Still dare to fight back. How the hell do you dare to fight back? Why do I not dare to fight back? Hit my brother and you don't ask my opinion? Chen Yuan attitude hardened. What the hell are you? Pieing. Before Huang Bo could finish his words, Chen Yuan violently kicked him out. Chen Yuan's strength was already as high as 19 points, twice that of a normal person. With this kick, he sent Huang Bo flying 3 meters away alive, rolling several times on the ground along with him. It hurts. I damn. Grass. Lousy brother, you also dare to hit. Together, dry death. This group of small than pups. An inch-headed man saw Huang Bo being beaten, and immediately rushed over in anger. Chen Yuan did not retreat but advanced, actually alone, rushed towards this group of punks. When the strength and physical quality reached twice the level of a normal person, the combat power that Chen Yuan possessed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Good physical quality meant that he was more resistant to being beaten up. Strong strength meant that it hurt to hit people. When Chen Yuan punched someone, they couldn't stand it. When others punched him, he didn't feel any pain. He was meaty and had output nowadays. This time, Chen Yuan also wanted to test what kind of metamorphosis the 20 reinforcement points had brought him. Next, the crowd saw this picture. This boy, who didn't look particularly strong, was incredibly valiant, one person single-handedly taking on a dozen or so people without losing the slightest bit of ground. He didn't have any superior fighting skills. It was just you punching me and me kicking you. Hard to touch, unrivaled in strength. In fact, although there were 12 people in this group of gangsters, when they really fought, only 5 or 6 of them did it, and the remaining 5 or 6 of them were just for show, specifically pulled to cheer. 5 or 6 of them beat Chen Yuan alone, but they couldn't really beat him. Chen Yuan's strength was too strong, and he was particularly resistant to being beaten. No one could restrain him. He struck out boldly, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He was exceptionally brave. Old Ford, don't panic. I'll help you. Damn. A group of people beating up one of my brothers. Do you really think I'm a poser? Xiong Tao roared, and wrestled with one of the punks. Grass. Lao air. Lao see you are so fierce. Wimp a chicken. Dry. Xiao Zhanyan joined the group fight. Zhou Haiquan also followed. This matter started because of him, and now that the 3 roommates had gone on, there was no reason for him to hide behind it. Not to mention that Sun Rui was still watching from the side. It was all the more reason to show a wave. With the help of his 3 roommates, Chen Yuan was even more like a tiger. After all, being surrounded by a dozen or so people was still a bit of a disadvantage. Now that there was someone to share the pressure, he was naturally more courageous and had more momentum. But in a few minutes' time, a dozen people lay on the ground. A group of onlookers of internet-addicted teenagers. Almost all of them were dumbfounded. Who is this person? I go. Also too fierce. One fights a dozen? Awesome. I should have taken a video and sent it to my friends just now. The main thing is that he didn't use a knife. If he did, would you see if he could still fight 10? Young man, can't you just stop talking about it? Will you die if you admit that someone else is good? Chen Yuan, you're too good. Sun Rui looked at Chen Yuan with a face of adoration. Pink hearts bubbled up inside her large eyes. She didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so capable of fighting in addition to being rich. His valiant and incomparable appearance just now had been deeply imprinted in her mind. This man was too valiant, too manly. She felt that Lin Shudong was really a sand sculpture. To actually miss out on such a perfect male god, she was on the verge of crying. At the same time, Su Lele also froze for several seconds. The way she looked at Chen Yuan grew more and more appreciative, even to the point of obsession. Chen Yuan was not only valiant, he was also very responsible. Originally it was his roommate who caused the trouble, but in the end it was him who stepped in to solve the problem. From start to finish, he did not say a word about his roommate's fault. Such a man is too secure, and he is very handsome, but also very rich. If you miss out on such a man, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Su Lele estimated that she would regret it for the rest of her life. Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. Detected that the number 1 dog-licking object, Su Lele, has successfully broken through 95 points of favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host for his successful comeback. Ding. The number 1 dog-licking object has spent a total of $5.3 million of dog-licking gold, rewarding the host with $530,000. Ding. Su Lele has successfully transformed into the host's dog licker, rewarding 5 reinforcement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Physique, 19. Spirit, 10. Agility, 9. Peak adult level value 10. Status, healthy. Skills, none. Strengthening points, 5. Please ask the host to choose the direction of reinforcement. I choose to strengthen agility. 5 reinforcement points. Add all agility. Ding. Strengthening successful. The host's current agility is 14 points. The next second, a familiar warm current surged through his entire body. Chen Yuan felt that his body started to become lighter. The entire person was much more agile. He had fought hard against this group of punks before, looking valiant and brave, but he had actually taken quite a few hits. In total, he had been punched 7 or 8 times and kicked a dozen times. Luckily, his body was strong, so he was able to carry the wave of vicious beatings. Now that his agility had increased and his body was as light as a swallow, he was confident that if he were to fight again, he definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state and wouldn't be kicked a dozen times. Chapter 028, Surface BFF. Get lost, don't let me see you in the future, or I'll beat you up once I see you. Zhou Haiquan kicked Huang Bo, who had already fallen to the ground, furiously. He felt that his performance today had been very wise and heroic. 4 people beating a dozen people, fighting many with few, and also beating the opposite side. This kind of awesome deed can be taken out and blown up for at least a year. He felt that Sun Rui should be impressed with him. However, when he looked back, he found that this girl had already run to Chen Yuan to offer her courtesy. His face began to look ugly again. Lousy, how are you so fierce? Didn't even realize it before. Are you the one who practiced? Xiang Tao only at this moment asked with a surprised face. Absolute is practiced. Otherwise it is impossible to be so ferocious. It seems that he used to be in the dormitory are pretending. He wants to really go out. We 3 plus together cannot do him. No wonder the girls all like him. So this kid is a practiced fighter. A few roommates looked envious and jealous. They seemed to have finally discovered the reason for Chen Yuan's popularity. However, what they did not realize was that the reason these girls licked Chen Yuan was not because he was a better fighter, but because he had the ability to pay money. Chen Yuan didn't pay any attention to Sun Rui offering her attentions. She only had a face value of 7.5 points, not even reaching the minimum standard of a goddess. Chen Yuan would not spend any energy on her at all. Glancing at the system layout, Chen Yuan realized that after his physical strength was strengthened, his body seemed to have ushered in a secondary development. Originally only 179 cm in height, he had actually grown to 180 cm now. Don't look at the small increase of only 1 centimeter. It meant that he possessed the possibility to continue growing taller. The weight had also increased a lot. No wonder he always felt hungry and ate more recently. I'm sorry, Su Lele, for fighting in your family's internet cafe. It seems like I smashed several computers just now, right? It's okay, it's okay, it's only a few monitors that were broken. Just replace them and you'll be fine. Tell me, how much are these monitors? Let's get it together, Joe Haikwan said with a meaty face. The fight was a good one, but smashing something is to pay for it. He was a very stubborn, very truthful, somewhat death-defying person. No need to pay for it, no need to pay for it. You are all Chen Yuan's good brothers, not to mention just breaking a few monitors. Even if you smash the entire internet cafe, it's fine. This was said. It almost made a few roommates vomit blood on the spot. What kind of magic did Chen Yuan's dog have? Why could he let the girl die so hard? Even smashing up an internet cafe? Is Chen Yuan that good? Asterisk 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 where's old 4? How come he's gone in a flash? Chen Yuan had already left the Dala internet cafe. He really couldn't stand Sun Rue's intentional and unintentional attentions. She was like a licking dog. Knowing full well that he wasn't interested in her, he still had to stick up to her with a deadpan face. It was too disgusting, not to mention that she was Lin Shutong's best friend. Back then, Chen Yuan had been chasing Lin Shutong for 3 years, and it wasn't easy to move the other party so that Lin Shutong agreed to be his girlfriend. It was this Sun Rue who chewed Lin Shutong's ear all day long. The company is also looking down on Chen Yuan. Lin Shutong worship gold green tea is one aspect. Sun Rue behind the instigation is also one of the important reasons. Now it's good. This Sun Rue doesn't know if she has a problem or not, but she actually came over to him to offer him courtesy. Does Lin Shutong know? Are you a superficial girlfriend? Even if he doesn't like Lin Shutong anymore, this best friend of yours immediately ran over to seduce. Isn't it too ugly to eat? Chapter 029, I'll just run around for fun. After leaving the internet cafe, Chen Yuan came to the school playground alone. He had just added agility reinforcement points and was looking for a place to test the effects of reinforcing his agility. However, there seemed to be a bit too many people in the playground this afternoon. Classmate, why are there so many people in the playground today? Chen Yuan looked for one of the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and inquired. Don't you know? There's a sprinting competition in the Physical Education Academy today, and I heard that we're going to select national level 2 athletes. The girl explained with a kind face. So it's like this. Beautiful girl, can I add you a WeChat? I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. The one in the center who wears a red shirt for the competition. He is my boyfriend. The girl who originally had a kind attitude. Once she heard that Chen Yuan wanted to add her WeChat, her attitude immediately became cold and distant. It was as if she had automatically erected a defense posture. And with a proud face, she pointed at the man in the red undershirt who was warming up on the track. Li Yang? It's actually him? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. You recognize my boyfriend? More than knowing him, we were high school classmates. He was the sprinting champion of our school games. So he was this good in high school. I thought he was bragging all the time. The girl gradually eased her attitude a bit when she heard Chen Yuan praising his boyfriend and was also Li Yang's high school classmate. Chen Yuan and Li Yang were indeed high school classmates, but the relationship was not very friendly. There was even a fight. The reason for the fight was because Li Yang wanted to pick up Xiao Ruoyu, and this Li Yang is not a general philandering. Once because of the school sports sprinting champion, great popularity, change girlfriends and change clothes as hard as fast. Li Yang philandering Chen Yuan cannot control. He is not qualified to control. But this kid wants to pick up Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan, and he will be a beam. In the beginning, Chen Yuan lost the fight and was slapped by Li Yang on the ground. This was the shame of his life. It still haunts him to this day. However, Li Yang's sunny looks, fit body, and athletic style really attracted the girls to like him. The girlfriends he found are all of high quality. At this time, a system beep suddenly sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Operation Dog Licking is on. Name, Heiji Cherry. Age, 19 years old. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 8. 2 points. The girl's favorability to the host, -5 points. Binding number 4 dog licking relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reverse attack is successful. The identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's dog licking. Reward 10% spending dog licking gold for the completion of the reversal. Reward reinforcement points, 22 points. Reward skill, dance mastery. What's the situation? Actually bound to a dog-licking relationship? System, are you forcing me to dig up Li Yang's corner? Chen Yuan shook his head. He used to hate scum the most, but now he was living as what he hated the most back then. But why? Was it a bit cool? At this time, Chen Yuan carefully surveyed Heiji Cherry for a couple of moments. At first glance, he only thought that this girl was the prettiest in the entire playground, but he didn't expect that she was actually so pretty. The face value was as high as 8.2 points. It was higher than both Su Lele and Lin Shutong's face value, and being only 19 years old, she should be a freshman sister. Look, the match is about to start. Go Li Yang! Go Li Yang! He Cherry jumped up and shouted. Chen Yuan did not continue to ask for the other party's WeChat. If he forcefully demanded it, what was the difference between him and the hooligans from before? And doing so would only make people disgusted. Just as He Cherry was cheering and a group of melon-eating students were pointing, Chen Yuan silently walked towards the rubberized track. This Li Yang is a very good seedling. His best time is 10.12 seconds for 100 meters. He is already qualified to be a national team replacement, and there is still a lot of room for growth. Yes, Li Yang is indeed good. This term he is the one with the most potential. The two coaches talked to each other. After saying that, they blew their whistles. The boys of the gymnasium were ready. Ready! Bang! When the coach hit the flare in his hand. On the runway, more than 10 boys from the gymnasium rushed out as if they were cheetahs. They were extremely fast and had obviously all undergone professional training, especially Li Yang in the middle of the runway. He was the first to go, no matter the speed and reaction. Almost all of them reached the level of national professional athletes. Wait a minute, who is that person? Just when the two coaches' gazes were all looking at Li Yang, a boy wearing ordinary casual clothes suddenly chased after him from the track. After originally already lagging behind the other athletes by 5 or 6 lengths, he pulled out his legs and ran wildly. He actually overtook one gymnasium player after another at an incredible speed. In the end, he had pulled away from Li Yang by 2 or 3 meters and took the lead in running across the red line. 100 meters 9 seconds 63 seconds. My god, more than 10 seconds or less. Asterisk. He just started nearly a second slower. If he played at full strength, wouldn't that be a world-class seeded player? Genius. This is a genius. Classmate, don't go away. Are you interested in joining the national team? The coach chased after him and asked. No interest, I'm just casually running around for fun. Who knew these guys from the gymnasium are actually so good? Chapter 030, Little friend, do you have many question marks? Classmate, which college are you from? I'm from the College of Arts. What? The coach was dumbfounded. Aren't students from the Arts Academy all a bunch of nerds? And they actually crushed a group of gymnasium sluggers on the professional track and field? Why does that sound a bit fantastical? Are you sure you're not pretending? Chen Yuan, why is it you kid? Li Yang's face suddenly became a bit ugly. He had fought with Chen Yuan back then. The two of them had been at each other's throats for a long time. In Li Yang's eyes, Chen Yuan was an incredibly tiresome licking dog. In high school, he wanted to chase Xiao Ruoyu, but Chen Yuan was always getting in the way. You don't dare to chase yourself, but you won't let me? What do you mean? Aren't you out of your mind? There was a time when Li Yang arranged a heroic rescue set. He found 2 buddies from outside the school and deliberately blocked Xiao Ruoyu on her way home from school, just waiting for the critical moment. He jumped out to save Xiao Ruoyu, so as to win the heart of the beauty. But who knows? Chen Yuan jumped out at the critical moment. This kid followed Xiao Ruoyu all the way, grabbed in front of him to stop the 2 acting buddies. I had to make a mistake and beat him up. Who knows that this kid not only does not remember, and then every day to follow Xiao Ruoyu home. It is also because of Chen Yuan's block. The hero to save the plan completely fizzled. Finally graduated Li Yang did not catch up with Xiao Ruoyu. This also became the biggest regret in his heart. Therefore, he hated Chen Yuan. You kid occupying the latrine not. A licking dog also want to be a flower protector? Li Yang, you know this student. It's just as well. Although this student is from the College of Letters, there is no rule that students from the College of Letters can't join the track and field team. As long as you agree to join the track and field team, I'll give you the only provincial recommended spot in the school. You'll represent our school in the provincial track and field competition, and you'll soon be able to enter the national team. With your talent, it won't be long before you'll be able to participate in the International Olympics, and even have the hope of winning the Olympic championships, competing for the country's glory. The coach portrayed with an excited face. The explosive power that Chen Yuan had just displayed was just too amazing. This was definitely the most gifted seeded player he had seen since he had been practicing for many years. He was already able to run so fast without any professional training. What would happen if he had some professional training? Coach, didn't you say you were going to give me the provincial recommendation spot? Li Yang said in a confused manner. Li Yang, teacher understands your feelings, although you are also very good, but even if you take this place, you may not be able to represent our school and achieve the provincial competition championship. But this student is different. You saw his explosive power just now. It's a lot stronger than you. I dare to assert that as long as he is willing to participate, he will definitely be able to take the provincial championship, and will definitely be able to become a national special grade athlete. What was the concept of a national special grade athlete? It was one level higher than a national level athlete, and they were only competing today to select national level 2 athletes. Between the two, it was like the difference between mud and clouds, and the difference was really not half a star. It would be fine if this genius that came out of nowhere today was someone else, but this person was Chen Yuan, a dog-licking waste that he had once despised, had actually second-guessed him in the specialty he was most proud of. Chapter 031 Lungs Blowing Up. At this time, Heiji Sakura, who was originally watching the game outside the arena, walked over with a bottle of mineral water. She had come to bring water to Li Yang. However, she said to Chen Yuan with a surprised look on her face, "So you're so good, just now you ran too fast, faster than even my family's Li Yang." Heiji Sakura, favorability plus 5. Heiji Sakura, favorability plus 5. Heiji Sakura, favorability plus 5. Because of Chen Yuan's performance just now, Heiji Sakura's favorability towards Chen Yuan instantly increased from -5 points to +10 points. After all, a truly talented person would indeed cause a girl to invariably develop a favorable impression. It was a woman's nature to worship the strong. But when Li Yang heard this, his lungs almost exploded. The coach wanted Chen Yuan to join the track and field team, take his place, and represent the school in the provincial track and field competition. He had nothing to say. After all, he couldn't make the call on this matter. He could only hold his tongue. But Heiji Sakura was his girlfriend. To actually say to his face that Chen Yuan was better than him? Who is this? Chen Yuan. How could Chen Yuan, this punk-ass punk, be better than himself? Track and field is his proudest specialty. Sprint champion was a title he was proud of. He could accept people saying other things about his shortcomings, but only he couldn't accept losing to others in the field of sprinting. And now, his own girlfriend, in front of so many people, said that he was inferior to a dog-licking loser? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Li Yang's mind exploded. Heiji Sakura, what do you mean? Saying that he is better than me? What exactly is he better than me? Am I that bad in your eyes? I can't even compare to a Chen Yuan. Since you think he's so powerful, why don't you go and forget about it with him? Li Yang roared loudly. Of course, these words were just words of anger, and he regretted it after saying it. You yelled at me. You actually yelled at me? You weren't like this when you were chasing me. It's only been less than a month and you've revealed your nature? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Chen Yuan is your high school classmate. People just praised you for being the sprinting champion in the school games. And you, running was not as fast as other people in the first place. What kind of temper are you throwing at me? Heiji cherry eyes more than a few tears. With an aggrieved face, she pointed at Li Yang and lost her temper. Although she looked polite and friendly, soft and weak, but her character was a bit bratty. These days girls have a higher status. Girls like Heiji Sakura, who was pretty and had a good figure, had an even higher status. She is not the kind of woman who doesn't talk back after being scolded. You Li Yang are not good to me. There are people out there who are good to me. Li Yang originally also somewhat regretted the angry words he said just now, but Heiji Cherry not only did not recognize her mistake, she actually added fuel to the fire. 3 times said that Chen Yuan ran faster than him. He also said that Chen Yuan complimented him for being a sprinting champion. Is that a compliment? It's obviously sarcasm. And when did you do that? Have you two already exchanged words in private? Heiji Sakura, don't go too far. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Good, Li Yang, you really can. You competed. I kindly came to bring you water, but instead of being ungrateful, you lost the match and threw a tantrum at me. Are you still a man? If you are really a man, go win against Chen Yuan. Go prove yourself. I don't know if I was blind in the first place. Otherwise how would I have looked at you? Heiji Sakura was getting angrier and angrier. She had likewise become thoroughly annoyed. Forget it. Don't argue. A small couple because of this little thing. Is it necessary to make such a mess? Li Yang, you too. A man should be more generous. The coach casually mediated a couple of sentences, then turned to Chen Yuan and said, by the way, Mr. Chen Yuan, have you considered joining the track and field team? No, forget about the track and field team. I've got to go beforehand. Chen Yuan finished speaking and left the playground without looking back. He came and went in a hurry, only leaving behind a mysterious back shadow for people to look up to. No, it's too much of a waste for such a genius not to join the track team. It's simply a loss to the Chinese sprinting world. I must do some ideological work for him. Coach Sun, why don't you go and talk to the school leaders? I'll go and find his counselor to get an in-depth understanding of this student. Yes, let's do that. The two coaches conferred with each other. A crack had appeared in the relationship between Li Yang and Heiji Cherry. At the same time, the same two girls in the audience. They took the sprinting match just now, made a pox sound video, then edited a copy and sent it up. The title of the copy was written like this: The school's track team's sprinting competition. A man mistakenly entered the track and displayed a devilish speed. Chapter 032 Man of the Keyboard. Xing, do you think this video of mine will catch fire? Liang Xiaoqin, who sent the pox sound video, asked with a smile. Whether it can be fire or not I don't know, but that boy is really awesome. A boy from the College of Letters. Actually runs so much faster than even the track team of the gymnasium. He's Lu Xiang possessed, right? Ha ha, I was only going to shoot a video of a normal race. Who knew that a great god suddenly appeared? The two girls laughed in disgust. They didn't expect this video to really catch fire. It was originally just a random shot for fun. After the video was successfully uploaded, they left it alone. The conversation was split into two. Chen Yuan had just left the school playground. Roommate Lao Chao's phone call came over. Hey, old four, where are you? Why did you sneak out alone? I came out to take a break. You saw the situation before. Old Joe seems to have a bit of a problem with me. Explain to him for me. I have no interest in that Sun Rue. In fact, normal people can see that you don't have any interest in Sun Rue, but Sun Rue is interested in you. I'm surprised. She didn't look down on you before? Why did she suddenly change her attitude so much? It feels like a dog licking you. Maybe. I'm too handsome. Chen Yuan joked. Asterisk 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 off. Let me tell you something. You've been criticized. On the school forum, a guy named Keyboard Warrior has been smearing you everywhere. Your reputation is already stinking. Go and take a look yourself. Hearing old Chao's reminder, Chen Yuan instantly froze. He hadn't done anything excessive. How could he be criticized? Moreover, on the campus forum, weren't there always some stormy figures that would be discussed and criticized? Chen Yuan had always kept a low profile. Of course, he only thought he was low-key. The so-called campus fight posts were usually about certain students, who after doing something extremely bad, were exposed online, calling for everyone to collectively boycott and denounce the guy. Such a post is what is called a battle post. To put it simply, it was also cyber violence. Chen Yuan immediately opened his browser and logged into the campus network. Soon, he found a top post. This post was posted this morning, but in most of the day, the comments had already reached 1,000. It was a long post. The content of the post was written like this. In reality I am silent. On the internet I strike hard. Heaven does not give birth to my keyboard warrior, spraying the road for ages like a long night. I have a key to open the gate of heaven. I have a key that can cut down the immortals. I can fight 3,000 emperors with just my mouth, and push the 13 continents with my 2 keys. I'm on top of the immortals. I'm proud of the world. With my keyboard, there is heaven. The key of the river comes from the sky. One key to conquer the world. Break the red dust. Kill all the immortals. A single key in my hand will cut down the 9 heavens. If there are no true immortals in this world, I would like to become one. Today, my keyboard warrior returns to the world. I will expose the shameless scum for the sake of justice on earth. This person, named Chen Yuan, currently studying in the College of Arts and Letters, Lake University, junior students, the appearance of simple and honest, behind the back of the shameless, wolf-hearted dog lungs, feet stepping on 3 boats. Below, I will attach screenshot evidence. Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3. The 3 pictures just captured the appearance of 3 youthful and beautiful girls, giving Chen Yuan his breakfast. The girls were all smiling. Chen Yuan's gaze was cold. See, this was the same day's breakfast. 3 different girls gave him breakfast. One of the prettiest girls actually gave this scum an Apple 12 cell phone. Not only is he scum, he's also a gigolo. I can't put into words how angry I am. I can't even put into words the evil behavior of this scummy guy. They are all young and beautiful girls, so simple and kind. Their smiles so innocent. But why should they be miserably cheated by a scummy man? Why is it that such a social scum can have 3 girlfriends, one more beautiful than the other, and we honest people deserve to be the receiver? No, there is justice on earth. There is justice in the world, and there is justice for the scum of the earth. Today I'm here to fight him, expose him. I will be in the name of the keyboard warrior, calling on the whole school girls to boycott him. I hope this post can be top, so that more people see. When people see the scum Chen Yuan in the future, they will not suffer from his deception. Justice may be late, but never absent. The man of the keyboard left a comment. After reading this battle post, Chen Yuan had been completely speechless. This is completely inverting black and white. What the hell did I do to you? You don't know anything about the situation and you're just spewing nonsense? And you're so literate. I don't even know how to refute you. Keyboard warrior deserves to be called keyboard warrior. This writing, this cursing skills, can go to write a novel. After reading this post, Chen Yuan looked at the comments at the bottom again. Too scummy. It's really too scummy. Keyboard warrior, I support you. Dog bay, animal, scum, just playing with our girls' feelings. None of you men are good. Upstairs girls, please don't hurt the innocent. I admit that the picture inside the boy a little handsome, but also not handsome to the point of shocking awe. On the contrary, the three girls, one more than a beautiful. The last one is simply absolute. Too beautiful. How in the world he did it? I've been single for 23 years without enjoying this kind of treatment. He enjoys it 3 times at a time. I feel that my young mind has been hit. Support the fight. Boycott the scum. Support the fight. Boycott the scum. What to do? I am the girl of Lake University. I am afraid of being hurt by the scum man. I don't dare to talk about my boyfriend. There were too many comments downstairs. Chen Yuan couldn't even read them. Honestly speaking, Chen Yuan didn't take such fighting posts seriously at all. His reputation had been bad before anyway. It had always been treated like a licking dog. Now he was being called a scumbag. How can a scum be said to be a bit better than a licking dog, right? Thinking like this, it seemed to have escalated. At the same time, Phase 2 apartment, boys' dormitory 709. A boy wearing black framed glasses was rapidly tapping the keyboard. Only a hint of a lewd smile was seen at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yuan, you kid is dead this time. You actually dared to let my goddess, Zhao Yuqi, send you breakfast. This time, you're just waiting to be whipped by all the girls in the school. I, the warrior of the keyboard, am not a mere existence. P.S. Recommend a divine work, Stay Small God Farmer. Really good. The author are chasing the big god new book. Chapter 033, Chen Yuan pigeons the school flower. Look guys, is this person the scum Chen Yuan who was exposed on the campus forum? I'll go. It's really him. Dead scum. Yuck. I didn't look at the campus forum, but someone in the class group sent out his picture to flesh him out. I know this guy. He used to hang around downstairs in the girls' dormitory. I said, why does he look so familiar? It turns out that he is not only a scumbag, but also a perverted peeping Tom. Chen Yuan obviously underestimated the power of the campus forum. He completely did not expect that all the way over here. There were actually so many girls who knew him and were pointing their fingers at him. His picture had even been passed inside the major class groups. Network information age. Good things don't go out the door, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Coupled with the fact that there were people deliberately smearing him behind his back, Chen Yuan had accidentally become a street rat that everyone shouted at. He had originally thought, see if he could take a chance and develop a few more dog-licking targets today. But now, those girls saw him like the plague, and avoided him. How can this still develop? The fire of public opinion can start a prairie fire. Network violence, not inferior to real violence at all. At this time, the cell phone rang. Lin Shuton's call came. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and pressed answer. Hey, Chen Yuan, I know about what happened on the campus forum. I didn't think that giving you breakfast would cause such a big negative impact, but don't worry, no matter what people outside say about you, how to scold you, I won't leave you, because I know that you're not the scum that other people say you are. It was me who missed you in the past, and now I'm regretting it every moment, every minute, and every second of every day. Please give me another chance, okay? Lin Shuton's voice was choked with sobs and her attitude was incomparably sincere. Between words, she was as humble as a dog, just as Chen Yuan had done to her back then. Listening to such sincere and earnest words, Chen Yuan's heart inexplicably faltered. He recalled when he first met Lin Shuton. This girl was so beautiful in his eyes, as if she was as cute as an elf. The feelings he had for Lin Shuton could not be said clearly in a few words. Perhaps when he chased after Lin Shuton, it was indeed just to forget about Xiao Ruoyu, but he had to admit that there was a time when he really liked Lin Shuton and loved her deeply. The importance of Lin Shuton in his heart, it far exceeded Su Lele, and even exceeded the school flower Zhao Yuqi. How he had once hoped that Lin Shuton could really love him as well, but now everything couldn't go back. He always remembered the day he broke up. Lin Shuton used an ugly face, how vicious her words were, and how she trampled on his dignity. And now just because she found out that Chen Yuan had money, you want to redeem yourself? You're a little too realistic. Did she give Chen Yuan the slightest chance when he was practically on his knees begging her not to break up? Since you treated me like this in the beginning, why should I be soft now? Lin Shuton, for the last time, I don't love you anymore. Please don't bother me in the future. Is that okay? Chen Yuan used an incomparably hard and cold tone and hung up the phone. No, Chen Yuan, you can't do this to me. Lin Shuton cried and called again. Chen Yuan refused. She called again. Chen Yuan simply turned off the phone. Beep, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. Listening to the AI voice on the phone, Lin Shuton's cell phone fell to the ground. At this moment, she felt her heart hurting like a pinprick. It was as if the strength of her entire body had been drained all of a sudden. Why? My heart. It hurts. It hurts. Lin Shuton cried, crying madly. For more than 20 years, there had never been a moment that made her feel so torn apart. She was truly in love with Chen Yuan. Why? Why can't you just give me a chance? I love you. I am truly in love with you, Lin Shudong roared as she cried. She sat alone on the road, crying non-stop to the phone that couldn't be reached. The desperation was heartbreaking. Chen Yuan turned off the phone. Similarly, he was in a somewhat bad mood. This time, he did it really decisively. Men must eventually learn to grow up. Can't always be so soft-hearted. Learning to refuse is just to keep yourself from being hurt. But always, it felt a bit empty in his heart. Chen Yuan entered a restaurant, ordered a dozen dishes, and ate a big meal. The emptiness inside can sometimes be filled with a full stomach. Chen Yuan drank 2 bottles of ergwotu, then returned to his dormitory room alone in a drunken stupor. Perhaps due to the fact that his physical quality had been strengthened. After 2 bottles of ergwotu, he was actually able to maintain a trace of sobriety, which was also impressive. When he arrived at the dormitory, he fell asleep. No matter how the sky is falling outside, he just sleeps and wakes up. But Chen Yuan seemed to have forgotten. He still had some things left to do today. For example, at night, Su Lele asked him to go to his home and cook for him. Another example was that Zhao Yuqi had a very important live broadcast of her goods tonight, which required the network hero Lonely as Cigarette to come and support her. Chen Yuan was drunk in this state. Even his cell phone was turned off. Naturally, it also let them off the hook. 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Yuqi turned on the live broadcast. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the popularity of her live broadcast was still sparse and normal. Kiki, have you contacted Chen Yuan? It's been 2 hours. Why isn't that guy coming? Wu Xiaofei asked with some anxiety. Because Chen Yuan didn't come, there were no large gift rewards. It couldn't reach the hourly list. Zhao Yuqi has been on the air for 2 hours, and the number of people watching the live broadcast is just over 2,000, compared to the 300,000 people online in the previous days. It's a world of difference. The live band order sales. It seems that it is also not too ideal. I talked to him in the morning. He promised quite well. How could I know that he even let me off the hook? Zhao Yuqi's lungs almost exploded with anger. She was a school goddess. In the past, when she ordered those boys to do something, she would casually indicate it, and the other party would still do it for her with their asses turned upside down. Today's live broadcast was a very important advertiser for her. It depends on the effect of the live broadcast and the sales of the goods. It was related to her personal traffic evaluation and future development potential. In order to finalize this matter, she personally ran to deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan in the morning, and also gave him an Apple phone as a token of her appreciation. However, Chen Yuan stood her up. It was too much. Perhaps Chen Yuan had something urgent to deal with and didn't care about me for a while. He couldn't get through on his cell phone and didn't reply to his tweets, so it should be something important. Zhao Yuqi found a reason to give Chen Yuan a defense. What is so important that you can go back on your promise? Moreover, Chi-Chi, do you know that Lonely as Cigarette is on the hot search again? This guy swiped more than 12,000 super rockets for Shark Anchor Little Deep in the morning. That's more than 12,000 super rockets. More than $25 million. He's free to give a Shark Anchor woman tens of millions of dollars in the morning, but he doesn't come to see you at night. He's clearly not taking you seriously. Wu Xiaofei finished. Zhao Yuqi hurriedly pulled out her other cell phone and opened the Weibo hot search. Sure enough, the 11 big words of Shark's first divine hero Lonely One Cigarette made it to the 5th place of the Weibo hot search. A little open. It was full of rocket screenshots. There were also screenshots of the Anchor Little Deep's live room heat breaking through 4 billion. Damn it, it's too much. Zhao Yuqi's teeth itched with anger. As a school goddess, she had never been so neglected by a boy. She thought that Chen Yuan was on the verge of being taken by her. There was no way to escape from her. But who knew? Chapter 034, Wildly Explosive News. Chen Yuan didn't take her seriously at all. This feeling of not being taken seriously was what drove Zhao Yuqi the most mad. It would cause her to develop a sense of frustration. She would wonder if her charm had declined. Chen Yuan had been able to give so much for a Lin Shudong back then. Why didn't he take her seriously when it came to her? Was she still inferior to a Lin Shudong? Girls love to compare. The prettier the girl, the more she likes to compare. If Chen Yuan fulfilled Zhao Yuqi's request today and really gave her continued reward gifts to drive her popularity, then Zhao Yuqi would always think that Chen Yuan was under her control. No matter how rich this man was, wouldn't he still fall under her pomegranate skirt? According to psychology, everyone is born with a cheap instinct. She will subconsciously feel that as long as you can easily get things that are not the best, what you can't get is the most precious. The less you take her seriously, the more she wants you to take her seriously. Of course, the premise is that this woman has generated enough curiosity about you, and has a certain good sense. Girls will say that she likes the man who is good to her, likes to hurt her, loves her, accommodates her in everything, and will never make her angry. In fact, such a guy, basically single, because at the beginning, you and the girl's status is not equal. You are just a licking dog. You want to chase her, so you humble. It doesn't have much to do with whether you are rich or not. Even if you're rich, when you meet a woman you like, you're just as likely to turn into a licking dog. Chen Yuan got drunk because of Lin Shudong. He accidentally stood Zhao Yuji up. Zhao Yuji was upset in her heart, but the more upset she was, the more she cared. The more she cared, the more Chen Yuan carried a different weight in her heart. Sometimes making a woman angry once in a while wasn't a bad thing. The key depends on how the follow-up is handled. Handled poorly, one shot and two breaks up. Handled well, it was entirely possible for the relationship to heat up quickly, or even reverse it. Faye, I'm not broadcasting today. I'm not in the mood. Zhao Yuqi finished speaking and closed the live broadcast. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan stretched comfortably. He picked up his cell phone, ready to check the time. How did it turn off? No, it seems like I turned it off myself. Wait a minute. It seems like I didn't do something important yesterday. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately sat up from the bedpan. Looking out the window at the bright morning light, Chen Yuan's heart went cold. Holy, I pigeonholed big schoolgirl Zhao Yuqi, and Su Lele was going to ask me to go to her house for dinner at 8 o'clock in the evening. And this is the damn next morning? I actually stood up two beautiful women? Chen Yuan vigorously slapped his somewhat dazed head. Drinking is a mistake. Yesterday was such a good opportunity, but I actually delayed it. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan hurriedly turned on the computer. It had just been turned on in less than a few seconds. Instantly, a series of messages popped up. In total, there were more than 20 missed calls and more than 300 WeChat messages. Lin Shudong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, had all called him. There was actually Sun Rui's? Ignore the missed calls for now. Chen Yuan was the first to click on the WeChat messages. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan, why aren't you answering my calls? Chen Yuan, I'm so sad. I really know I'm wrong. Please, don't do this to me. I didn't realize until now that I really can't leave you. Don't ignore me. Please return a message to me, okay? Just one. Even one word will do. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan, why didn't you answer your phone call? Aren't you coming to my house for dinner today? Brother Chen Yuan, I have all the dishes ready and a bottle of red wine, but why didn't you come? Do you not like me anymore? Brother Chen Yuan, do you mind that I have many friends of the opposite sex around me? Don't worry, I can delete them all. I'll delete them now. Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you stand me up? I know you're rich. I know you don't care about me, but you have to do what you promised. How can you go back on your word? Sun Rui, I'm sorry, it might be a bit abrupt, but I want to tell you, Chen Yuan, I like you. Until now, I can't forget your heroic image at the internet cafe. Lin Shudong, she doesn't cherish you, but I can. I can give you what Lin Shudong can't. Looking at the barrage of wildly bombarding messages, Chen Yuan was a bit numb. These women were too terrifying. How come each one of them is like a life-threatening soul chaser? I'm not your boyfriend yet, am I? I'm simply treating you guys as tools and wanting to swipe a little more money. Do you guys have any misunderstandings? Whether it was Su Lele or Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan's purpose was pure from the start. Simply treating them as mere tool people to brush up on their dog-licking gold. Now the money is spent. But why do you guys want to talk about feelings with me? Do you all like to talk about feelings with the rich and money with the poor? Can you fix the standard? We only talk about the same, okay? And this Sun Rui, even more inexplicable, boring, waking up early in the morning and being pestered by a girl. It's too unbearable. Chen Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth and complain. Old 4, do you owe it to yourself? Saying this kind of animal words early in the morning. Can't you see that there are still 3 single dogs in our dormitory? That's right, too beastly. Suggest expelling this guy from 503. Seconded. Both hands in favor. At this time, another message was sent over on Chen Yuan's WeChat. Mr. Smoke, this is Little Hong. Yesterday you said you would come to my place to look at the house. I don't know when you have time today? This message was sent by Hong Yuanqiao. Chen Yuan thought about it. It seemed like he did say that he would come to see the house today. It's Mr. Hong, I have time today. Send me a location. I'll take a taxi over to you later. Take a taxi? Hong Yuanqiao sent a question mark. In his impression, how could the godly smoke chief not have a car? Oh, the driver went home to visit his family 2 days ago. Chen Yuan immediately reacted and typed a reply. So that's how it is. Since Mr. Smoke's your full-time driver went home to visit his family, then I'll send my company's driver to pick you up. Just send me a location. That's fine too. Chen Yuan replied. Since he had promised Hong Yuanqiao to visit the villa, Chen Yuan naturally had the intention to buy the villa. But he couldn't spend the dog-licking gold himself. He still had to find someone to help him spend it. After thinking about it, Chen Yuan made a call to Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan, you can finally be willing to call back. Zhao Yuqi's voice was clear and cold as she questioned. I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao, I had a delay yesterday. I'll explain it to you later. Can you come out for a moment now? I have something very important to discuss with you. What is it? You come out first. The main entrance of the school at 9:30. I won't see you there. Chapter 035, it's all a setup. Chi-Chi, who is it? Calling you early in the morning. Still not letting people sleep. BFF Wu Xiufei said with a complaining face. It's Chen Yuan. He asked me to meet him at the main gate of the school at 9:30, as if he wants to explain the matter of letting me off the hook yesterday. Zhao Yuqi reported truthfully. Who? Chen Yuan? This guy is finally willing to show up. Chi-Chi, you mustn't forget this matter so easily, or else this kid won't be able to go to heaven in the future. You must let him know that the consequences of offending a woman are very serious, especially since he also offended our big school beauty. It's even more unforgivable. Wu Xiufei gritted his teeth and looked like he was in the same boat. Then what should I do? Zhao Yuqi asked. It's simple. Didn't he ask you to meet him at 9:30? Then you go again at 10:30, or go at 11:30, and make him wait impatiently for a few hours to see if his attitude of admitting fault is sincere or not. Wu Xiufei came up with a bad idea. Zhao Yuqi, however, nodded deeply. Well then, let's do it. Who told him to stand me up yesterday? Today I'll intentionally be 2 hours late, and ruthlessly take out a mouthful of bad anger, Zhao Yuqi said with a huff. After saying that, she started putting on her makeup. Without realizing it, the time had already reached 9:30 a.m. Chen Yuan squinted on the bed for a bit before he started washing his face and brushing his teeth before sending a message to Zhao Yuji in passing. Big beautiful girl Chi-Chi, I've already arrived at the main gate of the school. When are you arriving? Soon after. Zhao Yuqi returned the message. Soon. I'll be there soon. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan revealed an expression that said it all. He had let Zhao Yuqi off the hook yesterday. It would be strange for this woman not to be late today. In the past, when he was chasing Lin Shudong, the other party was often late for no reason. If she was in a good mood, it would be fine, but if she was in a bad mood, making you wait for 2 to 3 hours would be considered light. Chen Yuan had already been worked out. He already knew this kind of routine well. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, washed his hair, blew it dry, changed his clothes, put on his shoes, and looked in the mirror for 10 minutes. Sure enough, handsome still. Taking out his cell phone and looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan sent another message to Zhao Yuji. Chairman Zhao, Sister Yuki, why aren't you there yet? I've been waiting for half an hour. Almost there. I'll be there soon. Another identical message came back. Chen Yuan laughed. I'll be damned if I really believe you. Chen Yuan slowly walked downstairs, not in the least bit of a hurry, to a noodle shop in the back street of the school. He ordered 2 bowls of hot dry noodles, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and a cage of xiaolongbao. Recently he had been eating a lot. He could eat a breakfast for 3 people in one meal. Chen Yuan ate prettily, sending a message to Zhao Yuqi as he ate. Miss Yuki, big brother Yuki, I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. Why aren't you coming? I know I was wrong about yesterday, but you can't be this late. I really have something important to discuss with you today. 2 consecutive messages were sent over. Chen Yuan showed that he was about to get impatient waiting. Little Fei, Chen Yuan has already waited for almost an hour. I guess he should have gotten his lesson. We can't go too far. I'll move now. It's going to take another 20 minutes to get to the main entrance of the school from my place. Zhao Yuqi said. No way. You're impatient after only waiting for an hour? You mustn't spoil him. This kind of man should give him a deep lesson. Otherwise he will still dare to stand you up next time. You are the big school flower of Chi-Chi. There are a lot of people chasing after you. What's wrong with Chen Yuan that he's rich? Just because he's rich, can he do whatever he wants? You have to let him know that you're different from other girls. You can't just be rich and get another look. You have to be sincere. Wu Xiaofei saw Zhao Yuqi's heart soften and immediately conducted a wave of brainwashing. Alright then, let him wait for another hour. I also want to see if he truly cares about me. If he really cares about me, he shouldn't care about waiting for 2 more hours. Zhao Yuqi nodded with an agreeable face. She felt that what her best friend Wu Xiaofei said was very reasonable. On the other side, Chen Yuan had eaten and drank his fill. A few minutes later, he received another message from Zhao Yuji. I'm really close this time. Wait for me a little longer. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan laughed, turned his head and entered a nearby internet cafe. The machine was turned on and he boarded his League of Legends account. In Zhao Yuqi's case, she would still have to wait for at least half an hour or more. Wouldn't it smell good to start a game of League first? Of course, if Zhao Yuji arrived first and didn't see Chen Yuan's person, Chen Yuan can also find an excuse, saying that he waited for an hour and a half, and did not have time to eat breakfast, so he went to the back street to eat a bowl of noodles. Anyway, the back street to the main entrance of the school, walking is less than 10 minutes. What's wrong with the school flower? A tool person only. Still won't let little master play some tricks? Just as Chen Yuan had just turned on his machine and boarded his alliance account, an unfamiliar phone number called. Chen Yuan pressed answer. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Smoke? I am Chief Hong's driver, Xiao Lu. I have now followed the positioning you sent and have come to the vicinity of Lake University. May I ask when you will arrive? Let's put it this way, Xiao Lu. You first drive the car to the roadside of the main entrance of Lake University. I will arrive in about 40 minutes to an hour or so. Okay, Mr. Smoke. My license plate number is EA12345. Xiao Lu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and quickly parked the car by the roadside of the school's main entrance. Mr. Hong had explained that this Chief Smoke is a rather important customer. The other party's identity is very powerful. No matter what kind of request he has, he must do it. And the attitude must be respectful. Don't say just let him wait for an hour. Even if he let him wait for half a day, he must honestly listen to the command. Chen Yuan hung up the phone. He casually chose a stoner top and started playing the game. This game, the early stage, was almost abused into a dog. Late group battle stoner played an extremely critical role, especially the last wave of moves, directly flying enemy 5. Instantaneous seconds opposite ADC. Teammates immediately followed the output. Under the 39:56 headcount gap, won the game victory. However, this game was a bit long, playing for more than 40 minutes. It's almost time. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and started sending a message to Zhao Yuki. Big brother Yuki, I've waited until I can't wait. When will you arrive? Soon. I've already left the house. Seeing this message, if Chen Yuan was really stupid enough to run to the school gate and wait for 2 hours, it was estimated that he would be so angry alive that he would vomit blood. But right now, he was in a steady state of mind. He exited the game and turned off his computer. Chen Yuan began to move to the meeting place. Just after arriving at the school entrance, Chen Yuan did not see Zhao Yuqi's figure, but instead saw two acquaintances. It was Li Yang and Heiji Sakura. The two seemed to have made up. Li Yang, did you see that car? Rolls-Royce Phantom. It seems to be a luxury car worth more than $6 million. What's wrong with that? Those who drive this kind of car are usually drivers. The real big bosses are sitting in the back row. Li Yang said with a bit of a grin. Yeah, I don't know what kind of rich people can afford this car. Heiji Sakura took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. At this time, Li Yang realized that a person who made him very disgusted walked over. Who was it if it wasn't Chen Yuan? This doggy? Chapter 036 Instant Face Slap. Last time, because of this guy, he almost broke up with his girlfriend. Today it was hard to get Heiji Sakura to get over it. I didn't expect this guy to show up again. Last time, Li Yang already understood the causes and consequences. When he learned that Chen Yuan had actually asked Heiji Sakura for WeChat before charging into the track, he was almost so angry that he stormed off on the spot. A lickspittle from high school. A piece of trash that he looked down on. A goon who he had once ridden on the ground and slapped furiously. Now he had the guts to troll him? Chen Yuan. He wants to dig up Li Yang. Can you believe it? But Chen Yuan really did it. Not only did he do it, he also humiliated him on the track. In his proudest sport, sprinting, he was abused. This dog is on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Back then, Chen Yuan was beaten up by him, and this kid is still holding a grudge. So what if you beat me in sprinting? The most important thing in this society is always money. He, Li Yang, has a superior family background and can take over the family business directly after graduation, starting from the general manager. You Chen Yuan, a licking dog poor then. What can you compare with me? Yo, isn't this an old classmate? I'm a bit impressed by your performance yesterday. Look at you. Are you going somewhere? I can give you a ride. Li Yang laughed, as if he had completely forgotten how furious he was yesterday. He only saw him casually pull out a car key. Drop. A BMW 7 Series sedan in front of him suddenly flashed twice. This was a luxury car worth close to $1 million. Originally, this car was his dad's, and he drove it out today to take his girlfriend out for a ride. He didn't expect to be able to pretend in front of Chen Yuan in the meantime. This is really an unexpected gain. This is a real windfall. He has to play a complete game today. He wants Chen Yuan to feel inferior when he looks at him in the future. After all, a licking dog is a licking dog. Can you still go against the heavens? No need, Mr. Li Yang. I have an appointment today as well. Chen Yuan replied in a flat tone. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a text message to Xiao Lu. Chen Yuan, you have an appointment too? That's just right. I still have 2 extra empty seats in this car. Let's go out for an outdoor barbecue together. How to say it's also an old classmate. Get together more often when you have time and contact your feelings. Li Yang wrapped his arm around Heiji Cherry's waist. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. He was already enjoying the pleasure of pretending. He felt that he had not only recovered his lost face in front of Heiji Cherry. This fellow, Chen Yuan, was also so inferior that he could barely lift his head. Ha ha, lol, there's really no need. Chen Yuan was still holding his cell phone and texting, and shook his head in rejection. Alright then, stop Cherry, get on the car. I'll take you to eat French food today. Just when Li Yang had a spring in his step and felt like raising his eyebrows in front of Chen Yuan, the Rolls-Royce in front, which had been parked for an hour, suddenly moved. The luxury car slowly traveled to them. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and white gloves with sunglasses immediately got out of the car and then very respectfully came to Chen Yuan's front. Young master, please get in. Xiao Lu, the middle-aged sunglasses man, bowed and opened the car door for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took a calm and self-effacing step and slowly sat on the Rolls-Royce. Li Yan was instantly confused. The entire person was dumbfounded. He Cherry's mouth was open, a face of dumbfoundedness. What the hell? This Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over $6 million was actually here to pick up Chen Yuan? The driver even called him young master? Holy, this is so embarrassing. Li Yang suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground. Just now, he was showing off his luxury car, but he didn't expect to be instantly slapped in the face. It was so embarrassing. Chen Yuan did not want to pay attention to what kind of complicated mood Li Yang was in today. He just accidentally found out. Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him suddenly started to rub up again. Hiji Sakura, favorability +5. Hiji Sakura, favorability +5. Hiji Sakura, favorability +5. Just by casually getting into a car like this, Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him increased by 15 points, and had currently reached 25 points of favorability. It had to be said that this was an unexpected gain. Stop Sakura, let's go. Li Yang had already blown up mentally. He took Hiji Sakura's hand and dragged it hard to get into that BMW 7 Series. Hiji Cherry looked back several times. She originally thought that Li Yang's car was very good. After all, it was a BMW 7 Series, which already belonged to the luxury car class. He was only in his third year of college, and he was able to drive such a good car. Among his classmates, there were barely a few who could do so, but looking back at the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Yuan was sitting on, and the driver's call of, young master, it really made people think. Chen Yuan's identity was too uncomplicated. Li Yang, I think you need to learn more from others Chen Yuan in the future. Look at how outstanding they are, and they still tend to be so low-key. You just like to show off a little too much. It's not a joke. Hiji Sakura couldn't help but open her mouth to criticize. Li Yang originally had an explosive mindset, and when Hiji Cherry said this, he instantly blew up. Chen Yuan is excellent? Where is he excellent? Could it be that you saw that he has a luxury car, so your heart was moved? Are you regretting that you didn't leave him a WeChat yesterday? Li Yang roared furiously. You yelled at me. You actually yelled at me again? Yes, I just have my eye on him. I just regret not leaving him a WeChat yesterday. What's wrong? If you have the ability, you should also go and drive a Rolls-Royce. What are you pretending in front of others if you don't have money? Hiji Sakura's word for word, like a needle piercing Li Yang's fragile self-esteem. Her words were just too harsh. It was simply challenging a man's bottom line. Pa! In his anger, Li Yang raised his hand and slapped Hiji Cherry. Hiji Cherry was confused. She was also a pampered little baby in her family. Not even her parents had ever bothered to hit her since she was a child. But now, she was being hit by Li Yang. Li Yang, you're not a man. Break up. Hiji Sakura violently pushed open the car door, covered her face and left angrily. This time, Li Yang did not chase after him. He felt that this time, Hiji's Cherry's words were really too much, making him completely intolerable. A woman, even if you are pretty, you can't challenge a man's self-esteem over and over again, especially elevating Chen Yuan and belittling him. Li Yang, it was an insult to him. Li Yang sat in the car, lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. He still had some trouble figuring it out. Why had Chen Yuan, this hanging liquor, suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he used to be faking it? At this time, the school flower Zhao Yuqi finally arrived late. Isn't this Zhao Yuqi? I can't believe I'm so lucky to happen to run into the school's second-ranked school beauty. Humph, Hiji Sakura wants to break up, so let's break up. When I catch up with Zhao Yuqi, what are you Hiji Sakura? Li Yang made up his mind. He was going to pick up the best-looking chick. It's a blessing in disguise. But it's a blessing in disguise. Chapter 037, take a look at the villa. Zhao Yuqi wore a plain college-style fairy dress today. Not too bright colors, but it set off her light and clear temperament, coupled with the exquisite makeup, bright eyes and white teeth. Natural beauty. As if a snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain. It can be viewed from afar but not played with. Li Yang had already thumped his heart and could not forget it after just one look. Hi, how are you, classmate Yuki? I'm Li Yang, captain of the school track team. We've met before. Li Yang got off the car and greeted. It's you, classmate Li Yang. Zhao Yuqi nodded politely. She was the vice president of the student council. While Li Yang was also considered one of the popular figures inside the school, they had dealt with each other once before. It was understandable that they knew each other, but not very well acquainted. Is student Yuki going somewhere? Why don't you take my car and I'll give you a ride? Li Yang intentionally pointed at the BMW 7 Series beside him. No, I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuqi looked left and right and scanned towards the surroundings. Surprisingly, she didn't find Chen Yuan's person. She stomped her foot angrily. She had dressed up carefully today, and even though she had made Chen Yuan wait for more than 2 hours, this guy of yours is too classless, isn't he? You're impatient to wait after only 2 hours? Then wouldn't today's makeup be in vain? Beauty Chi-Chi, you're finally here. Hurry up and get on the car. Right at this moment, Chen Yuan rolled the window glass down and hollered at Zhao Yuji. Zhao Yuji turned around to take a look. It was discovered that Chen Yuan was already sitting in the car, and it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom top-of-the-line luxury car. She first froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Judging by the extent of Chen Yuan's generosity, Zhao Yuji had long guessed that he was a wealthy man, although he rode a broken bicycle last time. But it was quite normal for people to have luxury cars. Just like that, Zhao Yuji directly ignored Li Yang. It was as if he, as a person, didn't exist. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Zhao Yuji apologized while naturally getting into the car. Li Yang was once again dumbfounded. Originally, he had wanted to get back into the city and use the opportunity of chatting with the schoolgirl to regain some face in front of Chen Yuan. But who knew that he would be slapped in the face again? It was too hard. It was really too hard. It wasn't enough to lose someone once a day. How can you lose yourself twice in a row? You've been grassed up instead of pretending to be a bully. This time, he really lost his face to his grandmother's house. This broken BMW. I won't drive it out to pretend to be a bully next time. After Zhao Yuji got on the car, the Rolls-Royce, which had been parked in front of the school for a long time, finally left slowly. Zhao Yuji realized that Chen Yuan didn't seem to have any complaints about her being more than 2 hours late and appeared to be very manly. He didn't care about such trivial matters. She was satisfied with Chen Yuan's reaction. This was the mentality that a mature man should have. In reality, she did not realize that Chen Yuan had only just arrived. At most, he had waited for her for 10 minutes. Naturally, his mindset was stable. Little Lua, I really thanked you just now. Your acting was good. Turn around and I'll praise you with your general manager Hong and ask him to give you a raise in salary. Mr. Smoke is polite. Actually, I didn't expect that, Mr. Smoke is actually so young. Middle-aged driver Xiao Lu said with a smile. Just now, Chen Yuan had texted him to cooperate in pretending. He looked in the rearview mirror several times before he was sure that Chen Yuan, a young man in his early 20s, was the General Smoke that he was going to pick up today. I heard that this big brother was a godly man on the internet. He casually throws tens of millions of dollars to reward female anchors. Originally thought that this big brother should be a middle-aged man with a successful career. Who knew that he was actually a college student? Of course, he wouldn't dare to look down on a college student. For a person who was able to spend like this, could his family environment be average? Chen Yuan, are we actually going somewhere today? Zhao Yuji didn't know what Chen Yuan and driver Xiaolu were talking about and asked with a curious face. You'll know when we go. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, keeping it mysterious. Half an hour later, the luxury car finally drove into the Riverview Villa neighborhood. It finally stopped in front of the most luxurious number 1 garden villa. Mr. Smoke, it's here, driver Xiaolu said politely. Okay. Chen Yuan pulled Zhao Yuji out of the car. At this time, in the middle of the garden villa, a middle-aged man who looked 37 or 88 years old and wore a big back hair, who appeared to be a successful person, walked out with a smile on his face. Behind him was also a female secretary with a hot figure wearing glasses frames. Smoke, Mr. Smoke? The first time Hong Yuanqiao saw Chen Yuan, he was a bit not quite daring to believe it, but he still asked suspiciously, Mr. Hong, I'm just lonely a cigarette. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and admitted with a big smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Smoke total turned out to be so young, really heroic. Let's not be polite here. Directly talk about business. Chen Yuan didn't want to say those vain and complimentary words to each other. He and Hong Yuanqiao had met for the first time, and although they were groupies, they could not talk about any friendship. Hong Yuanqiao wanted to sell his villa to recoup his capital. Chen Yuan wants to get his hands on the villa and pick up a bargain. It's as simple as that. In comparison, Hong Yuanqiao is more anxious than him, and the capital chain in his hand today is almost about to be broken. Mr. Smoke is quick to speak. Then I won't say any more nonsense. Lena, introduce Mr. Smoke. Okay, Mr. Hong. The female secretary wearing glasses nodded. General Smoke, please follow me. Lena made a gesture of invitation. Chen Yuan pulled Zhao Yuji's hand and walked into the garden villa. Hong Yuanqiao nodded with some admiration. It was different when Chief Smoke made a move. The girl he brought with him was even prettier than the female secretaries he had handpicked. Sometimes you can tell if a man has strength or not. Just look at the girls he brings around him. Chen Yuan, you and that Mr. Hong, what kind of business are you going to talk about? Zhao Yuqi inquired in a low voice. Nothing big. This villa of Mr. Hans wants to make a bid and wants to ask me if I'm interested in buying it. That's why I'm bringing you here to take a look today. Chen Yuan spoke in a casual tone. It was as if buying a villa was the same as buying vegetables at the market for him. The female secretary Jolina was secretly surprised in her heart. He knew that Mr. Hong's villa had cost more than $57 million to buy at the beginning, plus all kinds of luxury decorations. All in all, it was more than $60 million. A $60 million villa deal was not a big business in the other party's eyes. For a while, the female secretary's attitude towards Chen Yuan became more and more respectful. Mr. Smoke, this is the first floor of the villa. The current style of the entire villa is a small duplex 3-story building. There is a basement, a total of 4 floors. The villa has a total of 2 kitchens, 3 bathrooms. There are also separate bathrooms, 2 check rooms, a master bedroom. For guest bedrooms, there is also a nanny room. In addition, there is a private swimming pool in front of the villa. The second floor has a private movie theater. The third floor there is a star room. Is the use of floor-to-ceiling window design, excellent lighting, especially in summer. As long as you press the remote control, the star room roof will automatically pop open. You can lie on the bed and look at the stars, especially romantic. Mr. Hong has also specially spent $500,000 on an astronomical telescope for this starry sky room design. The female secretary, Lena, led Chen Yuan through the entire villa. While walking, she introduced it. When they reached the second floor to introduce the master bedroom, they didn't know if Mr. Hong had any strange fetishes. His bed was actually 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Isn't it a bit too big? Luckily, the master bedroom alone was more than 100 square meters in size. Otherwise such a large bed wouldn't really fit. Chapter 038. This villa writes Zhao Yuqi's name. This round of shopping down, Zhao Yuqi looked more and more surprised. Although the environment inside her family was good, and she also ran a restaurant, her parents were both from penniless to fight out. Therefore, they were also relatively frugal. They never wasted money. Although the house inside the family has 170-80 square feet, but it is also an ordinary commercial house. But this house in Riverview Villa is really luxurious. Simply refreshed her 3 views. Even an ordinary checkroom was bigger than the school's 8-person girls' dormitory. It could be used as a clothing store. There was also a wall of shoes, a watch cabinet, a belt cabinet, a tie cabinet, a private jewelry cabinet, a wall of special bags, a safe, and so on. Also on the 3rd floor, in addition to the star room, there was a luxurious and incomparable study, plus a 70-square-meter oversized balcony, and a drawing room. The basement also has a dance practice room, a piano room, plus a private gym. If one lived here every day, I guess I would wake up in the morning with a smile on my face, and you can look out over the Yangtze River in the distance. The scenery is really refreshing. Mr. Smoke, what do you think of this house? Lena asked with a smile on her face after she finished introducing all the places. It's average. I'm actually not too satisfied. This villa is still a bit too small, but on the face that Mr. Hong and I are groupies. You ask him to give a solid price. Chen Yuan was actually quite satisfied, but he definitely couldn't say such words. If people knew that you were quite satisfied, wouldn't they still raise the price upwards? Isn't buying a villa the same as buying clothes? Alright then, I'll go and report to Mr. Hong now. Lena stepped into the elevator with her high heels. You don't say. Although this villa only had 3 or 4 floors, an elevator was installed all the same. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi stayed on the balcony to watch the scenery. Chen Yuan, do you really want to buy this villa? I just used my cell phone to check the house price here. It seems to be 50,000 a square foot. This villa's big and small add up. It must be at least 50 to 60 million, plus the luxurious decoration and style design that the other party has put in. It's estimated that 60 to 70 million is also possible. Zhao Yuqi said with a surprised face. Then do you like it? What do you think of the environment here? Chen Yuan had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all about the price calculated by Zhao Yuqi. Merely asking if you like it? I naturally like it. Who wouldn't want to have such a big, good-looking house? But, then there's no need to say anything. As long as you like it, I'll buy it. Chen Yuan waved his hand and cut Zhao Yuqi's words off. He was worried that he had no place to spend his dog licking gold. How could he let go of an opportunity to spend a large sum of money this time when it was so hard to catch it? You woman, don't even think about stopping little master from swiping my money. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. Yuqi Zhao, favorability +5. Yuqi Zhao, favorability +5. Chen Yuan's words completely spoke to Zhao Yuji's heart. Just because he liked it, this man was going to spend more than $500 million to buy the villa. Although it sounded a bit cheesy, but when it really happened to her, Zhao Yuji was still incredibly touched. Moreover, listening to Chen Yuan's words, it seems that he intends to buy the villa. It seemed like he was planning to live with her after the villa was bought. Was he already working on building a love nest? But, I'm not ready yet, and I didn't say that I agreed to be his girlfriend. Why is he so overbearing, not even asking for his opinion? Zhao Yuji was shy in her heart. Although she felt that Chen Yuan was overbearing, she liked this kind of overbearing. On the other side, Lena, is General Smoke still satisfied with this villa? Hong Yuanxiao asked with great concern. General Smoke seems to be not too satisfied. He said that this villa is too small. Lena reported truthfully. This is still small? But think about it, a person of such status level as Mr. Smoke must be a top luxury family undoubtedly. It's only normal that he can't see the small villa of mine. However, Mr. Smoke also said that on the basis that you, Mr. Hong, and he are groupies, he asked you to give him a solid price. Lena, next time can you finish your sentence at once? Don't be naughty all the time, Hong Yuanxiao said with a straight face. Obviously, the relationship between this female secretary and Hong Yuanxiao was not ordinary. Otherwise how could any secretary dare to joke in front of the boss? Alright, I won't joke next time. Not long after, Hong Yuanxiao personally came to the third-floor balcony. Mr. Smoke, what do you think of the scenery here? Hong Yuanxiao lit a cigarette and gave another one to Chen Yuan. Not bad, right, just enough to see the Yangtze River. Chen Yuan took the cigarette and lit it smoothly. By the way, Mr. Smoke, until now I still don't know your real name. My name is Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan brother. I won't hide it from you. If it wasn't for the fact that this year's market is really bad, the entire hotel industry, tourism industry, are operating at a loss. There are still several hundred employees inside the company waiting for me to pay their salaries. This set of villa I will definitely not sell it. But right now, brother, if you're willing to take it over, I can give you a real price of $58 million. When I bought this villa, I spent a total of $57 million, and then invested a total of more than $4 million in decoration and design. Even if you don't count the appreciation space, according to the market price, it's still over $60 million. $58 million, definitely a real price, Hong Yuanxiao said almost out of his heart. Of course, Chen Yuan was able to tell that what he said should be somewhat watered down, but not too much. After all, the market price of the house was there. A quick check on the internet on your cell phone would tell you that the discrepancy naturally couldn't be too big. 1 byte price, $55 million, full purchase, one-time payment, Mr. Hong, if you want I'll hit the money anytime. Chen Yuan cut not much, because the house is real estate. There is even room for appreciation, and is not a depreciating item that clothes can be cut at a discount. Exactly how much money is how much money? Brother Chen Yuan, this price just happens to be my bottom line. If you can really pay it off in one go, then according to this price, sign the real estate transfer agreement, and we can go through the transfer procedures at any time. Hong Yuanxiao nodded and did not continue to bargain. No problem, Chen Yuan snapped his fingers. By the way, you are not transferring this villa to me, but to her, with Zhao Yuji's name on the real estate license, Chen Yuan said with a bland face. There was no way. Writing his own name on the real estate license, the dog-licking gold could not be spent at all. But writing Zhao Yuji's name was different. When Chen Yuan said this, Zhao Yuji was instantly confused. The entire person was dumbfounded. She looked at Chen Yuan with an incredulous expression, feeling a bit suffocated. Hong Yuanxiao was also confused. Lena was also confused. This was a Riverview villa worth $60 million. Chen Yuan was actually going to give it to her? Chapter 039 Zhao Yuji's favorability soars. No, Chen Yuan, I really can't take this. This is a villa worth $50 to $60 million. How can you write my name? Although Zhao Yuji was incredibly shocked in her heart, she was also touched that Chen Yuan could have such a heart. But this gift was too big. So big that she was a little less daring to accept it. After all, the significance of rewarding a gift in a live broadcast and directly sending a villa in reality could be completely different. Even for a newlywed couple, the man wouldn't necessarily write the woman's name when he bought a house. Even in order to avoid financial disputes in the event of a divorce, they will also go to do premarital property notarization. And now Chen Yuan still has nothing with her. At most, there is a little ambiguity between the two. Some good feelings for each other. Not even a real sense of male and female friends. You are going to send the villa. Zhao Yuji really does not dare to accept, and if she really agreed to it, it will appear that she is very greedy, very gold-digging, very impecunious. As long as a woman with a little bit of emotional intelligence, it is impossible to agree. That would be too ugly to eat. Yu Chi, if this villa doesn't have your name written on it, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it today. Why? Zhao Yuki immediately inquired. Why else? Because there are just too many properties under my name. You know that the country has a housing restriction, right? When a person has multiple properties under their name, they can't buy new properties anymore. So this villa can only be temporarily transferred under your name. So consider it a favor to me. Of course, if you really don't want to help, I can only say sorry to Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you with this favor, but you'd better think of your own way to solve your funding gap. Chen Yuan spread his hands, looking like he was helpless. This excuse was something he had thought of a long time ago, because according to normal logical thinking, he was able to guess that Zhao Yuqi would not necessarily accept it. And this excuse of the housing restriction order was simply perfect. For one thing, it was giving Zhao Yuji a step down, giving her an excuse to accept the property transfer. This way, she did not appear to be so greedy or gold-digging. She was merely doing Chen Yuan a favor. With this excuse, it was more acceptable on a moral level. Girls also wanted to save face. Secondly, Chen Yuan said that he would not buy it in front of Hong Yuanxiao. In order to fill the funding gap, Hong Yuanxiao would definitely try to do everything he could to get Zhao Yuji to accept the villa. Chen Yuan didn't even need to bother with more words. Someone would naturally convince Zhao Yuki for him. Wasn't this two birds with one stone? Sure enough, when Chen Yuan said that he would not buy it, Hong Yuanxiao immediately became anxious. This beautiful lady, since brother Chen Yuan has said so, why don't you just say yes and this villa will be temporarily transferred to your name? No, I really can't take it. A $50 to $60 million villa is really a bit too scary. Zhao Yuqi still shook her head and refused. Beauty, count me as begging you. Just say yes. There are still hundreds of people in my company waiting for me to pay their salaries. If this villa can't be sold, my capital chain will be broken. When the company goes bankrupt, a whole lot of people will be unemployed. Those people also have old and young. Can you really bear to see them all unemployed? Hong Yuanxiao was worthy of being a businessman. The ghost story was made up in one set, directly persuading from the perspective of righteousness, as if you don't accept this villa today, you are the 10 evil people. But, there's nothing but, beautiful girl, I'm really going bankrupt, and I urgently need a sum of money to tide me over, or else I wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell the villa, so just give me a face and do me a favor, okay? Yes, sister, we, Mr. Hong, are really in trouble. Hong Yuanxiao and Jolina began to wheel around and persuade. The duo mixed doubles, and Zhao Yuqi simply couldn't resist. Finally, after half an hour of brainwashing, Zhao Yuqi nodded and accepted Hong Yuanxiao in order to get the funds as soon as possible. That afternoon, he signed the villa transfer agreement with Zhao Yuqi and completed the transfer procedures. Chen Yuan also didn't hesitate. 500,000 funds, instantly made a payment. When Zhao Yuqi got the villa key and the real estate license, she was still a bit dreamy. Chen Yuan, this villa, is it really transferred in my name? Yes, from now on, you'll be the owner of the Riverview Villa. One garden house, Chen Yuan said with a smile. No, the villa is yours. I'm just doing you a favor for the time being. I'll transfer it over to you next time. Zhao Yuqi was a bit confused about the entire trip today. Inexplicably, there was an extra villa worth $60 million. Would you dare to believe it when you say it? Even if this villa was only temporarily living under her name, it was also enough to show Chen Yuan's sincerity towards her. Zhao Yuqi suddenly thought that the reason why Chen Yuan stood her up yesterday, could it be that he was preparing such a huge surprise for today? And not only did she misunderstand him, she was also intentionally late for more than 2 hours in the morning. Inexplicably, she felt somewhat indebted in her heart. I'm sorry Chen Yuan, actually, I was deliberately late in the morning. I hope you won't be angry. It's fine. This little thing, I didn't even put it on my mind. Chen Yuan said honestly. He had only waited for 10 minutes, so naturally, it was impossible for him to take this small matter to heart. But Zhao Yuqi thought that he had waited for more than 2 hours. From start to finish, she hadn't complained a single word, and also bought her a villa. This man's heart was too broad, too genteel, too romantic. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Yuki Zhao, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuji, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan casually said something, not knowing if it hit a soft spot in Zhao Yuji's heart. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan actually skyrocketed by 30 points at once. Before, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan was 45 points. Then it increased by 15 points when she was looking at the house, and now it skyrocketed by another 30 points. Now Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan had reached a staggering 90 points. Only the last 5 points were missing to successfully reverse it. Chen Yuan looked at the 90 points of favorability above Zhao Yuqi's head. His heart was instantly greatly encouraged. He was a bit excited. The reward for reversing Zhao Yuqi was just too generous. He had already spent $60 to $70 million of dog-licking gold on Zhao Yuqi, and as long as he succeeded in his reverse attack, the bonus would be $6 to $7 million. There were also a full 25 reinforcement points. This toolman was a bit fat. Harvest a wave and take off directly. Ha ha. LOL. Chen Yuan, why are you always looking at the top of my head? Is there something dirty on my head? No, I just think you look especially good today. Which is true. Didn't I look good before? Zhao Yuqi said shyly. She was getting more and more shy in front of Chen Yuan nowadays, especially when she thought that if she lived in a villa with Chen Yuan in the future, wouldn't some indescribable things have to happen? After all, a lone man and a widow, sharing a room, it would be easy to go off the rails. What a shame. How could I think about these things? Chapter 040, Chen Yuan's emotional intelligence is too high. Chen Yuan, next week is my birthday. I would like to invite my girlfriends and friends, as well as my former high school classmates, to come here to have a birthday party. I don't know if it's possible. Zhao Yuqi glanced at Chen Yuan with flushed cheeks and asked for advice. Although this villa was now under her name, but after all, it was someone else, Chen Yuan, who paid for it. She wanted to organize a birthday party inside the villa. Naturally, she had to seek Chen Yuan's opinion. So you're going to have a birthday soon. Why didn't you say so earlier? I should have prepared you in advance. Chen Yuan thought. Wouldn't having a birthday party be another amount of dog-licking gold to spend? And giving gifts and whatnot would be justified. Being able to win Zhao Yuqi's favor and continue to swipe money. It was the best of both worlds. Zhao Yuqi felt that Chen Yuan was not only graceful and cultured, and his emotional intelligence was simply too high. Zhao Yuqi asked him if she could have a party at the villa, and he was directly concerned about her birthday. In one go, he focused on the point of the question. Women sometimes speak in two general layers of meaning. If she asked you a question, maybe the question wasn't the point. She wants to express the meaning. In fact, want to tell you her birthday time, or she fancy something, she want to go where to play, and so on and so forth. Deeper meaning. If the guy doesn't understand the meaning and just focuses on the question itself, she will then call you a straight guy, thinks you're a guy with low emotional intelligence. This is probably the difference in thinking between men and women. Chen Yuan was essentially a straight man as well, and a straight man of steel. However, he only thought about spending more dog-licking gold from start to finish, and this kind of thinking, by mistake, collided with Zhao Yuqi's thinking. This way, Zhao Yuqi instinctively felt that Chen Yuan's emotional intelligence was particularly high. Getting along with him was very comfortable, very pleasant. This was simply a perfect male god. He was handsome, rich, skilled, generous, considerate, gentlemanly, cultured, low-key and introverted, and also domineering. Thinking about it, there were simply too many advantages on Chen Yuan, so much so that Zhao Yuqi almost lost her confidence in front of him. Chen Yuan didn't know that Zhao Yuqi would think this way about him. He used to be a licking dog in the eyes of others. He had no good qualities at all. Even Lin Shudong had called him a waste. But with that money power, it seems like all his previous shortcomings have turned into strengths. It was true that if you had money, even your farts smelled good. Brother Chen Yuan, inside this villa, there are still some of my personal belongings. In the next 2 days, I'll find a moving company to move it. It will be dealt with quickly. Maybe you guys will have to wait for 2 or 3 days before you can move in. Sorry, Hong Yuanxiao said apologetically. It's okay, old Hong. We're not in a hurry. Chen Yuan waved his hand. In fact, in addition to some things in the master bedroom that need to be dealt with, a few guest bedrooms are still able to be occupied? Don't. You let the driver Xiao Lu send us back. Right, Xiao Lu can do me a favor today. I still have to thank him properly, Chen Yuan casually mentioned. Ha, little Lu is my right-hand man. I will give him a raise next time. Chen Yuan brother, if you have any use for me in Seoul in the future, feel free to order me. I have no other advantages. I just like to make friends. Hong Yuanxiao laughed and solved the financial difficulties. He felt that this person, Chen Yuan, was more than deserving of a good friendship. This kind of powerful son who could casually take out more than $500 million of capital was not someone he could recognize just because he wanted to. Now that he had this opportunity to get to know him, he naturally had to climb up the ladder. By the time people casually introduce him to a business, it is estimated that he can make a lot of money. In the business world, connections are the most important thing. Hong Yuanxiao has been doing business for many years. How can he not understand this truth? Chapter 041, Zhao Yuqi stepped on. Getting into the Rolls-Royce, Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi began to return to the school. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Yuqi didn't know if she was considered Chen Yuan's girlfriend now. He had done so much, but he had never opened his mouth to confess his love. nor had he ever clearly expressed his desire to be her boyfriend. This not-so-clear attitude made Zhao Yuqi scratch her head a bit. You say other boys. A open mouth said like you, but never just talk. Completely do not pay what the actual action, even if the actual action, but also send a small flower, send a small doll and so on. Nowadays, the girls on this kind of gift has long been scorned. Chen Yuan is the opposite. He sends hundreds or tens of millions of dollars at a moment's notice. He even sends villas, full marks for practical action, but he never says he likes you. This makes Zhao Yuji very passive. She's a girl, she's too embarrassed to confess first, right? This Chen Yuan guy, why did he drop the ball at the crucial moment? The atmosphere has been baked here. As long as you open your mouth to confess, I will say yes to you but why don't you confess? What are you still thinking about? In the car, Zhao Yuqi stared at Chen Yuan from time to time with her big round eyes. There were secret glances in her eyes, as if she was imploring the other party to increase their fire output. Moreover, her snow-white arm often deliberately touched Chen Yuan's arm, as if electrocuted. This kind of small-scale physical contact, it almost made Chen Yuan unable to hold back, but Chen Yuan eventually forced himself to hold back. He felt that he should learn from his mistakes and not be seduced by Zhao Yuqi's beauty. Previously Lin Shudong had used the same tactic to tease him to his heart's content, but afterward, she left after teasing. Chen Yuan, however, fell deep into it, unable to extricate himself, and turned into a licking dog. So Chen Yuan now keeps in mind the 9 words of truth: no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. It was impossible to confess. It is impossible to confess in this life. Only if the girl takes the initiative to confess can she continue to maintain her life. More than half an hour later, the car drove to the entrance of the lake gate. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi got out of the car. Yuqi, I have something to say to you. Well, you say it. Zhao Yuqi suddenly became excited inside. Is it coming? He finally couldn't help but speak. It's like you're stepping on dog. Zhao Yuqi had just not paid attention to the trap on the ground. Hearing Chen Yuan's reminder, she immediately looked towards the bottom of her shoe. There really was a black and yellow mass. It was also very smelly. She actually did step on dog. It was too disgusting. Ha ha, I didn't expect that the schoolgirl would also have a time when she stepped on dog. It stinks too much. Hurry up and get away from me, Chen Yuan said with a disgusted face. Chen Yuan, you asshole, don't you dare laugh at people. Wait a minute, don't move yet. Let me take a picture and send it to a friend. Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his cell phone. No photos allowed. I'll beat you to death, you bad thing. Zhao Yuqi was enraged and started chasing after Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his legs and ran. She couldn't catch up and couldn't fight, almost crying in anger. Originally, today was a very romantic day. Who knew that it would actually end up turning into a spoof style? Isn't that the school beauty Zhao Yuqi? She's actually chasing after a boy in a scuffle? So envious. I also want to be chased and beaten by the school beauty. Even if I get beaten to death, I'm willing to do it. Isn't that scum Chen Yuan? The scummy guy is still alive, and he even made Chairman Zhao angry and cry. It's too much. At first, when I saw the revelations on the campus forum, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to really be set up by the scummy guy. My goddess, can you wake up and stop being cheated by the scummy guy? With the fermentation of a few days, there were more and more people in the school who knew Chen Yuan. His reputation was also becoming more and more infamous. Even this matter had been reflected to the school leaders. It had produced an extremely bad impact. And right at this moment, on the Foxtone platform, a campus track and field competition video suddenly caught fire. After only 2 days of release, the likes exceeded 10 million, and the comments exceeded 100,000 plus. This video completely caught fire. Chapter 042 Accidentally on Fire. After ending the scuffle with Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan returned to his dorm room. Just after walking into 503, the 3 roommates immediately rushed over with excited faces. Asterisk. Lao, see, you're on fire. This time you're really on fire. Why the hell didn't I see it before? Your kid actually has the potential to be a netizen? Xiong Tao with a face of envy and jealousy sized up Chen Yuan. Seemed to really not believe that the online red-hot running man was actually his roommate Chen Yuan. What's on fire? Is it the notoriety on the campus forum? Chen Yuan asked. No, only how many people read the campus forum. What we're talking about is that you're on Foxtone, as well as B Station. All of them are on fire. Old Chow opened his mouth and explained. Chen Yuan was immediately shocked when he heard this. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? Everyone else knows that I'm network godly lonely one cigarette? Asterisk. It can't be that unlucky. Chen Yuan thought that if his identity was really exposed, wouldn't it become difficult to continue pretending to be a licking dog in the future? However, it was obvious that he had misunderstood. Lonely as Cigarette's identity was not exposed. he was on fire because of another matter. Chen Yuan, just brush up on Pak's tone yourself. The hottest thing on the entire network right now is pretty much that video of yours. Chen Yuan sniffed, immediately took out his cell phone and started brushing Pak's tone. After continuously brushing over a dozen videos, an incomparably hot short video came into view. The video had more than 12 million likes. The comments exceeded more than 100,000. It was still released 2 days ago. Campus track and field competition. A man mistakenly entered the track and actually ran at a devilish speed, shocking the entire field. Chen Yuan nodded the video. The entire video was only a short 10 seconds or so, but it clearly captured the track and field competition. A clean-cut man in casual clothes. In the case of already lagging behind the other athletes by 5 or 6 lengths, actually catching up with everyone and pulling away from the first place by 2 or 3 meters with an absolute advantage. The short 100-meter track showed an incomparably amazing explosive power, simply riding in the dust. It was unattainable. You have to know that those track and field athletes who ran on the track were not ordinary people either. They all ran faster than normal people. The normal running speed of an ordinary adult man is about between 12 seconds for 100 meters and 15 seconds for 100 meters. It was usually around 13 seconds. Those who could reach 12 seconds were definitely considered fast runners among normal people, and had to have a very excellent physical outburst to do so. Those who reach a speed of 11 seconds for 100 meters are already considered at the level of professional athletes. As for the 10 seconds to 11 seconds, the national team players only this kind of speed. As for the results within 10 seconds, basically to break the record, the first Asian sprinter of the year, with a score of 9.91 seconds, breaking the fastest running speed of the yellow race, once created history, and the video of the clean-cut man, surprisingly, showed a completely no less than the first Asian sprinter's amazing explosive power. This speed was almost comparable to the world's #1 sprint king. It's amazing. Moreover, this video did not add any special effects at all. It was an accident that happened during a real race. Unbelievable. Chen Yuan watched the video several times. Who is it if not him? This is how it became popular? Chen Yuan originally just wanted to play a simple game that day. Who knows that it was actually filmed and uploaded to a short video platform? Inexplicably, this is how it caught on fire? Fortunately, this video is not particularly clear. The distance is also a bit far, and cannot recognize him at a glance. Chen Yuan opened the comment area. It was bustling with activity and seemed to have sparked a great controversy. I have to say, experts are in the faux. This young man also ran too fast. I am a professional physical education teacher. To popularize sprinting knowledge, may simply look at this video. You don't realize how fast the guy in the video ran. This video has a total of 15 seconds. Starting from the start of the guy, all the way to the end of the finish line he rushed through. A whole 100 meters of distance. You press pause when he rushed through the finish line. You will find that he ran through the distance of 100 meters. The total time used is less than 10 seconds. How many seconds is the world champion? Do the math yourself. Awesome. The world record for the 100-meter sprint seems to be 9.58 seconds. If this guy participates in the Olympics, he might be able to break the world record. I think this video has water, and can't be used as a reference basis. Saying that he is better than the world champion? It's a bit too much to brag about. I don't know if he can match the world champion, but he's definitely better than you. Chapter 043, I don't want to be on fire. Lao Si, you're not even the most powerful on Pak's tone. You're the real fire on B Station. Don't believe me? Go and take a look yourself. Chen Yuan sniffed and hurriedly opened his computer. Logging onto Station B, he immediately found a video that was the hottest on the entire platform, as if it was related to him. The publisher of the video was an uploader with millions of fans. This person's name was First Handsome Man. Chen Yuan opened the video, which had obviously been edited. Inside happened to be the process of Chen Yuan running from the start of the runway, all the way across the 100-meter red line. Above the video, there was also a second timing clip specifically set up. Through the timing clip, it was then played simultaneously with the video of the man running through the entire process, forming a stark contrast. Finally, the time stopped at 9.31 seconds. The image was also frozen. Hello everyone, I'm your up master. One handsome man. Although I'm very handsome, you mustn't worship brother, because brother is just a legend. Alright, back to the topic. In today's video, Handsome will analyze the most powerful folk god in this issue. We don't know the name of this god yet. Let's just call him Running Man. The reason why we call him Running Man is because he is really fast, and he's probably the next person to break the world's sprinting record. You guys mustn't think that Handsome is alarmist, exaggerating, talking out of his ass, saying things he doesn't mean, and making blind barren nonsense. This handsome man is based on facts. It's no exaggeration to say that I've never been a bragger. I've always been practical and realistic. The video in front of me is the ironclad proof. I didn't do any acceleration on the video above. This point, this handsome man can use face value to guarantee. According to informed sources, the game in the video is a university track and field team is selecting the national professional athlete competition. Strength level, quite high. Inside the slowest athlete, the speed of 100 meters within 12 seconds, and the video suddenly rushed out of the running man. He did not wear professional sportswear, did not carry out any warm-up exercises, even the shoes are just the most ordinary Taobao plate shoes, only $50 or $60 a pair. This is such an ordinary young man, suddenly rushed into the racetrack. He, with the strength to prove, he really is how powerful. As you can see from the video, the moment the coach hit the flare, the other athletes rushed out as if they were cheetahs. And running man was 4 or 5 meters slower than the others. He actually overtook all the track and field athletes with incredible speed when he was already 5 meters slower than the others. The last runner even pulled away from him by 10 meters. What kind of terrifying speed is this? Through this handsome man's last detailed clip analysis and speed evaluation, he finally came up with a speed estimate of 9.31 seconds for 100 meters. Although it may not be done with complete precision, but it's not far off. The world's #1 flyer, who once broke the world record with a 100-meter time of 9.58 seconds, has been unsurpassed for over a decade. Our running man, on the other hand, ran a 100-meter time of 9.31 seconds. Yes, you are not wrong, and do not need to doubt. I have no words to describe the shock in my heart. I'm afraid the only word that can describe my feelings at this moment is horrible as this. The uploader, no, one handsome boy, used an exaggerated tone of voice to explain, while taking out the video to analyze and compare. Chen Yuan's short 10-second running video had been repeatedly studied by him and played a dozen times. It also really made people feel more and more powerful the more they watched it. It didn't look great at first glance, but when analyzed carefully, it was actually more impressive than the world's #1. This person is indeed awesome. There is no room for refutation. Handsome is awesome. Running man is awesome. Handsome. I believe you when you say running man is awesome, but I don't even believe the punctuation when you say you never blow awesome. Handsome. Isn't it a bit funny that you're using your face as a guarantee? Do you have a face? This video is on fire. It's really on fire. Not only can it be swiped on Pok's Tone, it can be seen on the front page of the B Station, and even Penguin Watch can be swiped on it. It's a hot mess. Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He felt that this one handsome guy had a grudge against him. I don't want to be on fire. Are you a guy who has nothing better to do? Why don't you recommend so many internet celebrities who want to be famous? And why are you messing with me? Chapter 044 Happy Zhao Yuqi. On the other side, Zhao Yuqi returned to the girl's shared apartment. As soon as she came back, her best friend Wu Xiaofei split her head and questioned her. Chi-Chi, why did you come back so late? You went out early in the morning and now it's nighttime. What exactly did this guy Chen Yuan take you to? Chen Yuan, he took me to buy a house. He bought me a villa. Zhao Yuqi tried her best to tell in a calm tone, so that she appeared to be a bit more calm. What nonsense are you talking about? Chi-Chi? I don't have a fever today. Wu Xiaofei touched Zhao Yuji's forehead, wanting to see if her brain was caught in a door. It's true. Why would I lie to you? These real estate certificates are all here with me. And the villa key. Zhao Yuqi pulled out a real estate certificate and key from her bag. Wu Xiaofei opened the real estate certificate and took a look. At once, the whole person was petrified, stiffened, and suffocated. She felt like her 3 views had collapsed. This real estate certificate was actually real. Wait a minute. Riverview Villa Community? 980 square feet? It's only written in your name? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Xiaofei made 3 in a row. However, no amount of asterisk 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 could express her shocked feelings at this moment. This was a 980 square meter villa, and it was still on the Yangtze River where every inch of land was gold, and it was actually given to Zhao Yuqi? Chen Yuan was too generous. Which woman can stand up to this? Wu Xiaofei was jealous. She was really jealous. Kiki, tell me this isn't real. This is all an illusion. This real estate license of yours is fake. You actually went out for a trip and accomplished the dream I've been fighting for my whole life? Grass. This world is so unfair. Wu Xiaofei was dumbfounded, looking at his best friend's exaggerated appearance. Zhao Yuqi's face instantly overflowed with a happy expression. Who said that schoolgirls couldn't act tough? She was very happy just by pretending in front of her best friend. Simply too happy. LOL. Well, Xiaofei, you shouldn't exaggerate. This villa is currently temporarily in my name, mainly because Chen Yuan has a little too much real estate in his name. It doesn't meet the national restriction on purchasing standards, so he temporarily put the house in my name, and I'll still have to give it back in the future. Zhao Yuqi hurriedly explained. Return it? Why do you have to return it? This is a 980 square feet villa. Sister, if you get together with Chen Yuan in the future, won't this villa be yours? Honestly, Kiki, I've seen a lot of rich kids. They are rich and generous. They can buy you luxury bags, clothes and cosmetics, but very few of them will buy you a car or a house directly. The value and significance of the two are not the same at all. Chen Yuan not only bought you a house, but also a large villa of 980 square feet. Your status in his mind is really different. He should be sincere to you as well. Wu Xiaofei also started to put in a good word for Chen Yuan at this time, because there was no hacking at all. People have bought villas? What else can you say? The standard for a girl to measure whether a man loves her or not is very simple. It's whether he's willing to spend money on you or not. Chen Yuan was simply flawless in this aspect of spending money. Actually, I also think Chen Yuan is really good, eh? He's really my ideal type. After you get in touch with him, you'll realize that he's not only handsome, he's also humorous. He also matches my 3 views. Even his hands are good. Inside Zhao Yuqi's big round eyes, little stars of adoration had already begun to emerge. If someone else saw that school flower, Zhao Yuqi would actually show this kind of nymphomaniac look. It would probably be so shocked that they would start to doubt life. Alright, don't praise him. Aren't you going to have a birthday soon? How are you going to spend it? Wu Xiaofei asked. I have already planned. This birthday will be in the Riverview Villa to open a party. At that time to the student council, and high school classmates are called on. There are a few play well. It is best to Qin Bingxue also called on. Zhao Yuqi said with a smile. Qin Bingxue, aren't you at odds with her? Oh, got it. Wu Xiaofei nodded. Of course he knew that Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue were not on the right path. Qin Bingxue was a senior sister. One of the two of them was the vice president of the student council and the other was the president of the student council. And Qin Bingxue was steadily overpowering Zhao Yuqi. Moreover, it was often rumored inside the school that Zhao Yuqi was the school's second schoolflower and Qin Bingxue was the first schoolflower. No matter how hard Zhao Yuqi tried, she couldn't seem to surpass Qin Bingxue. She was crushed to death. Who was willing to be the second best all the time? For this birthday party, if we could invite both the student council and Qin Bingxue over, when the time comes to make an appearance. Riverview Villa neighborhood, 980 square foot garden villa, sure to make people envious of their chickens. Thinking about it makes me feel excited. Chapter 045, does Mr. Smoke want to buy a car? Although Chen Yuan's video was on fire online, but he is not particularly worried. First, this video is not particularly clear, but also photographed a silhouette back. He went out and did not worry about being recognized. Maybe the people around him who were more familiar with him could recognize him at once, but for those who are not familiar with him, when he walks down the street, no one will ask him. Secondly, nowadays is the era of network information explosion. A person suddenly caught fire, but as long as he does not show up after a period of time, he will soon disappear, and if you want to maintain a long-lasting heat, you must often appear in front of the audience. The so-called Netflix. Fire is also fast, cool is also fast. A few months ago you were hot. A few months later you cooled off. It's more than normal. Evening. Chen Yuan held his cell phone and chatted with Zhao Yuqi, who knew that the messages inside the Emperor's group were ringing non-stop. He opened the group chat and took a look. The content of the chat inside surprisingly all centered around him. Emperor Chang, have you solved your funding problem? Already solved. This time really thank Mr. Smoke. He has bought my villa, and directly hit the full payment. With this funding, it is estimated that it should be able to last until the market picks up. Mr. Smoke is a great man. He is really efficient. Smoke is more than atmosphere. This time and his dealings, simply refreshed my 3 views. Let me know what is the real god hero. Qingfeng Su Lai sold the story. How? Tell you guys, when Mr. Smoke came over this time, he brought a girl with him. He turned his hand and gave me this set of villas to the girl. Although I admit that this set of villas is not considered the top-of-the-line mansion, but how to say that it is also worth $60 million? Mr. Smoke didn't even frown on it before giving it away. It's simply awesome. But that girl does look watery. Hong Yuanxiao was blowing the group inside. However, this greatness did cause a great repercussion. The emperors inside the group were all rich people. They were able to casually swipe more than 100,000 gifts for the female anchor, or even millions. But they definitely couldn't do it out of the blue to give away a $60 million mansion. Even the Dragon Emperor would probably have to weigh it up. Awesome. Mr. Smoke is really treating money like it's not money. What kind of girl is worth $60 million? Mr. Smoke, give me the money. I'll find you 10 different beautiful hostesses, all guaranteed to be superb. At Mr. Smoke, I'm a luxury car agent. Many domestic 4S stores can't get luxury cars. I have channels. I don't know if Mr. Smoke is interested? A groupmate with the ID named Car Emperor sent a message asking, Mr. Smoke shouldn't lack luxury cars, right? but it doesn't matter if you buy a few more. Is there a Bugatti? At this time, Chen Yuan bubbled and sent out a message. As soon as this message came out, the entire group exploded. Mr. Smoke deserves to be Mr. Smoke. Opening his mouth is Bugatti. Awesome. Bugatti is usually a global limited edition. In the country, if there are no channels, there is really money that can't be bought, but the car emperor should have channels. I bought an Aston Martin in his hands before. At Mr. Smoke. Private chat. Car emperor returned a message. Ding. Car emperor from the Shark Emperor group has applied to add you as a friend. Please pass. Pass. Chen Yuan quickly passed the other party's friend request. Mr. Smoke. If you really want a Bugatti, I can think of a way, but I'll have to draw a commission of 5 points. What do you think? No problem. Is there a Bugatti Chiron? Chen Yuan asked without a care in the world. Wanting to get this kind of top-class luxury car, it was a normal phenomenon for the other party to draw a certain commission. After all, people have channels, you don't. Chen Yuan directly asked for the Bugatti Chiron, almost scaring the car emperor into peeing. This is a top-of-the-line luxury car worth $160 million, and there are only 20 of them in the world. I thought you just wanted a Bugatti Veyron. Who knew that what you wanted was a Bugatti Chiron? I'm sorry, Mr. Smoke. I'm afraid there's no channel to buy a Bugatti Chiron from my side. The Lamborghini Poison, or the Pagani Son of the Wind, is also possible. Chen Yuan typed back, retreating to the next best thing. The car emperor was already speechless. This business was also too difficult. Why the hell do you want this kind of global limited edition model without moving? The luxury cars he represented generally tended to be between $2 to $3 million to $8 to $9 million. And Chen Yuan are the world's top limited models. The value of the lowest Pagani Son of the Wind, also want $48 million. Lamborghini Poison is worth $90 million. Even if he has a very deep network of relationships with the car emperor, he can't afford it. Mr. Smoke, the model you mentioned is too difficult to get. Why don't you look at the others? The most expensive car I can get on my side is a Ferrari Rafa, priced at $22.5 million. And there is also a Lamborghini Big Bull Top Match, priced at $9.2 million. If you purchase these types of cars, I cannot take your commission. The car emperor finished sending the message. Several more pictures were sent. Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3, Picture 4. Chen Yuan looked at the pictures and felt that the Lamborghini Big Bull was more in line with his aesthetics and a bit more domineering. But at just over $9 million, it was too cheap. It's too cheap to get your hands on. Ferrari Rafa is worth more expensive, but the model is too small for a woman to drive. Right, isn't next week Zhao Yuqi's birthday? I haven't thought about what to give her. This Ferrari Lafite is quite suitable. Chen Yuan thought about it. He decided to take this car and just send it over as a gift. Car Emperor, I've chosen it. Just this Ferrari Lafa. Price is not a problem. I only have one request. Send the car to the Riverview Villa community. No. One garden villa in Seoul next week. Cash on delivery. No problem. I still trust the name of Mr. Smoke. The car emperor was happy to have negotiated another business deal. This business would allow him to make at least $1 million. It was just a matter of chatting for a while. Selling cars inside the emperor group. The circles you come into contact with are different, and the money you make is naturally different. If you don't say that big brothers casually have a meal, it's a project of tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars. As long as you can mix into the circle, making money will become easy. Chapter 046, Charge 200 million first. After discussing the specific matters of purchasing a car with the car emperor, Chen Yuan exited WeChat. By dealing with the people inside the emperor group twice, Chen Yuan realized more and more the benefits of knowing these big tycoons. This was all about connections. Most of the people inside the tycoon circle had their own energy and a very complex network of relationships, and they were involved in a variety of industries. But basically at the top of the industry, you usually can't buy things, can't do things. Maybe these people will be very easy for you to do. No wonder there are so many people who want to enter the upper class society. It's not just for the sake of face. The benefits involved were what made people rush in. And Chen Yuan had established the divine horse armor on the internet. It benefited him greatly. Lonely a cigarette. This divine hero ID. Chen Yuan felt that it wasn't just for the sake of giving rewards to the female anchor. The benefits that this identity had brought him behind it were also unimaginable. Since this was the case, then it would be better to simply make this name even louder. Nowadays, he had established a certain amount of fame in the Shark platform and the Poxtone platform. However, the other platforms did not. Today, Chen Yuan aimed for the Dragon Tooth platform. It was better to honestly reward female anchors. Rewarding female anchors was dog-licking behavior. In line with the system regulations, logging onto the Dragon Tooth Live app, Chen Yuan built a new trumpet. ID, Lonely a cigarette. Grade 1 level trumpet. The best name of the live broadcast platform is allowed to be registered repeatedly, because behind each ID name, there will also be an account number given to you by the live streaming platform, so don't worry about the same ID. Changed the live streaming platform. Chen Yuan went from a 120 level godly emperor to a small mongrel that no one asked for. He began to shuttle between the live rooms of the major female anchors. This one doesn't work. It's too ugly looking. This one won't work either. Too small. This one still doesn't work. Not much talent. Just sits and chats. Ha! This one is not bad. Her voice is good. Her body is fine. And her face value is over the top. After Chen Yuan slipped through a dozen or so female anchors' live rooms, he finally locked onto one of them. This anchor ID name, Shalala. It is also a very popular female anchor on the Dragon Tooth live broadcast platform. The popularity of the live broadcast room was close to 1 million. She spoke in a whiny voice. Very soft, very warm, as if listening to her, you will feel very comfortable. Next, it was time to show a wave of operations. Chen Yuan landed on the recharge page. Started to recharge. He found that the Dragon Tooth Live platform's recharge page, which allowed him to enter the recharge amount himself, could be recharged up to 900,000. This was much larger than the Pox Tone recharge amount. Chen Yuan spent half an hour to recharge. This time, he fully charged 200 million. The ammo was filled up. Chen Yuan once again logged into Shalala's live room. Anchor, you have a great voice. Call out to your brother to listen. I'll brush you with a treasure map and second your list one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This first level trumpet is a bit tawdry. Dare to steal my Big Smoke total name? I said, why is this ID so familiar? It turns out to be the ID of Shark Snow. One godly hero. Who is this Mr. Smoke you guys are talking about? Anchor Sharara asked curiously. She had been live broadcasting from Dragon Tooth and it was normal for her not to pay attention to other platforms. On the contrary, some of the netizens that circulated on the major live streaming platforms were partially overlapping. Shalala obviously saw the pop-up screen sent out by Chen Yuan, but didn't pay any attention to it. Female anchors were just so realistic. High rank, brush gifts, and she treats you like a father. With a low rank, she wouldn't even bother to pay attention to you. Chen Yuan thought for a while and chose to open a noble first. Dragon Tooth Live's nobles are divided into swordsmen, knights, lords, dukes, kings, emperors, and super god emperors. The first time you open an emperor, 150,000. Spending more than 150,000 in a month to open the super god emperor, and to open the super god emperor, 1,500,000 RMB was required. Chen Yuan didn't even think about it and directly opened the emperor noble. Wow, thank you, brother Lonely a cigarette, for opening the emperor. Anchor Sharara, who was beautiful and had a sweet voice, suddenly shouted in surprise. My day, this can't be Chief Smoke himself? Did that godlike man run to Dragon Teeth to pretend to be a pussy? No, I don't believe it. If Mr. Smoke comes out, he'll be on the list for a second. He's coming, he's really coming. Chapter 047, actually a power anchor. Chief Smoke greatly. What song do you want to hear? I'll sing you a song, Shalala said in the live broadcast. Feel free, just whatever you're good at. Chen Yuan had come in based on her face value and did not realize that she could also sing. However, the other party's speaking voice was so nice that it was expected that she was a singing anchor. Just as Chen Yuan was about to casually brush a few treasure maps and leave, Shalala's began to sing. As soon as she opened her mouth, the voice that seemed like heavenly music instantly captivated Chen Yuan. It was actually a power anchor? No wonder it had such a high popularity. It had to be said that in the current live broadcast platforms, the pressure of competition between female anchors was getting bigger and bigger. Anchors who were able to get out of the thousands of female anchors and have a high popularity on the platform basically had a couple of tricks up their sleeves. Simply look pretty cannot. Must have talent. And it has to be professional. The more professional the performance, the easier it was to retain fans. Chen Yuan had to admit that he was impressed by Shalala's singing voice. This anchor woman's singing skills were surprisingly not inferior to professional star singers at all. Chen Yuan inexplicably developed a feeling of surprise. It was as if you were originally only prepared to give her an 8, but suddenly realized that she actually had a 9. There was a feeling of digging up a treasure. Talent plus points. Missy, your singing has amazed me. So, are you ready to receive the gift? Then are you really planning to brush the treasure map for me? Chief Smoke? The treasure map on the Dragon Tooth live streaming platform was the most expensive gift, one worth $5,000. Chen Yuan did intend to brush the treasure map, but how was one treasure map enough? Lonely a cigarette. Give the anchor Shalala treasure map heavy multiplication x1. A huge gift special effect that instantly lit up the entire screen. However, this is only just the beginning. Chen Yuan didn't know how much this anchor's overall number 1 list was, but he definitely had the confidence to second the number 1 on the list. Because Loneliness a cigarette. Give anchor Shalala treasure map heavy multiplication x2. Lonely a cigarette. To the anchor Shar era hidden treasure map heavy multiplication x3. Lonely a cigarette. To anchor Shalala hidden treasure map heavy multiplication x4. Almost less than a minute. Chen Yuan had brushed out 30 treasure maps worth 150,000 soft sister coins. After his consumption broke through 150,000, Chen Yuan spent $1.5 million in shows to open the Super God Emperor, since he wanted to open a noble. Then naturally, he wanted to open the most prestigious aristocrat. Wow! Thank you, Mr. Smoke Chief, for the 30 treasure maps. Thank you Chief Smoke for opening the Super God Emperor. Smoke total atmosphere mighty. Love you mama. Quill. Asterisk. This is definitely Smoke total honors. Who else can open the Super God Emperor without moving but Mr. Smoke? Lonely a cigarette. To the anchor Shalala treasure map heavy multiplication x31. After opening the Super God Emperor, Chen Yuan began to continue brushing gifts. He maintained the frequency of brushing one a second on average. It was brushed like this for an hour. At first, the audience in the live broadcast room was just a bit shocked, but slowly, they began to become petrified. After an hour, all of them stiffened. 2 hours later, the entire platform anchor audience was collectively petrified. Collective stiffness, collective tremor, collective dumbfounded. One by one, their eyes were almost shaken out. The popularity of Shalala's live broadcast room exceeded 100 million. She herself was completely dumbfounded. In addition to being dumbfounded, she is still dumbfounded. Asterisk. I can't, Mr. Smoke has already swiped 10,000 treasure maps, 10,000 treasure maps. My god, this is 50 million soft sister coins, 500 million? Sit down. This is a basic operation. A bunch of guys who have never seen the market. Mr. Smoke is always like this. It's awesome. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. I just want to interview Shalala's mood. It's like getting rich overnight. This time, it wasn't just Dragon Tooth anchors and viewers who were shocked. Even the chairman of Dragon Tooth and the platform shareholders were almost shocked, because they had just gotten the background recharge data. This big guy with the ID of Lonely a Cigarette actually recharged $200 million? With such a huge flow of funds, you can damn well become a Dragon Tooth shareholder. Chapter 048, Brothers Being Green. Dragon Tooth Live had blown up across the platform. Lonely a Cigarette. This divine hero ID just bubbled once. Let the whole platform anchors and audience remember his name. People may not remember so much about the average godly hero. However, for those who caused a sensation on the whole platform and broke the highest reward record, they will definitely be memorized. Because as long as you think of those heroes, the first thing that comes to mind is the most powerful one. This ID, Lonely a Cigarette, has created the reward history twice. In the major live platforms have left his legend. As of now, the amount of money that Lonely a Cigarette has rewarded the female anchor has exceeded $100 million. Ah, Chief Smoke greatly. Thank you too much. Really thank you too much. Why don't I sing for you? I really didn't know you would brush me with so many gifts. What to do? Too happy. Thank you, Mr. Smoke greatly. Thank you Shinhao big brother. The anchor, Shalala, was completely incoherent. She herself didn't know what she was saying. She wanted to say some words of heartfelt thanks, but no matter how thankful she was, it seemed to be too pale and powerless between words. Chief Smoke greatly. Add me on WeChat. I'll send you a private message in the background. Lara, how can you be like this? I've been watching you for a year. You don't give me WeChat. Smoke General only watch you for a day you give? Brother day. You have watched for a year or less than 10 levels. Shows that you are a white whoring beggar. Mr. Smoke, do you still need a dog at home? The kind that can talk? Mr. Smoke, my sister is 36D. Are you interested? I don't mind you being my brother-in-law. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew up. The screen was full of total smoke atmosphere. Chen Yuan was about to add Shalala's WeChat. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It also interrupted Chen Yuan from continuing to brush gifts. On the caller ID was a very familiar name. Lu Wenjia. Chen Yuan pressed answer. Old Chen, what are you doing? Lu Wenjia asked. Nothing, lying in the dormitory playing with the cell phone, looking at the female anchor, brush the gifts and so on. Chen Yuan honestly said, I'm in a bad mood. Accompany me out to drink a cup of wine. Don't ask why. I don't want to say. Lu Wenjia didn't talk to Chen Yuan politely, and directly let him go out for a drink. Okay, you report the location. I'll be right there. Chen Yuan thought to himself, old Lu normally wouldn't call him out for a drink in the middle of the night. Now that he had made this call, something must have happened. The relationship between them did not need to say so much nonsense. In Chen Yuan's mind, Lu Wenjia was much more important than a female anchor. I'm at the east gate of your school, just come and find me. 10 minutes. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and immediately went out. Lu Wenjie was Chen Yuan's best friend. The relationship between them was probably a bit more ironic than a few roommates in the dormitory. They were classmates in elementary school. Later on, they were in the same class in middle school, and were still at the same table. They were also in the same class in high school. Is from childhood to play to the big brother, more than 10 years of feelings. When a novel, tear down together to see. You read a page, I read a page, is so iron. Even caught by the class teacher, were beaten together. We suffered together. We took a blood oath and became friends. But after going to college, Chen Yuan entered Lake University, while Lu Wenjie entered Wuhan University. The contact between the two was much less than before. Although they were in the same city, the schools were different and it was impossible to get together every 3 days. Previously, Chen Yuan had bought a gift for Lin Shudong. He had spent all of his living expenses. He couldn't even afford instant noodles. In the end, it was Lu Wenjie who helped him out. If it wasn't for Lu Wenjie transferring a few $100s to him during his most difficult time, he might have starved to death. There are some friendships that don't need to be put on the lips, but remembered in the heart. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at the east gate of Lake University, and really saw a downtrodden man with a disheveled face squatting on the side of the road. The three good youth who had never smoked was now spilling cigarette butts all over the ground, almost one after another. With this appearance, it was 80% that he was dumped by his girlfriend. Did you break up with Liao Jia? ********. How do you know? Lu Wenjie was dumbfounded. Originally, he didn't intend to say it. Who knew that Chen Yuan would guess it as soon as they met? Just look at you. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie found a barbecue stall. While jerking off the skewers, they drank. After a few bottles of wine, Lu Wenjie finally started to tell his heart. Chen Yuan, I am not willing. I have paid so much for Liao Jia. Why should she treat me like this? 6 years. 6 years From the first year of high school I like her. She is the study committee. I am the dregs of the school. In order to make myself worthy of her, I desperately study, and finally got into the University of Wuhan, but she went to the University of Finance and Economics. I should have known that I should have scored less so that I could have gone to the same university as her. *********. Are you talking like a human being? Chen Yuan gave him a blank look, feeling that this kid was suspected of pretending. Really? I really think so. After I went to college, I almost ran to Kai University twice a day for 3 days. I thought Liao Jia would see my dedication, but her attitude towards me was getting colder and colder. I sent a dozen messages. She did not even bother to return one. Today, I didn't notify her in advance and went to Kaijing University. But do you know what I saw? Liao Jia was actually kissing someone else. She, was kissing someone else? Lu Wenjie said word by word, almost growling. The veins on his arms burst. I love her so much, and she actually greens me, just because that guy drove a Porsche. Looking at Lu Wenjie's agonized face, Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. He hadn't been just as humble as a dog in front of Lin Shudong back then. Don't be like this. It's not worth it for such a woman. When you chased her for 3 years in high school she didn't even agree. And then if she didn't hear that you got into Wudan University, she wouldn't have agreed to be with you at all. This woman doesn't like you. She just thinks that having a boyfriend from Wudan University sounds dignified. Your own monthly living expenses of 2,000. Stay 800 meals. 1,002 to Liao Jia. She played everyday bar KTV fly up. You eat chaff and swallow food. How do you like so cheap yourself? Stop. Liao Jia is not this kind of person. She just can't get rid of her girlfriend's entertainment. Then, she's green. Is it also a social call? Maybe it's only because I wasn't by her side for a long time to accompany her that she was taken advantage of. Lu Wenjie opened his mouth to explain. These words made Chen Yuan almost spray a mouthful of old blood on the spot. People have greened you, and you're actually giving her excuses? Chapter 049, Can one of you lend me a car? Then what exactly do you want to do now? Chen Yuan asked. I don't know. I'm really in pain. Lu Wenjie violently blew a bottle of beer. As he drank it too quickly, he spat it out in one gulp. Cough. Old Lu, if you trust me, I'll arrange it for you, and guarantee that Liao Jia will regret it. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. What do you want to do? Just listen to me. Chen Yuan laughed. After saying that, he opened the WeChat Emperor group. The discussion inside the group was still lively at this time. Do you guys know? Just now, Mr. Smoke ran to Dragon's Tooth to pretend to be a pimp again. I'll go. You guys didn't see that scene? Mr. Smoke swiped more than 10,000 treasure maps in one breath. And now the Dragon's Tooth Tycoon circle is blowing up. Awesome. Mr. Smoke is too powerful. He swiped $500 million in one breath. Principal Wang may not even be this good, right? The principal is still very powerful. He once opened a live broadcast platform, but the identity and status of Mr. Smoke is probably not much worse than the principal. Mr. Smoke and I are inside a group. In the future I will have the capital to blow awesome again. Ha ha. Looking at the discussion inside the group, Chen Yuan smiled bashfully. He immediately edited a message and sent it out. Any of you who have a more powerful car, lend it to me tomorrow. The location will be in Seoul, just as if I owe you a favor. As soon as this message was sent out, someone immediately replied, at Mr. Smoke, I have a Maserati, but Mr. Smoke shouldn't be able to look at it. At Mr. Smoke, I have a Porsche 911. At Mr. Smoke, I have a Lamborghini Bull. At Mr. Smoke, I have a Bentley. You can take it anytime you want. At General Smoke, although I'm not in Seoul, my friend has a Koenigsegg in Seoul. This car has a minimum selling price of 26 million, so it should be considered more prestigious. Dragon Emperor personally at Chen Yuan sent him a message. Mr. Smoke, private chat. Chen Yuan immediately replied. He had just swiped $500 million on the Dragon Tooth Live platform. Nowadays, he had a rather high status within the Taihao Emperor group, and was almost the most dignified godly hero. Everyone wanted to befriend him, but deliberately currying favor would seem a bit abrupt, and being too purposeful would invite boredom. But now Chief Smoke personally asked to borrow a car. This is an opportunity to make friends with the godly Smoke Master Ah. Naturally, he couldn't let it go. This is the face. Once a person has enough fame and status, not to mention just borrowing a car, even if you borrow an airplane, a cruise ship, borrowing a wife is not a problem. But if you are just a poor beggar, borrowing a bicycle will not necessarily be agreed. Chen Yuan began to chat with Long Huang about borrowing a car. Lu Wenjie still had a look of grief. After all, with a green grass on top of his head, anyone who encountered such a thing would be in a bad mood. Chen Yuan empathized. He and Lu Wenjie could be said to be in the same category. Both belonged to licking dogs. At one time, they were both humble to the extreme for their beloved women. Lu Wenjie's degree of dog licking even exceeded his. Otherwise it is impossible to play together. This is the kind of things. People are divided into groups, because all have the same feelings. In order to understand each other's feelings more, Chen Yuan had now come out and made a change. He also wants to help Lu Wenjie change. There is no need to lick. There is no need to lick. Liao Jia, this kind of greedy and vain character, is extremely similar to Lin Shadong. If she feels that you have no money and no ability, it is useless to pay more. Only hit her face hard. After thinking about it, just borrowing a car is not enough. It is also necessary to arrange a sister for Lao Lu. Chapter 050 Favorability reaches 96 points. Lele, are you free tomorrow? After thinking about it, Chen Yuan sent a message to Su Lele. Yes, brother Chen Yuan, you're finally willing to take the initiative to contact people. You didn't show up for the last date. I thought you no longer wanted to care about people. Su Lele message instantly returned in seconds. In fact, when Chen Yuan didn't show up for the last date, she already knew her status in Chen Yuan's mind. She didn't blame Chen Yuan. She just hated the fact that she had left a bad impression in Chen Yuan's mind from the start. She was a notorious gold-digging girl inside the school. She was also known as a gold-digging girl in the school, and she also had an illicit relationship with many boys. It was only by chance that she knew Chen Yuan. How could a scummy girl like her be compared to the school flower, Zhao Yuqi? Regardless of looks, temperament, or reputation, there was no comparison. At the beginning of their acquaintance, she also acted very greedy for money. In the past, even if there were really boys who were interested in her, it was just for fun. She never cared what others thought. We play with each other anyway. You play with me, I can also play with you. Each other slag. No one loses. When you're young, you should let loose and pursue everything you want. But now, she regrets it. When she realized that she was really in love with Chen Yuan, she started to become inferior. Because her body was no longer pure. She only hated herself for being young and ignorant, giving a blood too early, and being hurt by the scum. Because of this, she began to degrade herself. Drinking, smoking, tattooing, rebellion, bar bouncing, all night long, at a young age, has experienced too much. The boyfriends have changed a dozen or so. This kind of her, how to ask Chen Yuan will love her. She has hate in her heart. She hates why the world is so unfair. Why did she have to meet such a perfect Chen Yuan only after she was bruised and battered? It was also sad to meet the right person at the wrong time. If she could have met Chen Yuan earlier, why would she have become what she is today? The sadness of life was that when you wanted to really give your all for someone, you were no longer qualified. Lele, I have something I want to ask you to help me with. I have a particularly close brother who has been green-mailed. I want you to help him put on a show. Chen Yuan edited the message and immediately sent it over. Yes, brother Chen Yuan, I'm very happy to be able to help you. Last time I borrowed 5 million from you. You haven't even signed a loan contract with me yet. Are you really not afraid that I won't pay back what I owe? Su Lei asked. Doesn't matter. I don't intend to let you return it anyway. Chen Yuan sent a message back. This $5 million was originally dog-licking gold. Money spent to gain Su Lei's favor. Now Su Lei's favorability had reached 95 points. Chen Yuan had successfully reversed his favor. Naturally, it doesn't matter if you return it or not. What's so heartbreaking about spending the system's money? Su Lei, favorability +1. Ding. The current object of the reversal, Su Lei, has reached 96 points of favorability towards the host, rewarding the host with reinforcement points. 5 points. Tip, when the host's bound dog-licking object, after the favorability reaches 95 points, continue to raise the favorability. Can get strengthened attribute points? Each raise a little favorability. Rewarded 5 points of strengthening points. Asterisk. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Yuan was almost shocked. He had originally thought that the object of the reversal would only need to reach 95 points of goodwill, and it would be considered the completion of the mission. There was no need to maintain the relationship afterwards. The task was completed anyway, and the toolman was naturally useless. Who knew that there would be unexpected rewards if the favorability continued to increase? Moreover, every time you raise your favorability, you will be rewarded with 5 enhanced attribute points. This reward was simply generous. Of course, the higher the favorability, the more difficult it is. After all, the full level of goodwill was only 100 points. More than 100 points of favorability means that this person loves you even more than they love themselves. Everyone in this world loves themselves the most. Basically will not appear love others more than love their own situation. If there was, it would be Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, who could even die for each other. At this time, the system interface popped up. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Physique, 19. Spirit, 10. Agility, 14. Peak adult level value 10. Status, very healthy. Strengthening points, 5 points. Please ask the host to choose the direction of strengthening. I choose to strengthen my spirit. Chen Yuan replied with his mind. Ding. Strengthening is successful. Host's current spirit is 15 points. As soon as the system's words fell, Chen Yuan instantly felt a cool aura welling up in his mind. He inexplicably felt that his mind began to become exceptionally clear. It was as if many issues that he did not understand before were suddenly enlightened. There was a feeling of epiphany. A comfortable batch. Chapter 051. You're really hopeless. Old Chen, who are you messaging? Lu Wenjie asked. Arranging an actor for you. Like this. Tomorrow you ask Liao Jia to come out and have a good talk. I promise to let you raise your eyebrows in front of her. Chen Yuan said with conviction. Is this really okay? Touché. In order to give you back face, I damn well borrowed a car for you. Lu Wenjie thought that Chen Yuan had just borrowed an ordinary car. He didn't hold much hope for it. However, since it was his brother's good intentions, there was no need for him to reject it. Focusing on that, he also wanted to find Liao Jia to have a good talk. After 6 years of feelings, there had to be an explanation. At night, Chen Yuan did not return to his dormitory. He had accompanied Lu Wenjie to drink until 1 in the morning. Chen Yuan was fine. After his physical fitness was strengthened, his drinking capacity increased along with it. Even after drinking half a case of beer, he was only slightly drunk. Lu Wenjie, on the other hand, had already drunk until he vomited 2 or 3 times. A man who had lost his love needed to get drunk. Chen Yuan did not stop it. Finding a hotel, he casually dealt with it for the night. At 10 o'clock the next morning, an unfamiliar phone call came through. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Smoke? I'm Dragon Emperor's friend, Zhang Haotian. You can call me Xiao Zhang. Little Zhang Ah, are you here to deliver the car? Chen Yuan asked in a casual tone. Yes, Chief Smoke. Your operation yesterday at the Dragon Tooth live broadcast was just too awesome. Little brother was dumbfounded. It's really an honor to have the opportunity to get acquainted with a big brother like you. Zhang Haotian on the phone was as if a fan had met an idol. The posture was put very low. There was no overbearing rich second-generation stance at all. Zhang Haotian was considered one of the top rich second generation in Seoul. The Zhang family is a large real estate developer in Seoul. A top-notch property like the Riverview Villa District was developed by the Zhang family. Zhang Haotian usually liked to watch live broadcasts as well. Sometimes when he was happy watching, he would also brush hundreds of thousands of gifts to the anchor and open an empire to pretend to be a real estate developer. Hundreds of thousands was nothing for a top-tier rich second generation like him. After all, he was a huge young man of the Zhang family who could take out $20 to $30 million to buy a Koenigsegg luxury car. But today, this Zhang family great young man's posture was put very low, because the person he has to face is the god Ho Smoke Total. This big man is a fierce person who has swiped $100 million on all the major live broadcast platforms. Although the Zhang family is rich, the assets exceeded $5 billion. But Zhang Haoyan absolutely did not dare to take $100 million to give a reward to the female anchor. This Chief Smoke, on the other hand, did it with ease, especially after hearing the Dragon Emperor mention that not only did Mr. Smoke casually brush $100 million on the live broadcast platform, he was so generous that he casually gave a girl a $60 million villa. This can be seen. This big brother is not a swollen face to fill up the fat sand sculpture brainwashed. Rather, he is a true sense of God's hero. The depths of the depths are unfathomable. Zhang Haoyan was usually arrogant, but in front of General Smoke, he was simply not arrogant. Oh, yesterday you were also watching the live broadcast at Dragon Tooth. It's all small things, not worth mentioning. I'm over here at Friendship Avenue, Chen Yuan district. Just drive your car over. Okay, big brother. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Right after Chen Yuan hung up the phone, Lu Wenjia's phone rang again. On the caller ID, it was none other than Liao Jia. Lu Wenjia hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath and finally chose to answer it. Hello, Wenjia. There are some things that I actually wanted to talk to you about long ago, but I just never knew how to open my mouth. Do you have time? I want to talk to you face to face. Liao Jia on the phone. Her tone was very flat. It seemed that she did not feel half ashamed because she had cheated on her husband. Okay, Jia, I have time. In fact, I also have something I want to say to you. 12 noon. Wooden Leaf Cafe. No, see you there. Liao Jia notified the location and hung up. Chen Yuan shook his head with a helpless face. This guy, being green and still has such a good attitude? You're used to being a dog licker, right? Old Chen, I've thought it over. I still want to get Jia back. I can't lose her. Lu Wenjia said with a firm gaze. Asterisk. You're ing hopeless. Chapter 052, calling all the brothers together. After leaving the hotel, Chen Yuan casually bought 2 bowls of hot dry noodles on the side of the road. At this time, a silver lightning bolt whistled, like a ghost, only to see an extremely domineering supercar, parked in front of the Rue Jia Hotel. Asterisk. What kind of car is this? Why does it feel so powerful? It's even more racy than the Ferrari 488 I saw last time. This sports car must be at least several $1 million, right? A passing sister was shocked. Oh, uneducated guy. What is 488? This is a Koenigsegg, the world's top supercar. The price is as high as $26 million. Go to the maiden search. $26 million? My God, this is too much. Just one car. It's more expensive than a villa. I thought it was a miscellaneous sports car, so it's so powerful that it breaks through the sky. Just as a group of passers-by marveled, a young man wearing sunglasses walked down from the Koenigsegg. He had a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, and a Versace name tag, and it was as if 2 big words were written on his face, luxurious. Hello, Mr. Smoke. I've arrived. Where are you? Inside the alley 10 meters to your right. White t-shirt, work pants, holding hot dry noodles in my hand is me, listening to the voice on the phone. Following Chen Yuan's guidance, Zhang Haoyan followed the voice, only to see that inside the alley, there were 2 hanger-on-looking boys, walking towards him. These 2 guys were wearing less than $200 of ground goods, eating $5 hot dry noodles. One of them had a smile on his face and waved his hand to greet him. Zhang Haoyan was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary General Smoke? Too young, too hangdog, no matter how you look at it. It doesn't look like an absolute tycoon who casually took $500 million to reward a female anchor. You are Mr. Smoke? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't even react just now. You're too low-key. Zhang Haoyan took off his sunglasses. He quickly reacted to the fact that there were some true divine magnate big brothers who actually did not need those superficial things to set them off, because such things, to them, no longer had any meaning. When big brothers did things, everything was about being spontaneous. Whether it's low-key or overbearing, the mode switches at will. This is the true high realm. Looks like I need to learn from Mr. Smoke in the future. I can't be too pompous. Xiao Zhang. Give me the car keys. I'll return it to you tomorrow. By the way, this watch of yours is also quite good. Lend it to my friend first. When I have time later, I'll treat you to dinner later. Although Chen Yuan and Zhang Haoyan were meeting for the first time, but he didn't treat him politely either, with a commanding demeanor. After all, this kind of demeanor was more in line with his godly magnificent big brother temperament. Zhang Haoyan looked at Lu Wenjia beside Chen Yuan and instantly revealed an expression of knowing in seconds. It seems that this friend of Mr. Smoke, who should just be an ordinary person, lost face for some reason, and Mr. Smoke decided to help him get his face back. This kind of thing was almost commonplace within the circle of rich second generation. Mr. Smoke, this is the car key, And the watch. If you think it's not enough, why don't I call a few of my friends to come over? Other than that, a dozen or so fleets of cars is not much of a problem. When Zhang Haotian said this, Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, if you're willing to help, little Zhang, that would be great. Hold on, I'll call my friend right now. Hello, doggy, there's an event today. I'll bring you to meet someone. Who? Mr. Smoke. *******. Brother Tian, you're not talking about Mr. Smoke who swiped $500 million at Dragon's Tooth yesterday, are you? This time you know your brother Tian my rank. Right, hurry up, call all the brothers. Chapter 053, Petrified on the Spot. 12 o'clock at noon. Wooden Leaf Cafe. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie had already arrived 10 minutes early. The Wooden Leaf Cafe was a place that was very rich in petty sentiment. The style of the entire cafe was very artistic. It was clean, tidy and tranquil. In the hustle and bustle of the city, being able to drink coffee, read a book, and enjoy an afternoon in a place like this was one of the favorite lifestyles of many urban white-collar women. But it costs $100 or $200 to order a cup of coffee here. For the average student, it was considered high spending. It's not a problem to come here once or twice in a while. If you come often, you need to have a better family environment. Lu Wenjie sat inside the cafe and was a bit uneasy. Chen Yuan sat in a farther corner, holding a book to block himself. This wait was more than half an hour. Around 12:30, a Porsche Cayenne finally slowly drove into the front of the cafe. At this time, a girl who was familiar and unfamiliar to Chen Yuan walked down from the Cayenne. This girl was quite a bit elegant, wearing a Chanel dress, carrying an LV bag in her hand and a Swarovski necklace around her neck. This one dress, probably around $20,000 to $30,000. Although they were all luxury goods, they were only ordinary styles in luxury goods, but the expression on her face was high and proud like a peacock. Jia, you're finally here. I ordered the Americano that you often drink. See if you like it. Liao Jia just sat down. Lu Wenjie automatically switched to dog-licking mode. Wenjie, let's break up, Liao Jia said directly. Why? I don't understand what I did wrong. Maybe it's really my fault. I shouldn't have gone to you without informing you. I can pretend that yesterday didn't happen. I can pretend that I didn't see anything. As long as you set aside your relationship with that man, I can forgive you. Lu Wenjie's eyes were red as he grabbed Liao Jia's hand, as if he was grabbing the last straw to save his life. 6 years of feelings, he really couldn't let go. In front of Liao Jia, he had long been humbled without a trace of dignity, but Liao Jia violently shook Lu Wenjie's hand away. Lu Wenjie, I want you to figure out one thing. I do not need your forgiveness. In fact, I did not do anything wrong. We are not married. I have the right to choose. Perhaps I should be early and you make it clear that this society is very realistic. We have a year to graduate. You know just out of the society of college students how low the wages? You simply can't give me what I want. Break up, Liao Jia said in a determined tone. Jia, you believe me. I will certainly work hard to make money in the future, no matter what. I'm also a 985 brand name university undergraduate. I will also study hard to go to graduate school. The future wage will certainly not be low. Even if I make money alone to support the family, I can ensure that you have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Lu Wenjie swore, but this is simply a joke in Liao Jia's ears. Going to graduate school? Now a graduate student just work. Have $10,000 salary? Terrific. 20 to 30,000, right? But also wait for you several years later? Women's youth is the most valuable. I cannot wait for you so long. And even if you have $2 or $3 million in wages, buy a house, buy a car, bride price, which do not want money, the same day to be finely calculated. This is not the life I want. You simply do not understand. Liao Jia said here. Chen Yuan really can't listen anymore. The woman's youth is precious. Is a man's youth not valuable? You want to get something for nothing? Why do you have to say it in such a grandiose way? It's just like being in standing. You think a salary of $20,000 to $30,000 is too low? Do you make $3,000 a month? I'll be damned. Jia, do you really want to be so heartless? After so many years of love, do you really want to break it off? Lu Wenjie's gaze was bloodshot and his tone began to turn cold. It's not that I'm desperate, it's that you're too naive. See the bag on me. LV, you have to spend a year's living expenses to be able to afford such a bag. I don't want to say any more nonsense with you. Kai is still waiting for me in the car. I've come here today to make a clean break with you. Don't you contact me in the future. Liao Jia finished these words and was about to turn around and leave. The man in the Porsche Cayenne suddenly walked in. This guy was probably around 27 or 18 years old, with a human-like appearance, wearing suit pants and leather shoes with a red vest on a hot day. He kept a big back hair, very pompous. Jia, have you guys finished? I've told him everything. Brother Kai. After Liao Jia finished, Brother Kai pointed at Lu Wenjie with a disdainful face. Kid, brother advise you, don't play with the high end if you don't have money. Poorer than that, just get the hell out of the way. No harassing my girlfriend in the future. Or be careful, I'll get you killed. Vest man arrogantly threatened Lu Wenjie. Then he pulled Liao Jia's hand and left. Lu Wenjie was humiliated and mocked twice. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. Liao Jia, you'll regret this. From today onwards, you've lost me. You've completely lost me. Lu Wenjie almost roared. Che, a poorer than a licking dog. You really think you're an onion? The vested man sneered with a disdainful face. Liao Jia sniffed and was suddenly lost in thought for a moment. She felt as if she really had lost something, but quickly shook her head and threw away this childish and ridiculous thought. Hee, there's a supercar up ahead that's so cool. I wonder who it belongs to. Holy, this is Koenigsegg, a top-class luxury car worth $26 million. Jia, let's go over and take a picture. Such top-class supercars are usually not seen often. The vested man was obviously a luxury car enthusiast. He was quite knowledgeable about the world's top luxury cars. This car worth more than $20 million? It's also too terrifying, right? I wonder what kind of person can afford this car, Liao Jia said with a palpitating heart. After saying that, she began to stand in front of the car and take selfies, posing in various poses. The vested man was taking pictures of Liao Jia while simultaneously taking selfies as well. Just at this moment, Lu Wenjie walked over. Please make way. Lu Wenjie, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I already tell you? Drip. Lu Wenjie pressed the car key. Koenigsegg scissor doors, like butterfly wings, slowly opened up. The smooth and domineering model is very visual impact. Liao Jia was petrified on the spot, a face of dumbfounded. This? Chapter 054, the girl's mind exploded. This is impossible. How could you possibly have such a luxury car? I get it, Lu Wenjie. You rented this car, right? I didn't expect you to learn all these cheating tricks now. Do you think that by renting a luxury car over, you can make me come back to you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Liao Jia was shocked at first, but quickly reacted. She and Lu Wenjie hadn't known each other for a day or two, although they were not considered to know each other well, but they also knew each other quite well. What is the situation of Lu Wenjie's family? She can not know? What do you mean you're pretending? Sure enough, has it been dismantled? Long ago told Xiao Chen, this trick won't work. You favor to let me do this. Lu Wenjie secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that the pretense failed. Today this face not only can't find back, I'm afraid to lose even more face. Face and Lizzie are all going to be lost. Ha! So it's a rental car. Be careful not to scratch and touch, or you can't afford to sell your kidney. Ma Kai more and more contemptuous said. At this time, a beautiful girl with a bewitching appearance and an incomparably hot body, stepped on red high heels and walked over step by step. Brother Wenjie, didn't you say you'd take me for a ride today? Hurry up and get in the car. Oomph. Two world unseen bumpkins. How dare you say that Brother Wenjie's car is rented? A $26 million luxury car. Go rent one for me. Su Lele scolded with her hands on her chest. Her acting skills were quite high, completely in character. She looked at Liao Jia and Ma Kai with a face of contempt. The contempt and disdain in her eyes was reflected to the fullest. And she was right. There were indeed luxury cars on the market that were a few $1,000,000 to rent. But a luxury car of more than $20 million, you simply couldn't rent it. People who could buy this level of luxury car would never rent it out. You good? Lu Wenjie, this time not only learned to rent a car, even the actors are hired. Spent a lot of money, right? Tell you, don't organize these fancy. It's useless. Fake is fake. Pretend to be more like it. You're not a rich second generation. Liao Jia continued to mock. She absolutely did not believe that Lu Wenjie, this licking dog, would be the legendary super rich second generation. If you can really afford to buy a supercar of more than $20 million, why did you dawdle when you were first asked to buy an Apple phone, and saved for 2 months until the Double 11 discount event? Boom boom boom. Liao Jia's mocking words had just fallen. Not far away suddenly came a burst of motor roar. This was the sound of a supercar blowing up the street, and there was more than one. A total of more than 20 luxury supercars, surprisingly, drove towards the Wooden Leaf Cafe in unison. Some of the melon-eating girls on the side of the road exclaimed in astonishment. My God, this is Maserati, Lamborghini, Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, Aston Martin, Maybach, asterisk. It's awesome. There's also Koenigsegg. Is this a top-tier rich kids party? Hurry up and take pictures and send them to your friends. This picture, this row, horrible as hell. Wow, that handsome guy driving a Ferrari with one hand. He's really handsome. A girl with a decent figure exclaimed. Handsome my ass. I want to drive a Ferrari. I'm more handsome than him. The girl's boyfriend shouted in defiance. In everyone's astonished gazes, all the luxury cars, in unison, parked near the Wooden Leaf Cafe, blocking the entire street. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The scene was out of control. At this time, a buxom youth with a toothpick in the corner of his mouth and wearing black sunglasses, slowly walked out of the car. Afterward, he trotted to Lu Wenjia in 3 steps. Wen Xiao, I've heard that someone is looking down on you. I've come to damn well see who is so bold to offend our Wen Xiao. Are you tired of living? Good day, Mr. Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. Suddenly, all the rich second generation who drove supercars, after they got out of the car, they unexpectedly all walked up to Lu Wenjia and called out Wen Xiao in a respectful manner. For a moment, the whole scene was dumbfounded. Lu Wenjia forced gas sword, pretend like the wind, often accompany me. Although this Wen Xiao did not say a word from beginning to end, but it still does not affect him to become the center of attention. Too domineering, too dignified. Liao Jia was dumbfounded. Her 3 views collapsed, her mind exploded, and she somewhat began to doubt life. Lu Wenjia, was he really a supergiant young man? Such a powerful identity? Such an amazing platoon? Even this group of unrivaled rich second generation, in front of him also have to respectfully call a Wen Xiao. How could such a thing happen? By now, Liao Jia had to believe that the $20 million supercar might really be his. The facts are in front of us. There was no way to refute it. 1 actor is good. 2 actors are also good. But now more than 20 rich second generation, driving a supercar to blow up the street. It cannot be all actors, right? Even if it really is an actor, you can invite this kind of lineup. That means you are also very powerful. Screw you. ING thought, what kind of powerful existence dares to pretend in front of Wen Xiao? So it's you, kid. Ma Kai, a rich second generation with dyed white hair, seemed to recognize the vested man, and immediately said with a face full of contempt, "White hair, you know this kid?" Zhang Haotian asked. "That's not true. This kid doesn't have any other skills, but he is quite good at picking up girls. That group of them are all engaged in packaging design." Low batch, white hair mocked. Packaging design. What the hell? This you do not understand it. Now some beggars, obviously not much money, have to pretend to be a rich second generation, by creating a circle of friends, to fish for high scores girls. This group of them, a total of 20 to 30 people, rent a luxury car. 20 people take turns taking pictures. The average person spends a couple hundred. Luxury car selfie. Rent a 5-star presidential suite. An average of $200 per person. Luxury suite photo has. Rent a luxury cruise ship. An average of $500 per person. Luxury cruise ship photos have it. Rent an airplane. Rent a villa. Dozens of people rotate a wave. A set of process down. An average of less than $2,000 per person. Their circle of friends, each high-end batch, either high-grade places, is a luxury car villa. These girls thought they had met Prince Charming. In fact, this guy may not even $5,000 a month. The LV on her back. I can tell it's fake at a glance. White hair pointed at the LV in Liao Jia's hand with a smile on his face and mocked with impunity. Now, even Chen Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows and watching, was dumbfounded. So picking up girls can still be played like this? A few $1,000s can catch a high-scoring girl? There are so many talented people in China. There are always more ways than difficulties. This operation 666 impossible. How can my LV bag be fake? There's a regular invoice. Kai, they are all lying, right? You didn't lie to me, right? Liao Jia hurriedly inquired. Formal invoice? I'll get you 10 for $100. Do you want it? Chapter 055, Mr. Smoke, can you give me a show? The more Liao Jia looked at Ma Kai, the more skeptical he became, because everything was said by white hair. Ma Kai's circle of friends, really luxurious. Today 5-star hotel, tomorrow cruise ship to see the sunrise, the day after tomorrow villa win. Airy, to be more luxurious and more luxurious, to be more high-end and more high-end. At first it was because of looking at Ma Kai's circle of friends. The first impression is full of points. Think he is completely his ideal type. That's why in just half a month's time, she established an unusual relationship with him. But in the last few days, she realized that Ma Kai's car wasn't driven very often. Buying her LV bags also seemed to be prepared in advance. At the time, she thought it was a surprise, so she didn't care about anything, even felt touched. Coupled with Ma Kai's meal of flowery words, she had been coaxed into losing herself, now being pointed out the loopholes. At once, she realized that there were a lot of doubts. Ma Kai looked at Liao Jia's increasingly skeptical eyes. Immediately, he chose to break the pot. Alright, Liao Jia, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm really not a rich second generation, but I've never said I'm a rich second generation either. So it's not like I'm lying to you. You, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. You, this kind of gold-worshipping woman. Lao Zi has seen more. LV Lao Zi also spent $200. You are also worth this price. Open room is also Lao Zi spent money. Dinner is also Lao Zi spent money. and you go out on 3 dates. I have spent more than 1,000 in total. You should be contented. Hearing this, Liao Jia was almost so angry that she vomited blood on the spot. It turned out that she had really been set up. Even if you know that you have been cheated, you can only recognize your own bad luck. There was not even a reason to call the police, because from beginning to end, Ma Kai did not cheat a penny from her. From the legal level, there is no nature of fraud. You two are normal friends. Even if you have a room, it is also your willingness. You can't sue someone for fraud because of a conflict of feelings between a man and a woman. This reason is not valid. Liao Jia's mind collapsed. The thought that she had lost her real rich second-generation boyfriend who drove a $20 million supercar because of a scum who cheated on her. This man is still so good to her. 6 years to pay. Single-minded. On call. Considerate. He is also a 985 student. In comparison, Lu Wenjie was simply an angel. She regretted. She really incomparably regretted. Wenjie, don't call me that. Since you said you want to break it off completely, I hope you won't contact me in the future. That's it. This time, Lu Wenjie finally hardened his heart for once. The matter had come to this point. There was no point in talking more. Lu Wenjie turned around and got into the Koenigsegg. Su Lele got into the passenger seat. And in the eyes of a crowd of onlooker girls who were envious and jealous, this luxury supercar went away in the dust. So handsome. How nice it would be if I had such a boyfriend. You guys don't know. Just now I witnessed this woman mentioning her breakup to someone else at the cafe. Isn't this stupid? For the sake of the sesame lost watermelon. But now even the sesame did not get. I'm convinced. Oh, now the green tea is not able to see their own a few kilograms, and is bent on the big money, deserve to be played with, nothing to sympathize with, gold-digging women deserve it. Yuck. After Lu Wenjie drove away, Liao Jia was being pointed at. Every mean word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly plunged into her chest. It made her bleed more than once. Finally, she completely broke down. Sitting on the ground, she cried like crazy, but no one sympathized with her. Those who are pitiful will have something to hate. That who? Ma Kai right. You damn well dug up Wen Xiao's corner and you want to leave so easily? At this time, Chen Yuan, who had been hiding in the corner watching the show, finally stood out. He stopped Ma Kai who wanted to leave. Lu Wenjie's character was introverted, and would not normally do anything out of the ordinary. But this kid had dug up his brother's corner, so Chen Yuan would not let him off easily. Chen Yuan just stood out. Zhang Haotian immediately followed, and the group of rich second generation behind him also surrounded Ma Kai in unison. Ma Kai instantly almost peed in fear. Each brothers, I really do not know that this woman is Wen Xiao's horse. Blame me for having eyes without pearls. Sorry, I immediately end her break. WeChat I will also pull her black. In the future really do not dare to. Everyone big brother can let me off the horse not? I'm sorry and that's it? ING cut you a knife. Give you say sorry can forget it? White hair coaxed. I don't want to fight with you. Slap yourself 100 times. You can leave after that. Or do you believe I'll make it impossible for you to mix in soul? Chen Yuan said in a cold tone. I'll fight right now. Ma Kai nodded his head coyly. After saying that, he started slapping himself, and he was beating quite vigorously. Just kidding. Any rich second generation in here can easily screw him, let alone this is still a group. If this matter can be passed today, it doesn't matter if he loses face and suffers a bit. They engage in packaging design, are all great men, can bend and can stretch. After 100 slaps, Ma Kai's face was swollen. Awesome. Someone who dares to lay a harsh hand on himself is also a character. Zhang Haotian nodded with some surprise. Get lost. Don't let me see you again in the future. I'll get lost. Finally, Ma Kai grayly drove the rented Porsche Cayenne and fled like a dog. Ha ha, Mr. Smoke. My acting just now was okay, right? Zhang Haotian said with a smile. In front of Chen Yuan, he removed his sunglasses and put away his usual hoity-toity stance. Is this the one who was General Smoke? I thought that Wen Xiao, who was just there, was General Smoke himself, and I damn well just bowed to that kid? I also thought that Mr. One was Mr. Smoke. After all this time, it turned out to be a big mess. When I saw Brother Tian calling Mr. Wev, I also called him Mr. Wev. It turns out that Mr. Smoke has been watching the show from the sidelines. I said, how could Mr. Smoke possibly look at that kind of rotten goods? Wait a minute, don't you guys think Mr. Smoke's back is a bit familiar? It seems to be a bit similar to the Running Man who burst into flames 2 days ago. That's true. Stop it. How can Mr. Smoke be the Running Man? He should be the Divine Magnificent Man. A group of rich daughters. You said one thing and I said another. The gestures were all placed very low. Brothers, thanks for your support today. Lu Wenjie is my brother. You guys giving him support is giving me face. Why don't we go to the cafe and sit down? I'll treat you to coffee. Chen Yuan said politely. Since people did you a favor and gave you a show of support, it's only right to be courteous. However, Chen Yuan could not afford to invite this group of rich kids to dinner. Who knew if they would order something expensive? If it was just coffee, Chen Yuan could afford it. Although it hurt a bit to spend his own money, he could not lose face. It's fine. I happen to be thirsty, right, mister? Smoke. Actually, I have something I want to ask for your help. I don't know if it's convenient. The rich second generation with dyed white hair suddenly opened his mouth and said. Chen Yuan immediately panicked in his heart. You are still really nonchalant, ah? It's like this, mister. Smoke. I recently fell in love with a female anchor. Her face value, body, talent, there is nothing to say. Is my favorite type? Is not popular? I want to ask Mr. Smoke to go over to support a scene. Say it is invited by the white-haired warrior, so that I am also very dignified. I'd like to invite Mr. Smoke over to support the show. Chen Yuan was relieved to hear this. To support female anchors, isn't this his specialty? Today, he will let you rich kids see with your own eyes what a true absolute godly man is. Chapter 056, I'm going to the restroom. White hair, don't go too far. The first time you meet with Mr. Smoke, you dare to make this kind of request? Zhang Haotian reprimanded. It's fine, it's all trivial. Which platform is this female anchor you're talking about? Chen Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The group of them walked into the Wooden Leaf Cafe while talking. Mr. Smoke, this female anchor I'm talking about, is in Dragon Tooth. I also have a Duke in Dragon Tooth, but the row is average. If Mr. Smoke is willing to help, it would be really appreciated. Whitehair begged for help on one side. There was also another layer of meaning on one side. As of now, he was still a bit unconvinced that this guy in front of him was the godly smoke master. Chen Yuan was too young, and the clothes and shoes on his body added up to less than $200. This is a poorer than a beggar image. Where does it fit in with the temperament of Mr. God Smoke? Not only white hair, some doubt. Other rich second generation. More or less also some doubt. These days, a variety of various sets is too deep. Have to guard against Since you're the divine magnificent smoke chief, it's not too much to ask you to give the anchor woman a treat in front of the big guys, right? Of course, if you want Chen Yuan to treat you to dinner, he might be hesitant. But if you want him to swipe a gift for the anchor woman, that's really not a problem at all. He still has $150 million left to brush in his dragon's teeth. The system lick dog gold is more than enough to spend. Since you want to test it, I'll damn well satisfy you. Waiter, serve 20 cups of coffee. Yes, sir. The beautiful waitress inside the cafe smiled sweetly. She knew what kind of existence this group of people were. There were also 20 luxury cars parked outside. As soon as this group of people came in, the cafe seats were almost full. Originally, there were 5 or 6 white-collar women inside the cafe, but at this time, they were all showing shyness. Under normal circumstances, how could they see so many rich kids at once? For a while, the business of the Wooden Leaf Cafe suddenly became much better. The number of girls coming and going increased several times. Among them, there were many young and beautiful fashionable beauties. After finding a seat and sitting down, Chen Yuan took out the Apple 12 cell phone that Zhao Yuqi bought for him. Turn on the traffic data. Tap on the Dragon Tooth Live app. Surprisingly, it's really Mr. Smoke. A rich second generation saw the familiar ID name of Lonely Smoke on Chen Yuan's phone and finally nodded in recognition. Bro, what's the name of your favorite female anchor? Chen Yuan asked towards white hair with a bashful face. Chief Smoke, my favorite female anchor, is named classmate Daryl. He's a female anchor in the Star Show area, and currently only has over 50,000 subscriptions. Just a small anchor. Okay, Chen Yuan nodded. He started searching for the name Ruwashi. He usually really didn't watch these small anchors, but there were many good-looking ones within the small anchors. Through the search, Chen Yuan nodded and opened Daryl's live room. Coincidentally, this female anchor is not only live, but also with another female anchor in PK. Nowadays, a large part of the income of female anchors on major platforms is earned by PK, because PK can promote audience consumption, and can interact with other anchors to attract fans. This led to many female anchors. As long as they were on the air, they were basically piking. Not bad, she does look decent. Chen Yuan couldn't help but praise. As he looked at the beauty that was broadcasting live on his phone, his face value could almost score a 9. This student Daryl, within all the female anchors Chen Yuan had seen, her face value could rank in the top 3. Even Zhao Yuqi wasn't necessarily prettier than her. Of course, one wouldn't know after turning off the beauty filter. Brother Whitehair's aesthetic standards are really as sharp as ever. Not bad, not bad, it's really possible. It's too decent. Holy, isn't this the conservatory schoolgirl Jo Ruwashi? She's actually broadcasting live on Dragon Tooth? In the crowd, a younger rich kid seemed to recognize this female anchor. Conservatory of Music. Is it the Seoul Conservatory of Music? Yeah, Joe Ruwashi is very famous in the Conservatory of Music. Before I had a buddy who wanted to pick her up but couldn't. Who knew that brother white hair was already paying attention? Just as a few rich second generation were talking, Ruwashi's classmates seemed to have finally realized that there was a godly emperor descending in the live broadcast room. The special effects of the super god emperor's entrance opened by Chen Yuan were really sensational. It was hard for people not to notice. Moreover, this super god emperor who entered the scene was not someone else. It was none other than General Smoke, who had just swiped $500 million in Dragon Tooth yesterday. Wow! Welcome, Mr. Smoke. Good afternoon, Mr. Smoke. What to do? A little excited. Didn't even expect Mr. Smoke to enter my live room. Daryl, you're on fire. There's no female anchor that is not on fire when Mr. Smoke visits. Smoke always great. Where is my Smoke family army? Smoke always atmospheric. Thank you for the 1000 treasure maps sent by Mr. Smoke. Ha, did I say that earlier? Smokey's atmosphere. Mr. Smoke's atmosphere. Chen Yuan hadn't even begun to brush his gifts, and the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room had already begun to fill up with General Smoke's atmosphere. At this time, Chen Yuan sent out a pop-up screen. White Hair Warrior introduced me here, said there is a very good-looking young lady here, and really did not disappoint. Asterisk. White hair, do you know Mr. Smoke? It's too rowdy, isn't it? After Chen Yuan went online, White Hair also pulled out his cell phone and went online. That's right, Smokey is my good buddy. You guys don't even know the power of my brother. White Hair typed, pretending in passing. Chen Yuan looked at this pop-up. The corner of his mouth slightly revealed a smile. He tapped on the gift screen and swiped with skillful movements. Wow, thank you for the treasure map from Mr. Smoke. Thank you, Mr. Smoke. Joe Ruwashi had just finished saying thank you when she realized that the number of treasure map gifts had already exceeded 30, and it was still swiping at a rate of 2 per second. This is worth $5,000, a luxury gift. How in the hands of Mr. Smoke? Feel with brush-free glow sticks almost? It's starting. Mr. Smoke is starting again. Mr. Smoke, how much money do you have? Can you give me some? Even if it's Principal Wang. If he brushes like this every day, he'll still go bankrupt, right? The pop-ups are flying up in the live broadcast room. The anchor woman, Daryl, has been dumbfounded. However, the ones who were even more dumbfounded were the group of rich second-generation people who watched Chen Yuan swipe gifts with their own eyes, watching others brush their gifts in the live broadcast room. At most, they would only marvel at how rich the other party was, but in reality, witnessed a god of hero, holding the phone to the female anchor reward, but just a few minutes, have brushed $1 million, and look at Smoke, always this hand speed, seems like it can't stop at all. Too exaggerated, too trenchant. My day. Mr. Smoke, don't brush too many gifts. It's only been a few minutes. A sports car has already been brushed out. White Hair hurriedly stopped it. In the beginning, he was the one who told Chen Yuan to go and hold the show. Now that people have swiped millions for the anchor you've been eyeing, may I ask if you want to return the favor? But the favor was too big to pay back. It's fine. It's just a few treasure maps. Any of you still have your eye on female anchors? I'll give you all a favor today. How about it? Chen Yuan said with a smile on his face. Without realizing it, the treasure map gifts in the live broadcast room had already brushed up to 1,000. White Hair almost knelt. Mr. Smoke, it's 5 million. Don't brush it. Really don't brush it. I can't pay it back. Didn't ask you to pay it back. This anchor I'm looking at is quite good. Just brush 10,000 treasure maps first. Right. Which one of you help me click? I'm going to the restroom. Chapter 057. How could Mr. Smoke not be able to spare a cup of coffee money? Shocked, dumbfounded. Has Mr. Smoke become so trenchant to such an extent? How dare he let someone brush for him? White Hair foolishly took the phone. Then Chen Yuan went to the restroom. He clicked on the backstage to check the remaining Dragon Tooth coins. Put. White Hair just took a sip of coffee and violently sprayed it out. Holy, what the hell? White Hair, you sprayed my face. Zhang Haotian said in displeasure. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I couldn't hold it back just now. The Dragon Tooth coins in Chief Smoke's backstage. It's too damn amazing. Let me see. Apart from Zhang Haotian, a group of rich second generation hurriedly came over to look at their cell phones. Count it. How many digits is this? 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion? My day. 9 digits. More than 140 million Dragon Tooth dollars. I'll set you monkey. Mr. Smoke has swiped over 50 million in Dragon Tooth before. Wouldn't he have charged at least 200 million? The ratio of Dragon Tooth coins to RMB was 1-to-1. Just like shark lives, shark fins and RMB were also 1:1. 200 million Dragon Tooth dollars meant 200 million soft sister coins. This Nima To use such a huge amount of money to fill up money to reward a female anchor. It was simply unheard of. Unheard of in the past and unheard of in the future. The group of rich second generation present, one by one, was almost hit by the body without skin, before they feel they are high-end players. They looked down on the civilian players, but in front of Mr. Smoke, he was like an elementary school student, the look of not having seen the world. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced this time. Mr. Smoke's level is higher than ours by more than 1.5 stars. Brother Tian, do I still have to keep brushing? It feels like my hands are a bit soft and I can't even listen to my hands anymore. White Hair inquired. Since Mr. Smoke asked you to brush for him, then just do it. It's not your money anyway. Don't you always feel like you don't have enough money to spend? This time, I'll let you pretend to have enough. Zhang Haodian coaxed. White Hair brother, this is not your character. You usually not quite fearless? Why have you withered this time? Another rich kid similarly coaxed. Who says I've shriveled up? Isn't it just swiping money? In this regard, I have never panicked. Believe it or not, the smoke is not always back. I dare to keep brushing. White Hair said with conviction. These days, everything can be lost, just can't lose face. Brother White Hair, this is what you said. I hope I don't hit my own face. A group of rich second generation didn't mind. Anyway, Chief Smoke has spoken. Brush and it's done. White Hair put his heart in the right place and began to frantically click on the gift giving. The left hand is tired of clicking the right hand. The right hand is tired of clicking the right hand to change the left hand. 5 minutes later, Chen Yuan has not returned. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan is still not back. 20 minutes later, holy, why isn't Mr. Smoke back yet? I've damn well swiped almost $20 million. White Hair's forehead began to sweat. He really never rewarded a female anchor with so much money at once, although Mr. Smoke had asked him to help brush it before. But you would still be a bit flustered if you really swiped someone else's $10 or $20 million. This is also this group of rich second generation. Only dare to be so bold. If you want others to not dare to brush it at all. I just went to the toilet and asked. Mr. Smoke said that he ate a barbecue yesterday and ate a bad stomach, and is now squatting in a large number. I'm cracking up. Isn't Mr. Smoke afraid that I'll brush his money away? Didn't you say you wouldn't stop until Chief Smoke came back? Brother White Hair? If you're flustered, just say so. It's no shame to be flustered in front of Mr. Smoke. Who said I panicked? I'm damn just a little tired of clicking the screen. 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan finally came back from the restroom. Last night and Lu Wenjia ate too much barbecue, which was a little less than clean, causing him to be a little uncomfortable early this morning. Now a wave of big numbers finally discharged the filth from his body, at once refreshed. However, this wave of squatting time was indeed a bit long. It was almost half an hour. Mr. Smoke, you can finally come back. White Hair have brushed you $30 million. What? Chen Yuan sniffed and frowned. The crowd thought that Chen Yuan was angry. After all, one's own account being swiped away for more than $30 million. Any individual would be angry. It wasn't a matter of being petty or not. The main thing is that this white hair guy has no sense of propriety in what he does. Doesn't know how to stop. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit depressing. At this time, Chen Yuan's words turned. White Hair, you can't do it. You only swiped $30 million in half an hour. Not even one half of my hand speed. A batch of vegetables. Chen Yuan was full of disdain. He wasn't the least bit angry that White Hair had swiped more than $30 million. Instead, he blamed him for not having fast enough hand speed. Moreover, his words weren't meant to be pretentious. He really disliked White Hair for not having a fast enough hand speed. It was quite tiring to brush gifts by himself on a regular basis. It was not easy to have someone to help him. Can't you brush faster? Petrified. Stiff. Stagnant. A group of rich kids are looking at me and me at you. It feels like all three views have exploded. Previously, I have always felt that I am a rich man and have a sense of superiority. Now, I realize that I am actually a ing poorer than. No, I can't even be counted as a poorer than. Mr. Smoke, I'll be your little brother in the future, okay? I want to follow your example. Mr. Smoke, the phone back to you. Sorry, in fact, at first I was deliberately testing you, but this time I really convinced. I by Qilin convinced. It turned out that the white hair was called by Qilin. Chen Yuan took the phone and nodded. A cup of coffee time. The entire 20 wealthy gentlemen were all convinced by Chen Yuan's powerful pusillanimity. His calmness and spontaneity did not look like he was pretending at all. Being swiped with $30 million, his mindset was still so good. One could only say that $30 million might really just be a few cents of pocket money in someone's eyes. It's okay, we're all friends. Let's not fight. Let's form a group face to face. We'll get together again next time when we have time. Chen Yuan took the initiative to propose. Good, Mr. Smoke. It's my honor to be friends with Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke is my group master. Won't I be able to go out and blow awesome in the future? Ha, you can brag about this for a year, not just 1 year. I can brag for 50 years. In this way, Chen Yuan built a WeChat chat group. 20 rich second generation have joined. No one absent. With these people joining, Chen Yuan felt that his circle of contacts had expanded quite a bit more. The resources that he could utilize would also increase. These rich second generation might not have much influence now, but the family forces behind them were all in his position of power and soul. When something goes wrong, a random phone call can solve it, and they will grow up gradually. Anyway, there was no harm in getting to know them. Brothers, we'll meet again next time. Chen Yuan left the Wooden Leaf Cafe. With Chief Smoke having withdrawn, the group naturally planned to disperse as well. Everyone, which one of you will pay the bill? The beautiful waitress suddenly called out. Didn't Chief Smoke buy the bill? I think I forgot about it. How could an existence like Mr. Smoke not be able to spare a few cups of coffee money? Chapter 058, One Shot. One little friend. I'm afraid no one expected. Just in the live broadcast, wildly brush more than 30 million. The brow does not even wrinkle a bit of the God Ho Smoke total. Actually is intentionally skipping orders. Damn. A cup of coffee is more than 100. Isn't 20 cups of coffee more than 2,000? Too expensive. Lousy Taba bought hand-brewed coffee. $30 can brew 50 cups. Chen Yuan spat with a face. Soon, he took a cab and prepared to go back to school. On the way, Lu Wenjia's phone call came over. Hello, little Chen, the actor you hired. Su Lele, I've already sent her back. Just now, Liao Jia called me again and cried very hard. She said she really regrets it. What should I do? On the phone, Lu Wenjia asked in a very tangled tone. Stop, your girl's old habits again is not it? How did she treat you before? Have you forgotten? How people say 2 good words you soften your heart. But, there is nothing but, today spent such a big show to support you. You 3 words to be moved by people. You do not feel sorry for the brothers' hard work? What exactly is your position? Chen Yuan hung up the phone with an angry face. The emperor is not in a hurry. Your dog-licking problem. Why can't we change it? Back to the dormitory. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Lao Si, where did you go last night? Damn, a night did not come back. Is not an girl about firebag went? Roommate Xiong Tao, with a lewd face asked. Yes, you kid not only did not come back last night, this morning's class also did not go to. The counselor has named to criticize you, or I give you leave. Old Chow said in a serious tone. Grass. I was ing Voldemort to the shade almost eat chicken. Zhou Haiquan held a cell phone with a furious face. Recently, a few guys in the dorm room, the alliance began to play less. Anyway, after playing for so many years, it has not been able to go to the diamond. If you can't 5 black team, it's even less fun to play alone. Might as well play chicken. Anyway, holding a cell phone can play. No need to go to an internet cafe. You can get it up anytime, anywhere. Come on, let's go in 4 rows. It just so happens that old 4 is back. We can form a full formation team. I guess we'll be able to meet out Super Ace soon. Xiong Tao yelled. Chen Yuan was speechless. I thought you said you wanted to kill the 4 sides. Who knew that you actually said that the 4 rows of the team together meticulously? Chicken was a game that Chen Yuan had played before. After playing for more than 2 months, he hit the immortal star diamond, and then he couldn't hit it anymore, because he doesn't like to be in the game. He likes to be in a gunfight with people. The result of the gun is to die quickly. More points dropped. The natural level cannot go up. If you like to be a voodoo demon, even if you don't kill anyone, as long as you can survive until the final round, you can still score points. Soon, 4 people took out their cell phones, went online together. In addition to Chen Yuan, who is currently still an immortal star diamond, Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Zhuyin, all 3 of them have already hit the crown of glory, especially Zhou Haiquan. He was already on Glory Crown 1 and would soon be able to hit Super Ace. Entering the game interface, operating the special forces, Chen Yuan suddenly had a strange feeling welling up in his heart. After increasing his spiritual attributes by 5 points yesterday, Chen Yuan only felt that his entire mental state was much better. There wasn't much of a change from the usual, but when he suddenly concentrated on playing the game, he inexplicably felt a change from before. The original very clumsy operating technique had become exceptionally handy. Where to jump? Xiong Tao asked. Let's jump G Harbor. Let's go to Gangun. Chen Yuan proposed. Do not go this route. G Port people must be thieves damn much. I guess a go will land into a box. Asterisk. Old 4, why you jumped first? Really, the more vegetables the more like to just gun. Zhou Haiquan mocked. Just now the plane is missing more than 30 people all of a sudden. This wave of G-Port has at least 6 or 7 full formations. Lao Si, you cool. You want to be able to walk out alive. I kneel and call your father. Old Chow had a face of certainty. Chen Yuan didn't say anything, he just quickly calculated the orientation of all the enemies landing the moment he opened his parachute. After jumping to the container, Chen Yuan landed and picked up a UZI, but there were actually 4 people landing down around him at the same time. Chen Yuan shot a barrage of bullets, instantly knocking down 2 people. However, he did not mop up, because the other 2 teammates of the enemy, one landed in M4 and one landed in AKM. Chen Yuan was shot twice, instantly prostrated himself, and jumped off the container. He was already half-blooded. Reloading, he circled around the container twice. After judging the enemy's position based on the sound of footsteps, he instantly rushed out and knocked down an enemy, a teammate who was helping someone. Quickly ducking back into the container, the enemy had already downed 3 people, leaving only the last teammate. Went around the back. A cold smile spilled out from the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. He raised his hand to switch interfaces, and it was a barrage of bullets that shot out. The opponent had just rushed out from behind the container and was actually hit squarely by the predetermination for kills in the opening round. My day, actually can prejudge. You're ing hung, aren't you? The guy who was killed in the end opened his entire voice to curse. After destroying a full formation team, Chen Yuan quickly licked their box clean. This time the birds and the bees. M4 in his left hand, AKM in his right hand, plus level 2 armor, level 2 head, and level 3 bag. Although there weren't many bullets, they were enough. Next, Chen Yuan started a real slaughtering journey. When he used to play this game, he always felt that his opponents were very strong, and every time he just shot, he couldn't. Today, playing this game, he actually felt that everyone's reaction was slow. Each and every one of them seemed to be as dull as a human machine. Chen Yuan single-handedly exterminated 4 full formation teams. There were also 3 man machines and 2 lone wolves. Walking out of Port G, he had actually killed 21 people. It was simply exaggerated. Old 4. You killed so many people? Taking a look at the head count on Chen Yuan's phone, Xiang Tao was shocked. Set you monkey, 21 heads. Old 4, are you open? After walking out from G Harbor, Chen Yuan was already divinely loaded. Next, he went around looking for people to kill. After powering up 1v4 and destroying another full team, 3 lone wolves, and a mannequin, the head count reached 29. Old Chow, hurry over here, we're ing driving down. Full formation team, very strong. Old Chow had just finished saying this when he was mended off. Xiang Tao and Zhou Haiquan were also successively mended off. Only Chen Yuan was left alone in the entire team. Chen Yuan drove a motorcycle and stopped at the high slope where his teammates had become boxed for more than 400 meters. He was now an M4, plus an AWM. Picking up the sniper rifle and opening the 8x lens, he instantly exploded the head of an enemy special forces soldier who was licking the box. Even a level 3 head couldn't carry the power of the AWM. There's a big sniper. Hurry and hide behind the car. On the high slope, just one person. Should be the last lone wolf, afraid of a ball. Dare to shoot against me. I'm ing. A chicken anchor is blowing awesome. However, his awesome has not finished blowing. It was a shot to the head. My day. The moving target 500 meters burst head. This is a dam is open the headlock hang it? Bang. Another shot rang out. The third teammate fell. Bang. The fourth shot. The last person drove a Maserati and got his head blown off in the car. One shot. One little friend. Dog Bay. This dam definitely opened up. Report him. Shark Live broadcast platform. A million popularity chicken anchor. Cursed in a broken voice. Chapter 059. Little Meal has come to Seoul. He turned on the battle watching mode, but he was incredibly shocked to find that this lone wolf who had exterminated their full formation had killed 33 people. It was simply terrifying as hell. The game, Peaceful Elite, only dropped 100 special forces in the opening. A game down. Cannot meet 30 people are not certain. You actually killed 33 people? You haven't even made it to the final round yet. Are you a head reaper? You're too good. You can't even beat a passerby. This guy is definitely hung up. I'll eat if he's not hung up. It's not scientific. After Penguin's official efforts to rectify the situation several times, we basically can't see any hangers anymore. Just because you can't see it, doesn't mean it's not there. Wait, let me see the kill replay. This anchor replayed the screen of Chen Yuan killing them a dozen times. Yet, it was incredibly puzzled to find out. It seemed like it really was a prejudgment and not a headlock. But how could a person's prejudgment be this strong? This wasn't scientific either. Could it really be an expert? At the very least, it has the strength of an invincible warlord? After thinking about it for a while, this chicken anchor did not choose to report it, but instead chose to add a friend. Without realizing it, Chen Yuan had already entered the final round. There were only 5 people left in the end on the field. After these 5 people sparred with themselves, there were only 2 people left. Chen Yuan, holding an M4, rushed up and knocked one person down. He was then attacked by another Voldemort. Just in the nick of time, already being bloodied, Chen Yuan actually performed a wave of snakeskin positioning. Then with incredible reflexes, he instantly locked onto Voldemort's position and killed him with 3 headshots. The bloodied counter kill. With a head count of 35 kills, he successfully ate the chicken. Shocked, doubtful, confused, Xiang Tao, Zhou Haiquan, Chao Zhanyan. The 3 guys looked at Chen Yuan as if they were looking at aliens. Impossible. Lao Si, how could you be so strong? 35 kills? That's damn well enough to go pro. Could it be that you've been practicing your chicken eating skills hard for the past 2 months? It doesn't make sense. I haven't seen you play much in the past. You're really hung up, old Chao asked with growing suspicion. He realized that since Chen Yuan and Lin Shudong broke up, in just 1 week, Chen Yuan had almost undergone a sea change. Not only was he popular with the girls, fighting had become powerful. Now he's even this good at playing games? Is there any justice? Is it true that breaking up can make you stronger? Can a breakup make a person change so drastically? Or had Chen Yuan been hiding his strength in the past and they never really understood him? Old Chao, you obscene person, don't change the topic. Didn't you say that you'll call me dad if I can get out of G Harbor? Now that I'm eating chicken, hurry up and call, Chen Yuan said with a smile. This all brothers, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Old Chao, this is where you're wrong. Manly man, iron-blooded true man, how can you not take your words seriously? Xiang Tao suddenly mutinied and reached a united front with Chen Yuan. That's right, hurry up and call, hurry up. Zhou Haiquan also began to help out. You bunch of sons of ES, oops, I'm going to eat, my stomach is starving. Old Chao was determined to play tricks. Chen Yuan couldn't do anything about it. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. After dinner, Chen Yuan lay down in his dorm room. Today was already Friday. Tomorrow would be Saturday. Chen Yuan opened WeChat and found that the anchor, Mi, had already sent him several messages. Are you there, Brother Smoke Chief? Brother Smoke Chief, I'm coming to Seoul tomorrow for a trip. The flight is from 9 to 11 in the morning. Can you come and pick me up, Brother Smoke Chief? These 2 days of live broadcasting, why didn't Chief Smoke Brother come to see me? People are a little sad. Looking at the 3 WeChat messages sent by Mi, Chen Yuan suddenly realized Xiaomier was the first anchor that he had rewarded. At that time, although Xiaomier had said that she would come to Seoul to find him, Chen Yuan did not take it seriously. If a big anchor with millions of followers chatted with you for a few moments, you would take her seriously. What if they are just teasing you? These days, the rules are so deep, so just listen to some of the words. Chen Yuan always had reservations about dealing with these anchors. When he was chatting with Mi, he was just talking to her. Unexpectedly, this Saturday, people were really coming over. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. I've got something very important to do, so I didn't go to the live broadcast to see you. I just have time tomorrow. Let's see you at the airport. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Mir. After all, it was the first anchor that he had asked out, and it was still a popular anchor. Chen Yuan was a little excited. On the other side, inside a luxurious hotel, Xiaomier saw the message that Chen Yuan sent over. Very speechless. Busy? She naturally knew that Chief Smoke was busy. He was busy swiping gifts for other female anchors. It wasn't enough to brush gifts for Shark Little Deep, but he also ran to Dragon Tooth Live to brush them. In just 2 days, he swiped nearly $100 million. Yesterday it was the popular singing anchor of Dragon Tooth, Shalala. Today it's a completely unknown little anchor, Darryl. You Smoke always goes around brushing gifts for female anchors, moving tens of millions of dollars. The whole live broadcast circle, who doesn't know about it? If not for that, Mimir didn't plan to go to Seoul so soon, because Chief Smoke was just too trenchant. She desperately wanted to get Chief Smoke's support. Shark Live will soon be organizing the annual live carnival event. At that time, all the anchors across the platform would go all out in order to compete for the Shark Top 10 Peak Anchors. This is related to their future development, as well as the platform's traffic support program, because topping the Shark Top 10 Peak Anchor name, your fame and traffic would not be bad. Some anchors, in order to make a name for themselves, took money out to brush themselves, or even took out loans to brush, because as long as you have fame and traffic, making money will be easy. Playing matches for yourself is also a way of operating. Originally, if it was the previous situation, Xiaomir wouldn't have had a chance to compete for the top 10 peak anchors. She would have been good enough to take the division's top 10 excellent anchors at most. But this time, she saw hope. As long as she had Chief Smoke's support, who could beat her in a fight? The top 10 peak anchors might not necessarily not have a place for her. Since she wanted to get to the top, she naturally had to give something. This time she had already decided. At all costs, take down Chief Smoke. Otherwise, if Chief Smoke was seduced by another Thai fox, it would be too late to regret. There were so many female anchors on the live broadcast platform. Who didn't want to be favored by Chief Smoke? A strong sense of crisis arose in Mir's heart. That was why she couldn't wait to come to Seoul to ask Chen Yuan to meet her. I knew that Chief Smoke's brother is a busy man, but you can't ignore people. People thought you had forgotten about Mir. Mir messaged back, how could I? Mir, you're so pretty, cute and sexy. I'm on the contrary afraid that you're too busy as a big anchor. You don't even have time to take care of me. Chapter 060, The Set Way. Chief Smoke brother, how can you say that? People are busy, but it's impossible to ignore Chief Smoke brother. Xiaomi returned the message in seconds. Also sent a shy emoticon. Ha, do I have such a big face? In Mir's place, Chief Smoke's brother's face will always come first. This wave of counter-licking. Licking Chen Yuan was extremely comfortable. At the thought of a million popularity anchor, putting down her posture to please herself, Chen Yuan instantly felt that life was so colorful. The goddess in the hearts of countless otaku. Now she has become my licking dog. This feeling, it's not a normal feeling. Mir, you are really too sweet. Making it so that I can't wait to see you now. This night has been so long. Chen Yuan messaged back. I also want to see the mysterious Chief Smoke big brother soon. Very curious. Brother Smoke Chief, are you sure you don't want to send a picture for people to see? It doesn't matter even if you don't look very good. The most important thing about a man is not his handsome appearance, but his inner substance. Xiaomi sent 3 messages in a row. It seemed like she was eager to know what Chen Yuan looked like. The more Chen Yuan didn't let her know, the more she wanted to know. However, she guessed that Chief Smoke should look ordinary, and would even be a bit older, most likely a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, how could a good-looking one not even have a single selfie in his circle of friends? I usually don't like selfies, but you'll see it tomorrow. Chen Yuan and Mir chatted. One chat lasted for 2 hours. From hobbies, to what she liked to eat, what she liked to play, what movies she liked to watch, which stars she liked, which TV series did you follow recently, what type of girl do you like, is it cute, lively, pure, or quiet? I like what kind of boy, is it mature and steady, or sunshine sports, or the scholarly, and so on and so forth. The same is true for the other 2 hours of conversation. This 2 hours to chat down. Chen Yuan feel that the common topic between them is still quite a lot. Of course, it was also possible that the other party had deliberately cooperated. Just like this, Chen Yuan entered dreamland with the anticipation of tomorrow's date. Without realizing it, it was raining heavily outside. It seemed to pretend that tomorrow would not be a good day. Early the next morning, the sky was still gray. The dark clouds did not disperse. Although the rain had decreased a lot, it would still be a bit inconvenient to go out. Chen Yuan got up early today. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, washing his hair, and changing his clothes and shoes, he went out. After eating 2 bowls of hot dry noodles and drinking 2 cups of soy milk on the side of the road, he took a cab and went to the mall. Chen Yuan bought a handsome outfit, shoes, and went to the barber store to get a haircut. In the end, he is still a bit of a beggar mentality. The first time he asked a beautiful anchor woman to meet him, or a popular anchor, inevitably some nervousness. He subconsciously wanted to make himself look handsome, tidying himself up well, lest the first meeting leave a bad impression. This kind of psychological cue is uncontrollable. Just like girls always like to put on makeup before going out on a date, and the more they meet people they don't know well, the more they want to make their image perfect. The same goes for men. After Mr. Tony's hairstyle design, Chen Yuan looked at the elegant and handsome man in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Recently, his body had grown a bit stronger. He looked more manly. Originally not ugly, he used to be slightly dry and thin, like an internet-addicted teenager. Now model body, 8-pack abs, and mermaid line. Before the chicken nest hairstyle, now professionally designed. Before pants slippers, now a fashionable fashion brand. It felt like he was getting a little unrecognizable. So cool. After finishing this outfit, the time was already 10 in the morning. The airport is a bit far from the city center. It would take almost an hour to take a taxi. The time was just right, because the other party would come out from the airport. It would be around 11:20 a.m. Chen Yuan would not go to pick up the airplane in advance. It would be fine if the time was just right. It doesn't matter if I'm 10 minutes late. I would rather have the goddess wait for me than wait for the goddess. This is one of the top 10 guidelines for scum to act. It's like Chow Chow's famous saying, it's better for me to lose the world than to teach the world to lose me. It's one thing. Of course, one can do this, but one cannot say this. Just after hitting the cab, Chen Yuan sent a message to Mir. I've arrived at the airport. Xiaomi did not reply. It could be that there was no signal on the plane, or the phone was turned off, but it didn't matter. By the time she received the message, It would also show that it was sent at 10 o'clock. After sending this message, Chen Yuan started chatting with Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele. Maintaining the habit of contacting each other every day was the only way to keep the goodwill from dropping, and to slowly increase the feelings. Sometimes, the desire for speed is not enough, and just at this time, Lin Shudong suddenly sent him a message. Chen Yuan, will you ignore me? If you ignore me, I'll go kill myself. Holy, Lin Shudong, you have a problem, don't you? Chen Yuan was really afraid that she would commit suicide and hurriedly scolded back with a message. Girls' dormitory. Lin Shudong held her cell phone with an excited face. Little Rue. Chen Yuan replied to my message. This trick really works. It shows that he still cares about me in his heart. Lin Shudong spoke as she typed and continued to send messages. Chen Yuan, you finally replied to my message. You're afraid that something will happen to me. You still care about me in your heart, right? Nope. I'm just afraid that you'll drag me down. Don't think too much. Chen Yuan hurriedly explained. You don't have to deny it. I know that you still have me in your heart. Anyway, since you are willing to return my message and haven't pulled the plug on me, it means that I still have a chance to salvage myself. Chen Yuan, when you use 3 years to prove that you love me, I will also use 3 years to prove that I also love you. Chen Yuan looked at this message. He wondered if he should just pull the plug on Lin Shutong's WeChat. Ding! System warning, dog licking bound object. Host may not take the initiative to delete each other's contact information. Otherwise 20 points of basic attributes will be deducted. A system warning voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It left Chen Yuan in a daze. This Nima, is there such a pitiful rule? After binding a dog-licking object, even deleting each other's contact information was not allowed. Chen Yuan thought carefully, it should be reasonable to have this kind of rule. Otherwise, if you bind one and delete the other, it would be the same as cutting off the dog-licking relationship yourself. So the rewards that you had previously obtained would no longer exist. After thinking clearly about the cause and effect relationship, Chen Yuan did not continue to dwell on it. If you don't delete it, you don't delete it. It's just a buddy bit. This quality of tolerance, he still has it. 1 hour later, finally reached the Tianhe International Airport. At this time, Mimir's message was sent over. I'm sorry, Brother Smoke Chief, just got off the plane. Have you already waited for a long time? Not long, it's only been an hour. Chen Yuan sent a message back. In fact, he had just gotten out of the cab. The setup was it was to make the other party open with a bit of guilt. This is how to gain more goodwill. Chapter 061, Demanding Debt in the Street. Chen Yuan arrived at the pickup entrance, waited for about 5 minutes. Finally, a girl with large toadstools and a mask slowly walked out. She was accompanied by a female assistant. The female assistant's average looks and slightly obese figure were left aside for now. This girl with toadstools had a rather perfect figure, around 1.7 meters in height, wearing a pleated skirt, slender jade legs, white and flawless, shapely and curvy, worthy of being a dancing anchor. This figure really didn't have anything to say, at least among the girls Chen Yuan knew, including female stars. Her figure could be ranked in the top category. Just by looking at the figure alone, Chen Yuan recognized Mir almost instantly. Mir, over here. Chen Yuan waved his hand in greeting. Xiao Mir instantly froze and stopped in her tracks. She took off her toadstools, revealing a face that was pure and with a hint of doubt. You're Chief Smoke Brother? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. Heavens, Chief Smoke Brother, you're actually so young and handsome? Xiao Mir covered her mouth in surprise. A hint of surprise was clearly revealed in her eyes. For the godly hero General Smoke, she had not expected the other party to be as handsome or good-looking at first. After all, a man with money and a face were often not proportional. Fish and bear's paw cannot be both. But I didn't expect to meet after. Chen Yuan's face value looks far higher than her expectations. Not only was he so rich, he was also so handsome. Even his body was straight and shapely. It was simply the standard of Prince Charming in the fairy tale. It was too much of a surprise, compared to Mir's surprise reaction. Chen Yuan was slightly disappointed. In the live broadcast, she almost had a super high face value of 9 points. In reality, it was estimated to be around 3 points. It was even a hair worse than Zhao Yuqi, although it was also a very bright presence in the crowd, but by no means as woeful as the one inside the live broadcast room. Who said that female anchors are better looking in reality than in the live room? Simply a bunch of nonsense. Without the magical power of the beauty filter, she was only at the level of the school's departmental flower, not even close to the level of a national goddess. But luckily, it was barely acceptable, and the difference wasn't too big. It was much better than some see the light and die anchors. Mir, finally meeting you in person. I didn't expect you to look even better in real life than in the live broadcast. Chen Yuan revealed a look of surprise and respect, but this was all a scene. Basically guys would say this when they saw a girl for the first time. Even if he decided in his heart that she was uglier than she looked in the photo, he would still say that she looked better than she did in the photo. But some girls would actually take it seriously? Brother Smoke Chief, you're also much better looking than I imagined. I thought you were a middle-aged man in his 40s at first? Who knew you were so young? Xiao Mir was speaking the truth. With a shy look on her face, she really seemed to have a good first impression of Chen Yuan. System, why don't you bind the dog-licking relationship yet? Ding. Name, Suihan. Stage name, Minir. Age, 23 years old. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Face value, 8. 3 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, 70 points. Ding. Due to the girl's first favorability towards the host being too high, the dog-licking relationship binding failed. Tip. When the target's favorability towards the host drops below 10 points, the dog-licking relationship can be rebound. Asterisk. Listening to the system beeps resounding in his head, Chen Yuan felt that his entire body was somewhat winded. In his heart, 10,000 grass mud horses ran wildly through. He really didn't expect it. A first impression that was too good would actually cause a dog-licking relationship binding to fail as well? Had he known, he wouldn't have gotten into this outfit. He also didn't expect it at all. Xiao Mir's initial favorability towards him was actually as high as 70 points. It was almost on the verge of reaching the point of love at first sight. Of course, the reason why Xiao Mir's first impression of Chen Yuan was so good wasn't just because he was so handsome today. Handsome was only one aspect. The point was that the identity of the godly Smoke Chief was already deeply rooted in people's hearts, and he had also rewarded her with huge gifts before. With all these factors, it was only due to the fact that Mimir had reached 70 points of favorability the first time she met Chen Yuan. But now, it couldn't be bound to a dog-licking relationship. What was the point of having so many favorability points? No, the money has been spent. We have to let the favorability drop to make it work. Chen Yuan put his heart on the line. He decided to start disgusting people. Brother Smoke Chief, where is your car parked? Xiao Mir asked casually. I didn't drive. I didn't even buy a car. I came here by cab just now. Chen Yuan spread his hands and told the truth. Don't you joke, Brother Smoke Chief? You're so rich. How could you possibly not even buy a car? Xiao Mir had a face of disbelief. Chen Yuan looked at her eyes and said in a very serious tone. I'm really not joking. I swiped gifts in the live broadcast. All of them were swiped from my dad's money. Now my dad's company is almost bankrupt by me, and owes tens of millions of dollars to the bank. This time when I called you to come over, I also want to discuss with you. Can I refund a part of the money that I had swiped from you before to me? The moment these words came out, Mimir was dumbfounded on the spot. She looked at Chen Yuan with an incredulous expression. It seemed like she couldn't believe that this humanoid fellow would say such shameless words. The gift that he swiped out, he actually had the nerve to ask someone to take it back? It was too shameless. Suihan, favorability -10. Suihan, -10. Suihan, -10. Suihan, favorability -10. The woman's current favorability towards the host, 30 points. Mr. Smoke, are you serious? Mimir's tone began to turn cold. Even the assistant next to her changed from her original admiring gaze to a look of contempt. Serious? Definitely serious. Look, I probably swiped more than 10 million for you before. I know that your platform is going to take half, so it's 5 million. Well, you pay me back 5 million, and I won't care about the extra. How about it? Chen Yuan said with a straight face, a look of having no money and playing rogue, demanding a debt on the spot. Mimir's mind almost collapsed. She came to Seoul this time, originally wanting to draw closer to the relationship with the godly Smoke Chief, wanting to gain more support, to help her ascend to the position of Shark Top 10 peak anchor. However, she didn't expect that this godho was not at all what she had imagined. He had actually swiped his own family into bankruptcy. Now he actually wants to find himself to ask for money? You are dreaming, right? Grass. I have never seen you this kind of shameless people. When it is your voluntary to my family millet child brush the gift, right? No one forced you, right? Now that you don't have any money, you want to go back? You are at least an adult, right? What you do, you have to be responsible for yourself. Don't be a scoundrel. The fat assistant rushed over with a face of fury, stopping in front of Mimir, pointing at Chen Yuan's nose and cursing. Suihan, -10 favorability, current favorability 20 points. I did voluntarily swipe the gift in the first place, but why can't I get a refund? People on Taobao, Jingdong, Pinduoduo, can all get a 7-day no excuses refund? Why can't you guys get a refund? Today I'll put my words here. This money, you guys have to refund it even if you don't. Otherwise I'll go to court to sue you. Chen Yuan roared loudly. His appearance of being a street scoundrel completely corrupted Mir's last ounce of goodwill towards him. Suihan, favorability -20. Suihan, favorability -20. Suihan, favorability -20. Current girl's favorability towards the host, -40 points. Ding. Dog-licking relationship bound successfully. Chapter 062. This is a loser. Finally the binding was successful, but it seemed like it was a bit too disgusting. Xiaomier's favorability towards him actually dropped to minus 40 points. At the beginning of Millet Child's favorability to him, but as high as 70 points, just less than 5 minutes time, there is a shocking reversal. From 70 points of favorability, down to minus 40, with 110 points in between. Simply exaggerated a batch. When you want to win a girl's favor, you often need to pay a lot, in order to slowly improve a little bit of goodwill. But to make a girl loathe you, but very easy, just casually say a few disgusting words, corrupt your image in her mind, let your persona collapse. Good sense of instantly fell out. Sure enough, it's easier to be a bad guy than a good guy. Being a villain is easier than being a hero. At this moment, Mir's original admiring eyes had taken on a strong aura of disgust. You go and sue me, ah? Do you think I will be afraid of you? An adult, and not a child. They have the ability to act civilly. They have to be responsible for the things they have done. I have never seen you such a disgusting man. Waste, loser, but also swollen face. No money you don't pretend to be, ah? Xiaomier scolded with a face of contempt. She simply flipped her face faster than a book. Just now there was a mouthful of a smoke, chief brother, but in less than 5 minutes she scolded you for being a waste of money and a loser? Chen Yuan was also drunk, although he admitted that just now. In order to lower his goodwill, he intentionally said some very unpleasant words, but no matter what, he had at least swiped over $10 million in gifts for Mimir. Even if you don't refund the money, you don't have to speak so harshly, right? What do you mean, loser? What do you mean by loser? I'm still at the top of your list, and you're turning your back on me because you don't have any money. It's too realistic, isn't it? It's true that for these female anchors, you're a father when you have money, and you're worse than a dog when you don't. The argument between Mir and Chen Yuan attracted many onlookers at the airport. It attracted the attention of many onlookers at the airport. I said, how come this beauty has such a good body? So it's an anchor. What did I hear just now? This kid brushed gifts for the female anchor, brushed his family into bankruptcy, and now he actually wants to find someone to take it back. I'll go. There's still this kind of oddball sand sculpture? Is this kind of person still rare now? Online 2 days ago is not also reported. A courier monthly income of 3,000. To the female anchor reward 5,000. Loan 2,000. In order to listen to a sentence old iron 666. This is the beggar mentality. Nothing in reality. Just want to pretend on the network. Looking for existence. Ha ha. A group of onlookers pointed. Looking at Chen Yuan was like looking at a sand sculpture. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, the look in his eyes carried a strong color of contempt. You say you have to be rich and capable, so it's fine if you brush gifts for female anchors. Consider yourself a tycoon. Rich and capricious, but you have no ing ability. You do not make money. Actually steal your father's bank card to the anchor woman reward? Are you brain dead? Are you stupid? Are you retarded? You're a piece of. You're not capable and you still like to pretend. A real loser. Such a person deserves to be scorned. At this moment, a Bentley limousine stopped at the roadside of the airport hall, only to see a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s walk out of the limousine. This man was wearing a pair of gold glasses, dressed in formal attire, with a slightly chubby body type, looking like a successful man. Meyer, I heard that you're coming to Seoul today, and I've specially come over to pick up the plane. The middle-aged man's gaze recklessly surveyed Mir's body. Ah, are you show emperor? I just casually posted a friend circle. I didn't expect you to come over to pick up the airplane. Xiaomier looked at her phone and seemed to recognize the middle-aged man in front of her through the WeChat photo. She said with a face of surprise. Chen Yuan kind of wanted to laugh. I didn't expect this woman. Not only did she ask out herself, but she also asked out other tycoons. It was true that as long as there were a lot of fans, there were spare tires everywhere in the country. This show emperor, Chen Yuan, had a bit of an impression that her ID name was Heaven and Earth God Show. As a result, she was jokingly referred to as the show emperor by her live streaming friends. Xiu Huang is also a tycoon who is in the top 10 of the total list of Millet Children's live broadcasts. A total of more than $2 million were swiped, placing her in the 8th position. It seemed that Xiaomier didn't just come to Seoul for Chen Yuan this time. She also wanted to squash a few more tycoons at once. That way the Shark Carnival, she would be even more competitive. This one is? Emperor Xiu seemed to have finally realized Chen Yuan's presence and spoke out to ask. This one, is not the famous godly smoke chief. Mimir introduced with a face full of disdain. Ah, so you are General Smoke. Sorry, I didn't recognize the big brother just now. If I had known that General Smoke would personally come to pick up the plane, I wouldn't have come to make a fool of myself. Although Chen Yuan looked young, but after learning that he was General Smoke, the godly hero who was famous on the internet, Xiu Huang immediately lowered his stance. Jokingly, He had brushed $100 million in just a few days on all the major platforms' live streams. He watched the live broadcast for 2 or 3 years, and only brushed more than 2 million. The total assets were not even more than 100 million. Now that you see this legendary god Big Brother, how can you not lower your posture? It was a basic operation for people who did business to see people. You don't have to be like this. Xiao Huang. He's just a loser. Do you know where he gets his money from? Stealing his dad's money, brushing his dad's company out of bankruptcy, and owing the bank tens of millions of dollars. He's actually looking for a refund from me now. It really pisses me off. 2 years on the air and I've never met anyone like this. Is he really good enough to ask? It's so disgusting. The more Xiao Mir spoke, the angrier and more despicable she became. At first, she thought Chen Yuan was quite handsome, but now, the more she looked at him, the more she felt nasty, disgusting, scum, human scum, waste of a person, disgusting, just such a waste of scum. She was actually moved just now, almost love at first sight. It was chilling to think about it. How could it be that the godly smoke chief on the internet could actually be this kind of person? Emperor Xiao was dumbfounded. He could never believe that a fierce person who could be on all the major live streaming platforms, furiously swiping $100 million, would actually be a loser who stole money from his family to give rewards to female anchors. But it seemed like Xiao Mir didn't have to lie to him. Moreover, Chen Yuan was too young. He should still be in college. Such a college student, even if his family was very rich, should not be able to give him $100 million to reward female anchors. It was also impossible to let him control such a huge sum of money. So stealing money should be real. It's also true that he bankrupted his family. This is a brain-dead thing. Identification is complete. Having figured out the hurdles involved, Xiao Huang no longer looked at Chen Yuan with any hint of respect in his eyes. He was thinking that this matter was exposed today. It was estimated that it could cause the tycoon circle to shake. It could even make the news tomorrow. He even thought of a powerful news title. Recently, a netizen broke the news that the newly risen network's #1 tycoon, Lonely One Cigarette, is actually a super loser. And in order to give the female anchor a reward, he brushed away 100 million in 3 days, and his whole family went bankrupt. Ha ha, Xiao Huang started out as a self-media. He felt that this news should be able to sell a lot of money. Chapter 063, A Despicable Smile. Chen Yuan's gaze was cold. In the face of all the taunts, it was as if he was outside the world. In the beginning, he still had a good feeling towards Mir. After all, the chat last night was very pleasant. However, he did not expect that he had only intentionally said a few words to make the other party disgusted just to bind the licking dog relationship. She would actually have such a face. It wasn't that Chen Yuan hadn't seen gold-worshipping women before. For example, Su Lele, although she was also a gold digger, she at least knew how to be grateful. After borrowing $5 million, she still thinks about paying it back all the time. However, Xiao Mir's eating style is too insatiable, making Chen Yuan feel sick. Just now, Chen Yuan asked her to return the money. Just saying it, he did not really intend to let Xiao Mir return his 5 million. If the other party showed a slight hesitation, or a tone of discussion, even if she decided not to return the money in the end, Chen Yuan would not say anything more. After all, that's what people do. Returning you is a matter of affection, not or reason. But her attitude change is also too fast, turning the other cheek not to mention, but also fell in front of others to taunt him. Can this be tolerated? Mir, no matter what, I'm still your top one now. You don't have to say things so harshly, right? Chen Yuan took a deep breath and said in a very calm tone. Those who knew him knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Ranking 1? Ridiculous. To have a rank 1 like you, count me as having bad blood luck. If I let people know that your smoke is always a gift that you steal money to brush, I still don't know how many people I'm going to be brought up to speed with. Have you considered the impact on my reputation? It's good that I didn't ask you to pay for the damage to my reputation. Also, you're not the only one who swiped gifts for me. Why don't you go and ask Little Deep for it? Why don't you go and ask Shalala for it? Why don't you go to Sharara? Why don't you go to other people? Why do you go to me? I'm the one who swiped the least amount of gifts for you. Are you trying to bully an honest person? Mir spoke with such vigor and justification that she almost didn't point her finger at Chen Yuan's nose and cursed. Mir, don't be general with this loser. You haven't eaten yet. I've booked a place in a 5-star hotel. Didn't you say you're here to travel? How about I take you to see the 3 gorges in a couple days? And a tour of the beautiful Shenlongjia primitive forest? Xiao Huang purposely ignored Chen Yuan, then immovably held onto Xiao Mir's jade waist. Hate it, brother Xiao Huang. Don't you know that a girl's waist is not to be touched indiscriminately? Sorry, Mir, your waist is just too thin. Didn't hold back. Bad man. Brother Xiao Huang, you are too bad. Mir said with a shy face. She actually wasn't angry? Could it be that the relationship between a beautiful anchorwoman and a tycoon? Understood. Chen Yuan finally saw it. Suihan, Xiaomi Air. This girl is pure and lovely on the surface, and when she is in the live broadcast room, she seems to be a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire, but behind her back, she was so licentious. I'm afraid that the relationship between her and the tycoon has an ulterior motive. Xiu Huang went straight for it, and she was actually able to flirt with someone without changing her face, so it was evident that she had a lot of experience with such a woman. Chen Yuan didn't even have the desire to pretend in front of her. He didn't want to go and explain anything. If you misunderstand, then misunderstand. This kind of dog-licking object, even if it was already bound, Chen Yuan did not want to continue spending a penny on her. Just like that, Xiu Huang, Suihan, and her assistant, the three of them walked together towards the Bentley limousine at the side of the road. Just at this moment, a silver-colored lightning bolt whistled. With an explosive and incomparable roaring sound, it stopped behind the Bentley limousine. My God, Koenigsegg, a supercar worth over $26 million. It's so bombastic, Suihan said with a shocked face. As far as I know, there's only one person who has this car in Seoul, the huge young man of the Zhang family, Zhang Haotian. Xiu Huan looked at the young man who stepped down from the Koenigsegg with a face of awe. Zhang family giant youngster? Suihan obviously didn't know the energy that the Zhang family possessed in Seoul, but Su Wang knew about it. It was precisely because he knew it that he was even more in awe. The Zhang family is one of the top giants in Seoul, mainly in the real estate development business, with a network of connections all over the city. Compared to a behemoth like the Zhang family, I'm just a minion, Xiu Huang explained. So that's how it is. Suihan's beautiful eyes contained spring, looking at Zhang Haotian as if she was looking at a huge prey. This kind of young and rich top-tier rich second generation was her ideal type. As for a small tycoon like Xiu Huang, she would at most only let the other party take advantage of her, and would not easily give all she had. Hello, young Zhang, my humble self, Feng Xiubua. We met at the reception last time. Xiu Huang took the initiative to reach out and greet him. Oh, so it's you. Somewhat impressive. Zhang Haotian returned absent-mindedly. He had come to the airport today to pick up someone, so how could he be in the mood to pay attention to this kind of relationship-climbing passerby? Hello, young Zhang, my name is Suihan, a dancing anchor of Shark Live. You can also call me Mir. Suihan took the initiative to ruffle her hair. With a shy face, she began to introduce herself. At this time, Chen Yuan walked out from the airport gate. Zhang Haotian was stunned when he saw Chen Yuan. He didn't expect to actually run into Mr. Chen even at the airport. Chen Yuan was also stunned. Sometimes this happens when you have more friends. You can run into acquaintances everywhere you go. Young Zhang, you guys wait, I ran into a big shot. Go say hi to him. For Zhang Haotian, Mr. Smoke was the real godly big brother. Not to mention what kind of family power he had behind him. Just the fact that people could charge $200 million on the live broadcast platform to use for entertainment rewards, and casually send girls 16 million villas. This is far from as Zhang Haotian can compare. After yesterday's events, this group of rich second generation, all of them have been convinced by Chief Smoke's powerful forcefulness. It was a heartfelt conviction. They almost didn't recognize their big brother on the spot. Now that they had run into their big brother, they naturally had to rush to greet him. Zhang Haotian took 3 steps and trotted to Chen Yuan. Mr. Smoke, I didn't expect such a coincidence to run into you at the airport gate. Zhang Haotian's posture was placed very low. When he greeted Chen Yuan, he even used honorifics like you. Suihan was a bit confused. Feng Xiubo was also a bit confused. Young Zhang, do you know him as well? Feng Xiubo asked. Naturally I know him, he's the famous General Smoke, the deserved #1 godly big brother of all the major live broadcast platforms. Who doesn't know him? Zhang Xiao, don't be fooled by him. This so-called Smoke Chief, he is a fart hero, but is just stealing his father's bank card, and swiping gifts for female anchors everywhere. And now his family is being swiped out of business by this loser, and he is looking for people to borrow money everywhere, Suihan said, adding more fuel to the fire. Zhang Haotian sniffed, carefully sized up Suihan for a couple of moments, then looked at Chen Yuan and seemed to think of something. He immediately laughed contemptuously. Chapter 064, The General Smoke Shop wants your money back? Don't be ridiculous. What happened? Zhang Haotian casually asked. What else can happen? This so-called Smoke Chief, brushing his family's money to pretend to be a bully on the internet, puffing up his face, and now that his family has gone bankrupt, he's actually looking for me to refund his money? What kind of person? Really? Suihan said indignantly. No matter who she saw, she seemed to mock Chen Yuan severely. The atmosphere, all of a sudden, became a little weird. Zhang Haotian looked at Suihan as if he was looking at a sand sculpture. Ha! Chief Smoke is looking for you to refund his money? Don't be ridiculous. He casually charged 200 million at Dragon Tooth, and there's still more than 100 million left to swipe. Bankruptcy? Stinky sister. You're afraid that you don't even know the strength of General Smoke. Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain. But Zhang Haotian would not spoil her foul temper. You damn dare to despise even Chief Smoke. Are you trying to go to heaven? Shocked, petrified, stupefied, Suihan was dumbfounded. If someone else said this, she might not believe it. However, when the huge young man of the Zhang family who drove a $20 million supercar said this, she felt that the other party had no need to deceive him or deliberately elevate Chen Yuan's status. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Could it be? General Smoke had deliberately tested her before? Suihan instantly came to her senses, and she almost slapped herself on the spot. It was too solid to actually make such a low-level mistake. I've heard that there are some super-rich second-generation men who don't like a woman being with them because of money and feel that it's not true love. So always find ways to pretend to be poor, to test each other. If they can withstand the test, they can fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. When I used to watch TV dramas, I always felt that those women were sand sculptures. I did not expect to encounter this kind of thing. Also sand sculpture. Regret. Heartache. It feels like missing out on $1 billion. Meyer, I knew you must have misunderstood Mr. Smoke. How can a person who can casually swipe $100 million on all the live platforms go bankrupt so easily? People Smoke always just gave you a joke. I didn't expect you to take it seriously? Feng Xiuobu's words turned, and he unexpectedly split his head and started to reprimand Suihan. It was as if he had always been on Chen Yuan's side. I'll go. This speed of turning the gun around was unbelievably fast. Even the assistant at the side was looking confused. The show emperor deserved to be the show emperor. Show until your scalp goes numb. At this time, the way Suihan looked at Chen Yuan changed once again. Suihan, favorability plus 30. Suihan, favorability plus 30. Suihan, goodwill plus 30. Current favorability, 50 points. Brother Smoke Chief, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Can you forgive me? Suihan was inwardly apprehensive and hurriedly apologized. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. He had thoroughly seen through what kind of person the other party was. In short, in her eyes, if you have money, you are a father. If you don't have money, you are a dog. Since this was the case, there was no need to show any mercy. Hit her hard in the face. Tough in front of her to pretend. Just make her a complete tool. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan is not angry. There was no need to be angry. A tool person is just a tool person. After I brush up my favoritism, I won't give a damn about you. His mind was made up. Chen Yuan calmly waved his hand. It's fine. I don't care at all. I'm just a little disappointed. Chen Yuan sighed. If an ordinary person had been mocked and belittled like that, they would probably have already stormed out. Wouldn't they have scolded back fiercely when they caught the opportunity? But Chen Yuan did not. He was calm from the beginning to the end. It seemed that no matter how serious the humiliation was, he was able to handle it with a light heart. From this aspect, this was the aristocratic demeanor cultivated by a top-tier family. Sure enough, it was different from others. Suihan, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 60 points. This woman. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. Her goodwill drops fast and rises fast. It seemed that when your rich second-generation persona was set up, her goodwill towards you would rub off and skyrocket. And once the rich second-generation persona collapsed, the goodwill instantly cleared. And some girls are slow to warm up. Good sense will only increase little by little. There is also a big difference between women and women. Mr. Smoke, I came to the airport to pick up my sister, so I won't ramble on. I'll go in first. Zhang Haotian spoke. Alright, go ahead. Next time we'll have a date when we're free. Chen Yuan waved his hand as he planned to take a taxi back to the city center. Mr. Smoke, if you don't mind, why don't you take my car? It just so happens that we are both going back to the city center. On the way. In fact, just now it's all a little misunderstanding. I hope Mr. Smoke doesn't mind. Feng Xiuobu hurriedly apologized, although he hadn't said anything overly mocking before, but had also revealed a contemptuous gesture. Now, he was also a bit regretful. Why did he listen to Mimir's one-sided words? If not for that, he might have been able to hug Chief Smoke's thigh. The benefits of befriending a super godly man were much more important than a female anchor. No matter how beautiful the female anchor was, it was just entertainment. And one has to keep spending money on her. She will never stop cutting your leak. But with the superhero friendship, people can take you to make money. A consumption. A make money. The two are not comparable. Yes, brother Smoke Chief, let's get together. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Maybe I'm not feeling well in the past 2 days. That what came. My emotions are a bit off. Once I encounter things, I'm gross. Actually, I'm not usually that kind of person. Suihan explained with a sincere face, trying to salvage her image in Chen Yuan's mind. Alright, since it's on the way, let's go together. You guys don't have to keep apologizing. I really didn't take it to heart. Chen Yuan finished speaking, opened the back seat of the Bentley limousine and sat on it very naturally. Feng Xiaobo sighed in relief. Since Chief Smoke was willing to get into his car, it meant that there was an intention to put aside old suspicions. Sui Han similarly smiled slightly. Xiao Feng, you go to the front and sit in the passenger seat. I'll sit in the back with Mr. Smoke. Okay, just like that. Sui Han and Chen Yuan sat in the back seat. Feng Xiaobo did not say anything. He wouldn't get upset with a godly man for the sake of a woman. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The four people in the car didn't say much. Mainly, they didn't know where to speak from. Apologizing had already been said, and apologizing all the time didn't necessarily make Chief Smoke completely let go of his previous unpleasantness. At this time, Chen Yuan took out his cell phone, opened the Dragon Tooth Live app. Sui Han did not know if it was on purpose. Obviously there was a lot of space in the back seat. She had to be very close to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan could almost smell the faint fragrance on her body. The brand of perfume that this woman used was quite advanced. It doesn't give off a pungent and strong feeling. Instead, it is very natural and fresh, but the more natural the perfume, the higher the price. She was a popular anchor, so it was normal for her to be able to afford a top-notch perfume. Are you watching Dragon Tooth Live, Brother Smoke? It seems like you haven't gone to Shark Live in the last few days. Sui Han glanced at Chen Yuan's cell phone. It was discovered that he had tapped into a female anchor's live broadcast room. Then, Chapter 065, Collective Tremor. Ah, welcome Divine Hero Chief Smoke Greatly. General Smoke Greatly. How did you leave without a word yesterday? I sent you a private message in the background. If you see it, please reply. Chen Yuan. Entered the live room. It was none other than his classmate Ruwashi who had brushed his gift yesterday. Zhou Ruwashi's face value was extremely high, and her body was also very good. No matter her looks and temperament, she was not inferior to Sui Han next to him. It's even better than ever. However, Zhou Ruwashi is still only a student. Live broadcast is purely depending on the mood. 3 days fishing, 2 days sunshine net. When she is free, she broadcasts, and when she is not free, she does not broadcast. She had been live streaming at Dragon Tooth for several months, and had been in a lukewarm state, but there were quite a few tycoons who gave her rewards. Every month, she could earn more than $10,000. It was enough to support her usual living expenses. Zhou Ruwashi was satisfied with this state of life. She didn't have any ambitions either, but just yesterday afternoon around 2 o'clock, she just broadcasted it on a whim once in a while. Who knew that it had attracted the attention of the godly hero, General Smoke? General Smoke made a move. Sure enough, it blew up the whole scene. In just over half an hour's time, he had actually swiped over $30 million in gifts for her. She was almost so shocked that she began to doubt her life. Even the anchor Big Bunny, who was piking with her, was instantly petrified. In just one day yesterday, her live broadcast fans skyrocketed from 50,000 subscriptions to 300,000 subscriptions, an increase of 250,000 new fans. Not only that, the popularity of her live broadcast room, yesterday even exceeded 10 million. Even after yesterday's heat, when she started broadcasting today, the popularity of her live broadcast room remained stable at over 1 million. The nobles have also increased by several hundred. There seems to be a rhythm of fire. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that yesterday, General Smoke had swiped more than 30 million gifts for her, and even if she deducted the platform's share and deducted her personal income tax, she would still be able to share a huge amount of more than $10 million. More than 10 million. She, a student, had never thought that she could make so much money in a day. It's incredible. For the young anchor Zhou Ruwashi, Chief Smoke is simply a godlike existence. After she got off the air yesterday, focused on Chief Smoke's deeds, this mysterious tycoon, although he was generous and rewarded tens of millions of dollars every time, he didn't reward the same female anchor a second time. This is a law that she summarized herself. The broadcast started today. She didn't expect Chief Smoke to be able to descend on her live room again. It was only that she had just grown 250,000 new fans, and she needed to properly broadcast for a few days to solidify the popularity of her live room. But I didn't expect it. Just started broadcasting less than half an hour. Mr. Smoke actually descended again. Daryl was excited. Her blood began to boil. She had the feeling of being favored by the Emperor, as if she had been turned over to the cards again tonight. What song do you want to listen to, Mr. Smoke Greatly? Zhou Ruwashi's words just fell. A treasure map gift flew out. Wow, thank you Chief Smoke for the treasure map gift. Chief Smoke great. Don't send gifts as soon as you come. There were so many gifts sent yesterday that I'm still a little apprehensive inside. I feel like I'm dreaming. You continue to send so. I'm afraid I can only give my body in return. Anchor, I suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. Daryl, aren't you usually quite aloof? How come you've been conquered in 2 days in front of Mr. Smoke? Anchor 666. How dare you hit my Smokey's idea? You're afraid you're thinking of farting around. I just want to ask, Mr. Smoke, are you a fan of grass? The pop-ups flew up in the live broadcast room. Chen Yuan didn't bother with these pop-up beats. He just started giving gifts to Joe Ruoshi right in front of Suihan. $5,000 for a treasure map. It was as if Chen Yuan had swiped free glow sticks with ease and without a care in the world. This sending, it never stopped. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan swiped $10 million. Suihan's little pink face suddenly became incomparably shy, and the way she looked at Chen Yuan was as if she was looking at a gold mine. Suihan, favorability plus 10. Current favorability 70 points. Half an hour later, Suihan began to have a bit of trouble breathing, because just for a moment, Chen Yuan had already swiped more than $30 million for Ruoshi's classmate. More than $30 million? Suihan has been in the live streaming industry for close to 3 years. She hasn't earned $30 million in 3 years, but in just half an hour, Chen Yuan had swiped her 3 years of salary. She was a popular anchor, earning millions a month. If it was an ordinary person, wouldn't it be a lifetime's income, all swiped out? An hour later, Suihan choked. She was collecting gifts in the live broadcast room, and witnessing others rewarding her, but two different feelings. From the moment Chen Yuan got on the bus, for a whole hour, say it 3 times if it's important, he was all swiping gifts for classmate Daryl, never stopping. The treasure map had been given over 13,000, together with the previous rewards. The gifts he had given to classmate Daryl alone exceeded 100 million. Shocked, petrified, stunned, while her heart was in waves, Chen Yuan was a calm batch. From the beginning to the end, Chen Yuan had maintained a cloudy demeanor. It was as if what he had swiped out was not $60 to $70 million. It was just $6 or $7. It wasn't until this moment, Suihan truly realized just how terrifying Chief Smoke's strength was. Unimaginable, unpredictable. This was by no means just pretending. If you don't have a strong backbone to support you, how can you brush $60 to $70 million in one go in front of others and not change your face? Suihan's heart grew more and more regretful. She thought, if she hadn't offended General Smoke before, if she hadn't said so many unpleasant words, if she could have passed the test, maybe today this $60 to $70 million, Mr. Smoke would have swiped it for her. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Watching Chief Smoke brush gifts to other female anchors, not only did she not get angry, but she began to blame herself. Mr. Smoke was young and golden, with handsome looks and an extraordinary demeanor. This is completely the Prince Charming in her heart. How could she be blinded by lard? Even in front of Prince Charming, she showed that kind of ugly behavior, leaving this kind of bad impression. Too stupid, too much of a blunder. Chief Smoke's brother really gets more and more handsome the more you look at him, eh? Suihan, favorability plus 10. Suihan, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 90 points. Chen Yuan looked at Suihan's favorability that had soared to 90 points at the top of her head and was almost confused. I damn well just swiped tens of millions of gifts in front of you. This can also skyrocket favorability? Well, it seems that for some women, as long as you're rich, whatever you do is right and whatever you do is attractive. Oh my god, Brother Smoke Chief, you've already swiped 100 million for me? At this moment, apart from Suihan who was already shocked by Chen Yuan's huge handout, Dragon Tooth live streaming platform, Ruoshi's classmates live broadcast room, all the viewers, collectively trembled. Chapter 66, large-scale overturning scene. Smoke always too luxurious. 2 days swiped 100 million? More than 100 million, plus the reward for Shalala, 150 million in 3 days. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. Some people say I'm Mr. Smoke's lapdog. I say, what's wrong with being a dog? Woof woof woof. The pop-ups flew up in the live broadcast room. Daryl's classmates bowed 90 degrees in thanks. Just saying thank you was almost said hundreds of times. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was incomparably hot. In just 3 days, Chen Yuan had completely become the most deserving Dragon Tooth Snow. One godly hero. His fame in Dragon Tooth's live broadcast was even far above Sharkpox Sound. All the female anchors in the entire Dragon Tooth were all looking forward to Chief Smoke's visit. They were almost so envious of Daryl's classmates that their eyes were purple with envy. There are so many female anchors in Dragon Teeth, but Mr. Smoke has only taken a liking to Daryl. It's really too enviable. A small, unknown anchor, surprisingly obtained $100 million of reward. A lone share, there are tens of millions of dollars. With so much money, their own when the boss does not smell good? Still do a gross live broadcast? This was simply a step to heaven. Mr. Smoke, we have arrived. I have booked a seat at Zhao's private cuisine in front. Don't you think Zhao's private cuisine is not as large as a 5-star hotel? But when you eat here, the seat is definitely much harder to book than a 5-star hotel. Feng Xiaobo drove the Bentley luxury car into the parking lot. pointing to Zhao's private dining hall in front of him and said with conviction, "Zhao's private cuisine." Chen Yuan still had heard of it. This private kitchen was quite famous in Seoul, and it was rumored that the owner, Zhao Jiangwo, was once the Yanjing State Banquet chef. He had won countless gold medals in chef competitions, a cooking skill that had reached the realm of perfection. Even his disciples are comparable to Michelin 3-star chefs. The business of Zhao's private kitchen was too hot, and the restaurant was pursuing excellence. Therefore, they had a strange rule that they only accepted 50 table reservations per day. Sometimes, Zhao's private cuisine restaurant's reservations would even be lined up a month later. It's that exaggerated. If you want to eat real food, Seoul preferred Zhao's private cuisine. Yes, you can, Emperor Xiao. I didn't expect you to be able to get a reservation at Zhao's private cuisine. I've long heard that the delicacies here are one of the best. Today Emperor Xiao is treating me, so I'll be polite. Chen Yuan gave him a step down. Since they had invited you to dinner, they must be trying to erase their former enmity. Chen Yuan felt that there was no need to be too calculating. You sometimes have enemies that can turn into friends and friends that can turn into enemies. As long as there wasn't too much of a conflict of interest, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chen Yuan shut down the Dragon Tooth app, got off the car, and together with Feng Xiaobua, Sui Han, and Xiao Feng, the four of them walked towards Zhao's private restaurant. I don't know if Sui Han did it on purpose. He always deliberately leaned towards Chen Yuan's side. Chen Yuan had a straight figure, handsome appearance, and an unassuming temperament. Sui Han was tall, curvy, graceful, white and beautiful, and looked quite compatible with Chen Yuan. This pair of handsome men and women walked on the road, attracting the attention of many people. Walking into Zhao's private restaurant, the inside had a very elegant style. It wasn't the traditional Chinese style, but the Nordic minimalist style, clean and tidy. The environment is elegant, floor-to-ceiling window lighting design, crystal glass tabletop. Although business is booming, it doesn't look crowded and noisy. Chen Yuan had just walked into this private restaurant when he heard a mesmerizing piano melody. One could only see a beautiful woman with white clothes, a fairy-like temperament, and long hair like a waterfall, skillfully playing the famous piano piece City in the Sky. The piano piece of City in the Sky was very simple, but it was difficult to really play it well. This was because the track contained an extremely rich emotion. Wanting to incorporate such feelings into the piece and cause others to resonate with it was not a simple thing. However, the woman in white sitting on the piano chair in front of her fingers seemed to be like butterflies, moving and beautiful. The City in the Sky that she played almost instantly put people into a state of emotional resonance, showing the high level of playing. Chen Yuan froze for a moment after seeing this white beauty playing the piano. Mr. Smoke, this beauty is very spiritual, isn't she? She's not just any piano girl. She's none other than Zhao's private kitchen's daughter, Chef Zhao Jiangwo's only daughter, Zhao Yuqi. I've heard that there are quite a few rich gentlemen who are pursuing him. Feng Xiaobua gave Zhao Yuqi a rather admiring look. He then looked at the beautiful anchorwoman Sui Han beside him. There wasn't much difference in age between the two girls, and both had good figures, and even the difference in their face value wasn't that great. However, when they stood together, they could still feel that Zhao Yuqi's temperament was superior. Sui Han was slightly unconvinced when she saw a girl whose face value and appearance was not inferior to her own. She didn't know how to play the piano, but if it was compared to dancing, she felt that she could finish off the girl in front of her. She was Shark's #1 dancer, a popular anchor with millions of fans, and was the center of attention wherever she went, never willing to be compared to another girl. At this time, Sui Han did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but her hand unexpectedly held Chen Yuan's arm without moving. It seemed like she wanted to declare her sovereignty, and precisely at this moment, Zhao Yuqi finished playing the last note. She gently raised her head and was about to bow in gratitude, but she did not expect to see Chen Yuan at a glance. However, what she saw was not just Chen Yuan. There was also a fashionable beauty with white skin and long legs and thin waist who was holding Chen Yuan's arm. The relationship between them was self-evident. For a moment, Zhao Yuqi's face instantly turned pale. Almost all blood color was lost at once. She felt like she had suffered an unprecedented betrayal. A man who had given her a luxurious villa only a few days ago and made her fall in love with him. A man who had caused her heart to be in turmoil and had almost completely fallen. He actually turned around and got involved with another woman? Chen Yuan, are you? No, Yu Qi, listen to my explanation. Chen Yuan was also a bit confused. He really didn't expect that Zhao Yuqi was the daughter of Zhao's private restaurant. If he had known, he wouldn't have dined with Sui Han and Feng Xiaobua. Originally, it didn't matter if they dined together, and it could be explained if they happened to run into each other. But who knows if this Sui Han is sick in the head and happened to be in Zhao Yuqi's face, holding his arm. Nima, jumping into the yellow river would not be able to wash it away. Chen Yuan's mind was a bit fried. Who knew that he would suddenly come across this large-scale overturning scene? Sure a hell opening. It's too heartbreaking. It's too hard. Although Chen Yuan was not necessarily in love with Zhao Yuqi, the status of Zhao Yuqi in his mind was definitely much higher than Sui Han. Therefore, he decisively shook off Sui Han's hand that was holding his and chased after her, wanting to explain to Zhao Yuqi. What do you want to explain? Could it be that what I saw wasn't clear? Chen Yuan, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What exactly do you take me for? Chapter 067, Chen Yuan's Lullaby. Chen Yuan, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich? Do you think that just because you're rich, I'll be your mistress? Let me tell you, it's impossible. In my life, it's absolutely impossible for me, Zhao Yuqi, to share the same man with another woman, no matter who that person is. Zhao Yuqi spoke with a firm resolve. The way she looked at Chen Yuan, it was as if she was looking at a 10 evil scum, stepping on 2 boats with 1 foot. Such behavior had already touched the bottom line of morality and did not deserve any forgiveness at all. No matter what kind of explanation was made, it was all an excuse. Chen Yuan's mind quickly pondered on countermeasures. The key was, how could one defuse this rollover situation? Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Zhao Yuqi, good sense -5. Chen Yuan was only silent for a moment. Zhao Yuqi's goodwill had already begun to drop continuously. In this situation, no matter what kind of explanation he gave, it would be futile. It would only get darker and darker. The only way to break the situation was to turn passivity into initiative. Fellow student Yuki, do you have some kind of misunderstanding? We are just ordinary classmates. Why are you suddenly so hostile towards me? What kind of Shao San Shao Si? Aren't you thinking a bit too much? Chen Yuan opened his mouth and asked in return. Asking such a question directly confused Zhao Yuqi. She seemed to be indeed. She was not Chen Yuan's girlfriend yet. From the beginning to the end, people had not opened their mouths to confess their love, and they had not formalized their relationship. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Since they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, Chen Yuan's behavior of stepping on 2 boats didn't exist. He was a free single and naturally wanted to be with whomever he wanted to be with, and it was none of her Zhao Yuqi's business at all. No, it's not like that. If we're just ordinary classmates, why did you send me a luxurious villa? Why did you send me tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcasting room? Are you not chasing me? Zhao Yuqi's attitude eased a little, but she still questioned aggressively. Classmate Yuki, this matter is a long story. You should know that I didn't just give you a reward alone. During this period of time, I've been on all the major live streaming platforms. I don't know how much money I've already swiped, but in fact I have a bitter reason, Chen Yuan said, silently changing the topic. What are your hardships? Let's take a step to talk. I can tell you about this matter, but I mustn't let anyone else know, Chen Yuan said, pulling Zhao Yuqi's arm and walking to an unoccupied stairwell. Zhao Yuqi didn't resist either. Yuki, have you seen The Richest Tomato? I've seen it. Why are you asking? Since I've seen it, let's make it short. In fact, my situation is similar. I have a $50 billion inheritance to inherit. But the condition for inheriting this huge inheritance, you have to spend all $10 billion within a month, and you can't leave any assets behind. But my limitations aren't as much as those inside the movie, and the only requirement is that you can only spend money on girls. Now you understand, don't you? Why I bought you a villa, swiped gifts for you, and gave the same gifts to other female anchors. Actually, I can't help it. By the way, the girl you just saw is actually a female anchor of the Shark Life platform. She just flew over from Mordor today. Just because I gave her a reward of $10 million, she relied on me. In fact, I don't have anything to do with her. Chen Yuan gave a flippant speech. Incidentally, he explained his relationship with Sui Han. Zhao Yuqi suddenly learned such a powerful secret. She was a bit confused. You have a $50 billion inheritance to inherit? The condition of the inheritance is to spend all $10 billion within a month? Isn't this a damn plot inside a movie? Are you sure you're not telling a story? Originally, if someone else told this kind of thing, Zhao Yuqi wouldn't believe it at all and would just take it as a joke. But when Chen Yuan spoke these words, it suddenly gained a few credibility because he had indeed done so before. He was on all the major live streaming platforms, frantically rewarding female anchors with gifts. It was tens of millions of dollars without moving. For this reason, his girlfriend, Wu Xiaofei, had even specifically trolled Chen Yuan several times. She thought that Chen Yuan might be very philandering, and that when he saw a pretty anchor woman, he would love her. Nowadays, it seems that people do have their own reasons. Otherwise, even if it was Principal Wang, it would be impossible for him to reward the female anchor with so much money for no reason. Thinking about it this way, the reason why Chen Yuan bought her a $60 million mansion and villa was just to fulfill the family mission and inherit a $50 billion inheritance. It was true that people did not chase her. She had actually made a fool of herself. I'll go. How embarrassing. Zhao Yuqi blushed. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. First, Chen Yuan did not chase her. Second, she and Chen Yuan were not boyfriend and girlfriend. According to the above conditions, Chen Yuan's reason for having his feet in two boats was not valid at all. He was not a scum. Moreover, Chen Yuan had also explained that the girl who had just held his hand was just a female anchor on the shark platform who had fallen for him. The other party had just flown over from Mordor today, so how could she have any kind of illicit relationship with Chen Yuan? Thinking about it this way, she simply didn't have any reason to lose her temper. You're not even someone's girlfriend, so what qualifications do you have to point at someone's nose and curse them? Simply by seeing a girl holding his hand? You're standing on the moral high ground to criticize people? Don't be ridiculous. Sorting out the relationship clearly, the angle that Zhao Yuji was thinking from was different. Different relationships naturally require different things. It was also easier to think from the other person's perspective. The point was, Chen Yuan actually had a $50 billion inheritance to inherit? What a huge amount of assets that was. If other girls knew about it, there was no telling how many Thai foxes would have to be attracted over to seduce Chen Yuan. He was young, golden, handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor, and had tens of billions of dollars of inheritance waiting to be inherited. Such a top-notch golden son-in-law, the modern version of Prince Charming. You, Zhao Yuqi, are not necessarily worthy of him. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, it's me who misunderstood you. I shouldn't have scolded you in front of so many people just now. Zhao Yuqi apologized in a small voice. After saying that, she lowered her head. It's fine. It's good that you can understand me. On the contrary, if during this period of time, my behavior has caused you to misunderstand, I'm really sorry. Maybe I should have made it clear to you earlier. In fact, after what happened with Lin Shudong, I don't even want to get into a relationship in a short period of time. All I want to do is to complete the mission and inherit the family legacy quickly, Chen Yuan said with a fond reminiscent face. It seemed that after having his heart broken, he didn't want to start his next relationship right away, so that it was also a form of respect for past relationships. Of course, Chen Yuan saying this was merely a precaution. He would probably continue to give rewards to other female anchors in the future, as well as continue to flirt with other girls, so that he didn't even have to find an excuse. Simply perfect. Chapter 068, Shocking Reversal. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 1. Current favorability, 91 points. Chen Yuan's wave of strength flimflam not only made Zhao Yuji's goodwill, which had fallen, rise back up again, but actually increased by a little bit, although it was only 1 point. But the higher up the favorability level went, the harder it was to raise it, especially after 90 points. Every bit of goodwill raised was quite difficult. In fact, after Chen Yuan explained it clearly, Zhao Yuqi was a little hard inside. This was because she realized that Chen Yuan had never genuinely liked her from the start, nor had he pursued her, and that people were merely there to complete the task of inheriting the legacy. But at the same time, she had a hard time in her heart. She appreciated Chen Yuan's character more and more. This precisely showed that Chen Yuan was not a casual man who had just broken up with Lin Shudong and could turn his head to pursue another woman. This kind of seamless transition was actually a kind of scummy behavior. Previously, Zhao Yuqi had always had reservations about Chen Yuan's attitude, because Chen Yuan had pursued her seamlessly and even rewarded other female anchors online. It was impossible to say that she wasn't jealous and didn't have any doubts about Chen Yuan's character. It was impossible for a person with even more merits to completely cover up shortcomings. But this wave of explanation from Chen Yuan, it let her know that people weren't simply seeing color, nor were they losers who haphazardly swiped money for female anchors. He had spent all $10 billion and could still inherit $50 billion. He was only doing it to fulfill the task of the successor. He had justifiable reasons. Moreover, although Chen Yuan said it was simple on his lips, could the task of actually inheriting a $50 billion inheritance be so simple? Naturally, it could not be. He was apparently breezy on the surface, but in fact, he didn't know how much pressure he was under behind the scenes. How could a family with tens of billions of dollars of assets not have a lot of rivalries? Chen Yuan had told her such an important secret. This showed that her position in Chen Yuan's mind was somewhat different. After conducting a wave of self-brainstorming, Zhao Yuqi's eyes began to become softer and softer as she looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I really didn't know that it turned out that you were under so much pressure. Compared to you, I'm really too naive and have been misunderstanding you. I'm really sorry. What? Did I bear a lot? How come I don't know myself? Where the hell were you thinking? Chen Yuan's head was filled with question marks. He felt that Zhao Yuqi might have usually watched a bit too many soap operas. She always liked to make up some storylines on her own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such godly words. So you really understand me? Chen Yuan didn't know what was going on in her mind. But anyway, it was definitely correct to say something like you understand me. Zhao Yuqi, +1 favorability. Current favorability, 92 points. Asterisk 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 that's okay? Just like that. Chen Yuan pulled Zhao Yuqi to talk about it in the stairwell for 5 minutes. Then he took her from back to the restaurant. Before going out, the entire hall saw that Zhao Yuqi was so angry that she couldn't wait to eat Chen Yuan alive. Such a scummy man, who had his feet in 2 boats and was captured alive by his girlfriend on the spot, should be broken into pieces, otherwise it would be hard to get rid of the hate in his heart. But 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuqi came back. Her face returned to normal, and she still had a shy face, even following behind Chen Yuan's ass. Very guilty? What the hell question mark? What question mark? Feng Shoubo pushed the golden glasses on his face. Almost his jaw dropped in shock. A dumbfounded, jaw-dropped, confused on the spot. He had just watched very clearly. The relationship between Chief Smoke and Zhao Yuqi was clear at a glance. This kind of death situation of being caught live by his real girlfriend and turning over on the spot. In his opinion, there was no solution at all. It could only get darker and darker. Zhao Yuqi's reaction also didn't look like it could be coaxed, but Smoke always pulled her to the stairwell. 5 minutes. It only took 5 minutes. The death flip situation, surprisingly, had a shocking reversal. Zhao Yuqi as well. She not only completely well, but instead showed a face of guilt, as if the one who just overturned the car was not Chief Smoke himself, but the female party made a mistake. It's too awesome. This is also too powerful. This kind of God's mysterious technique of picking up girls is simply a show until your scalp goes numb. He's like a saint of love, isn't he? How can he solve the game of death perfectly? It's not scientific. It's really unscientific. Feng Shoubo is already 36 years old. He even had an impulse to worship the master. If he had the skill of picking up girls like Mr. Smoke, the yellow-faced woman at home would have been tamed by him. Where was the need to act like a thief every time he came out? I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood just now and it affected everyone's dining. I apologize to everyone. Zhao Yuqi first apologized to the other diners, then turned her head to Feng Shoubo and Suihan and said with a big smile, "You guys are Chen Yuan's friends, right? Since you're his friends, then you're my friends. I'll buy this meal today." No, MS. Zhao, we agreed that it's my treat today. Feng Shoubo immediately said politely. That's fine. Chen Yuan's friend is my friend. It's all our own restaurant. Don't be polite. Zhao Yuqi said this as if she was talking to Feng Shoubo, but in reality, the words revealed a meaning. Her relationship with Chen Yuan was not ordinary. It was one of their own, not something that some people could just instigate. Want to seduce a man? You don't look at whose territory this is. Suihan obviously also heard Zhao Yuqi's meaning, but she didn't care at all. How could an outstanding godly big brother like General Smoke not have a few confidants by his side? There were 4 or 5 female anchors who had rewarded her with huge gifts alone. She never counted anything either. Looking at Zhao Yuqi's appearance, she probably wasn't Chief Smoke's real girlfriend either. Otherwise how could it be coaxed in a few words? Since none of us are Mr. Smoke's real girlfriend, what do you think you're being so bossy about? Everyone is fair game. We all have a chance. When you meet a good man, you should take the initiative and snatch him up. Those hangers-on that no woman likes are the ones she can't look at. Happiness is something you have to earn. Suihan had fought for 3 years in the live broadcasting world, and had come one step at a time from a small anchor that no one asked for. She deeply understands this truth. You don't fight, you don't grab, and in the end, the only one who suffers is you. Come on, sit down and eat. You've been hungry all day. Chen Yuan waved his hand and found a seat in the restaurant. Zhao Yuqi immediately followed suit and sat on his left-hand side without hesitation. Suihan also did not show any weakness and sat on Chen Yuan's right-hand side. The atmosphere was inexplicably somewhat tense. A smell of gunpowder filled the air. Mr. Smoke. In fact, I still want to explain about what happened at noon. 2 years ago, I was still a small anchor, and at that time, I talked about a boyfriend who was the top one in my live room, and he was very generous. Later met, I found him this person not only funny and humorous, looks also passable, is a mature uncle, very good at taking care of people, and then together, I fell in love with him for a year. I really love him, almost give all, but in the end, he not only and my best friend got together, but also cheat my money. I worked so hard to live a year's salary, all of which he borrowed on the pretext of doing business, and because of a contract loophole, I couldn't get my money back. Since that time, I've been very sensitive about waterbenders who borrow money, and it was because of this incident that I overreacted at the airport. I really didn't mean it. Suihan's eyes were red and her tone was incomparably sincere. She seemed to have truly remembered the unbearable heartbreak she had once experienced. Chapter 69. Brother has a big appetite. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. If it was anyone else, they might have really been impressed by Suihan's sincere and incomparable tone, completely forgetting about the previous unpleasantness. This was because she had found just the right amount of excuses to create a trace of sympathy. It was also easier to understand why she was so realistic in gold digging. However, Chen Yuan seemed to have just used this trope to lull Zhao Yuqi into a fit. You turned around and used the same ruse to fool me? May I ask if you're being funny? The story you made up is even more dogmatic than mine. You thought about it for over an hour and this is it? Chen Yuan snorted in his heart. However, on the surface, he revealed a hint of sympathy. So you've had such an unpleasant experience. Same end of the world. In fact, I've had similar experiences before. I get you. Chen Yuan nodded his head and said. He really seemed to have completely let go of the unpleasant experience of being mocked at the airport. Suihan, +1 favorability. Current favorability, 91 points. As expected, girls seem to particularly enjoy hearing the words I understand you. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you really understand or not. As long as you say you understand, follow her words, and show understanding and empathy, she will show favoritism towards you. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you understand or not. Just say that you understand. Smoke Total Brother. Think you can understand me. By the way, I still do not know the Smoke Total Brother's real name. My name is Chen Yuan. So it's Chen Yuan. The conversation between Chen Yuan and Suihan made Zhao Yuqi sigh in relief. She hadn't expected that after half a day, she wouldn't even know Chen Yuan's name. It seemed that Chen Yuan had indeed not lied to her and they had only just met. Shameless green tea. Holding a man's arm when you just met him. If you knew that Chen Yuan had $50 billion in assets waiting to be inherited, wouldn't you just pounce on him raw? Zhao Yuqi thought with contempt in her heart. No more idle chit-chat. My stomach is starving. Hurry up and order the food. Order the food. Chen Yuan picked up the menu and changed the topic. 1 order of this snowflake fatty beef. 1 order of superb braised pork as well. And dry pot spicy chicken. Steamed Eastern Star Garupa. Australian lobster. Poached little yellow fish. Farmer's stir-fried pork. Bird's nest lotus seed soup. 1 order of all these dishes. Chen Yuan looked at the menu. Casually ordered 7 or 8 dishes. It didn't cost him any money anyway. Zhao's private dishes were generally on the expensive side. A very common farmhouse stir-fried meat cost 108. A steamed Eastern Star spot was more than 2,000. The 7 or 8 dishes that Chen Yuan ordered casually added up to over $10,000. It's really expensive. It's simply a black store. In other small restaurants, people's stir-fried pork is only $20 a serving. You're selling it for 108, which is 5 times more expensive. Chen Yuan began to spit in his heart. Usually he only ate in the school cafeteria. Even if he had time to go out to the restaurant, a few students together, usually not more than 500. If it was more than 1,000, it would definitely be a party of more than a dozen people. For Chen Yuan, a few people eating and spending more than $10,000 was a real luxury. Half an hour later, it's too delicious. The flavor is too righteous. Just one of the most common farmhouse stir-fried meat, using the leanest ingredients. Really fragrant. It was true that when people sell expensive food, there is a reason for it to be expensive. Yuqi, the flavor of this restaurant of yours is really good. Zhao's private cuisine can have such a great reputation in Seoul. It really lives up to its name. Chen Yuan complimented and began to wolf down his food. He had a large meal, and the more he ate, the more flavorful it became. Really, Chen Yuan, if you think it's delicious, then come often in the future. I'll ask someone to reserve a seat especially for you. In fact, all these dishes are just dishes made by my dad's apprentice. If my dad cooks it himself, that's the real delicacy. If you don't come back to my house, I'll ask my dad to cook it for you personally. Not too good. You don't have to be nervous. I'm just kidding too. Ha ha. Zhao Yuqi laughed and spat out her tongue, revealing a well-behaved and cute look. This meal, Chen Yuan ate with considerable satisfaction. This was the real expert. General Smoke deserves to be General Smoke. A mountain of thunder without changing his face. Awesome. At this time, Lu Wenji's phone suddenly called. Hello, little Chen. Do you have time tomorrow? What for? It's like this. Tomorrow's high school reunion. It's initiated by class president Jean Menjiang, and it just happens to be Sunday. Are you going to go? No, it's not much fun. Oh, but I heard that the class president called Xiao Ruoyu to this gathering. Hearing the name Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk and his breath was taken. Chapter 070, Heiji Sakura's favorability inexplicably skyrockets. Xiao Ruoyu was the goddess of Chen Yuan's high school days. It was also his first love. 16 years old. The first time his heart raced. The first time he blushed. The first time he was too nervous to speak. In front of this girl, Chen Yuan did not even have the courage to confess his love. Until he graduated from high school, he was just looking at her silently in the crowd. This is a brilliant girl, and Chen Yuan is as humble as a grain of dust. In retrospect, he was not afraid to confess, but he was self-aware. How could Xiao Ruoyu like him? This is simply impossible. Since it was impossible, why make a fool of himself? The number of times a man's heart thumps is limited. Perhaps the youthful budding teenage years are the easiest for the heart to flutter. He will also remember a girl to death because of the first heart-thumping feeling, and will not forget it until many years later. But as he got older, he met more and more girls. Even if he meets a very beautiful girl later, he will not produce the feeling of heartbeat acceleration when he was a young teenager. Maybe he's seen too much, looked down on it, and doesn't care. Or maybe the heart room has already lived in a person. It is difficult to live in a second person. Until years later, he would become more and more casual. Casual because who is not her anyway? Chen Yuan was silent for a full 10 seconds before he spoke. Where is the party tomorrow? Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Kyushu Hotel. Another mention. This guy Li Yuntao will also be there. After so many years, this kid is still a thief. Lu Wenjie reminded. Li Yuntao in the high school period is the school inside the excellent 3 good students, class advanced cadres, and later on went to the Huaxia Geological University. The same 985 high school students, and the family conditions are very good. Dad is the leader of the education bureau. When the college entrance examination was over, Li Yuntao confessed to Xiao Ruoyu in public, although later rejected. But he still did what many boys wanted to do but didn't dare to do. It's fine, I'm free tomorrow. Chen Yuan hung up the phone, not knowing what he felt in his heart. It was complicated anyway. At this time, Suihan sent him another WeChat. Brother Smoke Chief, people will be live streaming later. Will you come to the live room to watch me? Will. Chen Yuan absent-mindedly typed back. He had actually planned to stop swiping gifts for Suihan. However, after careful consideration, Suihan's favorability towards him was only 4 points short of a reversal. The more gifts he swiped now, the more dog-licking gold that would be returned soon. There was absolutely no need to mess with money. It was also time for the prestige of Godly Smoke Chief to solidify a wave in the Shark platform. Chen Yuan opened the system layout and looked at Suihan's dog-licking progress bar. Name, Suihan. Stage name, Mimir. Current favorability, 91 points. Dog-licking gold consumption, 10. 2 million. Reverse return bonus, 1. 020, 000, uncompleted. Bonus reinforcement points, 25 points, not completed. Bonus skill, dance mastery, incomplete. Look at Zhao Yuki's progress again. Name, Zhao Yuchi. Stage name, Kiki Cutie. Current favorability, 92 points. Dog licking gold spending amount, 65 million. Reverse return bonus, 6.5 million, uncompleted. Bonus reinforcement points, 25 points, not completed. Bonus skill, master piano proficiency, incomplete. Name, Lin Shudong. Current favorability, 95 points. Current status, reverse success. Name, Su Lele. Current favorability, 96 points. Current status, reverse attack success. Name, Hiji Sakura. Current favorability, 76 points. Lick dog gold consumption amount, 0. Reverse attack return bonus, 0. Uncompleted. Bonus reinforcement points, 22 points, uncompleted. Bonus skill, dance mastery, uncompleted. There were a total of 5 girls who were currently bound to dog licking. Among them, Lin Shudong and Su Lele had already succeeded in their rebellion. He had also received a generous reward. Zhao Yuchi and Suihan, both of whom had reached over 90 points of favorability as well, were just short of the most crucial wave to be able to make a comeback. What surprised Chen Yuan was Hiji Sakura. It seemed like he had never spent a single cent on Hiji Sakura. He had only clashed with Li Yang twice, punched Li Yang in the face twice, and showed off a wave of luxury cars in passing. However, he remembered that at that time, Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him was only 25 points. How come a few days gone, inexplicably rose to 76 points of goodwill? Could it be that without doing anything, favoritism could also rub upward? Chen Yuan was stunned. Could it be that Hiji Sakura knows the identity of my smoke chief? Or maybe it's because the event of Running Man's online firestorm has made her heart beat faster and it's hard for her to hold herself back? Chen Yuan could only think of these two aspects. That's right, this really made Chen Yuan guess. After Chen Yuan's video went viral on the internet, Hiji Sakura inexplicably had some regrets in her heart. She did not regret breaking up with Li Yang. Rather, she regretted not leaving WeChat for Chen Yuan. Not only was this man invincible on the track and field, sweeping away invincible and suppressing everything, even his true identity was so extraordinary. A rich young man who drives a Rolls-Royce. Surprisingly, he was so low-key at school. He has amazing strength, but he doesn't like to pretend to show off. If it wasn't for Li Yang being aggressive and making a fool of himself, he wouldn't even bother pretending in front of him. Thinking about it, Chen Yuan was simply hundreds of times better than Li Yang, and Li Yang still has a bad temper. These 2 days, Hiji Sakura brushed the pox tone, and every time she saw Chen Yuan's video, she regretted it in her heart. Somehow, she felt as if she liked Chen Yuan, although in reality, she and Chen Yuan had only met twice. But on the contrary, these 2 times, Chen Yuan had left an incomparably deep impression in her mind. This caused her to become more and more handsome the more she looked at this video later on. The more her heart was moved by it. Every day, she couldn't wait to repeat the brush a few hundred times. Lake University Girls Dormitory 708. Stop Cherry, today is Saturday. Aren't you going out with your boyfriend? You're swiping videos every day. You've watched the Running Man video hundreds of times, right? Aren't you tired of it? Roommate Joe Chang asked. Li Yang and I have broken up. He's a scum. I've decided that Running Man is my next boyfriend. Don't be funny. Do you know who Running Man is? Of course I know. This story is a bit long-winded. At that time I was watching the game in the school playground. There was a very handsome-looking boy suddenly rushed over and accosted me, also looking for me to ask for WeChat. I didn't give it to him. He must have been very lost. And then in order to prove himself he rushed onto the racetrack. This person is nowadays fiery Pox Sound Running Man? Hiji Sakura said with conviction. What? Running Man is on fire because of you? You don't want to brag. Shao Sakura. I know you like Running Man. You like sporty guys. But you can't dump your boyfriend just because you like an Edison. Or an Edison whose face you can't even see. Zhou Qing advised. Just now I saw downstairs. Li Yang held a bouquet of roses and set up 999 candles. Ready to apologize to you. A roommate who had just returned to the dormitory said to Hiji Cherry. Apologize? Now you know to apologize? It's too late. No matter what, you'd better go down and take a look. You have to make things clear, don't you? At this time, Chen Yuan returned to the school. He just walked into the school gate and when he passed by the library, he found that there were a lot of people over at the girls' dormitory. A huge swath. Many people were taking pictures with their cell phones and making noise. Chen Yuan walked towards the crowd with a gossipy curiosity. Chapter 071 Attracting Girls with Talent 2. Wow, is this Li Yang, the captain of the track and field team? He's quite handsome. Li Yang is not only the captain of the track and field team, it is said that the family is also a company. Assets of several tens of millions of it. See next to the BMW 7 Series. Junior students, how many can afford to drive a BMW? Li Yang is so good. This Hiji Cherry is not a brain problem. Such a boyfriend to dump? She does not just rely on her own good looks. Big breasts, long legs, what's the big deal? Among a group of onlookers, there were a few girls who were jealous. They seemed to have a crush on Li Yang. Therefore, they especially disliked Hiji Sakura. Last year when she first enrolled in school, as a freshman, Hijizwa Cherry made a splash at the New Year's Day Gala. She attracted many outstanding seniors to pursue her. This caused many girls to look down on her. Later on, Li Yang, in the competition of a bunch of seniors pursuing her, managed to overcome all the rivals and spend a small half a year to win Hiji Cherry's heart. But this is only talking for a month. Actually want to break up? Hiji Sakura is really too much. Different from the girls' thoughts, the boys think that Li Yang, this dog is really lucky. Hiji Sakura in this freshman schoolgirls, absolutely counted as one of the most beautiful schoolgirls. Not only was her face value super high, the most important thing was that she was rippling, rising and falling, and possessed an S-shaped curve. This guy Li Yang was not relying on the fact that his family had $2 stinking. Otherwise how could he catch up with such a tempting schoolgirl? The good cabbage simply let the pig go over. Down. More than cherry down. Chen Yuan got closer and realized that it was actually this guy Li Yang who was apologizing to Hiji Sakura. He was downstairs in the girls' dormitory, using candles to set up a huge heart shape, holding 99 roses in his hand. He knelt down on one knee. Then there was a BMW 7 Series parked next to it. Luxury car, flowers, candles, love, plus onlookers. The atmosphere is there. Sincerity is also there. Under normal circumstances, Hiji Sakura should forgive him. After all, this is not a confession, but an apology. Li Yang is willing to spend this kind of effort, enough to show that the sincerity is full, but also give enough face to Hiji Cherry. But the result of things, often unexpected. Hiji Cherry just went downstairs. Surprisingly, she spotted Chen Yuan, who was spectating in the crowd. At a glance, Shao Sakura, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper towards you that day. I know I'm wrong. Forgive me. Li Yang walked to Hiji Sakura's front, handed out flowers with both hands and said in a sincere tone, You go away. Hiji Cherry did not catch his flowers. Instead, she trotted all the way to Chen Yuan. I'm sorry that day actually why don't we add a WeChat? Hiji Sakura stammered as she spoke, a shy look on her face. This time, she actually took the initiative to ask Chen Yuan for a WeChat. In a flash, the entire audience was dumbfounded. A group of melon eaters were dumbfounded. Li Yang's face turned green. It felt like a green hat had been placed on his head. It almost made him so angry that he spat out blood. Isn't Hiji Sakura Li Yang's girlfriend? What is she doing? Flirting with a man in front of him? Isn't this scum Chen Yuan? The number one scum on our campus for him. The three beauties Lin Shudong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi all send him breakfast, and now even Li Yang's girlfriend. He's trolling him? Why do I feel like he's awesome? His reputation is so stinky, but there are still girls who take the initiative to throw themselves at him? Hiji Sakura is deliberately pissing off Li Yang? Or for the sake of Chen Yuan, she really wants to dump Li Yang? Watching the melon-eating crowd pointing their fingers, Li Yang only felt a loss of face. For a man, there was nothing more humiliating than being trolled in front of his face. Li Yang was furious. He was really angry. It felt like there was a flame burning in his chest, completely destroying his sanity. You paralyzed. Chen Yuan, if I don't get you killed today, I won't be surnamed Li. Li Yang stormed over in fury. Swinging his fist towards Chen Yuan's face was a punch. He was the captain of the track and field team of the gymnasium. His body was strong and tall. His explosive power was amazing. Usually the usual 2 or 3 boys, combined, would not necessarily be able to beat him. But the person he was facing today was Chen Yuan. Li Yang's speed is fast. Chen Yuan's speed is even faster. Li Yang's explosive power was strong. Chen Yuan's explosive power was even stronger. The moment he swung his fist, with lightning speed, Chen Yuan kicked him out. Li Yang quickly charged again. Then he was kicked out again. In less than 2 minutes, Li Yang was beaten down by Chen Yuan. A gymnasium slugger was completely no match for Chen Yuan. A sickly kid from the literature department? What the hell? Is all your strong tendon meat just for show? You can't even beat Chen Yuan. This literature faculty's punk? Simply disgracing the face of the Physical Education Academy. Impossible. Why can't I beat him? Li Yang somewhat began to doubt life. Remember 3 years ago, he rode on Chen Yuan's neck and slapped him. This little pussy brat didn't even have any resistance at all. He could beat him as much as he wanted, humiliate as much as he wanted. But 3 years later, not only did Chen Yuan pry his girlfriend to his face, he couldn't even win a fight. Compared to sprinting, he lost. Compared to a luxury car, he lost again. Compared to a girl, he still lost. Now he even lost in a fight. Li Yang's mind collapsed. Hiji Sakura, you, how dare you betray me? Chen Yuan, you wait for me. This matter will not be settled. Li Yang put down a vicious sentence, and immediately fled in ashes. If you don't leave, are you waiting to be made a fool of? You're crazy. What the hell did I do to you? Chen Yuan was quite speechless. He admitted that he did have a bad relationship with Li Yang, but apart from the first time he deliberately targeted a wave on the track and field course, on the other 2 occasions, he had not taken the initiative to provoke the other party. On the contrary, it was just this guy Li Yang who tried to pretend to be a bully in front of him and ended up being punched in the face. This matter today was purely an accident as well. He was just watching the fun. Who knew that he would innocently lie down? Your girl took the initiative to tease me. So blame me? You damn well wanted to hit me. It's impossible for me not to fight back, right? And this blames me again? Chen Yuan shook his head. He was about to leave when Hiji Sakura suddenly ran up to him again. Her fingers were clasped together. Her face was shy, and inside her big round eyes, it seemed as if pink bubbles were popping up. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was very fiery. Chen Yuan, you're too good. I didn't expect you to be so good. Even Li Yang couldn't beat you. Have you practiced? Hiji Sakura, favorability +5. Hiji Sakura, favorability +5. Hiji Sakura, favorability +5. Current favorability, 91 points. Hiji Sakura directly ignored Li Yang. This girl with big breasts and long legs seemed to be a bit of an advocate of violence, which was probably why she liked athletic boys. Chen Yuan completely did not expect that Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him would actually grow so fast. In total, he had only met 3 times, and his favorability had already increased to 91 points. Moreover, he had never spent a single penny on Hiji Sakura. Could it be that brother has already reached the profound realm where he doesn't need to spend money and can attract girls with his talent? Chapter 072, A Wave of Scum. The words were split into 2. Just as Hiji Sakura was chasing after Chen Yuan for contact information, on the other side, Zhao Yuqi returned to the girl's apartment. She had just returned to the girl's apartment when her best friend Wu Xiaofei walked over with a tangled face. Chi-Chi, there's something I don't know whether to tell or not. If I don't say it, I'm worried that you'll be fooled. But if I say it, I'm afraid that you'll be sad. Wu Xiaofei stammered. Zhao Yuqi's heart thumped. It was thought that something bad had happened. It's fine. Go ahead. Chi-Chi, I advise you not to contact this scum Chen Yuan in the future. You probably don't know how excessive he really is. Zhao Yuqi was confused in her heart. Why did you bring it back to Chen Yuan? What did he do? Chi-Chi, take a look for yourself. This is the Weibo hot search that just came out this afternoon. Zhao Yuqi glanced at the cell phone handed over by Wu Xiaofei. only to see the microblog headline read, Absolute God Lonely 1 Cigarette, 3 days wildly brushing 150 million, obscure small anchor, one day rose millions of powder, become the new nobility of the live broadcasting world. This microblogging hot search came out in just a few hours. The comments below have already exceeded 20,000 plus. See, Chi-Chi, these 2 days I've been paying attention to the movements of Lonely a Cigarette for you. Who knows that Chen Yuan? This scum is so cunning. He doesn't go to Shark Live, and doesn't go to Pox Tone, but instead he ran to the Dragon Tooth Live, which I've never paid attention to, and also gave the 2 female anchors, and furiously brushed 150 million. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's $150 million, especially that Ruwashi student. Chen Yuan's gift reward for her alone was more than 100 million. I originally thought that he bought you a mansion and a villa because he intended to be devoted to you. But look, it's only been 2 days since we've met. What has he done? This philandering carrot, scum, is simply playing with your feelings. He is a loser, and so continue to brush it off. Even if there is more money in the family, it will be lost by him. Simply angry with me. Rotten mud cannot help the wall. The more Wu Xiaofei said, the more angry he became. What Chen Yuan had done was simply unforgivable and too numerous to mention. He was simply an unreliable object as he flirted with female anchors all over the internet. But, after Zhao Yuqi heard this outburst from her, nonetheless, she didn't feel any shock over this matter. Instead, she was very calm. Fei, don't badmouth Chen Yuan in front of me in the future. You don't understand him at all. And also, he swiped gifts for the female anchor. I know about this matter. What? Wu Xiaofei was confused, shocked. She really couldn't figure out what was going on in Zhao Yuqi's heart. Since you knew that Chen Yuan swiped gifts for other female anchors behind your back, and also swiped huge amounts of gifts, why aren't you angry at all? Could it be that you've been brainwashed? Any woman would be angry if she knew such a thing. Ha, Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you? Have you really been seduced by a scummy man? Chen Yuan, this he really isn't a good thing. Why don't you listen to advice? Wu Xiaofei said bitterly. Xiaofei, if you say this again I'm really angry. What kind of person is Chen Yuan? I'm very clear in my heart. He gave the female anchor a reward gift, but also another reason. You are not allowed to denigrate him again. Do you hear me? Zhao Yuqi's face sank, and she suddenly said to Wu Xiaofei with incomparable seriousness. She seemed to really resent her best friend badmouthing Chen Yuan behind his back. Crazy, you're really crazy. Wu Xiaofei revealed a look of disbelief. She really didn't expect that she was kind enough to help her bestie solidify the scumbag. Instead of being grateful to her, Zhao Yuqi defended Chen Yuan at every turn. Was this Nima under the spell? You're still obsessed even after all this? Are you out of your mind? Because of this matter, Zhao Yuqi and Wu Xiaofei had a fight. If Chen Yuan knew about this, he would probably be very glad that he had taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, even if there was no overturned bureau today, after this wave of solid whacking by Wu Xiaofei, Zhao Yuji's favorability towards him would have dropped rapidly. It would even be antipathy. Moreover, if this matter was not dealt with in time, even if Chen Yuan made up an excuse later, Zhao Yuqi would not necessarily believe it. On the contrary, Chen Yuan had taken precautions in advance. If Wu Xiaofei is going to hammer on it, then you're just stirring up trouble, talking about it, and maligning it. The order of the actual hammer is different. The effect is completely different. Zhao Yuqi, good sense +1. Current favorability, 93 points. On Chen Yuan's way back to his dorm room, he suddenly realized that Zhao Yuji's favorability towards him had increased by another point. What's going on? What's wrong with Zhao Yuqi again? Could it be that she has triggered some hidden plot again? Chen Yuan was confused. It felt like these women were all a bit confused lately. Hiji Sakura was also like this, inexplicably increasing her favorability. Zhao Yuqi actually appeared like this as well? It seems that brother's charm has indeed reached the supreme realm of attracting girls without spending money. This is, perhaps, the troubles of handsome men. Chen Yuan leisurely sighed. Returning to the dormitory, he laid down on the bed, then opened the Shark Live broadcast, entered the live room of Millet Children, and began to brush rockets for her. Smoke total you're back. Smoke total atmosphere. Smoke total awesome. Smoke total in the dragon tooth brush 100 million. Finally back to the shark to pretend. It feels like Chief Smoke, alone, can hang all the tycoons. Wow. Thank you for the super rocket sent by Brother Smoke Chief. Wahahaha. Xiaomier said with a surprised face. It seemed like that unpleasant incident had finally passed. Chief Smoke had really forgiven her, or else he wouldn't have continued to swipe gifts for him. On the other side, Wu Xiaofei was a bit unconvinced after being taught a lesson by Zhao Yuqi. In her heart, she had already decided that Chen Yuan was a scum. She absolutely couldn't let her bestie fall deeper into this. It was necessary to make Zhao Yuqi come to her senses. Wu Xiaofei opened Shark Live. She originally didn't have any hopes, but as soon as she came in, she found a live room with exploding heat. On the world's public screen, a divine hero was brushing super rockets for the anchor millet. This person is not lonely a cigarette, and who is it? Could you scum Chen Yuan? Originally I was thinking of collecting evidence to continue the actual hammer. I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. If I don't beat you to death in this wave, I won't be surnamed Wu. Kiki, hurry over and take a look at the microblog screenshot just now. I won't say anything, but look at this guy Chen Yuan. What is he doing now? Wu Xiaofei righteously pointed at the computer screen. The ID lonely a cigarette on it had already brushed more than 1,000 super rockets to the anchor mirror, and there was no trend of stopping at all. At this time, Zhao Yuqi slowly walked over. P.S. To recommend a divine work I can imposter 10,000 world's big brother. Author, Pinyin Alphabet. This book is very good. Is handsome a group inside the friends? Book shortage friends. You can go to turnover. Chapter 073, I've even changed my ing shoes. See, Chen Yuan, this scumbag, is sending rockets to other female anchors. Wu Xiaofei clasped her hands over her chest. She wanted to see Zhao Yuqi's face turn pale. However, it did not. Zhao Yuqi's face remained calm, even though she had witnessed that Chen Yuan was sending rockets to other female anchors. But it was still a calm batch. I know this female anchor. I even had dinner with her today, and she's trying to seduce Chen Yuan by all means, Zhao Yuqi said with some disgust. Had dinner together? Yes, me, her, Chen Yuan, all three together. Zhao Yuqi nodded her head. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofei had been shocked to the point of petrification. She was dumbstruck, completely incredulous. She looked at Zhao Yuqi. Was this still the #1 beauty of the arts academy she knew? Was this still the high-minded and proud Huda University schoolflower? Could you already be humble enough to not mind the existence of other women for the sake of Chen Yuan? My goodness, you're the school beauty. How did you turn into a licking dog now? Don't think so much. Chen Yuan isn't the kind of person you imagine. She brushes gifts for female anchors. In fact, there's another reason, but I'm not at liberty to say it right now. In short, I won't give up on Chen Yuan, and if I quit now, I'll be giving these opportunities instead. Hearing this explanation from Zhao Yuqi, Wu Xiaofei almost spat out blood. She really couldn't think of what kind of reason could make Zhao Yuqi not mind Chen Yuan swiping gifts for other women. Was there such a generous woman in the world? Impossible. Did not exist. Unbelievable. Could it be that Zhao Yuqi didn't really like Chen Yuan in her heart, but simply used him as an ATM, so she didn't mind at all? However, this is not like that either. Zhao Yuqi's behavior was clearly like Chen Yuan. It's too complicated. I feel like my 3 views are collapsing. Kiki, behave yourself. It's already this solid, and you're still trying to put in a good word for Chen Yuan. Looking at Wu Xiaofei's distraught appearance, Zhao Yuqi was equally speechless. You're my best bestie. Why do you have to go against Chen Yuan? Did people beckon you to mess with you? And don't you think it's too arbitrary to criticize others when you only understand the surface situation? Zhao Yuqi didn't want to explain that much, because she understood Wu Xiaofei's character. This BFF was a loudmouth, especially fond of gossip, and simply couldn't keep a secret. If she knew that Chen Yuan had $50 billion in assets waiting to be inherited, it was estimated that in a few days, the entire school would know. At that time, I don't know how many sexy ES would want to seduce Chen Yuan. Isn't this making enemies for no reason? Although she was confident in herself, but there was still another Qin Bingxue inside the school. What if, 1 hour later, Chen Yuan had given the anchor, Mir, a full 10,000 super rockets? As of now, those viewers on the Shark platform, as well as the anchor, had all been completely numb. The first time they saw Chief Smoke brush gifts like this, he was almost shocked to the point of spraying, but after seeing it more often, they realized that their heart's ability to withstand it had become stronger. They seem to think that tens of millions of dollars are not money anymore. You, Mr. Smoke, can even swipe $100 million on Dragon Teeth. Now he's only swiping 20 million. That means there are still some reservations. Do not 6. All sit. Basic operation. The pop-ups are flying up in the live broadcast room. The screen is full of Smoke total atmosphere. Smoke is awesome. It's not just Mir's live room that has people brushing like this. The entire Shark platform, all the live rooms of the anchors, almost all of them are brushing General Smoke's atmosphere. He is not an anchor, but his fame is even greater than that of an anchor. Mr. Smoke's name was already completely known in the landlord world. Damn, brushing gifts like this every day. My hands are getting cramped. No more brushing. Take a shower and go to bed. Chen Yuan wondered if he should specifically recruit a staff member who would brush gifts for him. He didn't have to do anything every day. Specialize in sitting here and brushing gifts for lousy, with a salary of $10,000 a month. However, On second thought, it was better to forget about it. Currently, Chief Smoke's identity was not conveniently exposed in the public eye. The system's money, and only he can brush it himself. This kind of thought was just a joke. After taking a shower, Chen Yuan went to sleep. This night, starlight dotted the sky and the dark clouds dissipated. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and the hazy moonlight sprinkled all over the earth. It seemed to foretell that tomorrow would be a good day. The next day, the morning light was bright, and the golden sunlight passed through the glass window and onto the dormitory desk. It was indeed a good day. Chen Yuan didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. After getting up, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, took a bath, and incidentally even washed his head together. According to his previous habits, he usually washed his head once every 2 days. Yesterday, he had already washed it. According to reason, there is no need to wash it today. However, there is a class reunion today, and Xiao Ruoyu will also appear. This head must be washed. I don't feel confident if I don't wash my hair. Boys always care about their hairstyles somehow. After washing his hair, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and went to the cafeteria to eat. After eating, he looked at the time. It was only 12 o'clock? For some reason, Chen Yuan felt that today's time had been particularly long. Normally, he always felt that time passed especially fast. If he casually opened a few games, he could play for half a day. But today, he was really not in the mood to play games. He walked back and forth in the dormitory. The few roommates who walked were annoyed. Old Four, what's wrong with you today? Just now when I saw you eating, you looked a bit distracted. Old Chow suddenly asked. Come on, don't hang around. Hurry up and get online. The special forces are ready. Xiong Tao urged. You guys play. Just now Sun Rui sent a message to me. She said that the 4 girls in their dormitory are all bored this afternoon, and would like to set up a game with me and our dormitory together. Just 4 men and 4 women, to go to the KTV to sing together. Are you guys interested? Zhou Haiquan suddenly said with incomparable excitement. This word came out. Old Xiong, Old Chow, were equally excited. I'm going to go. Girls taking the initiative to fellowship. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In addition to Sun Rui and Lin Shudong in their dormitory, that Li Shaoling isn't bad either, right? What's the name of the other one? Xiong Tao said with a lewd smile. The other one I don't know. It's a fat guy, I guess. Didn't pay much attention to it, but Li Shaoling is really okay. Get it up, hurry up and send a message back to Sun Rui. Just say we promised. Xiong Tao urged with an excited face. He seemed to have automatically ignored Chen Yuan's comments. Wait a minute, I can't go today. I have other things to do this afternoon, Chen Yuan said. Alright then, Zhou Haiquan nodded, then started editing the message. Xiao Rui, Chen Yuan can't go today because he has something to do. A few other roommates in our dorm room are free. Let's go to Joyful Space and sing. It's not far anyway. Why don't we come out first and talk about it after we meet? Editing the message, Zhou Haiquan immediately sent it over. The opposite side quickly returned. Chen Yuan can't go? Forget it then. Today's activity is cancelled. Don't. If Chen Yuan can't go, we can still have fun. Not in the mood. Suddenly I don't want to go sing. Seeing the message sent by Sun Rui, Zhou Haiquan was dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly change his mind when he was doing well? Old Zhou, how's the situation? I've changed my ing shoes. Chapter 074, what's wrong with a girl being 20 minutes late? That what? Sun Rui, she said the event is cancelled. Zhou Haiquan said awkwardly. What's the situation? Wasn't she the one who took the initiative to ask you out just now? How come it's suddenly cancelled again? Chen Yuan didn't go, and then a dormitory of them didn't want to come out. Zhou Haiquan spread his hands. There was something that could not be helped. Life was so lonely as snow. Watching your favorite girl fall in love with your own brother, and you can't do anything about it. Can you blame Chen Yuan for this? Obviously, Chen Yuan never intended to steal Sun Rui from him. However, Sun Rui just liked Chen Yuan and clearly used him as a springboard as a way to get closer to Chen Yuan. He had also thought of deleting Sun Rui. However, he couldn't do it. He felt that he had somehow become Sun Rui's spare tire, and it was possible that he could not even be considered a spare tire. I see, they have Lin Shudong in their dormitory, and Sun Rui seems to be. Lao Chao glanced at Chen Yuan, not exactly saying the words out loud, because of the concern for Zhou Haiquan's feelings. Ahem, this fellowship. I'm afraid that it's also Lin Shutong's intention to make up with Lao Si and deliberately set up a situation. If Lao Si doesn't go, today's activity will definitely be lost. Old Chow shook his head. He did see things quite clearly. Brother Yuan, is it still okay for me to call you Brother Yuan? Sacrifice yourself for the sake of your brother's happiness, and you won't lose out by going to sing with a girl. Xiong Tao suddenly changed his name to Brother Yuan. For the sake of picking up girls, he also went out of his way. It's useless for you to call Master Yuan. I really have something important to do today. Chen Yuan waved his big hand. his tone resolute and not at all impressed. Master Yuan, are you really so heartless? I'll be a bachelor in the ing future. You'll have to be responsible. Right, what time do you have something in the afternoon? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock you rush it's only more than 12 o'clock now. You promise first. Wait for Sun Rue, their dormitory girls are out. You can 4 o'clock turn Understand what is called time management. Xiong Tao these words. At once, people were enlightened. Time management seems to be really possible, eh? 2 appointments a day. Also quite normal It was said that some powerful existences, a day to catch 5 or 6 games, are no problem. Mr. Tao is right. It's not just a date. As long as you ask Sun Rue and her dormitory out in the early stages, it's considered a completed task, and you can go wherever you want afterward. Brother Yuan, the happy life of the brothers for the rest of their lives is all riding on you. Old Chow similarly agreed. That's fine. At most 4 o'clock. I'm leaving. Chen Yuan thought about it. Happy Space KTV, not far from the Kyushu Hotel. A taxi is only 20 minutes away. The high school reunion was at 5 in the afternoon. It was completely in time. Okay, old Zhou, you try to make another appointment. Without Xiong Tao having to say much, Zhou Haiquan had already started messaging Sun Rue. Xiao Rue, Chen Yuan has agreed to come out. Let's meet at the school entrance later. What do you think? Girls' dorm room. Sun Rue held her cell phone and saw the message from Zhou Haiquan. The original lack of interest suddenly came to life. Shut on, Chen Yuan, he promised to come out. How about it? I'm still quite forceful, right? Since you can't ask Chen Yuan out, let's start with his roommate. I'm right in this line of thinking. As long as the person comes out, then everything is fine. Sun Rue was full of smiles, looking like she was going to help Lin Shudong take down Chen Yuan. But the other roommate, Li Xiaoling, always felt that something was wrong. You're helping Lin Shudong ask Chen Yuan out. What are you so excited about? And what kind of magic does this Chen Yuan have? How could he make Lin Shudong and Sun Rue's attitudes towards him change so much? Really? Chen Yuan really agreed to come out? Thank you, little Rue. I knew you were the best for me. In order to help me get back Chen Yuan, you even sacrificed your sex to seduce Zhou Haiquan. I don't even know how to repay you. Lin Shudong said with incomparable gratitude in her heart, although she could also detect that Sun Rue was a little overzealous about this matter. But she didn't bother to suspect anything. After 3 years of girlfriend friendship, it was impossible for little Rue to seduce Chen Yuan behind her back, right? At around 1:30, Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates showed up. Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates appeared at the main entrance of the school. They waited for 20 minutes. Lin Shudong, Sun Rue, Li Xiaoling, and Wang Wenwan. The 4 girls finally arrived late. Chen Yuan didn't know why girls liked to be late so much. The appointment was clearly scheduled for 1:30 p.m. They have to be 20 minutes late. Chen Yuan was quite disgusted by this. I don't ask you to be early, but can you always be on time? As if not being late, or arriving early, would make a girl look disgraced. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, we're late. We just put on our makeup and changed our clothes. We delayed too much time. You won't be angry, right? Lin Shudong carefully inquired. It had been a week since she had seen her. She found that Chen Yuan seemed to have grown a bit taller. His body had become stronger, and his person was even more handsome. Although what he was wearing was still from the ground, he was confident and sunny and appeared to have an extraordinary demeanor. Lin Shutong's heart fluttered and beat very fast. She realized that Chen Yuan was becoming more and more like the Prince Charming in her mind. Not only was he rich, but even his looks, figure, and temperament were all her favorite types. How could she have been blind in the past? Abandoning Chen Yuan and looking at this scum Huang Junkai? Not angry. I'm already used to you being late. If one day you're not late, I'll feel surprised. Chen Yuan's tone was cold. It seemed like he didn't want to get too entangled with Lin Shudong. I'll go. Why are you so unmannerly? As a guy, what's wrong with waiting for a girl? It's not like I asked you to wait for a long time. It's only been 20 minutes and you're getting impatient? I really haven't seen a man with no manners like you. Li Xiaoling scolded her. She was not familiar with Chen Yuan, nor did she know the specifics of Chen Yuan. She only knew that this boy had been chasing Lin Shudong for 3 years. Lin Shudong seemed to have done something to apologize to Chen Yuan. But no matter what, she's a girl. Now that she has given you a step down and apologized, what else do you want? In her opinion, what Chen Yuan did was simply excessive, and dressed in a piece of ground goods. Apart from having that little bit of good looks, there wasn't much merit to it. Xiaoling, don't be like this. It's really our fault. We shouldn't have been late. Chen Yuan, I'll apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoling. She didn't mean it either. Sun Rue said this. Li Xiaoling was confused. In her impression, Sun Rue wasn't such a reasonable person. She used to ask a guy out, and she was justified in being an hour late. Now that she was 20 minutes late, she actually apologized? Unscientific. The atmosphere was a bit subtle, but Li Xiaoling was still unconvinced in her heart. A person who has been a licking dog for 3 years, what can be outstanding? Not just handsome? Can handsome be a meal? 20 minutes later, a group of people arrived at the Happy Space KTV, just stepped out of the cab. A blue Maserati parked in front. Inside sat a handsome youth. Wow, so handsome. I don't know when my boyfriend will be able to drive such a luxury car. He only has a Mercedes 350 only, Li Xiaoling exclaimed. These words were clearly pretending. At this time, Chapter 075 Li Yuntao has completely expanded. The handsome and gentlemanly man walked down from the Maserati. He was about 1.82 meters in height, with a slightly thin body type, white in appearance, even whiter than a woman. He had a bookish air about him, giving people a first impression. They felt that this was a young man with learning. With the current national idol, Cohen Jr., there were a few similarities. Both belonged to the fresh meat type. The first time this man saw Chen Yuan, he immediately froze. A full 5 seconds passed before he took a step forward. Chen Yuan, I didn't expect to run into you here. We haven't seen each other for about, 3 years? What? Li Xiaoling was dumbfounded. Chen Yuan would actually know this kind of rich second generation who drove a Maserati? And people were so temperamental and handsome. A bit of a Korean fresh meat feeling. This is what one's ideal Prince Charming candidate Li Yuntao? Chen Yuan asked with some uncertainty. Yes, it's me. Li Yuntao nodded. Chen Yuan did not expect that he would run into Li Yuntao first before the high school reunion even started. This guy was superficially gentle and clean, but was actually a sultry bunch behind his back. It was said that because his father was the leader of the Education Bureau and his mother was the founder of an educational institution, resulting in his childhood very strict tutelage. During high school, he never dared to fall in love. He had the same crush on Xiao Ruoyu for 3 years. However, when Li Yuntao finally graduated, he summoned up the courage to confess his love to Xiao Ruoyu in front of the entire school, while Chen Yuan didn't even have the courage to confess. It was said that Li Yuntao had been repressed by his parents during high school. When he went to college he completely liberated himself. From then on, he was out of control, often hangs out in the land of smoky women. Of course, it is also possible that after being rejected by Xiao Ruoyu, he was deeply shocked and completely indulged himself. Chen Yuan does not know the exact reason. Anyway, this guy likes to have one thing on the surface and another on the back. Li Yuntao's first impression was gentle and elegant. In fact, this guy especially likes to pretend to show off. When he was in high school, he showed off his test scores. When he went to college, he flaunted his school, showing off luxury cars, showing off the villa, showing off girls, often send a circle of friends to pretend to be a bully, traveling abroad, then it is KTV bar party. At such a young age, he has been living a life of luxury. Later, Chen Yuan simply blacked him out, because it was uncomfortable to watch in his heart. Chen Yuan, who is this handsome guy? High school classmate, Li Yuntao. He was the vice class president of my former senior class, too, currently studying at the Huaxia University of Geology, 985 high achiever. His mother is the founder of an English training organization. His family's assets are almost over 100 million, right? Chen Yuan introduced Li Yuntao's information background in detail. It fully satisfied his need to pretend to show off his personality. No, Chen Yuan, you're exaggerating. My family currently only has 5 suites, 2 villas, 4 cars. My mom just likes to be a teacher. In fact, the total adds up to less than $50 million. Chen Yuan, you're exaggerating. Li Yuntao waved his hand. A very modest look, but between the lines, it was all naked bragging. It doesn't matter if you are pretending. I'm afraid that I don't even have the qualifications to pretend. People are the actual rich second generation. And before Lin Shutong and Liao Jia encountered fake rich second generation is different. Li Yuntao's family background, all real. As expected, Li Yuntao's words came out. Li Xiaoling, Sun Rui, Wang Wenwan, Lin Shutong. The 4 women's eyes all lit up. The way they looked at Li Yuntao was obviously different from the 3 roommates behind Chen Yuan. But Lin Shutong quickly reacted. Although Li Yuntao was excellent, he could not compare to Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan was a fierce person who could brush tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcast. Li Yuntao's family assets only totaled 50 million. It was simply not comparable to Chen Yuan. She couldn't afford to be duplicitous anymore. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for Chen Yuan to forgive her. Unlike Lin Shutong's thoughts, Sun Rui was very interested in Li Yuntao. She couldn't hook up with Chen Yuan, but Li Yuntao was also a good choice. He is a 985 senior, handsome, gentle, good family, driving a Maserati. Then Zhou Haiquan this poor than the hangers-on. Not 100 times stronger? Men choose women. Women can also choose men. As long as you meet a man with good conditions, why don't you give yourself one more chance? Classmate Li Yuntao, My name is Sun Rue, can I add you a WeChat? It's convenient to come out to play together in the future. Sun Rue took the initiative to say. The moment these words came out, Jo Haekwon, who was on the side, immediately revealed an incredulous expression. He was confused. In his mind, Xiao Rue, who had always been very reserved, cute and pure, would actually take the initiative to find a man to ask for contact information? What the hell? His mind exploded. Just because this little white boy drives a luxury car, you can take the initiative like this? You're the girl I asked out. Why can you not care about my feelings in the slightest and look for other men to ask for WeChat in person? I also have self-respect. How can you do this to me? Jo Haekwon was roaring in his heart. But this word, he could never say it. He was just a spare tire. When Sun Rue had a better choice, she would kick him away without hesitation. From the beginning to the end, he was just being utilized. Li Yuntao smiled slightly, feeling very honorable. Pushiness overflowed. Chen Yuan, this scum, the girl he asked out, actually asked me for WeChat? Ha ha, you're afraid that you've lost your face to out of the solar system. How dare a poor guy like you hit on Xiaoruoyu? You don't even piss on yourself. A hangman is a hangman after all. The girl that you worked so hard to ask out is still not hooked up by me in minutes. Li Yuntao was already laughing wildly inside, feeling that today's class reunion hadn't even started yet. He had faked it. It was very cool, but on the surface, he revealed a difficult look. It's a bit not too good. Right, I'll add you on WeChat. Chen Yuan won't be angry, right? They are all old classmates. The reasoning that a friend's wife is not to be bullied. I still understand. I'm not Chen Yuan's girlfriend. We're just ordinary classmates. Sun Rue explained. Then fine. You sweep me. Li Yuntao deliberately hesitated for a few seconds, then took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Ding! Scanning successful. Sun Rue had just added Li Yuntao's friend. Li Xiaoling actually walked over as well. I'll scan it as well. Handsome, don't mind. They're all classmates. They're all friends. This classmate can add me too. Li Yuntao suddenly pointed at Lin Shudong, because inside these four girls, it seemed that Lin Shudong was the best looking. Li Yuntao was now completely inflated. The way he was looking at Chen Yuan was as if he was looking at a fool. Chapter 76, The Core Idea of a Jagged Man. This isn't too good. Lin Shudong hesitated. If she had encountered this situation before, she would definitely add Li Yuntao's WeChat without hesitation. But now, she looked at Chen Yuan several times, and it was clear that she did not dare to flirt with other men in front of him at all. This attitude, compared to before, could be considered a world of difference. Alright then, you guys play first, I have to go beforehand. Li Yuntao slipped his phone into his pants pocket with an indifferent face. Although Lin Shutong's face value was okay, it was definitely not considered top-notch. The object he was going to focus on today was the first love goddess, Xiao Ruoyu, who had haunted him for 3 years since he graduated from high school and was still in love with her. This kind of woman that he casually met on the side of the road. That's all. Although a little bit of color, casual play can be, but it's not necessary to be really interested. He can still prioritize. The point is, he pretended to be a pussy in front of Chen Yuan today. This pussy is too good to pretend. I'm afraid this idiot Chen Yuan is still confused right now, right? And the 3 sand sculptures with him. Lao Zi is the one who hooked up with your girls in front of you, and you bunch of sand sculptures have nothing to say. Ha ha, Li Yuntao got into the Maserati with a smug face. Starting the car, he took off. Bye-bye handsome, bye-bye brother Tao. Sun Rue and Li Xiaoling waved with incomparable enthusiasm. Damn, other people are called Tao. I'm also called Tao. Why is there such a big difference? Xiong Tao had a face of self-deprecation. Originally, he had some good feelings towards Li Xiaoling, but now he found out that this woman not only had a boyfriend, but with a boyfriend, she also took the initiative to hook up with Li Yuntao. This Nima is a scum woman, eating from the bowl, looking at the pot, but it doesn't matter. The more scummy a woman is, the more he likes her. Mutual slag. Well, Xiong Tao is completely different from Jo Haekwon. He's essentially a sea king. He's been in college for 3 years and has had over 20 girlfriends, sometimes 2 or 3 at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be good at time management. Although Xiong Tao's family conditions cannot reach the standard of the second generation of the rich, but also a little money. Plus this kid can talk, thick skin, often go out and pick up girls. His core idea of picking up girls is, widely spread the net, focus on fishing, come as you are, the more the better. Since he can't pursue quality, then make up for it with quantity. When he was a freshman, he used to step on 4 boats. Because of the rollover, he later kept a lower profile. He's a bronze on the surface. In fact, he's a king. This kid often says that he was hurt by his first love. That's why he went crazy meeting girls and chatting like crazy. He was extremely experienced in picking up girls, and many of the routines that Chen Yuan learned were learned from Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao once said, "Pick up girls is a matter of probability. You lick one goddess. You are the goddess's licking dog. You lick 100 goddesses at the same time. 100 goddesses are your licking dog." Quantitative change can trigger qualitative change. When your cell phone WeChat on the girl more than 500, you simply will not lack of girlfriend. Even if you have no money or a hangers-on, the same can wave fly. Thick skin can overcome everything. He once also said that boys can only relieve their inner anxiety by pursuing several girls at the same time. If you are only pursuing a girl, you will be suffering. She does not return your message. You will think, is she not interested in you? Did you say the wrong thing? Did you send the wrong message? Then you will be like a licking dog as constantly send her messages. The girl will also get more and more bored with you. But if you chase a few girls at the same time, not only the probability of success is greater, but also will not produce psychological anxiety. Because this girl ignores you, you can still tease another one. You will be calm. Girls do not return your message. You will also be very calm. The performance is greatly generous, mature and sensible. On the contrary, the girl is more likely to have a good feeling about you. So, chasing a few girls at the same time can really ease the psychological pressure. Don't worry about the progress bar. You will also remain enthusiastic about a girl for a longer period of time. The chances of chasing her will definitely become greater. Chen Yuan had once disagreed with this kind of scumbag quotes, but now he realized that it seemed to be true. The more you don't care about the girl's opinion of you, the better you will behave. Of course, the scum of the earth ultimately hurt themselves. No matter how deep you set, can't change the situation of the overturned car. Paper can never wrap the fire. The most conventional routine for boys is, chase a few girls at the same time. If any girl shows favoritism to you, you will be with her. And when you chase them, you will break the other lines. Both can ease the inner anxiety, but also can be more likely to pick up the girl, and do not have to worry about the problem of overturning the car. It's reasonable and legitimate. It's just like a girl would look for a spare tire and choose one on merit. So true. The reason why Xiong Tao is interested in scum girls, it is because the scum can play with each other, and no one has to be responsible for anyone. There will not be the slightest guilt at all because of the breakup. 10 minutes later, they had a group of 8 people and opened a KTV big bag. Xiong Tao seemed like he had come to his home turf. He enlivened the atmosphere inside the KTV box, frantically ordering songs. From time to time, he joked with a few girls, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. Zhou Haiquan, however, was very silent. It was obvious that he was really hurt by Sun Rui's behavior just now. Old Zhou, don't care too much. Men should be a bit more atmospheric. As long as you can pull Sun Rui to a room today, then everything you paid before is worth it. Later after the song, we'll go to a movie, and then eat some snacks, and logically drink some wine. A day processed down. It should be more or less the same. Xiong Tao finished singing a song, walked over to Zhou Haiquan and whispered, "Can it really be like this? Will it be a bit too fast? What's fast about fast? You've been chasing Sun Rui for a few months, and this is still called fast? Do you believe that I can take down Li Shaoling tonight?" Xiong Tao swore, "Don't brag about being powerful. She has a boyfriend and is also interested in that rich second generation who drives a Masha. Can you take her in one day?" Zhou Haiquan had a disbelieving face. Even if Xiong Tao had some brilliant records in the past, but since he flipped his car, he had been silent for almost a year. Could he still have the once awesome level of picking up girls? Let's make a bet. If I can get her today, you'll bring me breakfast every day for the next month. Dare to bet? What if I can't get her? I'll bring you breakfast if you can't. Okay, you said it yourself. Zhou Haiquan felt that he had already won. Although Sun Rui embarrassed him today, but at least he won a month's worth of breakfast money. Could it be that Xiong Tao, this kid, has already seen that I'm sad in my heart, and that's why he purposely lost the bet to me, to make me feel a little better? Good brother ah. Zhou Haiquan was very touched in his heart, but then he realized that Xiong Tao ran to Li Shaoling's side and told jokes, and they were dirty jokes. Li Shaoling was so amused that they actually sang a love song together. An hour later, Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling are cuddling together? This operation, watching Zhou Haichuan's jaw drop, Li Shaoling was surprised that she didn't resist at all and didn't push away when Xiong Tao got his hands on her. What the hell? Chapter 077, Can you still hit your face repeatedly? Watching Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling fight, the atmosphere in the box began to become somewhat ambiguous. At this time, Sun Rui suddenly held up the microphone and asked, "Chen Yuan, I want to find you to make sure of one thing." "What is it? You tell me?" Chen Yuan replied in a flat tone. "Are you the godly magnificent smoke chief? I've seen your WeChat avatar and your name before. You're Lonely a Cigarette, but you've since changed your WeChat name." These words came out, The original noisy KTV box. Suddenly a dead silence. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Everyone's gazes, in unison, looked over towards Chen Yuan. Sun Rui had once guessed that Chen Yuan was the godly smoke master. However, she was not 100% sure. Chen Yuan had never personally admitted it. There was no actual hammer, so it needed to be confirmed. Lin Shudong also had the same doubt in her mind. In recent days, the absolute divine hero, Lonely A Cigarette, had swiped more and more gifts on the major live streaming platforms. He has already brushed more than $200 million. Originally, I was already sure that Lonely Smoke was Chen Yuan, but now some are not sure. The main smoke total is too trenchant. It's so powerful that it's unreal. Even if Chen Yuan hides his identity, even if he's a rich second generation, he doesn't look like a man who can casually swipe $200 million. This is too much. Li Shaoling, Wang Wenwan, including roommates Chao Zhuyan, Xiang Tao, Zhou Haiquan and others, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at Chen Yuan as if they were dumbfounded. It seemed as if they were pondering. I get it. No wonder so many girls have suddenly expressed their good feelings for Lao Si lately. No wonder his peach blossom luck has suddenly skyrocketed lately. Even the school flower Zhao Yuqi is close to him. So the kid's real identity is actually? Xiong Tao had a look of sudden realization. Too powerful. Are you really Chief Smoke, Lao Si? Chief Smoke is my idol. Ah, such a powerful godly man is actually my roommate? Old Chao was equally shocked. I finally understand where I lost. If you're really General Smoke, well, I've lost with conviction. Zhou Haiquan sighed. He had actually discovered it as well. Chen Yuan's recent behavior was indeed somewhat abnormal. General Manager Smoke? It's that Mr. Smoke who swiped $100 million in gifts for a certain female anchor on the Weibo hot search? How is this possible? Li Shaoling pushed away Xiong Tao's salty hands on her and looked at Chen Yuan with the same shocked expression. 7 people, 7 pairs of eyes, deadly stares at him. Sun Rui's questioning today was intended to get Chen Yuan to show his cards completely. Lin Shudong also wanted to get Chen Yuan to personally admit. She had already been cheated by Huang Junkai once and did not want to be cheated a second time. Chen Yuan's expression was calm at first, but he suddenly revealed a look of equal shock. I'm going. You guys have your brains tiled, don't you? How dare you suspect me of being the smoke chief? Do I look like someone who can reward a female anchor with $200 million? If I had that much money, wouldn't it smell good if I bought my own luxury car and villa? Why do I need to use this money to brush gifts? Am I sick? Just to hear a sentence of old Iron 666? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. He directly denied the fact that he was General Smoke. This identity was a bit sensitive. If a few roommates knew that he was so trenchant, they wouldn't know how to get along in the future. Maybe they would let him treat them to dinner every day in the future. The point was, Chen Yuan didn't have that much money to treat people to dinner every day. People will think that he can spend a lot of money on online hostesses, but he is stingy to his brothers who have been in the same dormitory for 3 years. Maybe they will suspect him of having character problems. Chen Yuan denied it on the spot, causing Lin Shudong to stare blankly. You're not Mr. Smoke. You're really not Mr. Smoke? Lin Shudong looked at Chen Yuan incredulously. The expression on her face began to become somewhat lost. I'm sure. I'm not Mr. Smoke. I'm Chen Yuan, an ordinary junior college student. It's just that my family demolished the house some time ago. That's why I have a little bit of money in my hand. But I did brag a little bit before. In fact, the houses that my family is divided into are all in the suburb. A set of houses is only a few $100,000. A dozen or so sets add up to a $3 to $5 million. Chen Yuan spread his hands. A look of a complete showdown. Little Chen this I believe, although his performance during this period of time is indeed somewhat abnormal, but I've been his roommate for 3 years. His character I still understand. Usually $200 to treat a meal or not willing to give up. Not to mention to the female anchor reward $200 million. Ha ha, I said you kid recently how suddenly have the money to buy brand name clothes. The original is the family demolition. Second generation demolition. Awesome. The 3 roommates had a word for each other, and seemed to be quite happy. However, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui were horrified at the news. A godly tycoon who was worth billions of dollars, and a second-generation demolitionist who had only lost a few $1 million. The difference between the two. There is a huge difference. There is no comparison at all. A person for another person's expectations are too high. Once you find out that his real situation is not what you imagined, you will be instantly disappointed. One would be instantly disappointed and even become disgusted. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, favorability -1. Lin Shudong, good feeling -1. Just like this, Chen Yuan realized that Lin Shutong's goodwill towards him began to drop continuously. In just a few minutes though, the favorability had already dropped to 70 points, and it seemed to be continuing to decline. Ding! The dog licker's binding object. Lin Shudong, has decreased to 70 points of favorability towards the host. Once the favorability drops to 0 points, the binding can be automatically lifted, and the host can choose to be rebound or no longer bound. There's still this kind of operation? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. The object of the reversal could actually be unbound, and it can also be bound for a second time? Was this nigh on the rhythm of abusing people to the point of death? Can it still be played like this? Disappointment, despair, reverse attack, disappointment, despair, reverse attack. You can repeatedly pretend to hit your face? I set you monkey. System, you're also too evil. However, Lin Shuton's reaction did disappoint him to the core. Previously, Chen Yuan had treated her with indifference. Lin Shuton's good sense hadn't dropped in the slightest. But after realizing that Chen Yuan was not the godly smoke chief, there was an immediate change in attitude. It was really a bit incomprehensible. Could it be that a person's status was really that important? To put it another way, if Chen Yuan is really that kind of status, do you, Lin Shudong, think you are worthy of it? Don't rich people also emphasize on being in the right family? Why do you have to climb up the ladder? Have you watched too many idol dramas? Or have you heard too many fairy tales? Shu Tong, in fact, your performance during this period of time, I have seen it in my eyes. I think you are sincere repentance. You previously said that you want to chase me backwards for 3 years. This sentence really makes me very touched. I think. Chen Yuan hadn't finished speaking. Lin Shudong immediately cut him off. Chen Yuan, I haven't thought about it yet. There's some chaos inside my head. Can you give me some time? Chapter 078, Mr. Smoke. The supercar you ordered has been sent over. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, good sense -1. Current favorability, 62 points. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth smiled as if he was laughing at himself. The words he had just said were actually just a test. I didn't expect Lin Shudong to be as realistic as ever. It was true that a dog could not change its ways. A person's 3 views of character could not be changed in a day or two, or a month or two. You forget the pain after you've been hurt. That's human nature. Before, when he saw Lin Shutong's pitiful appearance, he had even felt a trace of compassion, thinking that he hadn't gone too far, too merciless. But now, go love. Didn't you want a chance? Just now already gave it to you. Nah, you never cherished it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance in the future. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. He got up and left in large strides. He casually brought on the door of the KTV private room, only leaving behind a forlorn back. Lin Shudong, Sun Rui, Li Shaoling, Wang Wenwan, Chao Zhuyan, Zhou Haiquan, and Xiong Tao, 4 women and 3 men, looking at each other. The atmosphere gradually chilled. Little Rui, did I just do something wrong? I asked Chen Yuan out today. This opportunity was something I fought for with great difficulty. But how did I say that kind of thing? My heart is really messed up. So messed up. Lin Shudong was a bit frantic. She felt really self-contradictory. Before, she wanted to do everything she could to redeem herself. But when she really had the chance to redeem herself, she hesitated. This is just so damn that? It didn't feel right. Denying her own determination? Shu Tong, you didn't do anything wrong. It's lucky that I asked clearly today, or else you would have really fallen in. Think about it. During this period of time, you've been thinking about Chen Yuan all day long. You send him messages, he doesn't reply. You call him, he doesn't answer. You even brought him breakfast and surrounded him like a licking dog. You've lost yourself. You're so humble you don't have an ounce of dignity. This is not the Lin Shutong I know. Where's your pride gone? How did you turn around and become a licking dog for Chen Yuan? Sun Rui asked several rhetorical questions in a row. The questions started to make Lin Shudong feel more and more uncomfortable in her heart as well. One thought of Chen Yuan ignoring himself. She had put herself down like that, put down a girl's reserve to please him, and he even threw his face at her? Simply excessive. Thinking of this, her temper came up. Little Rui, you're right. It's Chen Yuan who doesn't know how to appreciate himself, thinking that because his family has been demolished, he can look down on others? Since he doesn't care about me, I don't care about him. Your family lost a few $1 million. So you really think you're a rich kid? Lin Shudong said with an exasperated face. It's good that you know. This is the Shu Tong I know. Little Rui, thank you for asking Chen Yuan's true situation for me. Otherwise I would still be in the dark until now. Lin Shudong said gratefully, thinking that men were all scum. It was still the friendship of girlfriends that could be relied upon. But she didn't realize that Sun Rui wasn't even asking for her, but for herself, because she also wanted to know if the godly smoke chief was actually Chen Yuan himself. If confirmed, who cares about your bromance? She will do whatever it takes to take down Chen Yuan. Surface girlfriends, plastic sisters, who gives a about you? You're just thinking about farts, aren't you? Do you really think you have to be the center of attention because you're good looking? After Chen Yuan walked out of the KTV, she realized that Lin Shuton's favorability towards him was still declining, although the rate of decline was relatively slow. Every few minutes, it dropped a little. However, if this situation continued, the 60 points of favorability didn't seem to last long, but he didn't care. A dog-licking object that had already successfully rebelled against him, even if the favorability dropped out, the reward would not be deducted. Since there was no penalty, it would fall off however you wanted. When the goodwill dropped below zero, completely pull the plug and never see them again. This time, Chen Yuan's heart was already as firm as iron. He would definitely not have the slightest bit of compassion for Lin Shudong anymore. Walking out of the joyous space KTV, he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. At this time, Xiong Tao sent him a message. Brother Yuan, is everything alright? Look on the bright side. Lin Shudong rejected you. Aren't there still Su Lei and Zhao Yuqi? A man should have the world in his heart. How can he give up the entire forest for a single tree? It's fine. I so just happened to be going to my high school reunion today, and I don't need to find another excuse to leave. It's just right. Chen Yuan edited the message and replied back. Just after sending this message, Che Huang, who hadn't been in much contact for several days, suddenly sent a voice message over. Mr. Smoke, the Ferrari Rafa that you ordered, has been transported over? It has just gotten off the highway now. There are still 2 hours left before it can be delivered to Seoul. Hearing this voice message, Chen Yuan was instantly confused. He did not expect the car emperor to be so efficient. It had only been a few days, and already the supercar worth over $20 million had been transported over. Originally, he had prepared this supercar as a birthday gift for Zhao Yuji, but now, it was still a few days short of Zhao Yuji's birthday. If Zhao Yuji didn't sign for it, then who would she give it to? Plans can't catch up with changes. He couldn't use the dog-licking gold for a gift that wasn't signed by the dog-licking bonded object. But with Mr. Smoke's reputation, it shouldn't be a big deal to pay a few days later. It shouldn't be a big deal to pay a few days later, right? Alright then, you have someone send it over. I'll send you a location later. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Car Emperor. Okay, let me give you the consignor's phone number. When the time comes, if you have any commands, you can just directly account for them. The Car Emperor was also very quick. The matter of money was not mentioned at all. This top-of-the-line supercar, General Smoke hadn't spent a dime on a deposit when he ordered it. But with General Smoke's platoon, it was more than $100 million. How could he possibly lack this small amount of money from him? So he was in no hurry at all. People can brush $200 million in gifts for female anchors. Buying you a $20 million luxury car. What's that? For such a godly big brother, it's only natural to have top-notch service, to leave a good impression on the big man. That's the most important thing. With Mr. Smoke's status, he must have bought more than one car. A luxury car is like a toy in his eyes. Make a good relationship and the business is endless in the future. You have to use developmental thinking to do business. This is the way to success. Chen Yuan sent a message to Emperor Che while casually stopping a cab. Master, go to the Kyushu Hotel. Okay, please fasten your seatbelt. The road conditions in the downtown area were a bit bad today. Originally, from the Joyous Space KTV, taking a taxi to the Kyushu Hotel only required a 20-minute drive. But because of the traffic jam in the center of the city, it took almost 40 to 50 minutes. At this time, Lu Wenjia gave Chen Yuan a call. Hello, little Chen, have you arrived yet? I've arrived at the Kyushu Hotel. Be right there, I just got off the bus. Chapter 79, Classmate Reunion. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and stepped down from the cab. At this time, a blue Maserati, with an incomparable pull pulled up at the entrance of the Kyushu Grand Hotel. A man with a clean and gentlemanly look, dashingly and comfortably threw the car keys to the security guard at the entrance. Please help park the car. Here's a tip. Li Yuntao threw out a car key. Incidentally, he handed out $100 bill. The security guard sniffed and immediately took it with a happy face. Boss atmosphere. Li Yuntao was overbearing. It just so happened that he found another acquaintance at the door, so he pretended in passing. Lu Wenjia, why are you still standing at the door? I've already made a reservation. Just follow the front desk attendant to the 520 private room. Li Yuntao said with a familiar face. I'll wait for Chen Yuan to join me. He should be here soon too. Lu Wenjia replied in a flat tone. If it was before, he would have envied Li Yuntao as he watched him drive a Maserati. But now, he was someone who had even driven a 26 million Koenigsegg. And this Maserati president of yours was only about 1.4 million. There is nothing to show off. It's just plain, ordinary, sloppy, and casual. Chen Yuan? Speaking of Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao wanted to laugh. This hangman, as usual, was a waste of space. When he ran into him at noon, the girl that this kid had asked out, actually took the initiative to add him on WeChat, which was nigh on hilarious. After all, A hangman is a hangman, do not recognize themselves at all, always thinking of picking up high-score girls. This is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If you don't become a lickspittle, who will be a lickspittle? Asterisk 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 brother Tao. You're actually driving a Maserati. This is too awesome. A girl who also took a taxi over said with a shocked face, "Wang shall we? It's you. Haven't seen you in a year. You seem to have grown prettier." What's pretty or not? It's just that you can put on makeup and dress up. It can't be compared to your goddess Xiaoruoyu. Wang Xiaowei joked. At this time, the security guard had already parked the Maserati in the hotel's dedicated parking space, and returned the car keys to Li Yuntao. "Ha, who is that person? Looks familiar?" Wang Xiaowei pointed at a body shirt man wearing Poundland goods. "Isn't he Chen Yuan? You don't recognize it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He is Chen Yuan. Seems to have grown handsome. The body is also taller. High school graduation for 3 years, but he has not participated in a reunion. Did not think that this time actually came?" Wang Xiaowei marveled. But in a moment, Chen Yuan had already walked up to them. "Little Chen, your look today is a bit haphazard. Why did you come over in a t-shirt and pants?" Lu Wenjie asked. "It's not a problem. It's just a classmate reunion. It's not like we're meeting any important leaders. Just be casual." Chen Yuan patted Lu Wenjie's shoulder. The two hooked shoulders, resembling a pair of friends. "Don't you know that Xiao Ruoyu is coming over today? Can't you make it a little more dangly?" Lu Wenjie whispered beside Chen Yuan's ear. "I think this is just hanging off. It doesn't matter. If being handsome could make Xiao Ruoyu like it, wouldn't Li Yuntao have taken it long ago?" Chen Yuan shook his head, although it was hard to admit it. But Li Yuntao really looked so much better than him. Chen Yuan was at most a class grass level looker, but Li Yuntao's looks were already school grass level in the eyes of many girls. He was well-mannered, his skin was white, and his temperament was elegant. Wearing a white shirt, he had the feeling of a young fresh meat senior. I don't know if it is affected by the Korean culture and the influence of idol soap operas. Nowadays, most of the girls like white and tender boys. Li Yuntao just happens to be this type. If an idol soap opera is filmed, Chen Yuan looks like a male second. Li Yuntao looks like a male first. That's the difference. Although this male second's face value was also durable, the first impression was that he was not as popular as Li Yuntao. It's just very angry. Plus, Li Yuntao's identity, family history, and even the school he attended was better than Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had even less presence compared to him, but he wasn't in a hurry. "This is just the beginning. Let's just let you enjoy pretending to be a pussy for a while. Don't you like to be the king of pussies? I will give you this opportunity. I hope you won't let me down." Soon, Li Yuntao, Wang Xiaowei, Chen Yuan, Lu Wenjie, 4 people, almost one after the other, they walked into the hotel box. This box was large and luxurious enough to hold 20 to 30 people, although there were 50 to 60 people in one of their high school classes. But every time there was a class reunion, it was good to be able to gather a dozen or so. Some went to different cities, some simply didn't study anymore, some went to junior colleges. They all went their own ways and embarked on different paths in life. Some people can't even find contact information, as if completely disappeared in your world. This time I heard that Xiao Ruoyu would come. That's why more than 20 people gathered. Among them, 60% were boys and 40% were girls. Chen Yuan walked into the box. 13 people had already arrived inside. They were all familiar and unfamiliar faces. Familiar because these were his high school classmates for 3 years, and once they met, there was a natural feeling of cordiality. Unfamiliar because he hadn't seen them for 3 years. Their appearance had changed a bit, and there were a few people he couldn't even name. The ones who couldn't call out their names were the ones who didn't have much of a presence in the class even before. "I go, Vice Class President. You can finally come, but I heard that you are now the one who drives a Maserati." "Awesome." A sharp-tongued boy, having just seen Li Yuntao, he immediately kissed his ass. Chen Yuan remembered that his name was Wang Wei. It was one of the boys who used to be in the class and liked to study island art movies the most. Don't. It's not like I earned the money myself. There's nothing to show off." Li Yuntao waved his hand with a modest face. After saying this, he threw the Maserati's car keys on the dining table. It was very conspicuous. He also took out a box of Chinese cigarettes and started to disperse them. Some classmates smoked. Some classmates didn't smoke. Boys meet and hand out cigarettes and start bragging and farting. Girls meet and start talking about cosmetics, clothes, bags, lipstick, hairstyles, nails and so on. Either that or catch up on old times, how it used to be. So-and-so put chalk dust inside the class teacher's teacup. So-and-so deflated the math teacher's bicycle. I can't sleep in the middle of the night, so I climbed over the yard wall to go out to the internet cafe to spend the night. And then I was bitten by a dog. That's a pretty graphic picture when you say it. It seems to be quite nostalgic, but it didn't really work. Next, according to the normal routine, from the past, Chat to the present. Speaking of the present, this is the home of some people to start pretending, although not yet graduated. But we have to talk about the future direction of development. What do you study? How is the employment market today? In the future, to buy a house and car? How to get a foothold in the big city? Do you want to go to graduate school or go to work? Do you want to work in a company or start your own business? It's almost the 4th year of college, and every student will have some anxiety in their mind. Chapter 082 Real. In here, the one who made people the most envious was Li Yuntao. He had a villa and a luxury car inside his home, and the educational institution founded by his mother was growing in profit every year. It was estimated that it wouldn't take 2 years for the assets to exceed $100 million. His father has a wider circle of contacts. Itself as the leadership of the Board of Education, before also served as a principal, can be said to be full of plums. Such a network background, Li Yuntao do not have to do anything, has stood on the end of many people's struggle for a lifetime. In high school, people didn't have this realization yet. Not because you have a good family background, you will not be especially pleasing to you, but now it's different. They were all in their 20s and were about to step into society, so they should understand the importance of a circle of contacts. So there were many people surrounding Li Yuntao, all kinds of boasting, all kinds of horse's ass, all kinds of kneeling. Listening to it made people feel embarrassed and hypocritical. Of course, there were also those who didn't fit in. 3 by 3, they scattered in other corners of the box, sitting on the sidelines playing with their cell phones. For example, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie. Xiao Chen, I found that this guy Li Yuntao is getting more and more inflated. Not just driving a broken Masha. What's the big deal? Why don't you borrow the Koenigsegg and play hard to get? Lu Wenjie proposed. There is no need. The old borrowing other people's cars is not much fun. And so on the future earn money. We buy our own car. Chen Yuan shook his head. Borrowing a car to pretend to be a bully. This kind of operation he already felt was a bit low. It was not in line with General Smoke's temperament and identity. Right, I haven't asked clearly about the last situation. How did you know so many rich second generation? Is there something you kid is hiding from me? Lu Wenjie said suspiciously. Although after going to college, the time to play together became less and less. But basically every 1 or 2 months, Lu Wenjie would find Chen Yuan for a drink and get together. And then talk about life, talk about ideals, talk about girls. But since the last time Chen Yuan showed his incredibly powerful circle of connections in front of him, Lu Wenjie was shocked. Lu Wenjie was shocked. After not seeing him for 2 months, Chen Yuan had already made him completely puzzled. I was originally a rich second generation. No more pretending. Showdown. Don't want to keep a low profile anymore. Chen Yuan joked. You just blow it. Lu Wenjie had a disbelieving face and was about to continue asking. At this time, a few more classmates pushed the door in. There were 4 girls in total. The first one to walk in was Liao Jia. When her eyes touched Lu Wenjie's first glance, she immediately lowered her head, her expression extremely unnatural. Lu Wenjie had the same complicated look on his face. The second person to walk in was class president Jean Menjiang. This was a very smiley girl. Although she wasn't particularly good looking, she had a big personality and a very affable smile, and her relationship with her classmates was very good. She was the one who organized this party. The third girl, Chen Yuan, no longer remembers what her name is. She was equally good looking and dressed fashionably. Her face value was also not inferior at all compared to Liao Jia. Chen Yuan had no impression of her at all, but felt as if she had gotten plastic surgery. Class president, who is this beauty? Doesn't seem to be from our class, right? The sharp-tongued Wang Wei was the first to inquire. Who said it's not from our class? Lu Wen. Don't you guys recognize her? Put. Lu Wen? She's Lu Wen? Isn't Lu Wen a 200-pound fatty? You're really Lu Wen. Tank Lu Wen actually transformed into a beauty queen? Blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. Lu Wen even chased me before. It feels a little blood loss. The boys inside the box, one by one, their eyes were dropping out. Even the other girls, too, were dumbfounded. It seemed that no one had expected that Lu Wen, who was once the most disliked fat person in the class, was a beautiful woman after successfully losing weight. The face value is almost up to the 8-point level. This image reversal was just too amazing. Even Chen Yuan was almost shocked. At this time, the last girl finally pushed the door and walked into the 520 box. The moment she appeared, the entire class of boys, suddenly their breathing stuttered. The atmosphere inexplicably became tense. Originally, Liao Jia and Lu Wen were already considered beautiful women, but in front of this girl, it seemed that the 3,000 powders were colorless, only to see her eyebrows like distant mountains, clear and beautiful, as if a fairy walked out of an ancient legend. Her eyes like autumn water, immortal posture jade color, Hui Zhongling handsome gas, show outside the wisdom. She is different from the ordinary net red face. The first time you saw her, it was enough to impress you. Before you have not seen Xiao Ruoyu, you may not even know that in real life, there is such a beautiful woman. When she is idle and quiet, she is like a delicate flower shining in the water. When she is in action, she is like a weak willow supporting the wind, as if Ruoshi is like a light cloud sheltering the moon, and as if she is floating, she is like a flowing wind returning to the snow. I am afraid that only such a sentence could describe Xiao Ruoyu's temperament. Chen Yuan had never given a woman a high score of more than 9, even if it was school beauty Zhao Yuqi, even millionaire popularity anchor Sui Han. She only scored a few points out of 8, but Xiao Ruoyu could really score more than 9 points. It was no exaggeration to say that there were 30 boys in a class in their high school, and it seemed that 29 of them had a crush on Xiao Ruoyu. There was also the possibility that there was a problem with her orientation. Back then, Xiao Ruoyu was already very pretty, without makeup, without dressing up. She could also take the whole school by storm in her plain face, and now she's even prettier? The moment she appeared, she killed the entire audience. All the girls present felt that under Xiao Ruoyu's hot light, they appeared very ordinary, as if a group of ugly ducklings came in a white swan. No comparison, no harm. Very angry. Ruoyu, you're finally here. Haven't seen you in years. You're even more beautiful. The always confident and elegant Li Yuntao Li Duke. The moment Xiao Ruoyu appeared, he unexpectedly also revealed a trace of rare nervousness. Yeah, my penguin number was stolen before. I didn't even leave everyone's contact information. I'm sorry, Xiao Ruoyu replied politely. At this time, Chen Yuan, who was not much noticed in the crowd, actually stood up as he walked towards Xiao Ruoyu with unwavering steps. Xiao Ruoyu classmate, haven't seen you for 3 years, you've almost completely lost contact. Add a WeChat, lest we can't find you again in the future. Chen Yuan greatly opened his mouth to ask for contact information. It seemed that he did not put Li Yuntao in his eyes at all. Ding! Operation Lick Dog is on. Name, Xiao Ruoyu. Age, 21 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Face value, 9. 2 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, 0 points. When the girl's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reverse attack is successful. The identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's licking dog. Reward 10% spending dog licking gold for the completion of the reverse attack. Reward reinforcement points, 35 points. Reinforcement points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physique, strength, agility and spirit. Reward skill, English, French, Russian, Korean. 4 languages. Ding! System binding successful. Before the system binding, Chen Yuan had a trace of expectation within his heart. He expected Xiao Ruoyu to have a decent favorability towards him. Back then, although he had not confessed, he had at least given something. He had fought for Xiao Ruoyu. He had also secretly followed her home on the road, protecting her along the way. To speak from the bottom of his heart, he did all of this and actually hoped to be seen by Xiao Ruoyu. But obviously, the reality was cruel. Xiao Ruoyu looked at him as if she had no impression of him at all. In the eyes of the goddess, he was just a passerby from start to finish. It was too real. Chapter 081 Accusation from Liao Jia. Classmate you are? Chen Yuan, don't you remember? I used to sit behind you. Ah, Chen Yuan, it's you. I remember. Xiao Ruoyu revealed a look of sudden realization. She seemed to have really remembered this person Chen Yuan. Of course, it was unknown if she really remembered or not. Chen Yuan's heart was a little hard to bear. There was some heartache. It was only at this time that he realized that in Xiao Ruoyu's heart, he had never had any sense of existence, even if he had silently paid a lot. But what does this have to do with Xiao Ruoyu? A girl with excellent conditions in all aspects. Why should she care about an ordinary boy? I don't know how many boys have pursued her, crushed on her, and written her love letters. What are you, Chen Yuan? Since you're so ordinary, what qualifications do you have to make people look at you differently? Having figured out the reasoning behind it, Chen Yuan quickly set his mind right. In the past, he was a little transparent, but now, he wanted to be the prettiest boy in the crowd. You sweep me. Chen Yuan was not polite, and directly took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Okay, Xiao Ruoyu nodded. Taking out her cell phone, she swept it. She didn't reject it either, mainly rejecting a high school classmate to add WeChat. How could it be said? Li Yuntao watched as Xiao Ruoyu really added Chen Yuan's WeChat. The mood was very upset. You damn a passerby. A dog-licking dangler. Not on the side of the cool. Running in front of the goddess brush what sense of existence? Grass your grandfather. But also ing thieves heart is not dead? You toad also want to eat swan meat? Li Yuntao heart crazy curse. But on the surface, he was still gentle and elegant. Chen Yuan, go tell the waiter to serve the food. By the way, go outside and buy a few playing cards. Brothers who are bored can play cards. Li Yuntao said with a wave of his hand and a commanding voice. He ordered Chen Yuan to do things as if he was ordering a little brother. Aren't there poker cards on the table? Chen Yuan pointed to a brand new deck of poker on the table. If I tell you to buy them, go buy them. What's the point of wasting words? Just a deck of cards. How can so many people play? We're not here to play cards. Chen Yuan was unmoved. You really think you're an onion, don't you? You dare to tell your grandpa to do something? Did I give you face? Chen Yuan, I say, why are you getting more and more aggressive? Mr. Tao asked you to buy 2 decks of cards, so you just bought them. Don't you have any money? Why don't I give you $20? What are you doing? Wang Wei suddenly interjected. Ha, so he is Chen Yuan. Just now did not recognize. I heard a friend of Lake University said, Chen Yuan, this guy, as if in their school, is still a bit famous. Is Chen Yuan so powerful? Oh, but when the licking dog went out of the name, you do not know. This guy from the freshman year, when you start chasing a girl, chasing 3 years have not chased, in order to give people to buy Apple cell phones, buy brand name bags, his own living expenses are not enough, often looking for Lu Wenjia borrow money, in order to do this thing. I do not know how many times I have quarreled with Lu Wenjia. If it is not because of Chen Yuan, I and Wenjia, if it wasn't for Chen Yuan, Wenjia and I probably wouldn't have broken up at all. Liao Jia suddenly said with red eyes. She broke up on her own accord because she was greedy and vain, and was tricked into getting a booty call. Now she didn't dare to blame Lu Wenjia. It actually pointed the finger at Chen Yuan. Asterisk. Big sister, can you be reasonable? You broke up with Lu Wenjia. Does it have a dime's worth of relationship with me finding him to borrow money? And when did I borrow so often? I've only borrowed 3 times in total. Lu Wenjia himself has a monthly living expense of 2,000, gave you 12,000, and only 3 months didn't give it, so you remembered it in your heart? Chen Yuan was also drunk. Liao Jia's words instantly caused a great reaction. All the old classmates present, one by one, they looked at each other, and no matter if it was a boy or a girl, the look in Chen Yuan's eyes carried a hint of contempt. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Current favorability -10 points. Liao Jia, what are you doing? Why are you talking about Chen Yuan like that? He didn't offend you. It's our own problem that we broke up. Don't keep blaming others, okay? What did you do that you don't know in your heart? Lu Wenjia immediately stood out to explain, but it seems that the people on the sidelines can't listen to it anymore, especially those girls. Lu Wenjia, why have you changed now? I remember when you were chasing Jia Jia, I don't know how attentive and considerate you were. How come now that you've broken up, you have such an attitude? Are you men all like this? You don't know how to cherish it after you've gotten it? Looks like you're a scum too. A girl in a flowery dress scolded on the spot. Put. Lu Wenjia almost spewed out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. I was green. Liao Jia brought up the breakup. This is my fault too? See, don't talk about Wenjia like this. Actually Wenjia is quite good to me. It's all because I didn't do enough on my own. That's why I let Wenjia break my heart. Last month Chen Yuan looked for Wenjia to borrow money, and because I didn't agree with it, I argued with him. Liao Jia said half of what she said and left half of what she said. She even really felt that this matter was Chen Yuan's fault from start to finish. If Chen Yuan didn't look for Lu Wenjia to borrow money, they wouldn't have quarreled. If they didn't quarrel, she wouldn't have wanted to dump Lu Wenjia in a moment of confusion. And if she didn't have this idea, she wouldn't have gotten to know this scum of a cheating canon, Ma Kai. Then Lu Wenjia would still be obedient to her. So, in the end, it was Chen Yuan's fault. Lu Wenjia was just careless with his friends. Liao Jia's words added to the misunderstanding. Chen Yuan, I know that you and Lu Wenjia have a good relationship, but you can't affect someone's boyfriend-girlfriend relationship just because you have a good relationship? Wang Wei said. Damn, what I despise most in my life is this kind of person. Borrowing a brother's money to pick up a girl, and still can't pick up a girl? What's the point of fooling around if you don't have money? If you can't afford to buy expensive gifts, don't go and pretend to be that pussy. Being a lickspittle is just a thing, but it also involves the brother. Forget it, don't say it. This kind of person already has no skin and no face. A wave of mockery, a wave of discussion. It made the atmosphere extremely awkward. Among the ones who mocked the most viciously were the few toadies who had just touted Li Yuntao. They were almost sneering in front of Chen Yuan. It was already not the slightest bit about classmates. Chen Yuan, I say you too, if you are really short of money, you can look for me. Why do you have to go and make things difficult for Lu Wenjia? You've also caused a conflict between the young couple. Li Yuntao looked like he was very righteous. It seemed that if any of his classmates were really in trouble, he was willing to give generously. Watching Chen Yuan being accused by Liao Jia, mocked by his classmates, despised by the girls, Li Yuntao's heart was unbridled. This wave of pretending to hit his face today was simply perfect, utilizing Chen Yuan's despicability to set off his grand dupli's nobility. and also in front of Xiao Ruoyu's face. It was simply not too pleasurable. Let your kid be dishonest. You're afraid that you don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 082 Chief Smoke has spoken. At this time, Lu Wenjie, who had endured for a long time at the side, really couldn't watch anymore. Liao Jia, you've had enough. You've really had enough. Why is it that when you make a mistake, you never look for the reason from yourself, but you just shirk your responsibility? In the past, I spoiled you and loved you. Even if it was obvious that you made a mistake, I wouldn't have pulled you hard to reason. You said you don't like to listen to reasoning. Good. I don't reason. I take the initiative to apologize to you. I take the initiative to coax you. No matter whose fault it is me who first bowed his head, because I am a man. I thought you would understand my generosity. I thought you would understand that I have been giving in to you. But in the end, you actually thought it was me who was wrong? It is your step-by-step pressing. Let me have know a man's principle and bottom line. I admit, I guilty of. However, it was you who initiated the breakup before, and it was you who betrayed me first. The fact that Xiao Chen borrowed money from me is not the reason for us to fight, and it's not that he won't pay me back. You're the one who's greedy. You're the one who's obsessed with profit. Who are you to say anything bad about my brother? What the hell are you? The last sentence, Lu Wenjie almost roared out. During this period of time, he had lived a very depressing life. The last time he broke up, he didn't say anything, just silently drove the Koenigsegg away. But there was always some depressed air in his heart that he didn't exhale. This time, Lu Wenjie finally roared out the words in his heart. There is a limit to human patience. Honest people deserve to be bullied? You damn well take yourself too seriously. Lu Wenjie, you. Liao Jia was confused. Lu Wenjie had never yelled at her. Never. And now actually scolded her for being something for the sake of a Chen Yuan? She felt that Lu Wenjie, who had once been obedient to her, had truly disappeared. It seemed like it could never be recovered. Old Lu wasn't this temperamental before. He's quite a gentle person. Could it be that Liao Jia really did something wrong to old Lu? Lu Wenjie is a man. For the sake of his brother, he doesn't even want a woman. But this guy, Chen Yuan, does he really deserve to be treated as a brother by others? Chen Yuan likewise looked at Lu Wenjie with great surprise. I didn't expect this guy to be so rigid today. Surprisingly, he flipped off Liao Jia on the spot. Worthy of being a true brother for over 10 years. There is nothing wrong with a united front. This wave of affection was noted down. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk too much. We're not going to talk about anything else today. We're not going to talk about our personal feelings. It's not easy for all of us to get together once. Don't make the atmosphere so stiff. Class President Jean Menjing stepped forward to speak. She was a person with a pretty high emotional intelligence. With every classmate, she was able to get along with almost all of them. With her stepping forward, the atmosphere inside the box eased a little. Yun Tao, I heard that you've been doing quite well lately. It seems like you're making Pox Tone short videos? Jean Menjing suddenly asked. Sloppy, I usually do some part-time video shooting in my spare time in addition to studying in class. I've been doing it for about half a year or so, and there's a fan base of more than 2 million. Li Yuntao glanced at Xiao Ruoyu with a smile on his face. It automatically turned on the pretending mode. Originally, he was too embarrassed to brag about this kind of thing, or else he would be suspected of forcing himself to pretend. But since Jean Menjing asked him, this pussy, pretending also went with the flow. There are so many fans. Ha, I thought you just started playing. With so many fans, you should be able to make a lot of money, right? Jean Menjing continued to ask. It's not much. Every month, I just earn 100,000 or so, just as pocket money, although my family can give me support. But as a man, I can't keep nibbling on the old man, can I? And I'm not interested in the education industry. It's really not interested. Later I plan to open my own self-media studio, and then slowly become the scale of a media company like that, filming movies and TV dramas and whatnot. Li Yuntao began to talk loudly. Crazy pretending. His self-disclosure of his income made most of the students present their eyes stare straight, especially the female students. Several of them looked at Li Yuntao's eyes, and it was obvious that their hearts had been secretly moved. Among them, Liao Jia was also included. Among the old classmates present, there were many who were confused about their future. After they graduated, they might not even be able to find a $5,000 a month job. But look at other people. Li Yuntao, not to mention that he is a rich second generation. He shoots short videos and does live broadcasts, and he can even earn more than $100,000 a month. He's only a junior in college? People than people. Exasperating. Mr. Tao, no more. I'll mix with you in the future. When you open a company in the future, you must remember my little brother. Wang Wei said attentively. Good to say. Good to say. All our classmates. I will definitely help if I can. Li Yuntao's compulsion was overflowing. It was gradually getting better. He felt that the way Xiao Ruoyu looked at him was a little bit impressed. It was true that only men with successful careers were most likely to attract the attention of a goddess. It wasn't enough to just carry the name of a second-generation rich man. He must also have his own career. The second-generation rich man who only spends his family's money is a loser. Can have their own career of the second generation of rich? Is the real compulsion of the young talent. The feeling between the two is completely different. Soon, the waiters served the food. More than 20 students sat on a rectangular table that was 10 meters long and 6 meters wide. All of them ate at the table together. It did not feel crowded either. Chen Yuan was in a good frame of mind, and had a great appetite. He didn't seem to feel awkward at all, having just been sneered at. He was actually acting like nothing now, eating and drinking. Anyone who had some face would probably not be able to eat. But what about Chen Yuan? He completely ignored everyone's contempt and ridicule. Shamelessness was enough to be outrageous. Little Chen, are you alright? If you feel uncomfortable, let's just go. Lu Wenjie came over and asked in a low voice. It's fine, I'll send a message first. Chen Yuan waved his hand. He clicked on the WeChat Seoul Second Generation group. In the past few days, inside the Seoul Second Generation group, it seemed that quite a few more people had been added. All of them were brought in by their friends. The size inside the group had expanded to 34 people. Mainly every second generation had a different circle. When they pretended, they would say that they were in the same group as Smokey, and that the group leader was Smokey himself. Then there were people who wanted to join the group. There was no doubt about Chief Smoke's fame and brand name nowadays. Chen Yuan at everyone as the group master. Then a message was sent. Old Me wants to play hard to get. Gather at the Kyushu Grand Hotel. This message was just sent out. Instantly, the entire second generation group exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chief Smoke has greatly summoned. Damn. In the end, which unseeing dog thing dares to offend General Smoke? Kyushu Grand Hotel? Wait a minute. I'm damn near there. I can kill it in 20 minutes. Ho ho ho. Brothers, hurry up and light up. Mr. Smoke has spoken. The cards can't be small. Chapter 083, Sweet Smile. After sending the message, Chen Yuan continued to eat. Li Yuntao was sitting in the center of the main seat. He was pointing and waving his words around. There was already a leadership stance. Mr. Tao, come on, I'll toast you. The best development in our class is you. You haven't even graduated yet. You can earn more than $100,000 a month. Only Mr. Tao has this kind of strength. Yun Tao used to be the school bully of our school, and now he's as powerful as ever. It's awesome. Mr. Tao is handsome, has a good family background, has his own ability, and is a 985 student. All aspects are perfect. Liao Ji is best friend. Gu Sisi said with a petulant face. If she didn't know that Li Yuntao liked Xiao Ruoyu, she wouldn't have been able to resist throwing herself at him long ago. Thinking that Li Yuntao was so powerful nowadays, the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but converge on Xiao Ruoyu. She had rejected Li Yuntao back then. I wonder if she regretted it now. However, Xiao Ruoyu was calm from the beginning to the end, and did not feel shocked because Li Yuntao earned more than $100,000 a month. Her calmness was not feigned either. When you have seen powerful people who earn millions of dollars a month, and even build a billion-dollar listed group by themselves, naturally, you will feel that the monthly income of more than 100,000 is really very general. Eyesight determines a person's pattern and height. Circle is not the same. Naturally, contact with people is not the same. Xiao Ruoyu's own family environment was unusual, and she was also proficient in 5 languages. Naturally, she had come into contact with some very outstanding people. When she was a sophomore, she even went to England to be an exchange student for a year. It's not like she hasn't participated in the world's most prestigious schools, returnee elites, and Big Brother gatherings. Li Yuntao could only pretend to be a pussy in front of his classmates, and if he really wanted to pull out and compare, there were no less than 4 figures of young people in Seoul who were better than him. Xiao Ruoyu naturally did not need to look at him differently. Drink some wine. Li Yuntao had already drifted a bit. Ruoyu, in fact, all these years, I have never forgotten you. Li Yuntao was preparing for a wave of lyrical confession, but he didn't expect to sit inside the corner. A boy wearing black-framed glasses suddenly said excitedly, asterisk 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 asterisk. Millet Child came to eat at the Kyushu Hotel. She is still open live. The man with glasses was called Zhang Chao, a fat otaku, and during the meal just now, he still couldn't help staring at his cell phone to watch the female anchor. It was a person who didn't really fit in. Mir, is it Shark's #1 dancer? Mimi Air? She really came to Seoul? A boy was surprised. That's not true. You don't know how popular Xiaomir is now. Last night, Mr. Smoke swiped more than 10,000 superfire for her. Her popularity has exploded now. And today, the heat is still unabated. There are more than 5 million of them. A boy coaxed. I'm not a fan of millet children. I'm a fan of Smokey. Smokey is really powerful. You may not know, Smokey is currently in Seoul. He is a top rich second generation group inside the group leader. Just yesterday, one of my brothers also mentioned to me, there is a chance to pull me also to this group inside. Maybe then you can ask Smokey to come out to have dinner with. Li Yuntao continued to start blowing awesome, forcing himself to put gold on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yuan almost sprayed rice. Asterisk 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 proposed Grandpa. You're ing borrowing my name to pretend to be a bully? Mr. Smoke himself is sitting right in front of you. Aren't you embarrassed? Chen Yuan glanced at Li Yuntao with some amusement. However, he really did not expect it. Mimir would come to eat at the Kyushu Hotel and even open an outdoor live broadcast. Mr. Tao is awesome. If you can really dine with General Smoke, then you can be considered to have broken into the circle of godly men and taken a step into high society. Wang Wei envied. General Smoke is able to be on all the major live streaming platforms, rewarding $200 to $300 million in gifts. It is estimated that the value of this big man is at least $10 billion. A group of students were talking. Li Yuntao felt that he had gained a few more points in terms of his compulsion. Chen Yuan was thinking, is having dinner with me considered stepping into high society? So this is the standard for stepping into high society? He had thought about it before, how to mix into the legendary high society. It turns out that I am the upper class in the eyes of others. There's nothing wrong with it. Go go go. Another thing to tell you guys, this anchor millet child. In fact, I know, before in the Magic City to attend an event, I and she met once. Are a circle of people inside, counted as peers. Li Yuntao's mouth revealed a charming and confident smile. Today's luck was really too good. There weren't really many big anchors he knew on the Shark platform, but Mir happened to be one of them. Now that he happened to run into the Shark's #1 dancing girl, wasn't this a chance to give himself a long face? Today, I'll let you hangers-on lickers see. How strong is Lousy's network in the end? How powerful are the people I know? Just like that, a group of boys and girls, all watching the general rushed out of the 520 box. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, they really saw a fashionable and sexy dress, delicate and graceful figure, about 1.7 m or so girls. This girl was also holding a selfie stick in her hand. The looks were indeed beautiful. She was a little taller than Xiao Ruoyu, but her appearance and temperament, slightly inferior to Xiao Ruoyu, could be considered a top beauty all the same. The other plus point was her identity. Shark, super popular female anchor, has millions of geeky fans. And after a few waves of huge $10 million rewards from Chief Smoke to build momentum, her fan base was about to break through 10 million. Xiaomi had already started to become a phenomenal top female anchor. The phenomenal female anchor on the Shark platform used to be Feng Shema, and now it was just little Tuan Tuan. It was evident how quickly her popularity had risen during this period of time. Mir, can I take a picture with you? I'm your fan. I have your 7th level fan sign. Zhang Chao asked as he ran over with an excited face. He looked squirmy and a little nervous. Yes, Mir smiled faintly and graciously agreed. Generally, high popularity anchors, when broadcasting outdoors, often encountered requests from fans for a photo. She had long since gotten used to it. Thank you, Mir. I'll continue to support you, and I'll turn around and swipe an airplane for you, Zhang Chao said with conviction. Then thank you, fan, great for the airplane. Ha ha, Xiao Mir laughed out loud, showing a very affable appearance. When live broadcasting, one's attitude towards the fans must be good. Otherwise, one would immediately be sprayed. Mir, I'm also your fan. Although I don't have a fan sign for you, I'll definitely make one up for you later. Can I take a picture with you? Yes, just like that. A group of male students excitedly surrounded Mir to take pictures. Li Yuntao smiled faintly. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards Mir with a calm and self-assured pace. He was about to say hello. Instead, Xiaomi saw a man who surprised her extremely. She immediately revealed a sweet and shy smile. Li Yuntao thought that Xiaomi was looking at herself. Chapter 084. Is this a Ferrari Lafa? Mir, hello. Li Yuntao reached out to greet him, revealing a smug smile. But Xiaomi walked past him. It was as if she didn't even see him as a person. Ignoring naked ignorance. Li Yuntao's expression stiffened. It felt like the face on his face was a bit untenable. Just now, he was still bragging in front of all his classmates, saying that he knew Mir, but now people were treating him like an heir. This was a bit embarrassing. He immediately turned back and chased after them, wanting to forcefully save face, but then he realized that Xiaomi had walked up to Chen Yuan. She even revealed a shy and cute look. Brother Chen Yuan, I originally wanted to ask you out for dinner today, but I was afraid that you were busy and didn't have the time. But I didn't think that we would happen to run into each other. It's really destiny, Mir said in a petulant tone. It sounded like she was being pampered. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was as if she was looking at a male god. The adoration and admiration contained in those eyes did not look like they were faked at all. Li Yuntao was confused. Sand sculpted on the spot. He was a little confused? What kind of existence was Mimir? A large anchor with millions of popularity. She was known as the goddess of geeks and was the dream girl of countless licking dogs, hangers-on, and fat boys. And Chen Yuan, he's just a piece of trash. A lickspill who has to borrow money from his brothers to get a girl and can't even get laid. Just such a slag. Actually can let the shark first dance girl, house goddess Millet, show this kind of shy appearance. What's the situation? It wasn't just Li Yuntao who was confused at the scene. There were also Li Wei, Liao Jia, Gu Sisi, Jin Mengying, Lu Wen and others. Even Xiao Ruoyu, who was originally unconcerned, revealed a flash of color in her gaze. This Chen Yuan, was there something unusual about him? Quite a coincidence indeed. My high school classmates are gathering here today, and I didn't expect you to run here live. Chen Yuan smiled and spread his hands. Are these all your high school classmates? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Yuan, how did you come to know Mir? Li Yuntao suddenly interjected. I'm also her fan. When she came to Seoul yesterday, I was at the airport, and because of fate, I chatted a lot, and even had a meal along the way. Chen Yuan's tone was flat, without any emotional coloring. It was as if he was narrating a very ordinary thing. In fact, this kind of thing was indeed very common in his eyes, and did not require too much showing off. However, these words were heard in Li Yuntao's ears. He felt that Chen Yuan was pretending. A mere hangdog who happened to have a meal with a big anchor and thought he was great? Thinking that you can pretend to be a pussy in front of him. Mr. Li, you're afraid that you're a bit unable to recognize yourself? So that's how it is. Meyer, we met before in Magic City. That time at the secondary comic show. Oh, I remember. It seems a bit familiar. What was your name again? Put. Hearing this, Li Yuntao almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Originally, he wanted to show off his powerful connections, but who knew that the other Mir didn't remember what his name was at all? This was a bit pulling the plug. There are still so many students watching. Can't you give me some face? Ha ha, Mimier, you're so funny. Li Yuntao wisely rounded off the conversation, slightly easing the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Tao, now that the meal is finished and the time is still early, why don't we go sing? Li Wei suddenly proposed. This was the usual process for classmate reunions. After eating, they go to sing, then roar in the KTV until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, drinking, chatting, and getting high. Through the hazy light, the feeling that was already a bit unfamiliar quickly heated up. There are 1 or 2 pairs of men and women who may look at each other in the right way, or rekindle old feelings. Afterward, dry fire and something indescribable happens. That's the kind of rhythm that people look forward to. Not only do the guys think so, maybe some girls think so too. After all, youth is about to pass away. If we don't go crazy, we'll be old. If you don't indulge when you're young, what the hell will you indulge when you're old? Good. Walk up. It's only 20 minutes away from here to the Joy Space. Let's gather at the entrance of the Joy Space in a while. I'm driving a car over. It should be able to sit 3 or 4 people. Ruoyu, why don't you take my car? Li Yuntao turned his head to Xiao Ruoyu and asked. Aha! Xiao Ruoyu didn't refuse and gently nodded. Class president, Gu Sisi, Liao Jia, you guys also sit in my car, with 3 people in the back. It shouldn't be too crowded. The Maserati that Li Yuntao drove was not a sports car with only 2 seats. Rather, it was a limousine with 4 seats. A sports car was just windy. A sedan was generally more practical than a sports car. With a slight squeeze in the back row, there really wasn't much of a problem sitting 3 people. Xiao Mir watched quietly behind Chen Yuan. She could tell at a glance that this group of people didn't seem to know Chen Yuan's true identity at all. Otherwise, where would it be the turn of Li Yuntao, who was nothing, to give orders here? However, since Chen Yuan did not break it down, Mir could not say anything more. Chief Smoke is still as low-key as ever. Soon, the group of people walked out of the Kyushu Grand Hotel. Drop! Li Yuntao pressed the car key, only to see a rather dazzling Maserati President on the side of the road. Its lights flashed twice. Holy, Mr. Tao, you're driving a Maserati President. The high end of this car costs more than $1,600,000. Even the low end starts at $1,400,000. Damn, I expect to buy a Civic in 10 years. People Tao always now open on the Maserati. Really do not want to say anything. Why my father is not Ma Yun? Ma Yun, even if the Smoke can be my father. I immediately change my surname to Smoke. Although just now there have been some students, saw the trident key in Li Yuntao's hand, but really saw him driving a Maserati. The heart cannot help but still some shock. Previously in high school, did not see Li Yuntao has what terrific, but also handsome, good academic performance, pocket money more. but now 3 years have passed. They finally realized that in fact, from the very beginning, they had lost at the starting line, and perhaps in the future, the gap between them would grow wider and wider, and in the end, they would completely become people from two different worlds. It is saddening. The world was sometimes unfair in itself. Li Yuntao looked at the envious and jealous gazes of all his classmates. The face he had just lost seemed to have finally recovered a few points. The corner of his mouth once again revealed a smile. Very gentlemanly, he opened the passenger door for Xiao Ruoyu. One hand was placed on top of Xiao Ruoyu's head to prevent her from accidentally bumping. This detail of his was simply graceful and handsome in the eyes of the girls. Yuntao is so detailed. I really envy Xiao Ruoyu. Why is it that no boy has ever treated me like this? Can't I have love if I'm not pretty? A mediocre-looking female classmate let out a long sigh. Just as Xiao Ruoyu was just about to get into the car, suddenly, a tow truck stopped at the entrance of the Kyushu Grand Hotel. Only 2 tow truck staff members were seen, walking down from the car. Of course, the trailer was not the point. The point was that what was being transported behind this trailer was actually a Ferrari supercar. This Ferrari is so cool. I'm afraid it has to be $4 or $5 million, right? Wait a minute. This isn't an ordinary Ferrari. This is, what the hell? A Ferrari Rafa, a super luxury car worth more than $20 million? Is it really a Ferrari Rafa? I lost it. What kind of powerful person can afford this car? Chapter 085, I bought this car. The staff member in charge of the trailer delivery pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Tick-tock tick-tock. Quite coincidentally, Chen Yuan's cell phone rang just in time. Hello, boss, where are you? I've delivered the car to you at the address you specified. Please come over and sign for it. Okay, Chen Yuan nodded. The next second, only to see him walk towards the consignment staff with a calm expression, under the gaze of all the students. Indifferently, he said, this car is mine. Please trouble the 2 masters to unload the car. Okay, boss, you sign. In addition, you also need to give us a message back from the top, to make sure that the receipt of the goods, or send the wrong, is to sell my whole family cannot afford to pay off. The middle-aged trailer master, with a respectful face, said, okay. Chen Yuan compared a hand gesture. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to the car emperor. The car has been received. Try the car for 2 days and you will be paid. Okay, Mr. Smoke. You can try it out as much as you want. If there are any quality issues, feel free to contact me. Car emperor immediately replied. Very quickly, less than 10 seconds, the tow truck staff's phone rang. Hello, okay, Mr. Car. Yes, Mr. Car. Don't worry, make sure you do everything this gentleman tells you. Hanging up the phone, the 2 tow truck masters looked at Chen Yuan with more and more respect. Then, it was time to start unloading the car. How is this possible? A Ferrari Rafa worth over $20 million. Was it bought by Chen Yuan? Boom! The words of a girl wearing glasses just fell. The entire room was dumbfounded. Instant dead silence. More than 24 students, dumbfounded. They all stiffened. Petrified, shocked, one by one, their mouths were open as if they could fit into an ostrich egg. No one could have imagined that Chen Yuan, this loser licker, would be able to afford a luxury supercar of over $20 million? What kind of international joke are you playing? What's wrong with this world? Chen Yuan can afford a supercar? Chen Yuan? No matter how many question marks surfaced on their brains, but everything that was happening in front of them seemed to be the truth. Didn't they see the staff, all of whom had already established Chen Yuan's identity? The expression on Li Yuntao's face, it was suddenly as hard as eating. Originally, he drove a Maserati to the class reunion today, just to pretend, just to show off. Even the goddess Xiao Ruoyu seems to be on his car soon, but just at the most critical juncture, Chen Yuan this dog then actually came a wave of reverse wind flip, Jedi great counterattack, the 1,600,000 plus Maserati president, and the 22 million plus Ferrari Rafa, are not even remotely comparable. A fraction of this other person's car was more expensive than his car. How can this be compared? But he really couldn't figure out how Chen Yuan could possibly afford such a luxury car. When did an impressionable dog-licking hanger-on become so powerful? I get it. I finally get it. Chen Yuan, do you have to play the same trick twice? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Acting once is enough. Acting twice is too fake. Liao Jia suddenly said with a cold smile. What? Jia, what are you talking about? Is Chen Yuan acting? The class president, Jin Mengying, asked with a puzzled expression. Not bad. A few days ago I broke up with Lu Wenjia. He also used the same set of circumstances. Although the rose made a big luxury car is also true, but I absolutely do not believe that he can afford to buy more than 20 million luxury car. After the incident, I also let one of my friends specifically to go to Lu Wenjia's hometown to inquire about it. He is not at all what the super rich second generation are all cheating things. You think that Rose made a big you think you're really rich if you make a big deal out of it? Wake up, why lie to yourself? Liao Jia said in a very contemptuous tone. Everyone knows that Lu Wenjia and Chen Yuan have the best relationship, and Lu Wenjia's character was honest, not that much of a womanizer, and wouldn't think of borrowing a luxury car to pretend to be a pussy to hit her. Liao Jia, in the face. So this ghost idea must have come from Chen Yuan, since Chen Yuan is able to give Lu Wenjia such a hole. He himself can naturally play this one. So, everything is a ruse. In order to leave a deep impression in front of Xiao Ruoyu, he spared no expense and borrowed a luxury car to act tough. You are also considered well-intentioned, but a fake is a fake after all. It can't stand up to any test, once it's dismantled. What's the difference between this and a morally corrupt liar? Disgraceful. So it's like this. I was almost really fooled by this kid just now, getting a 20 million plus luxury car to pretend to be a pimp. It's estimated that renting it for a day would cost quite a bit of money. He doesn't have any money to eat himself. This Chen Yuan guy wouldn't have borrowed from a loan shark, would he? This sand sculpture thing. I guess the brain was caught by the door. For a while, the crowd went from shocked to contemptuous again. Liao Jia's words convinced the vast majority of the students, because Chen Yuan was originally a beggar in their impression. After knowing him for so many years, it had never changed. You say that a person disguising himself for a month or two is still understandable. If he was in disguise for 5 or 6 years, it would be a bit of a stretch, compared to Chen Yuan's amazing identity of being able to afford a $20 million luxury car. They were more willing to believe Liao Jia's words. People don't want to believe that a bandit's name is Zhang Muji. They are more willing to believe that the bandit's name is Zhang Matzi. Lu Wenjia, did you really borrow a luxury car to act tough the other day? Gu Sisi, Liao Jia's best friend, suddenly asked. That's right, I admit. It was really Xiao Chen who helped me borrow the luxury car that day. But, okay, I get it. Don't explain. It turns out that Chen Yuan played such a setup. It really wasn't once or twice. Luckily it was broken up by Jia Jia. Since it was dismantled, then don't act it. More than 20 million supercars. In case of unloading, really bumped and touched you can't afford to pay. Sand sculpture thing. To pretend not to engage in some fresh, everyday borrowing luxury cars to pretend. This routine is old and outdated. Things have developed to the present. Chen Yuan had almost become a target. Li Yuntao was about to go crazy with laughter. He really didn't expect Chen Yuan to operate so low. Pretending to be a bully didn't work but was mocked instead. How could he be dismantled on the spot? Punching himself in the face? Even Lu Wenjia personally admitted the fact that Chen Yuan borrowed the car. There's nothing to wash away. It's true that pussyfooting around has to be done by different people. People who have the strength to play hard to get are the ones who are powerful. People who don't have the strength to forcefully pretend to be powerful can only pretend to be stupid. Let's all say less. How to say that we are all old classmates. Let's leave some face for each other. Hitting people is not hitting their faces. Chen Yuan is quite not easy to organize such a show. Ha ha. Li Yuntao suddenly turned around and put in a good word for Chen Yuan. But whether it was a kind word or a taunt, a discerning person could understand it as soon as they heard it. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Xiao Ruoyu, goodwill -5. Current favorability -20 points. Chen Yuan looked at the favorability on Xiao Ruoyu's head and saw that it had dropped another 10 points. He shook his head somewhat hopelessly. It turned out that the goddess would also be a human being. She was also just an ordinary person and wasn't as smart and witty as she thought. At this time, a blast of street roar suddenly sounded on the road.